All students of Class 8 in the senior year, please follow me to the guidance room to complete the awakening ceremony of the Spirit Coffin. I remind you once more, be sure to bring your Spirit Coffin guide. Each person possesses only one. It is an essential item for awakening your Spirit Coffin. In the spacious classroom, the yellowed rays of the slanting sun streamed in. At the back, by the window, Jiang Chan watched as his classmates excitedly followed their homeroom teacher out, leaving him alone in the room. The setting sun cast a soft glow on his side profile, accentuating the blood-red tear mole at the end of his left eye, adding a hint of devilry to his handsome features. Wait a minute. Can I traverse realms just by wearing simple clothing? Memories of his predecessor surged like a tide, and he quickly clarified his situation. A bizarre resurgence, malevolent spirits running rampant. Every individual who reaches the age of 16 is granted an opportunity to participate in the Spirit Coffin awakening ceremony, colloquially known as opening the coffin. Once one opens their fated Spirit Coffin, they can become a Spirit Master, contracting with ghostly companions, thus distinguishing themselves from ordinary people, earning respect wherever they go. For the vast majority in this world, it is a singular chance to alter their destiny. And now it was Jiang Chan's class turn to proceed to the guidance room for the Spirit Coffin awakening. Jiang Chan, quickly hand over your Spirit Coffin guide to me. Suddenly, a hurried figure burst into the classroom, interrupting Jiang Chan's thoughts. My brother's awakening failed. You must give him your spot for another attempt. You stay here quietly, do you hear me? Lifting his eyes, he saw a girl in a pink tank top and denim skirt, glaring at him with an air of intimidation. Upon recognizing her heavily made-up face, Jiang Chan raised an eyebrow, the tear mole at the corner of his eye accentuating his expression as memories of this girl surfaced in his mind. Su Shaoqin, the belle of Class 3, the previous incarnation's goddess. However, after 2.5 years of infatuation, he had received nothing in return. This Su Shaoqin treated him like a dog, summoning him at will and publicly humiliating him to satiate her sense of superiority. This belle not only had rumors swirling around with several well-off boys in school, but was also caught playing board games with the grade director during the last midterm assessments. Thinking of this, Jiang Chan felt a wave of nausea. Such a disgrace. Even her bare appearance was more repulsive than her unmade face. How could one possibly entertain such thoughts? Jiang Chan, I'm talking to you. Seeing Jiang Chan's delayed reaction, Su Zaiqin's anger intensified. Undeniably, his chiseled features were strikingly handsome, and the blood-red tear mole added an edge to his allure. But can handsomeness serve as an ATM? Even a request for a lipstick would require a 12-installment plan. If not for his school idol status granting her prestige, she would have kicked him aside long ago. What are you still standing there for? The awakening ceremony for your class is about to begin. Hurry up and give me your Spirit Coffin guide. If you delay my brother's awakening, I will not let you off easily. Amidst Su Zaiqin's incessant barking, Jiang Chan finally recalled this fragment of memory from his predecessor. He reached into his pants pocket and retrieved a bead. Laying in his palm, it was roughly the size of a longan, dark as ink, exuding a solid texture. Within it glimmered specks of fluorescence, remnants of spirits, serving as the guiding medium for the Spirit Coffin awakening. This was the Spirit Coffin guide, a means for ordinary individuals to seize the chance to alter their fate. Su Zaiqin's breath quickened as she lunged to snatch it. Give it to me now. But her hand was swiftly swatted away. Get lost. Confusion flickered across Su Zaiqin's vibrant face, quickly followed by an uncontrollable fury. Usually, a single word from her would compel this infatuated fool to comply. So why was he so defiant today? Jiang Chan, didn't you say you would do anything for me? Now, when I ask you to give me the Spirit Coffin guide, you refuse. Are you content to watch my brother become as useless as you? Fool! Jiang Chan let out a cold laugh. His predecessor's willingness to be a sycophant was their affair now that he had become the master of this body. Could he still tolerate her? Your brother's ineptitude is his own doing. His failure to awaken is not my concern, and do not covet my Spirit Coffin guide. As for you, go back to where you came from. Jiang Chan tightened his grip on the Spirit Coffin guide and shouldered past Su Shaoqin, moving towards the exit. Tap, tap. After only a few steps, the temperature in the classroom suddenly plummeted. Instinctively, he turned back. A shade of green, A ghastly, ruin-covered green coffin loomed ominously from behind Su Shaoqin, an icy aura sending her hair swirling. That was her fated spirit coffin. I told you, give your spirit coffin guide to my brother for another chance. Why won't you comply? His life is just beginning. If he must remain an ordinary person, it would be the end for him. As her words fell, the green hue expanded rapidly. Bang! Jiang Chan had no time to react as the green coffin slammed into him, leaving him feeling as though his bones had shattered. I clearly offered you a chance instead of appreciating my kindness. You insist on rejecting it. Su Shaoqin had awakened a low-grade green spirit coffin, although she had yet to contract with a ghostly companion. Taking care of an unawakened Jiang Chan was more than sufficient. She lunged forward, gripping Jiang Chan's neck. The pressure from the green coffin loomed behind her, contorting her face into the visage of a vengeful spirit. Give it to me. Cough. Cough, cough. Jiang Chan's face flushed crimson. A suffocating sensation made the veins on his forehead throb, and even the tear mole at the corner of his eye pulsed, yet the corner of his mouth curled into a smirk of icy sarcasm. Huh, your brother's life is life, while mine is not. Having exhausted your brother's opportunity, do you seek to seize mine for another attempt? Am I his father? Want my spirit coffin guide? Dream on. He'll crush it, and still not give it to you. Smack! A sharp crack echoed throughout the vast classroom. The ink-like spirit coffin guide shattered in Jiang Chan's hand, the specks of fluorescence spiraling into his palm. Ding! Detected that you have absorbed spirit fragments with one hand. How impressive! Ghost points 30. Ghost God system successfully activated. Defeat malevolent spirits or ghostly companions to collect spirit fragments and earn ghost points. Ghost points can be used to enhance your strength. Current spirit coffin status: unawakened. Number of ghost companions: 0. Ghost techniques: none. Current ghost points: 30. You have received a new player gift package. Would you like to open it now? Ghost God system. A flicker of excitement washed over Jiang Chan's nearly suffocated face. The golden opportunity had finally arrived. The novice gift package. Open it for me. Ding! Your novice gift package has been opened. Ghost points 1,000. Forbidden level spirit coffin. Commencing awakening. Bonus: 1 SS-level ghost companion. Blood sovereign earth song. Buzz. With a powerful slap, Su Shaoqin was sent flying, crashing against the blackboard. Half her face immediately swelled. Disbelief etched across her features as she beheld the unfolding scene. A deep crimson that sent shivers down her spine surged forth, enveloping Jiang Chan entirely and lifting him into the air within the classroom. Swoosh! The blood-red hue, as deep as the essence of life, swiftly engulfed the entire classroom. Rising like a wildfire into the heavens, a colossal and terrifying blood coffin loomed ominously, emerging slowly behind Jiang Chan. Ancient and profound, it exuded an unmatched majesty. It accentuated his tall, gun-like figure, as if the ghostly emperor were descending upon the realm. Chapter 2. The blood coffin towers over the city, shaking all. Above the playground, fiery clouds blaze. All the students from Class 8 of the senior year stand in line before a sunshade, a temporary guidance room erected by the school for the upcoming spiritual coffin awakening ceremony. Inside the sunshade, intricate guiding patterns are drawn, while 2 agents from the Ghost Extermination Bureau, clad in black uniforms, maintain the formation. As each student reaches their number, they step inside, placing their spiritual coffin in the center of the formation to undergo the awakening. A mid-tier black coffin, 2 ghost pet slots. Next, the school bell has long rung. A multitude of students gathers around the playground, surrounding the sunshade so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Class 8 is no exception. With over 20 students, only 3 black coffins have emerged, and not a single one capable of commanding for ghost pets. They are indeed a group of stragglers. How could one expect them to produce a golden coffin? Not everyone can match the prowess of Class 1's Ling Qingxian. Goddess Ling is truly remarkable. In the 80-year history of our school, she is the only one to awaken a golden coffin. And you should have seen how excited the principal was, nearly bursting with joy. Are you sure? The principal and Appos' excitement wasn't Appos' due to the class teacher jumping up in exhilaration and inadvertently revealing her skirt. With superior golden coffin qualifications, possessing a staggering 12 ghost pet slots, and the full backing of the Ling family, a prestigious lineage, Goddess Ling and Appos' S future is indeed limitless. Class 2 and AMP. Oppos. S Xiaolin is also impressive, with mid-tier purple coffin qualifications, capable of commanding 8 ghost pets in the future. And then there in AMP. Oppos. S Su Kuan from Class 3, with an upper-tier blue coffin and 6 ghost pet slots. RN and AMP. AMP. Oppos. T these two even related? Fret not, brothers. While their qualifications are commendable, their family backgrounds are equally impressive, promising them a bright future, unlike us who seem to be doomed. Seeing others awaken splendid spiritual coffins is more painful than experiencing my own failure to awaken. Spiritual coffin qualifications are ranked from low to high: ordinary black coffins, outstanding blue coffins, exquisite purple coffins, and ultimate golden coffins, each further classified into 3 tiers, totaling 12 grades of spiritual coffin qualifications, corresponding to 1 to 12 ghost pet slots. In this world, the probability of awakening a spiritual coffin is roughly 1 in 10, and among those who awaken, the vast majority are ordinary black coffins. Especially in a secondary city like Nanjing, a student who awakens an upper-tier black coffin is considered an elite. Those who awaken outstanding blue coffins are regarded as benchmarks for the school. Even a lower-tier blue coffin will draw significant resources from the school. Exquisite purple coffins are exceedingly rare, a true gem in any institution within Nanjing. Across the 6 high schools in Nanjing, the total number of students awakening purple coffins each year barely reaches double digits. As for ultimate golden coffins, they are a rarity, 1 in 10,000. Such qualifications would not only cause a stir in a secondary city, but are also exceedingly rare even in the main city. In Class 1 of the senior year, Ling Qingxian stands as the sole individual in the 80-year history of Nanjing's second high school to possess golden coffin qualifications, a testament to her exceptional worth, which explains the principal and AMP, Oppos, S near heart attack from excitement. Oh, I'm lucky. Another one has gone mad, poor child. May the divine bless me. For the sake of 3 days without guidance and entertainment, grant me the unprecedented fortune of a dual golden coffin. The coffin opening ceremony in the playground continues, with some rejoicing and others in despair. One student, with a middle-part hairstyle and suspenders, unable to accept the result of his failure to awaken, faints on the spot. Su Xiaoqiang blends into the remaining queue of Class 8, his oversized hoodie concealing his head and face. He frequently glances towards the teaching building, anxiety etched across his features. It's almost my turn. Why hasn't my sister brought Jiang Chan and AMP, Oppos, S coffin yet? At that moment, a violent tremor suddenly erupts from the teaching building. Boom! All gazes in the playground are instantly drawn towards the spectacle. Amidst the shock, a blinding crimson light shoots up towards the heavens. It paints half the sky, along with the setting sun, a deep scarlet hue. In an instant, it feels as if the apocalypse has arrived, a tide of spirits about to descend. What is that? Someone raises their head, trembling as they speak. A vast expanse of crimson sky faintly reveals a colossal celestial coffin. Its blood-red surface is entwined with chains. Ancient symbols adorn it, exuding an aura of majestic power. Even more astonishing, 12 massive serpentine chains extend from the towering blood coffin, each leading to a grand palace. A terrifying, unrivaled blood coffin, accompanied by 12 magnificent palaces, looms above Nanjing City, overshadowing half the sky. The great blood sun sinks in the distance, causing the entire city to tremble. Yet, only a select few comprehend what this signifies. This is a taboo-level spiritual coffin. It has manifested. The 2 agents responsible for guiding the awakening rush out of the guidance room, one of them staring in a daze at the celestial blood coffin. What is a taboo spiritual coffin? A nearby student inquires. The spiritual coffin qualifications you awaken range from the lowest inferior black coffin to the highest superior golden coffin, totaling 12 levels, corresponding to 1 to 12 ghost pet slots. Beyond the golden coffin lies a legend, the Jade Coffin, boasting 20 ghost pet slots, a rarity among countless individuals. And the taboo blood coffin transcends even the legendary Jade Coffin. Throughout the annals of the Great Xia, it has existed only in fragmented whispers of the Ghost Extermination Bureau, never having been truly witnessed. To think, it genuinely exists. It has truly descended upon the world. As the agent and Oppos' words fade, the principal erupts with excitement, shouting, Class 8. That S Class 8 of the senior year. Who is still in the classroom? As his voice echoes, no one responds. In the next instant, Several figures dash towards Class 8 and AMP, Oppo's classroom with fervor. Class 8 of the senior year. A cascade of slanted sunlight spills into the classroom, where Su Xiaoqin sits collapsed at the foot of the podium, trembling all over. Her face, filled with terror, reveals wide-open eyes reflecting a scene she will never forget. The principal and his entourage arrive in a flurry, abruptly halting at the doorway, resembling a cluster of nails firmly driven in place. Each face bears nothing but shock and profound awe. A massive taboo spiritual coffin hovers in the center of the classroom, its blood-red body entwined in black chains, ancient characters flickering upon its surface. Standing tall like a blood monument suppressing the depths of the underworld. It looms quietly behind the youth, emitting a resonant hum that releases a terrifying pressure, accentuating the boy and AMP, Oppo's tall figure, grand as the ghostly emperor of the underworld. Jiang Chan. Two trembling syllables escape from the principal's parched throat. Chapter 3. The Realm of Shadows, Land of Ghostly Governance. A vast expanse of crimson clouds hung in the western sky, as the orange sun cast its golden rays upon the academic building, slicing a boundary of gray and orange across the fifth-floor balcony. Classroom 507, once vacant, had been meticulously cleaned and transformed into a special class for spirit coffin masters. All students who had awakened their spirit coffins were now consolidated into this class, exempt from cultural courses, and would begin preparations for next week's ghost-slaying practical training and the grand examination for spirit coffin masters in a month. First and foremost, congratulations to all present for awakening your spirit coffins today. This signifies that you have acquired a stepping stone toward becoming a spirit coffin master. However, do not rejoice too soon, for the path to becoming a spirit coffin master is fraught with challenges. Principal Wei Shenlu stood at the podium, addressing the 40 or so students seated before him. Jiang Chan scanned the room, but did not see Ling Qingxian and Zhao Lin among them. This was to be expected, as those of noble lineage had already awakened their powers. The students present were not on the same trajectory, having long since formed contracts with their first ghostly companions. To Jiang Chan and Oppo's dismay, he turned to find Su Xiaoqin, who had recently been punished, staring at him with an expression that suggested she had not yet had her fill of mischief. After class, the school would organize an outing for you to form contracts with your very own first ghostly companion. The essential knowledge and precautions regarding the outside world are all contained in your textbooks, so I shall not reiterate. Instead, I will discuss the general classifications of ghostly companions. It would be prudent for you to contemplate your future developmental direction when selecting your ghostly companion. Wei Xinglu inscribed the words categories of ghostly companions upon the blackboard, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Jiang Chan, as if drawn by an invisible thread. Ever since witnessing Jiang Chan and Oppo's awakening of a forbidden-grade spirit coffin, he had an overwhelming desire to summon Jiang Chan to the front of the class for a detailed discussion. All ghosts can broadly be categorized into 12 classifications. The most frequently discussed in class are the rule-based ghosts. All ghosts adhere to their own logic of murder. Yet for the majority, this logic is simply and Oppo's, to kill and Oppo's, devoid of any particular pattern. A minority of ghosts follow specific rules. As long as these rules are not triggered, one can coexist peacefully. For instance, the poetry ghost entangles the living in poetic exchanges, causing one to lose an organ for every incorrect line recited. However, if one praises its poetic prowess 3 times, it will allow you to leave unharmed. Jiang Chan was taken aback. The poetry ghost hardly seemed like a conventional ghost. Beyond the rule-based ghosts, the more common classifications are defensive and weapon-based ghosts, such as the Mighty Shell Ghost and Grave Mountain Elder. These ghosts primarily emphasize defense, so those inclined towards a defensive path may consider forming contracts with these types. Weapon-based ghosts, on the other hand, focus on offense and can provide the spirit coffin master with a weapon, such as the knife of the Blade Labor Ghost or the axe of the Giant Axe Ghost. Only the contracted master may wield these weapons. No other spirit coffin master can seize them. Wei Xinglu activated the multimedia teaching system, and as he elaborated, corresponding ghostly information appeared on the large screen. 40 pairs of eyes in the classroom were transfixed on the images and videos of the ghosts, with only Su Xiaoqin fixated on Jiang Chan, her expression fluctuating as she plotted something. Next came the mage type and aberrant type ghosts. To begin with the mage type, these ghosts typically possess magical attack capabilities, such as the fire of the Fire Barrel Ghost or the lightning of the Thunder Fiend Ghost, with distinct characteristics. Aberrant-type ghosts can induce significant changes in the spirit Coffin Master and Oppo's body. For example, the long neck ghost can elongate the Master and Oppo's neck to the point of tying itself in knots, while the Southern Scar Giant ghost can cause thick scabs to form on the Master and Oppo's skin, enabling them to withstand bullets. Following that, we have the assassination and healing types, both of which are relatively rare. Caution is especially warranted with assassination-type ghosts, which often possess abilities like teleportation and invisibility, rendering them nearly impossible to evade, such as the Fengdu Ghost Rider. Healing-type ghosts, on the other hand, possess the extraordinary ability to restore life to the dead, making them exceedingly precious. Exemplified by the Hanging Life Ghost. A girl with a round face and glasses suddenly raised her hand, inquiring about the specific abilities of the Fengdu Ghost Rider. Wei Xinglu flipped back to a previous slide, but before he could respond, a slightly sharp male voice interjected, "You can't be serious. You don't know about the Fengdu Ghost Rider? With its iron steed trampling on thunder and its cloak swirling in the netherworld, its speed rivals teleportation, and its cloak conceals its form. This is common knowledge." Jiang Chan turned his head and immediately recognized a boy with a shiny, slicked-back hairstyle, whose face bore traces of makeup. Speaking with his left arm crossed over his chest, using his right pinky, adorned with long nails, to adjust his glasses perched on his nose. Jiang Chan had no particular impression of this boy, but from the surrounding murmurs, he learned that his name was Jia Jingjing, the discipline committee member of Class 4, known for reporting others behind their backs. As for the round-faced girl, she was Tan Jing, the study committee member of Class 2. This classmate seemed to have invested effort into the theoretical lessons. Indeed, as he stated, the Fengdu Ghost Rider was an exceptionally dangerous and powerful grade-A ghost. Wei Xinglu, slightly taken aback, acknowledged the information but did not intend to linger on it further. Moving on to the next slide. Control and communication types exhibit a certain degree of similarity. Thus, careful differentiation is essential. Control types comprise a broad category, encompassing tangible entities like the hair ghost, which offers visible control, as well as invisible control targeting the mind and thoughts, such as the corpse fragrance ghost. This can be subdivided into physical and mental control. Communication types can also be considered a form of control, yet they specifically pertain to ghosts, enabling the spirit Coffin Master to communicate with and even exert simple commands over them, as exemplified by the child ghost, whose cries can command the water ghosts in the vicinity. Pay close attention to the next two categories, precognition and sealing types. I must emphasize that information on these two categories is scarce, exceedingly rare, and highly specialized. It is clear that precognition type ghosts possess the ability to foresee the future, such as the Rebirth Monument from Huang City. Sealing type ghosts are even more unique. They often possess the capability to directly seal the spirit Coffin Master. Take the known sealing matron, for example. She can seal not only the spirit master's ghostly companion, but even their very spirit coffin. The screen displayed a vague image of an elderly woman, dim and indistinct. The ability to seal a spirit master's very own spirit coffin could render them an ordinary person. Jiang Chan mused, feeling a slight tremor within. For the final category, if possible, I sincerely hope that none of you ever encounter it. Wei Xinglu and Oppo's face, wrinkled like a chrysanthemum, took on a grave expression, his tone growing somber as he scanned the classroom filled with students. He then turned to click to the next slide, revealing two large, crimson characters on a black screen. Insu, the realm of shadows, land of ghostly governance. In simple terms, Insu is a domain of ghosts. The weighty words uttered by Wei Xinglu pierced the ears of every student like iron nails. For possessing a ghost from Insu signifies insurmountability. As of now, we have no experience in escaping from Insu, and thus can only wish you all to never encounter it. Never encounter it. The two large characters on the screen bled into darkness, and a blurred image of a village emerged, faint cries emanating from within, their eerie resonance reminiscent of a noose that had once claimed a life, sending chills down the spine. This is the information on an S-grade ghost provided by the Ghost Slaying Bureau. The Weeping Ghost. A month ago, in a village located to the north of Nanjing City, all 361 villagers were transformed into ghostly servants overnight, including 8 officials dispatched by the Bureau for Ghost Extermination. With none escaping this fate, that village has now become a realm of shadows under its influence. This footage represents the Bureau and Oppo's sole acquisition and currently the only information available about it. As Wei Xinglu concluded his statement, a profound silence enveloped the classroom. Everyone instinctively held their breath, leaving only the haunting echoes of a mournful wail emanating from the multimedia presentation. Yet, perhaps it was merely an illusion, for Jiang Chan seemed to perceive another cry filtering in from outside. Instinctively, he glanced towards the corridor outside the classroom, where a shadowy figure clad in mourning attire was cast upon the window pane, causing his body to tense to an extreme, as if the very blood coursing through his veins had frozen in that instant. Chapter 4. The Crying Ghost Incident. Commence. A figure of a woman clad in mourning attire approached from the far end of the corridor. The mourning cloth draped from her cap obscured the upper part of her face, revealing only her pallid, bluish chin. Beneath her coarse garments, she wore a faded indigo miao ceremonial shroud. As she drew nearer, the grotesque details became evident. Long silver pins pierced her forehead, mouth, and throat, penetrating deeply through the back of her head, neck, and trachea. Around her neck, a series of chilling silver ornaments glimmered ominously. In her left hand, she grasped a soul-calling banner, while her right hand wielded a mourner's staff. The wax-dyed hem of her attire brushed her ankles, and both her hands and ankles were adorned with silver trinkets. Her gait was unnaturally stiff, devoid of any semblance of life, the eerie sounds of her metallic adornments echoing with a faint clink. A fetid, damp odor clung to her, and with each step, her indigo-embroidered shoes left behind damp imprints. The classrooms and corridors she traversed were engulfed in a thick, inky darkness, more suffocating than a mire, as bloodied paper offerings and ash from burnt offerings swirled around her. The mournful wails from the multimedia presentation intertwined with the cries emanating from the corridor, reminiscent of an elderly person nearing the end of life, accompanied by the haunting sound of a swona, mixed with the sharp coughs of thick phlegm and blood, interspersed with the stifled cries of an infant. As the woman advanced, the oppressive darkness inched closer, the unnerving cries growing clearer, with the walls visibly decaying as if eroded by time, their white paint fading to the same indigo hue as her shroud, while blue-black ichor seeped from the crevices of the bricks. Ghost name, Crying Ghost, quality, S-class, level. System subtitles flashed, and information about the crying ghost rapidly flooded Jiang Chan's mind. According to the newly compiled ghost lore, during the Qing dynasty, in the Shaanxi region, Miao shamans, seeking the protection of deities, selected young maidens to serve as vessels for 12 varieties of poisonous insects. They then pierced the 3 corpses with silver, binding the spirit of the deceased, ultimately sealing them in a wedding coffin within the falling flower cave, celebrated by the entire village. After centuries of resentment, the spirit broke free, leading to the village and Apos' demise, with corpses wandering in lament. As the darkness outside encroached further, Jiang Chan jolted upright from his seat. Undoubtedly, the crying ghost in the corridor was the same entity as the one depicted in the multimedia presentation. Yet its presence in the corridor was far more terrifying than the blurred image on the screen. How could it possibly be here? Jiang Chan, do you have any questions? The entire class was drawn to Jiang Chan's exaggerated movements, while Wei Xinglu turned off the multimedia display and inquired. However, Jiang Chan remained unresponsive, his gaze fixated on the woman in mourning attire, who continued to advance, the viscous darkness drawing near, accompanied by the intensifying cries. Why has it grown dark so early today? The round-faced girl, Tan Jing, who had previously asked a question, looked puzzled out the window. Summer nights linger longer. Yet it was barely past 7, and outside the classroom, darkness enveloped everything, a pitch-black void where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. The crimson clouds that had once adorned the horizon had been entirely consumed by this encroaching gloom. Wait, the principal clearly turned off the multimedia, yet I still hear crying? A boy with a spiky hairstyle scratched his head in confusion. Did you all hear that? Hu Shuai, are you trying to scare us to death? Su Xiaoqin shouted. Alarmed, don't joke around like that at a time like this. I think I also hear it. WOC, where did that paper money come from? That crying ghost can't really be here, can it? Suddenly, a piercing scream drew everyone's attention to a girl with disheveled hair, trembling as she pointed to the spot closest to the classroom door. It was then that they noticed the wall there had begun to decay, turning an indigo hue, bulging and rotting, with thick, blue-black ichor seeping from the cracks. In that location sat a chubby boy, his eyes vacant and gray, exuding the stench of decay as if he had been dead for days. His face and neck were mottled with large patches of corpse-like discoloration, resembling blue ink. emanating an eerie aura. "Jiang Kai, are you alright?" A tall boy at the adjacent desk called out to him, reaching out to nudge him. "Don't touch him," Wei Xinglu shouted urgently, but it was too late. The boy and Appo's hand had already made contact with the chubby boy and Appo's shoulder. The moment his hand touched the chubby boy, an eerie blue hue rapidly spread up his arm, and in the blink of an eye, he too was afflicted with the same corpse-like discoloration, his eyes turning lifeless gray. "Devoted sons and grandsons, bow once." A voice, indistinguishable in gender, echoed from the corridor, carrying an otherworldly timbre that sent shivers down the spine. Then, under the gaze of their classmates, the two boys moved like marionettes, crawling onto their desks to kneel, their heads forcefully colliding with the surface. Thud. Bow again. Thud. The devoted sons lament. The souls embark on their journey. They immediately lifted their bloodied faces, mouths agape in a wail directed at the ceiling, which had begun to rot and release paper offerings as they forcefully struck their heads down for a third time. Thud, thud. The drawn-out wails resonated with an indescribable terror, eliciting chills throughout the classroom. Streams of blood and tears cascaded from their eyes, while black, corpse-like insects crawled from their throats into their mouths, a sight most grotesque. Even more terrifying, as they bowed their heads simultaneously, two students in the class suddenly collapsed, their bodies rigid and faces ashen, resembling corpses dragged from a morgue after weeks of freezing. This horrific scene sent the classroom into chaos. With over 40 students present, all newly awakened to their spiritual senses today, they had yet to confront a true ghost. They were only scheduled to undergo ghost-slaying training next week to prepare them for such encounters. "It's the Yin ruins." Jia Zhengjing sprang from his seat, his keychain adorned with a counterfeit Supreme tag. He shouted at Wei Xinglu, "Wei Lao Lu, that crying ghost has arrived, and these two have become its ghostly servants. Hurry and kill them." Wei Xinglu, whose name phonetically resembled Wei Xinglu, had developed a keen sense for detecting mischief. No one in school could escape his scrutiny for smoking, dating, or skipping class. Behind his back, they called him Wei Lao Lu or simply Lucy. While it was one thing to call him this in private, Jia Zhengjing had the audacity to do so openly, causing a flicker of anger to cross Wei Xinglu and Appo's wrinkled face. However, there was no time for such grievances now. Behind him, a black coffin materialized with a low hum, and a grotesquely tall specter materialized beside him. This ghost had an exceedingly elongated frame, standing at least 2.5 meters tall, with legs resembling mere sticks. Its thin torso was topped with a neck as slender as chopsticks, supporting a head shaped like an egg. This was Wei Xinglu and Appo's B-class ghost companion. Scissor Ghost. With a snip, a chilling sound sliced through the air. The Scissor Ghost's slender legs opened and closed like a pair of giant scissors, severing the heads of the two boys who had been kneeling and wailing, sending them rolling onto the decaying floor, leaving a splatter of crimson blood in their wake. Chapter 5. The Filial Son Bows. The Souls Depart. A murder has occurred. The principal has committed murder. Everyone, please remain calm. Those two are no longer human. If the principal does not eliminate them, the ghost outside will continue to wreak havoc through these two wretched souls. The classroom, filled with over 40 students, erupted into chaos as they scrambled from their seats, desperate to distance themselves from the two lifeless bodies that had collapsed onto the desk. Tan Jing, the class representative, struggled against her mounting fear, attempting to restore order to the tumultuous classroom, but her efforts were in vain. A splash of blood sprayed onto Jia Zhengjing and Appo's face, the warmth of life now absent from the crimson liquid, replaced by an unsettling chill that seeped into his pores. Despite his earlier bravado, he now trembled uncontrollably, his complexion as pale as if bereaved of his parents. Jiang Chan's heart sank. Just moments ago, he had been seated beside the two classmates who had now met such a grotesque fate, their heads violently severed before his very eyes. To claim he felt no fear would be a lie. Meanwhile, Wei Xinglu had no time to dwell on such sentiments. After swiftly dispatching the two students, he frantically pulled out his phone, racing against time to alert the Ghost Extermination Bureau, but after two failed attempts to connect, he resorted to sending a text. "I am Wei Xinglu, principal of Nanjiang No. 2 Middle School. The wailing ghost from Liangjia village has appeared here, and there are 45 students who have just awakened their spiritual coffins. Immediate assistance is required. Failed to send. Damn it. This ghost, the Yin Su, has managed to disrupt reality so swiftly that it has severed all signals." Staring at the red cross on his phone and Appo's signal indicator, Wei Xinglu's expression darkened as he smashed his 6-year-old mobile phone to pieces against the ground. Woo, the elongated wail returned from outside the classroom. A horrifying sound that scraped against the eardrums like shards of glass. The classroom walls and ceiling began to decay, turning a sickly indigo as paper money drifted down like autumn leaves. The blood-stained paper, upon contact with skin, instantly formed dark blue, eerie corpse-like marks. The students shrieked and scrambled, desperately seeking anything to shield themselves, when suddenly, another classmate collapsed onto a desk, raising their head towards the ceiling, wailing mournfully. Blood tears rolling from their hollow eye sockets, and corpse worms crawling from their gaping mouth. Filial son bows, the souls depart. The terrifying wail echoed from outside the classroom, as the student continued to slam their head against the desk. A dull thud resonating as one student fell lifelessly to the ground, their body turning an ashen hue. Bow again. Thud. Just before the student could strike their head once more, Jiang Chan kicked the desk over, causing the student to tumble to the floor. Yet, they immediately resumed their position, kneeling and crying out, intent on slamming their head against the ground again. Don't let him bow. Jiang Chan shouted frantically at Wei Xinglu. In an instant, Wei Xinglu and Appo's ghostly scythe swept through the air, its elongated, distorted legs snapping together to sever the student and Appo's head cleanly. But soon after, more students began to kneel, raising their heads in lamentation, their terrifying cries reverberating throughout the classroom, as the stench of decay and an eerie aura emanated from them, rapidly spreading in the chaotic environment. Mom, I want to go home, a short-haired girl screamed, clutching her head as she raced towards the door. Don't go out, Wei Xinglu urgently called out. But the girl seemed oblivious, flinging open the classroom door and bursting into the darkness of the hallway, the door ajar, revealing nothing but shadow. The classroom and Appo's light spilled through the opening, as if being devoured by the encroaching blackness. At the moment the short-haired girl stepped out, she vanished into the darkness, as if evaporated from existence, leaving no trace or sound behind. As she opened the door, the thick darkness from the corridor oozed into the classroom like a murky swamp, causing desks, chairs, ceiling fans, walls, and floors to visibly decay, while more blood-stained paper money fluttered down like snowflakes. It's ghost fog, Jia Jingjing cried out in alarm, as the fluorescent light above flickered ominously, intermittently casting a strange blue glow before finally extinguishing. He retreated from the encroaching fog, anxiously shouting to Wei Xinglu. You must think of something, Wei. The ghost fog will gradually corrupt us. If we don't leave this accursed place immediately, we will all perish here, ultimately becoming the ghost and Appo's wretched servants. Stop your incessant wailing. The ghost of Yin Su has formed. You cannot expect me to confront it alone. It is better to rely on the Ghost Extermination Bureau for rescue. They cannot deal with this ghost. Their assistance will never arrive. Jia Jingjing retorted fiercely. You are the principal, and I am your student. You have a duty to ensure my safety. Your birthright is irrelevant now. Which fool taught you that in the face of a ghost, all men are equal? If you keep nagging, I won't hesitate to throw you out to test the waters. Wei Xinglu's expression darkened further, his attention fixated on the thick darkness beyond the door, as he steeled himself for a momentous decision. Damn it! Jia Jingjing kicked a table leg, causing it to collapse into a heap of decayed wood. Jiang Chan, striving to maintain his composure, realized that all the students had just awakened their spiritual coffins and had yet to form contracts with ghost pets, rendering them no stronger than ordinary people. The few privileged students who had contracted ghost pets, such as Ling Qingxian and Zhao Lin, were absent, and even if present, they would be of little assistance against the ghost of Yin Su. Even Principal Wei Xinglu could only struggle for a short while. Jiang Chan was left with no choice but to place his hopes upon the system. He recalled that the novice gift pack had yielded an SSS-grade ghost pet, but upon checking the ghost pet section, he furrowed his brow. Ghost Pet 1, Blood Sovereign Xidagarba, Quality, SSS grade, Ghost Skill 1, Dreadful Gaze, can pierce through illusions. Capable of launching a psychic shock, effect doubled against ghostly entities. Ghost Skill 2, Hell Transformation, at the cost of its own blood, can randomly summon a malevolent spirit from the Hell Transformation diagram for 3 minutes. The name of Blood Sovereign Xidagarba appeared grayed out, with a note stating unlock conditions not met. It required 10,000 ghost points to unlock, with the ghost pet unable to engage in battle. The two ghost skills were his only recourse, with the second skill demanding a sacrifice of his own blood to summon a malevolent spirit for a mere 3 minutes. It seemed he would have to reserve this as a last resort, using it only when absolutely necessary. Time was of the essence, and Jiang Chan had no leisure to explore the system further. His gaze fixated on the first ghost skill, which had a certain probability of piercing through illusions. He looked towards the thick, mud-like darkness beyond the classroom door, where the ghost had completely concealed itself. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Dreadful gaze. Activate. Swish. A faint crimson glow emerged in his eyes, and in an instant, it felt as though an invisible curtain had drawn back, allowing his sight to penetrate the murky darkness. Though he could only see a few meters ahead, it was enough. The figure of a woman clad in mourning attire stood just outside the classroom door, her left hand grasping a spirit-calling banner and her right wielding a wailing stick. An eerie, indistinct cry, neither clearly male nor female, emanated from her mouth, pierced by silver hairpins, sending chills down his spine. Chapter 6. The black corpse incensed Jiang Chan and Apos. S eyes were shrouded in a faint crimson glow, fixated intently on the figure of the wailing ghost outside the classroom door. His mind raced as he recalled the characteristics of rule-based spirits that Wei Xinglu had previously described. Kneeling, ghost slaves, cries, paper money, murder. He quickly jotted down several keywords in his mind. Kneeling was the condition under which this ghost executed its killings, while the ghost slaves were the means through which it enforced this kneeling. But what was her method of controlling the ghost slaves? Filial sons bow without raising their heads, kneel thrice, bow 9 times, and the soul shall return. An eerie, androgynous wail continued to seep into the classroom from outside. Everything within the room decayed in response to that terrifying sound. More accurately, it faded into a deep indigo before crumbling into paper money that fluttered down. The fluorescent lights overhead extinguished one by one, leaving only the multimedia display at the podium still operational. The large screen displayed images of the village that the principal had previously paused, now inexplicably replaying, with the ghostly cries emerging from the flickering images, intertwining with the lamentations of the woman draped in mourning attire at the entrance. Blood-stained paper money continuously cascaded from the decaying ceiling, and upon touching human skin, it instantly formed eerie indigo corpse marks. The students in the classroom were thrown into chaos, crying and shouting, as some suddenly knelt upright, tilting their heads back to wail at the top of their lungs. The indigo corpse marks spread across their exposed skin, and black corpse insects writhed from their throats, crawling out of their mouths. Once they began to kneel, some students would collapse in response, their bodies turning a deathly hue. Paper money, cries. A chain of logic gradually formed in Jiang Chan's mind. Gritting his teeth, he turned sharply to shout at Wei Xinglu, principal. That ghost's true method of murder is through its cries. Following Wei Xinglu was the scissor ghost, which would immediately decapitate any student who transformed into a ghost slave. Upon hearing Jiang Chan and Apos' warning, Wei Xinglu and Apos' expression darkened. Killing through cries? Yes. Jiang Chan maintained his composure. Quickly articulating the logical sequence he had pieced together, the ghost enacted its killing conditions by controlling the ghost slaves to kneel through its cries, indiscriminately cursing everyone in the classroom. And the paper money? It is her means of creating ghost slaves. Wei Xinglu and Apos' breath quickened. This meant the ghost killing process was divided into 2 stages. The first was transforming living beings into ghost slaves through paper money, and the second was using cries to control the ghost slaves to kneel and conduct random curses. Yes, Jiang Chan boldly speculated, if we could interrupt her cries, it might be effective. Wei Xinglu turned his serious gaze toward the classroom door, where the corridor was enveloped in a thick, viscous darkness. Indeed, Jiang Chan's hypothesis held some merit, but he could not discern the ghost's location. To rush out recklessly would be perilous. He recalled the fate of the girl who had fled the classroom moments earlier. Principal, the ghost is at the door, Jiang Chan reiterated, pointing toward the entrance. She stands just outside. A flicker of surprise crossed Wei Xinglu and Apos' aged face. He was less than 5 meters from the classroom door, yet he could see nothing but darkness outside. Turning back, he noticed the faint blood glow in Jiang Chan's eyes. Could this be the talent awakened by the forbidden-level spirit coffin? Such terrifying potential exhibited even before contracting a ghost pet. Wei Xinglu was taken aback, his earlier resolve now solidifying. He then retrieved a black spherical object from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Chan. A plume of black smoke immediately billowed from the hollow shell, enveloping Jiang Chan, as if draping him in a thin veil of darkness. "Principal, you must listen to me," Jiang Chan began. "You may not yet realize, but the forbidden-level spirit coffin you awakened has never existed in the history of the Great Xia. I had hoped you and Ling Qingxian would excel in the upcoming spirit coffin examination, showcasing your talents to those arrogant examiners. Perhaps our school would gain some recognition alongside you too. Who knows? I might even have a stroke of luck in my old age and rise a few steps higher before retirement, alas. I'm just an old man nearing the end of my days, but it's a pity for such a promising seed like you meanwhile." Jia Jingjing glared coldly at the object Wei Xinglu had handed to Jiang Chan. A voice that only he could hear echoed in his ears, and a surge of intense jealousy welled up within him. In this dire situation, that object undoubtedly increased the chances of survival. Yet Wei Xinglu had only given it to Jiang Chan. Why? A cold, murderous intent arose from beneath his jealousy. So what if he had awakened a forbidden-level spirit coffin? Without a contracted ghost pet, he was nothing. "Jiang Chan, if you manage to walk out of this school alive today, I'll acknowledge you as my father." An unending stream of ghostly mist seeped into the classroom from outside, accelerating the decay of the room. Amidst the horrific wails, an increasing number of blood-stained paper money fluttered down. Wei Xinglu and Apos' pace quickened as he spoke. "Time is of the essence, and I shun and amp, Apos, waste words. This object is called corpse incense. You may have seen it in your textbooks. It can help you ward off the encroaching ghostly mist. A standard black corpse incense provides 3 hours of protection, though this one has been used a few times and will only allow you to move within the ghost mist for an hour. This is all the assistance I can offer. Principal, enough with the chatter. If we delay any longer, everyone will perish here." Wei Xinglu and Apos' presence suddenly intensified as he addressed the remaining students in the classroom. "I will do my utmost to hold off the ghost outside when the opportunity arises. Fleet with Jiang Chan. The corpse incense he possesses will temporarily shield you from the ghostly mist." As Wei Xinglu spoke, he commanded the scissor ghost to sever the remaining cables of the multimedia display. The already precarious whiteboard crashed down onto the podium, and the ghostly wails and images finally ceased, allowing his voice to resonate clearly. The wailing ghost is an S-rank malevolent spirit. Its presence in Nanjing City means the ghost-slaying bureau cannot remain idle. Once you descend the stairs, make haste towards the school gates. Perhaps someone is waiting outside to assist you. Every escapee counts with that. He drew in a deep breath and directed his scissor ghost toward the position Jiang Chan had indicated, surging forward. Bang! A muffled thud rang out as the wailing woman was abruptly struck by the slender scissor ghost. Yet, her form, draped in mourning attire, remained unmoved, like an unyielding wall, causing the scissor ghost to stumble back in a daze. Wei Xinglu and Apos' expression contorted with rage as he forcibly commanded the scissor ghost to continue its assault. With a swift motion, its elongated legs swung through the viscous darkness like a massive pair of scissors, aiming directly for the woman and Apos' neck. Crack! One of the scissor ghost's legs snapped in response, leaving a faint mark on the woman's bluish neck. Regardless of how Wei Xinglu commanded it, the scissor ghost refused to advance further, its slender form limping backward, having lost a portion of its left leg. In that moment, a glimmer of resolution flashed across Wei Xinglu's aged face. He suddenly erupted like an old lion, charging forward, seizing the severed leg of the scissor ghost and driving its rigid, pointed end into the woman and Apos' mouth with fierce determination. The sound of weeping interrupted the atmosphere. The decay within the classroom immediately slowed, and the cascade of blood-stained joss paper was quelled. Even the ghostly mist that lingered began to thin, while the viscous darkness in the corridor gradually receded, no longer rendering the surroundings utterly obscured. It truly was effective. Wei Xinglu felt a slight alleviation in his heart, yet almost instantaneously, an icy chill seeped into his very marrow, spreading from where he had made contact with that woman. The eerie indigo corpse marks began to creep across his skin, swiftly enveloping his chest and neck, extending rapidly towards his face. "Run!" Wei Xinglu shouted in horror, his voice resembling the desperate roar of a dying lion, exerting its last ounce of strength. This sudden cry startled the remaining students in the classroom, prompting them to rush out of the back door in a frantic swarm, plunging headlong into the blue-black mist. Chapter 7. The grave in the corridor. The chilling cold seeped into their bones, akin to an insidious affliction. As they ventured into the ghostly mist, every individual shuddered, feeling as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, their very skin numbing. A boy at the forefront trembled, abruptly halting his steps. Yet the throng behind him surged relentlessly. In their chaotic frenzy, they inadvertently pushed him off the balcony, sending him plummeting from the 5th floor. A resounding thud echoed from below as his body struck the ground, jolting everyone into Appo's nerves, yet no one cared about his fate. Gazing down from the 5th floor balcony, they beheld only dense ghostly fog, as if staring into an endless abyss. "Stay close to Jiang Chan. He has the corpse incense," Tan Jing called out, prompting the crowd to swiftly gather around Jiang Chan. The incense in his hand emitted a faint wisp of smoke, insufficient to envelop them all. Everyone pressed desperately towards him. But no matter how they squeezed, Jia Jingjing and Su Shaoqin clung stubbornly to Jiang Chan's sides, like two stubborn plasters. Tan Jing, though well-meaning in her warning, found herself pushed to the outer edge as the group jostled around Jiang Chan, hastily retreating down the corridor. The domain of the Yin ruins, the land of ghostly healing. The knowledge imparted by Wei Xinglu flashed in Jiang Chan's mind. In essence, this school had transformed into the lair of the weeping ghost, its entire structure permeated by her spectral influence. Upon exiting the classroom, they observed the corridor's walls. Large sections of tiles had crumbled away, revealing patches of bluish-gray rammed earth. Some walls were fissured, from which gnarled tree roots and skeletal remains protruded, their long, thin tendrils swaying in the chill wind, undulating within the blue-black, ghostly mist. At some classroom entrances, black and white mourning banners appeared, and the desks and chairs had vanished, replaced by an array of dilapidated coffins. In some rooms, eerie altars displayed offerings of rotting rice and pig's head, the greenish candlelight illuminating a blurred portrait marred by claw marks. Class awards on the walls had faded into solemn memorials, and the fluttering red flags had transformed into paper soul-calling banners, while tattered wreaths rolled on the ground. Accompanied by two pale paper effigies of boys and girls kneeling before the altar, the blue-black ghostly mist surged ominously, as a dozen people, centered around Jiang Chan, pushed and shoved their way into the corridor. No one dared to linger or look back, their hearts racing as they fled for their lives. In their frantic escape, they descended to the 4th floor, but Jiang Chan and Appo's steps halted abruptly, causing a sudden collision among the throng behind him, sending a girl tumbling down the stairs. "Jiang Chan, why have you stopped?" Someone shouted angrily from the rear. "Are we just going to wait for that ghost to catch up and slaughter us all?" Jiang Chan tightly gripped the corpse incense, his expression turning cold. "Look for yourself." At that moment, they noticed that the passage from the 4th to the 3rd floor had vanished, revealing only a solitary grave at the bottom of a few steps. A half-buried black coffin resting atop it. Wild grass sprouted from the soil and the crevices of the coffin, and most eerily, a wooden stake was planted before the grave, topped with a soul-calling lamp that should only be lit when a person is interred. The half-coffin tilted, failing to block the corridor entirely. Yet none dared to tread over the grave. Both the grave and the coffin appeared ancient, while the soul-calling lamp looked as if it had just been placed, its white paper casing pristine. Aside from the faint flicker of its light, the surrounding darkness was thick enough to feel tangible. The blue-black ghostly mist enveloped the corridor, and the dim glow from the soul-calling lamp barely illuminated the grave and the half-coffin, leaving everything else shrouded in oppressive darkness and silence. An ominous presence silently emanated from the scene. No one knew what might occur should they step forward, nor what lurked within the depths of the surrounding shadows. "We should avoid descending here. Let us take the side corridor instead," Tan Jing suggested, fear evident in her voice. In an instant, the group reached a consensus, encircling Jiang Chan as they began to cautiously navigate towards the alternate corridor, each footfall careful and deliberate, the earlier jostling forgotten, lest they disturb the coffin or whatever lay beneath the grave. "Is it raining?" Someone suddenly whispered, their voice tense. The group and Appo's steps faltered once more as they beheld the 4th floor corridor seemingly in Appo's, raining and Appo's. Black droplets fell steadily from the ceiling, forming a damp and Appo's curtain and Appo's in the corridor. The boy who had spoken earlier had ventured into the Appo's, rain and Appo's, his body suddenly freezing in place. Then, under the intense scrutiny of all, a dark puddle spread beneath his feet, revealing a deep crimson hue, his blood. His body was pierced by those black rain lines, tiny holes dotting him from head to toe, as if 1,000 needles had pierced his flesh. His blood flowed out, staining the black puddle of vivid scarlet, and then he collapsed, becoming a lifeless mass upon the floor. The corridor was littered with dozens of such masses, each one pooling out crimson liquid beneath them. The chilling wind stirred the blue-black mist, as dark rain lines hung down from the pitch-black ceiling, and the puddles of blood reflected eerie surfaces. In each mirror emerged the distorted reflection of a woman clad in ancient garb, diligently using the blood seeping from the end amp, oppos, mud and amp, oppos, as thread to embroider. The embroiderer ghost. Jiang paled, retreating behind the others. He dared not approach the blackened amp, oppos, rain lines, and amp, oppos, nor could he bear to look at the ghostly figures swimming in the red puddles. Yet, a voice whispered in his ear, prompting him to turn and confront Jiang Chan with a taunting tone. Jiang Chan, do you know its method of killing? I do not, Jiang Chan replied candidly, cautiously eyeing the dense black rain lines, adding, but I know to avoid those waters. How could you not know? Didn't and amp, oppos, you awaken the forbidden-level spirit coffin? Jiang and amp, oppos. S face took on an air of superiority, glancing at Jiang Chan before lifting his chin towards the group, adjusting his glasses with a long-nailed pinky, and pretentiously declaring, in the spirit of camaraderie, I shall generously inform you, the embroiderer ghost kills through these rain lines, as long as your skin remains untouched. Its killing conditions will not be triggered. Its ability is rather mediocre, were it not for its essence lurking within the reflections. I would have contracted it as a ghostly pet by now. Anyone can boast. If I hadn't overdone it last night, I would have dealt with that female ghost myself, a boy with a mohawk sneered, digging into his nose before flicking at Jiang. I was planning to see if her 36D was real. Hu Shui, how disgusting can you be? There are female classmates present. Su Shaoqin chastised from beside Jiang. Oh, how refreshing, and amp, oppos, disgusting and amp, oppos, can escape your lips, Su Shaoqin. You usually swallow it whole, don and amp. Oppos, you? Su Shaoqin and amp, oppos, S face flushed with anger. Are you looking for death, Hu Shui? Enough bickering. Tianjing interjected, attempting to mediate. The principal is risking his life to hold that ghost at bay. Do you still have the energy to squabble? Jiang Chan and amp, oppos. S corpse incense would not last much longer. Finding a way to escape was of utmost urgency. I already mentioned the way. As long as we avoid being drenched by that water, we will not trigger the embroiderer ghost and amp, oppos, as killing conditions, Jiang asserted. No sooner had he spoken than Hu Shui chimed in. Since you're so certain, why not lead the way? Why should I go first? Why don't you go? I see. You and oppos. Regis guessing blindly. During their banter, Jiang Chan had already removed his school uniform jacket. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he boldly wrapped the uniform in his hands and strode forward. Be careful, Jiang Chan. Tianjing cautioned anxiously. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chan slowly extended his left hand, wrapped in the jacket, into the eerie black curtain of rain. Chapter 8. The Ghost and the Reflection according to the newly compiled Ghost Manual. During the Qing dynasty, in the southern regions, embroidery workshops were compelled to rush the production of tribute items, imprisoning 100 embroideresses within to toil day and night. During the plum rain season, they labored without respite. Among them, some fell ill or collapsed, their bodies discarded into wells to replenish the workforce. Within less than a month, a plague arose, extinguishing all lives within the workshop. Later, during the seasonal rains, water accumulated beneath the eaves like a mirror, reflecting the images of over 100 embroideresses, who continued to weave tirelessly in the mirror. Images of the embroideress ghost surfaced in Jiang Chan and oppos' mind as his left hand, wrapped in his school uniform jacket, slowly reached into the black rain line. Drip. Delicate droplets, as fine as hair, fell onto the jacket. A damp chill seeped through the fabric to his palm, akin to the prick of a fine needle. Jiang Chan and amp, oppos' outstretched arm trembled slightly, causing the others behind him to shiver in fear and retreat. Only Tianjing, summoning her courage, inquired, Jiang Chan, are you all right? Jiang Chan withdrew his left hand, noting that aside from the brief prick of pain, he felt no other abnormality. He unwrapped his school uniform, revealing no-minute punctures like those on the boy from earlier. It seemed that Jiang and amp, oppos' assertion was indeed correct. As long as one was not drenched by the water, there would be no harm. See, I told you so, but no one believed me. Upon hearing this, Jiang crossed his arms, tilting his nose upwards, exuding an air of superiority, as if to say, I knew all along, and the rest of you are fools. How arrogant. If you and Oppos, re so extraordinary, why are you hiding behind me? Hu Shui scoffed at Jiang, then eagerly approached Jiang Chan. Hey, Jiang Chan, let me introduce myself. I'm Hu Shui, Hu de Lu's Hu, and I'm as handsome as can be. Though, of course, compared to your astonishing charisma, I'm slightly lacking. As he spoke, Hu Shui removed his school uniform and placed it atop both Jiang Chan's and his own exaggeratedly spiky hair. Jiang is a fool. Come on, brother. I'll pave the way for you. At that moment, the others began to realize that Hu Shui was merely pretending to be friendly with Jiang Chan. Everyone understood that the closer one was to Jiang Chan, the more of the corpse incense they would absorb, while those further away would succumb to the encroaching ghostly mist. In an instant, everyone discarded their jackets, rushing toward Jiang Chan, seizing the opportunity. Jiang and Oppos' expression hardened as he slithered through the crowd like a slippery eel. Edging closer to Jiang Chan, he silently moved towards the corpse incense in Jiang Chan and Oppos' grasp, while his eyes furtively scanned the damp and eerie black rain lines in the corridor. Don't crowd around me, Jiang Chan suddenly exclaimed, forcefully shaking off the individuals clinging to him. Gripping the corpse incense, he coldly declared, if anyone gets splashed by that water, they will die. If you don't want to perish, do not push. With his words, the throng of over a dozen individuals settled down considerably. Jiang Chan and Oppos' icy gaze swept across each face, lingering briefly on Jiang, who inexplicably averted his eyes. Jiang Chan felt a surge of wariness within. Prepare yourselves and follow me. With that, he placed his school uniform atop his head and boldly stepped into the ominous rain line. The others swiftly followed suit, covering their heads with their uniforms as they entered the drizzling curtain of rain. The dim, cold wind swept through the balcony corridor, weaving through the intricate strands of rain, bringing with it an unsettling chill and a foul odor, as if an icy, lifeless hand was pressing against their backs, weakly urging them forward. The blue-black, ghostly mist swirled around as a dozen individuals, led by Jiang Chan, cautiously advanced along the damp fourth-floor balcony. Fine strands of black rain fell upon them, shielded by their clothing, yet the eerie chill permeated through, piercing their necks and arms like needles, sinking into their very bones. Not only the corridor, but every classroom on the fourth floor was raining, with the chilling, eerie rain falling incessantly. Piles of collapsed flesh were scattered everywhere, each heap seeping a pool of crimson water, within which the reflection of an embroiderous ghost could be seen, diligently stitching away. At that moment, none dared to utter a word in the corridor. Even their breaths were barely audible. They cautiously shielded themselves from the droplets cascading from the ceiling while avoiding stepping on the piles of flesh and the ghostly reflections in the puddles. Despite the apparent danger of the rain, understanding its lethal rules, they traversed without incident thus far, having covered half the distance. The exit to the side corridor was in sight. However, Jiang's gaze quietly shifted to Jiang Chan's back. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes as a twisted, hesitant expression crossed his face. I'm so close to him now. If I charge at him suddenly, won't he have time to react? If those raindrops touch him, even if he awakens the forbidden-level spirit coffin, he will surely perish. At that moment, his and Oppos' corpse incense and Oppos' will be mine. No, it was always meant to be mine. Everyone should revolve around me. Yes, mine. I and Oppos' crash into him. The blue-black ghostly mist and the drizzling rain blurred his vision, with Jiang Chan's back just a couple of steps ahead, appearing utterly defenseless. As Jiang prepared to lunge forward, a sudden female scream pierced the air. The sudden sound startled everyone. Jiang, taken aback, nearly stumbled as the others turned to see a girl inadvertently stepping into a pool of crimson water. The ghostly figure of the embroideress reached out, grasping her ankle. Help me. Please save me. A hand, swollen and pale from the water, clutched her ankle, dragging her toward the watery reflection. She struggled desperately, her voice a heart-wrenching wail. Her body sank rapidly, tears and snot streaming down her face as she flailed her arms, searching for a lifeline. Her school uniform discarded to the side, yet none dared intervene. They could only watch helplessly as the black rain droplets fell upon her skin, piercing her body like fine needles, visibly leaving tiny puncture wounds, from which bright red blood began to flow. Jiang Chan. Jiang Chan, please save me. I don't want to die. In mere moments, her body was entirely dragged into the watery reflection. The corridor fell into a chilling silence, enveloped in ghostly mist, leaving only her final desperate scream echoing. As the damp wind swept through, an overwhelming chill enveloped everyone. The girl in Apos' uniform lay abandoned on the wet ground, while the nearby pool of water deepened in crimson hue. Upon closer inspection, a new embroiderous ghost emerged in the reflection of the pool. She was the very girl who had just been pulled under, her face filled with terror as she used her own body to stitch, rows of delicate needlework adorning her. The original embroiderous ghost was no longer within the reflection. Chapter 9. The Ghostly Embrace of the Lantern. Jiang Chan, why didn't you save Rona just now? You merely stood by and watched as she was dragged away by that ghostly seamstress. Su Shaoqin and Apos' sharp voice cut through the air, immediately garnering the support of several others nearby. Indeed, Jiang Chan, the principal entrusted us to follow you. In such a critical moment, shouldn't you have stepped forward? You truly are a cold-hearted individual. Jiang Chan. Rona is one of us. After her desperate pleas, you couldn't and Apos' even lend a hand. In my opinion, the principal has lost his senses, entrusting someone as selfish as Jiang Chan with such a crucial task. A makeshift moral brigade, led by Su Shaoqin, began to unleash a torrent of accusations towards Jiang Chan, who spat contemptuously near Su Shaoqin and Apos' feet. If you're so brave, why didn't you help her? Just barking like a dog. Have you forgotten how those ghostly servants in the classroom assimilate anyone who touches them? A bunch of fools. If it weren't and Apos' for brother Jiang risking himself, you and Apos' still be stuck there? Rona didn't even call for our help. She was pleading with Jiang Chan. Yet he remained indifferent. Su Shaoqin took a step back, repulsed by the spit that had landed near her, but her momentum did not wane. Besides, we are questioning Jiang Chan. What are you jumping in for? Exactly. What is it to you? We weren't addressing you. Hu Shuai. Do you enjoy being Jiang Chan and Apos' lapdog so much? Is this a fight? Fine. I want to show my true power, and you think you can provoke me? I can't stand your pretentious faces. Just now, you all cowered like turtles, and now you have the audacity to demand action from others? I realize you're all just hypocrites. Have some dignity. Suddenly, the collective ire of the crowd shifted from Jiang Chan to Hu Shuai. Yet Hu Shuai met their hostility with defiance, engaging in a heated exchange. Jiang Chan, however, stepped forward to interrupt him, saying, Su Shaoqin, if Rona had called for your help, would you have rushed to assist her? Faced with this rhetorical question, Su Shaoqin's haughty expression faltered significantly. She wanted to lie and say, of course I would, but for some inexplicable reason, under Jiang Chan and Apos' nearly indifferent gaze, the words died on her lips. Do you wish for me to sacrifice my coat to shield her from the water, only to be killed by it? Or do you hope I would rush over to pull her up, only to find out whether I could lift her, or if that ghost would drag me down too? If that is what you wish for, then I apologize. I am a selfish individual, and I cannot do it. In the presence of ghosts, everyone is equal. Each person has but one life. As classmates, I will help within my capabilities, but to exchange my life for another and Apos' I am neither noble nor grand. Is there anyone among you who dares to claim they could do it? Jiang Chan and Apos' calm gaze met each of those standing with Su Shaoqin, but no one dared to assert, I could do it. They all averted their eyes from Jiang Chan, some bowing their heads in shame. Since none of you can do it, do not demand it from others. Jiang Chan coldly concluded, turning to walk towards the side corridor. And one more thing. Rona has been dragged down and has become a new ghostly seamstress. The ghost that took her is no longer inside. As Jiang Chan and Apos' words fell, the crowd turned to glance at the puddle of water, where indeed, they saw Rona and Apos' terrified reflection as she stitched with her own body, while the original ghost had vanished. A chill ran down their spines, and they hurried to follow Jiang Chan, each step filled with trepidation. After the incident with Rona, Jia Jingjing abandoned his plan to confront Jiang Chan. His crimson eyes fixated on Jiang Chan and Apos' retreating figure, muttering to himself, this time you've escaped. Pray you don't get caught by me again. 2 minutes later, over a dozen individuals donned their drenched school uniforms, traversing through the corridor and Apos' dark rain curtain, successfully reaching the side corridor and Apos' entrance. Fortunately, the rain and Apos' rules seemed confined to the fourth floor, not spilling into the corridor, and the passage to the third floor remained unobstructed. Damn it. I've never felt the school corridor was this long. Hu Shuai discarded his soaked uniform, glancing back at the drizzling hallway, and couldn't help but grumble. The blue-black, ghostly mist continued to swirl in the corridor, the ceiling shrouded in darkness, while pools of crimson water collected on the floor, linked by slender strands of rain. The sight was dismal, damp, and devoid of an apparent end, save for the grotesque piles of flesh and the reflections of ghostly figures in the puddles. At that moment, gazing down this stark corridor felt akin to staring into a damp and terrifying gaping maw. The group turned back, shivering in disbelief that they had just walked through this mouth. All right, Hu Shuai, since we're here, let us not linger on other matters. We should leave this building quickly, Tan Jing encouraged, observing her classmates glancing back. The principal said that those from the Ghost Extermination Bureau will be waiting outside the school. Once we descend, we only need to cross the playground to be safe. The crowd once again gravitated towards Jiang Chan, proceeding down the corridor towards the third floor. The corridor and Apos' walls were cracked and peeling, corroded by the forces of the shadowy realm, the sensing lights flickering weakly. A somber wind swept up from below, causing a chill to creep down their spines. They soon descended to the third floor, but upon witnessing what lay ahead, their steps halted abruptly. The staircase leading to the second floor had vanished. More precisely, the passage from the second to the first floor was gone, replaced by a massive pitch-black chasm, within which stood a withered and robust, old locust tree. This ancient tree was rooted in the ground floor, its branches merging with the teaching building, the dry limbs sprawling into the corridor and Apos' void, resembling a hand forcefully grasping upward, densely entwined with dead vines, some of which hung dilapidated coffins that swayed ominously in the blue-black mist, emitting a spine-chilling creaking sound. Let us return to the main corridor, someone suggested, and the others nodded in agreement, surrounding Jiang Chan as they stepped back into the third-floor corridor, preparing to navigate back to the main building. However, they had not ventured far when they halted once again. The third-floor corridor was thick with ghostly mist, denser than that on the fourth floor. Each breath felt like inhaling viscous ice shards, causing sharp pain and chills from the nasal passages down to the lungs. A classroom door lay ajar nearby. Deep, brown claw marks marred the door and Apos' surface, and inside, desks and chairs were strewn haphazardly, the drawers beneath resembling dark, gaping mouths, oozing a viscous, tar-like substance. At that moment, a ghostly silhouette emerged from the blue-black mist. Is that the ghostly lantern? Tan Jing whispered, her voice trembling. Upon closer inspection, that ethereal figure was not a lantern, but a student in uniform, trudging stiffly through the ghostly haze. His collar bore fresh bloodstains, and his hands clawed at his own head, cradling it as if it were detached, moving like a lifeless being, emanating a strong, nauseating scent of blood. More disturbingly, the head he clutched was wide open, eyes, mouth, and nostrils gaping, viscous, bluish-green substances seeping from the orifices. Ghost name, ghostly lantern, ghost servant. This is not the ghostly lantern, it is its ghostly servant. As Jiang Chan and Apos' voice fell, an increasing number of ethereal figures emerged from the doorways of each classroom, among them the silhouettes of teachers, all devoid of heads, or rather, their heads cradled in their own arms. The ghostly blue radiance emanated from the gaping orifices of the severed heads, resembling plasma. Had everyone on this floor transformed into ghostly thralls? Su Xiaoqin, gripped by terror, attempted to retreat back into the stairwell, but then a series of rigid footsteps echoed behind her, and her back collided with something cold and unyielding. Drops of eerie blue plasma splattered onto the floor, gradually forming a puddle at her feet. Not only Su Xiaoqin, but the sound of stiff footsteps continued to resonate from behind each individual. Circles of ghostly blue light advanced from the inky black fog, and soon an indescribable chill enveloped her neck and back, as if some entity were clutching her head from behind. Chapter 10. The Lantern Keeper. The Ghostly Tales Rewritten Records. In the late Qing dynasty, there existed a practice known as lantern keeping in Eastern Sichuan, dedicated to guiding the souls of those who died unjustly or tragically. The lantern keepers were typically chosen from resilient widowers, who would wander the graveyards at night, lanterns in hand. The lampshade was crafted from the deceased's burial garments, and the lamp oil was made from the corpse's fat. On the seventh night after death, at midnight, The lantern keeper would ignite the deceased's birth date and time at the gravestone where the Yin energy was strongest, summoning the vengeful spirit to cling to their back. The lantern keeper was then tasked with transporting this being through the graveyard, returning it sequentially to the site of its tragic death, its former residence, and finally, to its burial place, all while never looking back and ensuring the lantern remained lit, signifying a successful soul guiding. These individuals were mere ghost slaves of the lanterns, unable to contract as ghostly companions. The true essence of the lanterns perhaps lay hidden among them. A chilling thought flashed through Jiang Chan and Amp Appo's mind as he recalled the end Amp Appo's ghostly lantern, and Amp Appo's. The icy sensation at the back of his neck intensified, and the weight on his back grew heavier. He dared not make any sudden movements, merely stealing a glance over his shoulder, finding nothing but emptiness. However, when he lowered his gaze to the ground, he spotted a viscous, greenish substance that spread like a pool of blood at his feet, within which his own shadow faintly reflected. At that moment, amidst the murky outline on the ground, he distinctly perceived a ghostly child seated upon his shoulder, its arms reaching around to clasp his head from behind. A surge of bone-chilling terror erupted within Jiang Chan, racing towards the crown of his head. Zhang Wenhao, there's a ghost lurking behind you. A girl quivered, pointing at the shadow on the ground. Zhang Wenhao, feeling the icy weight at his neck, already pale with fear, instinctively turned to look. In an instant, crack, his face twisted abruptly, turning 180 degrees towards the back, and his body collapsed to the ground with a thud. The group of over a dozen individuals erupted into chaos, several emitting screams of sheer terror. Some, paralyzed by fear like Zhang Wenhao, turned to glance behind them, only to meet the same fate, their necks snapping violently as they fell lifelessly to the ground. In the blink of an eye, several had triggered the fatal rule, their necks broken. The more bizarre the situation became, the greater the fear grew, escalating the turmoil around them. Do not look back, Jiang Chan suddenly bellowed, startling everyone. Throughout this ordeal, he remained motionless, while the lantern-wielding ghost slave behind him also stood still, the greenish blood at his feet casting his shadow on the ground. The ghostly child continued to perch on his shoulder, its arms tightly around his head. He noticed that every living person had a similar shadow underfoot, each with a ghostly child lying on their shoulders, ready to snap their necks should they dare to look back. Turning around would trigger its lethal condition. Under Jiang Chan and Appo's urgent admonition, the group froze, paralyzed by fear, refraining from any movements, especially from glancing back. Moments later, to their horror, the individuals who had just suffered broken necks began to rise from the ground. Each reached up to remove their heads from their necks, cradling them in their arms. An eerie blue hue seeping from their eyes and mouths, as they stood behind the living, poised to snap their necks at any moment. In an instant, every living person found themselves with a lantern-wielding ghost slave positioned behind them, clad in the same school uniforms, some even former classmates or teachers. Now, they held their own heads, trailing behind, ready to twist their necks, invoking a sense of dread and despair. A girl began to weep, Zhang Wenhao, Yang Li. They've all become ghostly slaves. Her tears triggered a wave of sobs from those around her. Tian Jing wanted to offer some words of comfort, but her mouth opened without sound. Jiang Chan, with no time for lamentation, noticed that Jia Jing had also remained still, despite his trembling legs. Resisting the urge to look back, you have long known the killing rules of the ghostly lanterns? Jiang Chan suddenly directed everyone's attention to Jia Jing, whose powdered face visibly stiffened before he resumed an insolent demeanor, retorting, "So what if I know? Then why didn't you say anything earlier?" Tian Jing exclaimed, angered. "If you had warned us, Yang Li and Zhang Wenhao might still be alive." Several others shot glares at Jia Jing, but he merely snorted dismissively. "Did anyone believe me? Just earlier on the 4th floor, I mentioned that the water was the means by which the seamstress ghost kills. Did any of you heed my warning? Huh. You all preferred to trust Jiang Chan to lead you out. Now you come to blame me. Regardless, Zhang Wenhao and the others are our classmates. How could you bear to watch them perish at the hands of a ghost?" Tian Jing and Appo's chest heaved with rage. She perceived Jia Jing as nothing more than a petulant child. "Say what you will." Jia Jing shrugged. "Initially, you all disbelieved me. Now you seek to blame me. It seems whatever I do is wrong. Oh, I know I'm not as well liked as some. You are insufferable." Tian Jing attempted to continue her argument, but Jiang Chan interjected. "Enough, Tian Jing. This isn't the time for debate. We need to move." He then earnestly reminded everyone, "Remember, the ghostly lantern and amp. Oppo's killing rule is to look back. If you wish to survive, do not turn back, no matter what occurs." With that, Jiang Chan took the lead toward the main staircase, and the others hurried to follow. Tanjing, still furious, shot a final remark at Jia Zhengjing before joining Jiang Chan. Soon, only Jia Zhengjing remained, fixating on Jiang Chan's retreating figure, the voice only he could hear echoing in his ears. His lips trembled, forming words of argument, as a sinister, twisted expression resurfaced in his reddening eyes. With each step, the third floor lay shrouded in a blue-black mist, filled with ghostly slaves cradling their own heads. Jiang Chan led the group toward the main staircase, each person followed by their own ghost slave. With every advance, the ghost slaves mirrored their movements, ensuring they remained within the eerie glow, an overwhelming sense of coldness and bloodiness pricking their nerves. Through the shadows cast on the ground, each could vaguely see a ghostly child seated on their shoulder. Though intangible, the chilling sensation of being held and the heavy weight upon their backs sent shivers down their spines, causing goosebumps to erupt across their skin. Particularly, as they brushed past the wandering ghost slaves, the dreadful stench of decay invaded their nostrils, each step testing their psychological limits. Yet, informed by the fate of Zhang Wenhao and others, and bolstered by Jiang Chan's repeated warnings, none dared to look back, even as their hearts raced with fear, forcing themselves to push onward. Fortunately, the corridor was not interminably long. After 5 minutes, Jiang Chan successfully led the group through, returning them to the main staircase unscathed. However, nearly 20 of them fled from the classroom, and now, upon reaching the third floor, only 13 remain. Chapter 11. The silhouette of the Chi Pao at the end of the corridor. These ghostly servants appeared to be bound by some unseen rule. Much like the Indapos, embroiderous ghost Indapos, on the fourth floor, confining them to the third. Upon hearing Jiang Chan and Apos' words, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Let us proceed. Hoping that the second floor is devoid of spirits, Jiang Chan surveyed the despondent faces of his companions, wielding the corpse incense as he stepped down the stairs. With the others trailing closely behind, hearts pounding with trepidation as they descended to the second floor. Heaven be praised, the staircase remains intact. Hu Shuai was the first to glance at the stairs, exhaling deeply in relief. But as he glanced down the corridor on the second floor, shrouded in ghostly mist, the weight of his earlier relief was swiftly replaced by apprehension. "Is that a female ghost over there, Brother Jiang?" he queried uncertainly. "It seems far enough away. Should we just move past?" Jiang Chan followed his gaze, observing that the ghostly fog on the second floor was not as dense as that on the third or fourth. A dim bulb flickered at the end of the corridor, illuminating the washbasin area. Faint sounds of water trickled through the mist, a musty odor mingling with the scent of water filling the air. A woman clad in a Chi Pao stood before the washbasin, her hair cascading down to her waist. Utterly motionless, seemingly, washing her hands? What kind of ghost is that? Su Shaoqin asked in fear, but no one responded. The ghost and Apos' face was obscured. Only a feeble orange glow emanating from the bulb pierced the blue-black haze, casting a sickly light that eerily resembled a swollen eyeball. The weak illumination barely revealed the Chi Pao and amp, Apos' dark fabric, marred by large, spreading patches of red. Just the sight of her silhouette sent an unsettling chill racing up their spines. "We must pass," Jiang Chan decisively declared, leading the charge down the corridor toward the first floor, the others following closely in his wake. It seemed that the distant female ghost posed no immediate threat. The 13 of them encountered no obstacles, and a spark of hope ignited in their hearts. If they could turn the corner on the second floor, they would escape this cursed building. However, upon rounding the corner, they were met with confusion. For what lay ahead was not the exit to the first floor, but rather, the second floor once more. What on earth? Are we caught in a ghostly wall? Hu Shuai's initial exuberance turned to tension in an instant. "Let's keep going," Jiang Chan urged, refusing to succumb to superstition. Yet, to their astonishment, after descending 3 or 4 flights, they still found themselves on the second floor, unable to reach the first. "Oh no. It's over. We can't escape. We're all going to die here," a girl sobbed, prompting Jiang Chan to grit his teeth and lead the group upward. But despair enveloped them as they found themselves, still on the second floor. Despair and rage became contagious. The already tense group began to vent their frustrations. "We truly cannot leave. I refuse to accept this. Out of over 500 students in our grade, only 40 of us have awakened to the spirit coffin. I was on the verge of becoming a spirit coffin master and embarking on a glorious life. I refuse to die here. This is the second floor. Let an Oppos jump off the balcony. Perhaps we could escape that way. Are you mad? We and Oppos, in the midst of a haunting. Do you dare to think jumping will set you free? That female ghost might be waiting for you. Is there truly no way out? Are we to simply await our demise? A voice rose above the clamor, suggesting they confront the ghost. If someone can contract that ghost, this ghostly wall will surely dissipate. You and Oppos, bold indeed. Go on, I'll cheer you on. Why hasn't the ghost-slaying bureau come to rescue us? I just want to go home. Amidst the chorus of lamentations, even Tan Jing, who had been rallying their spirits, fell silent. Nearly 20 individuals had emerged from the 5th floor. Yet by the time they reached the 2nd, nearly half had perished. They had yet to escape the teaching building, and outside awaited unknown dangers. The ghostly mist continued to assail each person. The corpse incense in Jiang Chan's hand could only shield him, while others received mere wisps of its protection. The further they strayed from him, the more vulnerable they became to the encroaching mist. Tan Jing had been pressed against the outer edge, receiving the least amount of protective vapor. Large patches of her skin directly contacted the ghostly fog, and she was beginning to exhibit indigo corpse spots. Her hair started to wither and fall out. Should her exposure to the mist persist, she too would inevitably become a ghostly servant of the wailing spirit. No. Tan Jing's gaze fell resolutely upon the corpse incense in Jiang Chan's hand, despair etching itself onto her face for the first time. The incense continued to burn down, and based on their elapsed time, it could provide sanctuary for at most half an hour. This meant that if they failed to escape within that time, every one of them, regardless of whether they were slain by the ghost, would ultimately become like the wailing spirit and Oppos' ghostly servant. Tan Jing and Oppos' words plunged the group into utter despondency. Among them, only Jiang Chan appeared unscathed. The rest bore signs of the ghostly mist and Oppos' assault, their bodies marred by indigo spots. Their gazes instinctively shifted toward Jiang Chan, more precisely, to the end amp. Oppos, corpse incense and amp. Oppos, he held. Have you noticed? The female ghost seems to be drawing closer. Jiang Chan suddenly spoke. Brother Jiang, perhaps this ISN and Oppos, the time to share such terrifying thoughts, Hu Shui shivered, casting a wary glance toward the end of the corridor, with others following suit. The blue-black, ghostly fog permeated every corner of the 2nd floor, thick and viscous, swirling with the chilling wind, curling through the corridor and the doorways of classrooms. At the corridor and amp, Oppos' end, the sickly light of the orange bulb illuminated the wash basin and the silhouette of the woman in the qipao, an unsettling sight. Nothing appeared to change, save for the distance. The restroom, the bulb, the wash basin, the woman in the qipao. These elements felt like one cohesive entity. Initially, when Jiang Chan had looked, it seemed at least 30 meters away. Now, it was under 20, allowing them to see the yellow-brown water stains on the wash basin and Oppos' gray-white tiles, resembling the patterns of corpse spots. Indeed, it has drawn closer. Listen to the sound of the faucet. It's clearer than before, a boy said, his complexion paling. The stench of water is sharper, and there in Oppos' an unmistakable whiff of decay. Is she coming closer? What shall we do? A girl quivered, unable to look at the ghost, her voice trembling with tears. No one responded, save for the relentless sound of water trickling from the faucet, as fear and dread seeped into the hearts of all present. Chapter 12. The hidden card of Jia Zhengjing lingered behind the crowd, a voice incessantly whispering in his ear. Perched on the steps, his lips quivered as though engaged in an argument, his complexion shifting unpredictably as he cast furtive glances at Jiang Chan's back. Yet, the moment Jiang Chan sensed his gaze and turned, Jia quickly averted his eyes. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chan, who was preoccupied with more pressing matters, he had no time to decipher Jia's intentions. As Tan Jing aptly noted, the corpse incense was depleting by the second. If they did not swiftly devise an escape, they would not only fall prey to the specters, but also be assimilated into the ranks of ghostly thralls. He approached the railing, leaning over to peer into the chasm between the stairs. A faint crimson glow flickered in his eyes. Logically, one could see the bottom from the 2nd floor. Yet a somber wind billowed upward, shrouding the base in a dense fog of malevolence, rendering it invisible. The same obscurity blanketed the view above. Was the Eye of Dread futile after all? Ultimately, he could only focus on the silhouette of the ghostly woman in the cheongsam across the corridor. Moist moss thrived in the cracks of the tiles, and the sound of water ebbed and flowed. The ghostly figure stood rooted, illuminated by a sickly bulb that cast a dim light on the sink, revealing reddish-brown stains. A nauseating stench of decay wafted from the mist, invading his nostrils. If this continued, the corpse incense would soon be exhausted. It appeared he had no choice but to resort to that method. A second ghostly technique surfaced in Jiang Chan's mind, and he resolved to approach the figure in the cheongsam. However, after only 2 steps, a dispassionate sneer echoed from behind him. "If you wish to endanger us all, then by all means, continue your reckless wandering." Jiang Chan halted. Turning to face Jia, "What do you mean? You have awakened the forbidden-level spirit coffin, Jiang Chan. Have you not realized that no matter how you run, you cannot escape the 2nd floor? In fact, every attempt you make only brings that ghost closer. Now you even wish to provoke her? Are you eager for us all to perish?" Jia and Apos' tone dripped with sarcasm. As his words settled, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Su Shaoqin immediately shouted at Jiang Chan, "Stop leading everyone astray. You nearly got us all killed." Jiang Chan dismissed Su Shaoqin and Apos' outburst, stepping back to confront Jia. "Do you know what that ghost is about?" Jia, adjusting his ostentatious glasses with a flick of his pinky, met Jiang Chan's gaze with disdain. "Not only do I know what that ghost is about, but I also know how to escape this ghostly labyrinth." Hope ignited in the hearts of the nearly despairing crowd upon hearing this. "What? Jia, since you know everything, why didn't Apos, do you say so sooner? It's not too late to speak now. Brother Jia, quickly share all you know. The ghost hasn't approached yet." They urged him on. Yet, Jia merely snorted dismissively, crossing his legs nonchalantly. "So now you remember me? I thought you all had such faith in Jiang Chan that he could lead you out. I never anticipated. Stop pretending. If you truly know how to escape, then speak up without all this cryptic nonsense." Hu Shuai interjected. "How eager you are to protect your master. You certainly are a good dog. Shut your mouth. I swear I'll tear it off if you keep talking." Hu Shuai retorted. "Come on, Hu Shuai. Just let Jia speak." Tan Jing quickly intervened, and others echoed her sentiment. "Yes, Hu Shuai. Do you really want to wait until that ghost arrives to see us all perish? Only Brother Jia knows how to leave this cursed ghostly wall. Can you please be quiet? Brother Jia, hurry up. If Hu Shuai dares to tear your mouth off, I, Sun Chong, will ensure his head meets a fitting end." Jia reveled in the attention, tilting his chin with pride as he addressed Jiang Chan. "Jiang Chan, how about we strike a deal?" "Not interested." Jiang Chan cut him off without hesitation, sensing the ulterior motive behind Jia and Apos' proposition. "I know you and Apos, re-up to no good. Don and Apos, be so hasty to refuse." "Hear me out first," Jia urged, arms crossed, his tone oozing confidence. "You give me the corpse incense, and I will tell you how to escape the ghostly wall." "I refuse." Jiang Chan's heart scoffed. He had long suspected Jia's ulterior motives, realizing he was after the corpse incense. "Let me make it clear. Under no circumstances will I part with it." Jia grinned, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness toward the crowd. "You see, it and Apos. It's not that I Don and Apos. Want to take you out. It and Apos. Jiang Chan who refuses to cooperate." Upon hearing this, the crowd and Apos' gazes towards Jiang Chan subtly shifted. Su Shaoqin shouted again, "Jiang Chan, hand over the corpse incense to Brother Jia at once. You lack the ability to lead us out, yet you shamelessly hoard the corpse incense." Others quickly chimed in. "Yes, Jiang Chan, what are you waiting for? Hurry and give the corpse incense to Brother Jia so he can lead us out. What good are you?" I said from the start that the principal had lost his mind for entrusting the corpse incense to a selfish person like Jiang Chan. Such an important item should be in the hands of someone capable, like Brother Jia. "Jiang Chan, you really have the audacity to hoard the corpse incense while being utterly useless, only to lead us to be consumed by the ghostly fog. Hurry and hand it over to Jia. Hey, aren't you all going too far?" Hu Shuai stepped forward. "Don't forget who led you out. If you and Apos, standing here barking, you should all bow to Jiang Chan. Bow to my behind. Who doesn't and Apos? Know you and Apos. Practically wearing the same pants as Jiang Chan. Can you not see the reality? Jiang Chan is merely my lapdog. He has no capacity to lead us out. It is Brother Jia who can." Su Shaoqin retorted. "I'm not wearing anyone's pants. I just met Jiang Chan today, but but I can't stand your ungrateful faces. Hu Shuai was exasperated by Su Xiaoqin's foolishness. You go die? I Haven and Amp. Amp. Oppos. T even tried yet, and you and Amp. Amp. Oppos. Re already so animated? Your mouth is just as notorious as the rumors say. You. Go die. Die. Su Xiaoqin was nearly apoplectic, her chest heaving violently in rage. In contrast, Hu Shuai shrugged it off, turning back to Jia Zhengjing. I have a question. Jia, if you claim to know the way out, why should we believe you without any proof? Jia Zhengjing, upon hearing this, let out a scoff. You should remember the 12 classifications of ghostly companions mentioned by the principal, one of which is extremely rare, the foresight type. You mean? Exactly. Jia Zhengjing crossed his legs and, under the gaze of the crowd, rose from the steps. Intentionally adopting a condescending tone, he proclaimed, at this point, I shall not conceal the truth from you. I have long since contracted the first ghostly companion, and it happens to be a rare, precognitive spirit. With his words resonating in the air, a colossal azure spiritual coffin materialized behind him, followed by a chilling, indistinct ghostly figure appearing at his side. This specter was enveloped in a dense fog, rendering it impossible to discern any details. Jiang Chan secretly activated his Eye of Dread, catching a fleeting glimpse of a haunting crimson hue that sent a shiver through him, reminiscent of a bridal robe soaked in blood, used in a ghostly marriage. Chapter 13. The Contract, Scissor Ghost. My ghostly companion lacks offensive capabilities, yet its foresight has never been wrong. Thus, I am aware of the murder rules of the embroiderer ghost and the ghost lantern. I have long known the killing rules of the female ghost on the second floor. As long as Jiang Chan hands me the corpse incense, I can lead you all to safety. The hazy, ghostly figure that appeared beside Jia Zhengjing was shrouded in mist, rendering it impossible to discern anything. However, the mere mention of a foreseeing ghost companion undoubtedly served as a balm for the anxious hearts of those present, dispelling any doubts regarding his words. He had become the beacon of hope for everyone seeking to survive. Jiang Chan, Jiagu has made his intentions clear. Will you not hand over the corpse incense? The surrounding individuals began to encircle Jiang Chan, their expressions betraying a sinister intent. Indeed, Jiang Chan, we do not wish to escalate matters unnecessarily. Be honest and surrender the corpse incense, lest we be compelled to act. Why waste words with him? We have sufficient numbers to seize it from him and deliver it to Jia Ge. With Sun Chang's suggestion, the encroaching individuals summoned their spiritual coffins. Though they lacked contracted ghost companions, the mere presence of their coffins augmented the oppressive atmosphere. Jiang Chan memorized the faces of the encircling figures. Aside from Jia Zhengjing and Su Xiaoqin, who wielded green coffins, all others possessed black coffins, exuding an imposing presence. But was this all? A cold smirk crept upon Jiang Chan and Amp Oppos' lips as he summoned forth his own spiritual coffin. Boom! The blood-red forbidden spiritual coffin erupted forth, its overwhelming aura suppressing the presence of all others. The faces of the crowd paled instantly, particularly those who had approached, whose legs quivered in fear, causing them to kneel before Jiang Chan. This was a forbidden-level spiritual coffin. Images of the towering blood coffin that had manifested in the sky earlier that afternoon flooded the minds of those present. Some felt a shudder of regret, while others cursed inwardly, questioning why he had not revealed such power sooner. Truth be told, I possess my own methods to deal with that female ghost, and I was prepared to confront it. Your utter disappointment compelled me to reconsider, Jiang Chan stated coldly. He cast a disdainful glance at the crumpled forms of Sun Chang and the others, feeling a chill in his heart. His second ghost technique, Hell Transformation, required a toll of his own blood to command malevolent spirits. If he were to exhaust himself using this technique, could he truly trust these classmates with his back? As his words faded, a heavy silence enveloped the group, only to be shattered by the sound of heavy footsteps descending the stairs. Instantly, everyone tensed, turning in unison to behold a gaunt ghostly figure towering at least 2.5 meters tall, limping down from the third floor's ghostly haze. Its left leg was severed, causing it to stumble with exaggerated motions. The thud sound emanated from its rigid leg striking the concrete steps. Jiang Chan recognized it at once, the scissor ghost. It was the principal's ghost companion. But wait, the ghostly contract had vanished. The principal was already. All attention was drawn to the scissor ghost, leaving no one prepared for Su Xiaoqin and Oppos' sudden assault. Like a poised leopard, she lunged at Jiang Chan, causing him to stagger and snatch the corpse incense from him. Before he could regain his footing, Jia delivered a powerful kick to his back, propelling him towards the scissor ghost. Go to your doom, Jiang Chan. A series of rapid developments unfolded, akin to a flash of lightning. By the time the others comprehended the situation, the scissor ghost and Appo's speed surged, and its grotesque form lunged forward, while Jia and Su Shaoqin fled down the stairs with the corpse incense, not daring to look back. Run! Someone screamed in terror, and the remaining individuals erupted into chaos, frantically rushing down the stairs, leaving Jiang Chan to confront the scissor ghost alone. Thud! Thud! As the eerie, elongated legs swept towards him, visions of severed heads flashed through Jiang Chan's mind, sending chills racing down his spine. He hastily rolled down 4 or 5 steps. Crack! The blue-black ghost mist billowed as the metal railing of the stairwell was abruptly severed. Jia, Su Shaoqin, wait for me. Jiang Chan clambered to his feet, his gaze fixed fiercely upon the approaching scissor ghost. Without a moment and Appo's hesitation, he activated his second ghost technique, Hell Transformation. Boom! An intense surge of ghostly energy erupted from him, a chilling wave radiating from his toes, coursing through his legs and torso, culminating at his crown. In that instant, Jiang Chan felt as though his very blood had frozen, his short-sleeved garment visibly saturated with crimson, every inch of his skin ablaze with sharp, piercing pain. Had he removed his clothing, he would have seen blood beads oozing from every pore, coalescing into a gruesome tattoo upon his flesh. Hell Transformation Manifestation. The realms of hell. The abyss, the oil cauldron hell. The images of the 18 layers of hell materialized upon Jiang Chan's body, each layer teeming with tormented souls and executing spirits, each ghost writhing as if alive beneath his bloodied skin. A sudden, excruciating tearing sensation erupted from his back, and Jiang Chan and Appo's face contorted in a ghastly scream as he witnessed his clothing bulging grotesquely, the protrusion growing increasingly exaggerated until it finally tore apart, revealing a horrifying half-demon with green skin. Even more terrifying, this half-demon was emerging from the boiling hell tattoo on his back, as if it were ripping through his flesh. First, a head appeared, followed by an arm, then half of its upper body. With a rustle, the blue-black ghost mist silently enveloped the stairwell as a towering, robust green-skinned demon fully emerged from Jiang Chan and Appo's back tattoo, dragging along a massive, ghastly chain, stained with the blood of countless souls. Jiang Chan stumbled, collapsing to the ground, his sweat-drenched face pallid. Summoning a demon at random through his second ghost technique had drained him of all strength. Yet, there was no time to rest. The limping scissor ghost was already attacking again. Go, capture that ghost, he commanded weakly, and the green-skinned spirit immediately advanced toward the scissor ghost. Clash! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the misty stairwell as the scissor ghost's deadly legs struck the chain held by the green-skinned spirit. This formidable scissor, which had previously cut through everything, failed to even nick the rust on the chain, instead becoming easily ensnared, the dark chain binding the scissor ghost completely. Seeing the scissor ghost utterly immobilized, Jiang Chan finally exhaled in relief. The brief sequence of events had felt akin to dancing on the precipice of death. Damn it! I almost fell into your trap. Gaining a moment and Appo's respite, Jiang Chan leaned against the wall, rising to his feet and gazing at the captured scissor ghost before unleashing his forbidden blood coffin. The summoning technique activated. Buzz! The blood-red coffin trembled, its massive form illuminated by ancient glyphs that glimmered upon its surface. The chains entwined around it moved like living serpents. Gradually, the heavy coffin lid began to rise, reminiscent of an ancient, dust-laden door being unsealed. A chilling wind stirred the ghostly mist within the staircase, as a viscous crimson light surged forth from the opened casket, casting an eerie glow upon the elongated figure of the scissor ghost. An invisible force began to draw it into the coffin. Despite its attempts to resist with a desperate struggle, the ghastly figure was ensnared tightly by the chains, rendering its efforts futile. Ultimately, it succumbed to the pull and entered the open blood-red coffin. Ding contract successful. Chapter 14. D-Class, the Filth Demon. The revised Demon Codex recounts. During the Qing dynasty, a certain town in Lu region fervently practiced the peculiar custom of foot binding, where the townsfolk deemed the 3-inch golden lotus as beauty. Consequently, young girls were subjected to bone shaving for foot binding from a tender age. If a woman was discovered without bound feet, or if her bindings loosened, she would be dragged to the ancestral hall, and punished according to clan rules, with red-hot scissors severing her tendons as a public spectacle. Images of the scissor demon flashed through Jiang Chan and Amp Oppo's mind. With the massive blood coffin suspended behind him, he unleashed the scissor demon anew, establishing an invisible link between them, enabling him to command it with ease. Could this being be contracted? The sanguinary tattoo of the hell transformation upon Jiang Chan and Amp Oppo's body remained vivid, with the demonic essence within writhing as if alive, exuding an eerie, crimson malevolence. His gaze fell upon the towering, brawny azure-skinned ghost officer beside him, and he invoked the contract spell. Buzzing. The colossal blood coffin opened again, but this time, the bloodlight that cascaded upon the azure ghost officer proved ineffective. Was it a product of ghostly art? Jiang Chan pondered the reason. The azure ghost officer and Amp Oppo's command duration was merely 3 minutes, and nearly a minute had already elapsed. He glanced towards the corridor where the female ghost lingered. But after Jia Jingjing and the others departed downstairs, she had not reappeared. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chan opted to descend a level with his 2 spirits. Upon reaching the first floor, he furrowed his brow, for it was indeed the second floor, and the proximity of the female ghost seemed to have diminished. The icy silhouette in the Cheongsam was now less than 10 meters away from the corridor, the cement floor becoming damp. An ominous chill mingling with the stench of decay wafting through the ghostly mist. Though reluctant to take risks, it appeared that he could not escape without addressing her. Jiang Chan's gaze darkened as he commanded the azure ghost officer once more. Go seize that ghost. With a rustling sound, the imposing azure ghost officer advanced, dragging its blood-stained chains forward. The obsidian blue ghost mist swirled in the corridor, casting a somber pall over every classroom. The second floor was enveloped in a deathly silence, broken only by the faint sound of dripping water and the clanking of chains scraping against the floor. Jiang Chan instructed the scissor demon to guard him closely. As he approached, he discerned that the faucet at the sink remained untouched, its handle encrusted with brown rust. The female ghost extended her hands beneath the faucet, methodically repeating the motion of washing her hands. Her arms were devoid of color, pallid and grotesquely swollen, emanating a chilling, putrid odor of decay. The legs and bare feet exposed beneath her Cheongsam were equally swollen and decayed, droplets of water streaming from the hem of her garment onto the floor. Clump, clump. The scissor demon, with its uneven legs, made sounds against the ground, and as he drew nearer to the woman in the Cheongsam, the cement floor grew increasingly damp and frigid, reminiscent of stepping into a morgue. A shiver coursed through Jiang Chan, halting 3 meters away, commanding the azure ghost officer to continue forward. Rustling. The towering azure ghost officer advanced with heavy footsteps, chains trailing behind it across the damp cement floor, until it reached the back of the Cheongsam-clad ghost. Yet she remained unchanged, only cold droplets cascading from her garment onto the ground. A mingling of water and decay assaulting the senses. A solitary bulb cast a sickly, feeble light against the moldy wall. She continued to extend her swollen hands beneath the unturned faucet, slowly scrubbing, as pieces of decaying flesh fell away into the sink, leaving dark red stains upon the grimy porcelain tiles. Suddenly, Jiang Chan commanded the azure ghost officer to act. The blood-stained chains reached from behind, seizing the ghost's neck. Was the restraint successful? Jiang Chan's expression brightened, hastily preparing to unleash his spiritual coffin and initiate the contract spell, but then a terrifying spectacle unfolded. Before him, the ghost, gripped by the azure officer, began to tremble violently, her form disintegrating into a puddle of decayed flesh and foul water, swarming with tiny black maggots that emitted a penetrating stench. In an instant, the ghost escaped the azure officer and Amp Oppo's grasp, melting into a putrid pool on the ground, as the maggots swiftly reassembled into a new corporeal form. Ghost name, Filth Demon, quality, D class, level, 6-fold. Information about the female ghost materialized before Jiang Chan and Oppo's eyes, and the knowledge from the revised demon codex surged into his mind. In ancient Zhao, families upheld a patriarchal hierarchy. Before a husband set forth on a journey, the wife would kneel and perform the Oppo's foot washing rite, and Oppo's placing the soiled water beneath the bed. Each night, she would kneel and pray to the filthy water, hoping to transfer any misfortune her husband might encounter onto herself. If a wife failed to perform this rite, or if her husband faced calamity, she would be deemed unworthy, punished for breaching wifely virtue. The first filth demon was born from the resentment of a wife subjected to such a fate. The recollections flashed through Jiang Chan's mind as the filth demon reconstructed its form, now facing him directly, devoid of the wet Chong Sam, revealing a grotesquely swollen belly filled with foul water, teeming with writhing maggots. The vile liquid spread toward him, permeated with the chilling stench of decay. Jiang Chan grimaced and recoiled, abandoning the notion of contracting this filth demon, and instead commanded the scissor demon to charge forth. Crack! The ghost mist swirled as the scissor demon unleashed its two grotesque legs, and the freshly reformed filth demon's head flew off, its swollen, decaying body dispersing once more onto the ground. However, this time, the multitude of maggots did not reconstitute another body. Instead, they quickly burrowed into the sink's drain along with the foul liquid. In mere moments, all the maggots vanished into the drain. The dim bulb flickered twice before extinguishing, and the surrounding ghost mist began to dissipate. Had they departed? Chapter 15. The corpse of Wei Shenglu. Jiang Chan stared at the washbasin for quite some time, ensuring that the foul spirit would not reappear, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, the time limit for the green-skinned ghost had expired. It dragged its bloodstained chain directly behind Jiang Chan, tearing open the blood-red tattoo on his body, an utterly horrific sight. A sharp pain gripped Jiang Chan's nerves once more, causing him to tremble uncontrollably and kneel on the ground, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead like pearls. It was only when the green-skinned ghost, dragging its chain, completely vanished back into the layer of hell known as Endapos, Pao Luo Endapos, that the excruciating pain finally ceased. The tattoo of the Endapos, hell transformation diagram Endapos, faded away, leaving him drenched in sweat as if he had just emerged from water. Damn it! Jiang Chan collapsed onto the damp, cold cement floor. The lingering stench of the foul spirit and Endapos, water, and decaying flesh permeating the air. At that moment, his face was pale, devoid of any strength to consider such matters. This cursed ghost technique cost him nearly half his life. After catching his breath several times, he opened the system panel, and the information displayed had changed. The name, Blood Sovereign Dizong, remained grayed out, yet a new ghost pet had appeared beneath it. Ghost Pet 2, Scissor Ghost, injured. Quality, B grade. Level, triple. Would you like to consume 200 ghost points to repair the Scissor Ghost? His gaze lingered on the last piece of information before shifting to the Scissor Ghost's severed leg, which had been lost during its previous attack on the crying ghost. Is this reparable? His attention returned to the luminous panel, and upon noticing the current ghost points, 1030, he commanded decisively, repair immediately. Ding. Consuming 200 ghost points, beginning repair of the Scissor Ghost's severed leg. Repair in progress. A sudden chill enveloped the silent corridor, as blue-black ghostly mist swirled violently around. Jiang Chan turned to see a thick darkness welling up from the severed edge of the Scissor Ghost and Endapos' left leg, gradually coalescing into the missing portion. Ding. Scissor Ghost repair complete. Remaining ghost points, 830 in mere moments. The Scissor Ghost and Endapos' leg had been restored to its original state, igniting a spark of excitement within Jiang Chan. Ghost points are truly a wondrous resource. The Scissor Ghost could barely be classified among the mutated ghost pets, with its two grotesque long legs serving as its primary means of attack. With one leg severed, its strength was undoubtedly compromised. After employing the Endapos, Hell Transformation Endapos, ghost technique, it felt as though the blood in his veins had been drained, leaving him utterly weakened. The ability to restore the Scissor Ghost's leg now provided him with a greater measure of self-defense within this school's haunted grounds. Feeling somewhat revitalized, Jiang Chan rose from the ground and assessed his surroundings. The good news was that the ghost wall had vanished. The not-so-good news was that he found himself at the entrance of the fifth-floor restroom. So he had been running around in circles within the domain of the crying ghost without ever leaving the fifth floor? The entire fifth floor lay in eerie silence. The blue-black mist propelled by a chilling wind that brushed against Jiang Chan and Endapos' exposed back. At this moment, he had yet to notice the faint blood hue that shimmered upon his skin, providing a shield against the encroaching ghostly fog. It seemed the crying ghost was no longer present on this floor, yet still lingered within the school. Jiang Chan summoned the Scissor Ghost to guard him and began to navigate along the severely eroded corridor toward classroom 507. The blue-black mist obscured his vision, but he soon caught sight of a not particularly tall figure, hunched over at the entrance of classroom 507. With its hands clasped behind its back in a gesture of supplication, it resembled a sinner engaged in some peculiar ritual. Wei Xinglu? As Jiang Chan approached, he recognized the figure kneeling at the classroom door as Principal Wei Xinglu, though he had long since met his demise. His former ghost pet stood beside Jiang Chan. Recalling the principal's previous counsel and the incense of the corpse, Jiang Chan felt a stir of emotion, for despite their brief acquaintance, Wei Xinglu had left a favorable impression on him. He refrained from rashly touching the principal and Appo's eerie corpse and instead lifted his gaze to the interior of classroom 507, which was shrouded in an atmosphere of chill and silence. The crying ghost was not within. The walls, desks, and ceiling. Everything had been corrupted by the crying ghost's power, with several headless corpses lying cold and still on the floor. Just moments ago, these had been living beings. Now, they lay lifeless, a chilling reminder of the horrors of this supernatural realm. Jiang Chan and Appo's whispered words echoed through the frigid mist, and he refrained from wasting more time in this place. The crying ghost might not have strayed far. His gaze lingered on Wei Xinglu and Appo's peculiar kneeling posture before he turned to make his way down the corridor. As the blue-black mist concealed Jiang Chan and Appo's retreating footsteps, the fifth-floor corridor fell back into complete silence, save for Wei Xinglu's icy corpse, still hunched over at the entrance of classroom 507, his hands clasped behind his back. Suddenly, a drop of viscous wax plopped onto the ground before him, and his frozen visage began to silently dissolve, more wax dripping onto the floor. Gradually, he lifted his head to gaze toward the direction Jiang Chan had departed into the ghostly mist. Jia Zhengjing and Su Shaoqin were clearly running in this direction. Why have they vanished as soon as we pursued? Tan Jing and Appo's cautious voice resonated through the first-floor fog. Did you hear the crying? Could that crying ghost have caught up with us? The ghostly mist on the first floor was particularly dense, visibility limited to barely a meter. Though a flicker of light hinting at an exit appeared faintly ahead, Tan Jing and Hu Shuai, along with their companions, could not seem to reach it no matter how hard they tried. To make matters worse, cries echoed through the mist. Don't say such terrifying things, Tan Jing. If that female ghost truly catches up with us, we and Appo's redoomed. A male voice quaked with fear. By the heavens, I heard it too, Hu Shuai exclaimed, releasing his low-grade green spirit coffin, adding, but based on my extensive experience, my years of gaming, I can ascertain that this cry is definitely not from the crying ghost. What time is it, Hu Shuai? You still have the energy to joke around. A girl remarked with a quivering tone. If only Jiang Chan were here, he and Appo's surely know how to get us out. Before she could finish her sentence, a sudden scream pierced the air as a boy convulsed and collapsed to the ground. A ghastly wound mysteriously opened in his abdomen, something crawling inside him. Help! Help me! The boy's voice was a wretched shriek, his bloodied stomach swelling grotesquely as whatever was within devoured his insides. To the horror of those around him, a ghastly child, aged about 4 or 5, emerged from the gaping wound, its body a terrifying shade of deathly blue, opening its mouth to unleash a piercing wail. Chapter 16. The Gluttonous Ghost Child. Good news. The pursuer is not a weeping ghost. Bad news. A gluttonous little ghost has arrived. Tan Jing and her companions immediately shrieked in terror, frantically fleeing in all directions. Their horrified cries mingled with the shrill wail of the ghost child, shattering the eerie silence of the entire first floor. The ghost child, crouched over the corpse of a boy, let out a piercing wail before scuttling on all fours towards its next victim. Wait for me. A girl cried out, pale with fear, only to stumble and fall. In the next moment, the wailing ghost child lunged at her, its icy grip tearing open her abdomen as it dove inside to feast upon her entrails. This ghost child was unlike the previous apparitions they had encountered. Whether it was the embroidery ghost or the ghost holding a lantern, they adhered to certain rules. As long as one did not trigger their murderous logic, one could remain safe. However, this ghost child operated without logic. Or perhaps its sole logic was to kill and consume human innards. An overwhelming sense of dread and bloodshed permeated the ghostly mist. Everyone was fleeing, everyone was screaming, and the ghost child continued its wailing as it devoured the girl's innards, emerging to pursue its next victim. In the face of its grotesque form, Hu Shuai and the others' frantic escape was scarcely different from waiting idly for death. Sun Chong, be careful. It's coming after you. Tan Jing suddenly shrieked. Sun Chong was a tall, athletic young man, agile and swift. Upon hearing Tan Jing's warning, He turned in haste, only to see the ashen ghost child lunging at him. Terror gripped him, causing him to shudder violently, and in a panic, he shoved Tianjing forward. Ah! Tianjing's face drained of color as she was thrust forward, letting out a startled cry. Her body was propelled towards the ghost child, and all that filled her mind was an abyss of despair as she faced the impending doom. Suddenly, a slender, ghostly figure leapt out from the mist, its elongated limbs resembling a pair of oversized scissors. The ghost child's shrill wailing was abruptly silenced as its body was cleaved in two, its head and torso rolling to the ground. Ding! You have slain a gluttonous ghost child. Spirit points 20. Tianjing collapsed to the ground, her face pale as she stared in shock at the severed remains of the ghost child. Thud thud footsteps approached from the dark blue mist. Jiang Chan, are you all right? Jiang Chan, bare-chested and well-proportioned, approached Tianjing, intending to help her up. She froze momentarily before springing to her feet and sprinting towards Sun Chang. Her face flushed with anger as she glared at him. What did I do to offend you, Sun Chang? I was trying to help, and you nearly got me killed. Sun Chang averted his gaze, yet his tone remained defiant. I didn't push you on purpose. Why are you yelling at me? I was just as startled when that ghost came at me. If you want to blame someone, blame that ghost. You clearly did it on purpose. Tianjing shot back, her chest heaving with indignation. Sun Chang's gaze was drawn to her agitated form, and he swallowed hard before replying nonchalantly. Well, you're not missing any limbs. So why the fuss? You're just bullying the nice girl, Tianjing. He nearly killed you. You could at least slap him. Hu Shuai chimed in, striding over from the thick mist. Upon spotting Jiang Chan, he exclaimed, You're alive, Jiang Ge? But what's wrong with your complexion? You look worse than I did after a night of fighting. Almost lost my life. How could I not look terrible? Jiang Chan retorted, his gaze drifting to the corpse of the ghost child. Apart from the notification of spirit points gained, the ghost and amp, Apos, information surged into his mind. Newly compiled ghost record states, in wartime, east of the Yu Kingdom, a certain doctor, obsessed with witchcraft, offered the firstborn son to the Earth Mother. Whenever a woman in the tribe bore her first child, if it was a son, the infant would be sacrificed along with the placenta and blood, mixed with millet for the clan to partake. He believed this would ensure the birth of more sons. The first gluttonous ghost child was born from this practice, always accompanied by a piercing wail, filled with resentment, capable of tearing open the bellies of the living to consume their innards. At this moment, others, sensing the danger had passed, began to approach, their faces etched with fear and disbelief. Upon seeing the scissor ghost beside Jiang Chan, someone exclaimed, Is this the principal and amp, Apos, ghost? Amazing, Jiang Ge, you've contracted it. Yes, thanks to Jia Jingjing and Su Xiaoqin, Jiang Chan replied, his expression steady as he surveyed the gathered crowd. Where are those two? Those fools ran off with the corpse incense. Hu Shuai exclaimed angrily. They vanished as soon as we chased after them. We were stuck here for ages, unable to escape, and then we encountered this little ghost. If it weren't for your timely arrival, Jiang Ge, we'd have been in serious trouble. As Hu Shuai finished, more voices joined in agreement. Yes, it's all thanks to you, Jiang Chan. Jia Jingjing and Su Xiaoqin are truly despicable. They wanted to put you in danger. I said from the beginning that Jia Jingjing was unreliable. In critical moments, we must rely on Jiang Ge. Now that Jiang Chan had contracted a powerful ghost companion, he undoubtedly became the pillar of hope for everyone, especially after witnessing his effortless defeat of the gluttonous ghost child. Thus, they began to shower him with praise, eager to cling to his strength. Ironically, just 10 minutes prior, some of these very individuals had been hurling insults at Jiang Chan, even assisting Jia Jingjing in trying to seize his corpse incense. Jiang Chan merely smiled coldly. Don't be so familiar, we aren't that close. His casual remarks silenced the crowd immediately, and his sharp gaze swept across those who had previously been the most vocal in supporting Jia Jingjing. After all, I'm a selfish person who holds grudges. Wouldn't you agree? The faces of those individuals flushed with embarrassment, their mouths shut tight as they lowered their heads, filled with regret. Jiang Ge, it was all Jia Jingjing's trickery. You've been looking out for us this whole time. How could we not see your goodness? Indeed, Jiang Ge, you're magnanimous. Don't hold it against us. We all depend on you to lead us out. What kind of person is Jia Jingjing? How dare he try to take your corpse incense, which was entrusted to you by the principal? Wait, Jiang Ge, how come you weren't affected by the ghost mist? As the conversation shifted, all eyes fell upon Jiang Chan's exposed upper body, muscular yet not overly so. Standing tall, But that was the point. The focus was that the ghost mist enveloped the entire school, and without the protection of the corpse incense. Everyone present was being eroded by the mist, displaying indigo-colored ghostly spots on their skin, hair gradually wilting and falling, and blood seeping from their gums. Yet Jiang Chan appeared completely unaffected. Chapter 17. The campus shrouded in the shadow of the abyss, we are all gradually being assimilated by the ghostly mist. Why is it that you, Brother Jiang, remain unscathed? A boy questioned in confusion. Jiang Chan had been preoccupied with the information regarding the ghost of morning and had not noticed until now, comparing himself to the others and realizing the stark disparity. I'm not quite sure. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Chang immediately interjected with skepticism, Brother Jiang, did the principal secretly provide you with something else? That would be quite unscrupulous of you. Shut your mouth, Sun Chang. Hu Shuai retorted bluntly. Brother Jiang has awakened a forbidden-level spirit coffin. Do you comprehend the implications of a forbidden-level spirit coffin? Perhaps Brother Jiang and Appo's coffin talent grants him immunity to the ghostly mist. Indeed, Sun Chang, your own tainted heart perceives everything as corrupt. I believe Brother Jiang is not that kind of person. Are you perhaps a spy left by Jia Jingjing? Earlier, Jia Jingjing nearly caused Brother Jiang's demise, and you almost harmed Tan Jing just now. Damn it. Everyone, keep your distance from Sun Chang. Faced with the sudden isolation from the crowd, Sun Chang clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he spoke. I have seen through the true colors of these people. Those who hold the milk recognize their own mothers. I, Sun Chang, disdain to associate with you lot. I do not need anyone to lead me. Having uttered such a provocative remark, Sun Chang turned and strode into the dense ghostly mist. The few who had just been flattering Jiang Chan could hardly contain their desire for him to be ensnared by the ghosts. Brother Jiang, ignore him. Sun Chang is indeed a mole planted by Jia Jingjing. Some attempted to say more, but Jiang Chan interrupted. Enough. Do not waste your breath trying to curry favor. I understand your nature far better than Sun Chang does. If you wish to follow, then do so, but do not expect anything from me. Jiang Chan coldly concluded, beckoning Hu Shuai and Tan Jing as he led the way towards the ground floor exit. The ghostly mist on the first floor was as thick as when the crying ghost first appeared on the 5th floor. The power of the abyss had altered reality. The exit ahead was merely a few meters away, yet Hu Shuai and the others would never manage to escape on their own. A flicker of crimson light flashed in Jiang Chan's eyes as he activated the Eyes of Dread, guiding Hu Shuai and Tan Jing through the blue-black fog and out of the classroom building, with others tremblingly trailing behind. Goodness, is this still our school? Stepping through the rusted iron gate, what greeted them was no longer the familiar campus. The entire campus was enveloped in a blue-black, ghostly mist. The concrete and steel structures of the classrooms and the facilities within the grounds lay in ruin. Those once lush trees had turned into dead branches, stripped bare trunks resembling sinister arms clawing at the mist-shrouded sky. Some branches still bore faded red satin and white paper lanterns inscribed with offerings, swaying gently in the chill wind amidst the fog. The power of the abyss was truly astounding. Within just a single evening self-study session, the school appeared to have aged a century. The group cautiously followed Jiang Chan towards the school gate, their footsteps echoing on the cracked concrete pavement resembling a spider's web. Some areas of the concrete had decayed into damp, rotten earth, concealing a slippery stone pathway beneath, where remnants of tattered and faded paper money lay scattered every few steps. On either side, dilapidated and collapsed farmhouses stood, each adorned with white paper lanterns bearing offerings. Some of those lanterns still glimmered with an eerie green light amidst the blue-black mist, while others lay on the ground, their paper rotting to exposed bamboo frames. The doors of some farmhouses or entire sections of their walls had completely collapsed, revealing overgrown old spirit altars and decaying black coffins. Before certain altars rested ghastly paper effigies and wreaths, while from the sides of some rotting coffins protruded half-formed straw figures clad in the second school's uniform. A blood-stained yellow talisman nailed to their foreheads. This is terrifying. I will never dare to attend school again. A frail boy stammered in fear. Wu Yifan, if you are not going to school, then just don't. Why are you pulling on my pants? Hu Shuai turned back to scold him. I wet myself. Wu Yifan mumbled. Even if you wet yourself, you cannot pull on my pants. Damn it, let go. At my age, your toothpick of a finger is leaking air. Hu Go, can you help me take off the pants from that straw figure? You scheming little brat. Wu Yadio, do I look like a fool to you? You might as well ask me to take them off for you. Hu Shuai, can you all be a bit more serious? We are filming a horror movie here. Tianjing's voice trembled as she spoke. Be careful not to step on the paper money. In truth, there was no need for Tianjing to remind them. The eerie scenes from the classroom were still vividly etched in their minds. Those blood-stained paper offerings that fell, if they touched any skin, would instantly form a bizarre indigo corpse mark, transforming the victim into the ghostly servant of the crying ghost. They were now apprehensive at the mere sight of paper money. However, no sooner had Tianjing's words left her lips than a flurry of blood-stained paper money drifted down before her. No way. What we fear has come to pass. Hu Shuai shuddered, hurriedly jumping to Jiang Chan's side. Soon, more blood-stained paper money began to fall sporadically from the blue-black mist and from within the fog ahead. The sounds of a swona and mournful wailing could be faintly heard, rising and falling, sometimes distant, sometimes near. A disjointed echo that suggested a funeral procession was traversing through the mist, sending chills down everyone and Appo's spines. Brother Jiang, Hu Gu, do you hear that sound? Is the ghost chasing us? Wu Yifan and Appo's face turned pale. It and Appo's your grandmother calling you back to jump rope, Hu Shuai retorted. Your grandmother jumps rope. It must be that ghost chasing us. Then stop talking nonsense. Hu Shuai replied, Big Tan has already stated we are filming a horror movie. What else could come at this moment but a ghost? As their conversation continued, the fluttering paper money increased, and the disjointed wailing grew ever closer. 2 rows of rigid figures emerged from the dense mist ahead. Jiang Chan and Appo's expression darkened. Stop chattering. Move quickly. They are coming this way. Dust to dust. Earth to earth filial sons mourn. Departed souls journey forth suddenly. From within the heavy mist ahead, sharp wailing voices, indistinguishable in gender, pierced the air, accompanied by the eerie sound of a swona resembling a dying breath, sending waves of terror through the group. Jiang Chan quickly led Hu Shuai and the others in another direction. The flurry of paper money continued to descend, each one inscribed with the grotesque character for death written in blood. A girl found one lodged against her face, and her pace immediately slowed. Li Wen, why are you standing there? Run. Tianjing anxiously called back. But Li Wen seemed deaf to her words, her feet rooted in place, head bowed as if entranced. Forget her, she has already become a ghostly servant, Jiang Chan stated solemnly. No sooner had he spoken than Li Wen and Appo's head slowly lifted. At that moment, everyone could see the indigo corpse marks crawling across her face and neck, a chilling stench of decay wafting from her. Just as Jiang Chan was poised to command the scissor ghost to sever her head, she abruptly stiffened and turned away. Dead souls on the road. Living souls take heed. A piercing wail, indistinguishable in gender, emanated from the ghostly mist ahead. Li Wen tilted her head back, opening her mouth wide to unleash a terrifying cry, one she would never wish to hear again in her lifetime. With her head thrown back, she mournfully wept, her rigid steps carrying her towards the 2 rows of figures emerging from the fog. It was then that the onlookers discerned that it was indeed a funeral procession composed entirely of the deceased, and at the forefront of it all, the chilling figure clad in mourning attire, was none other than the crying ghost. Chapter 18, The Wailing Ghost and the Funeral Procession. Dawn and Appo's just stand there. Run. A chilling aura, steeped in terror, approached, accompanied by haunting cries. The faded red silk hanging among the gnarled branches and the lanterns inscribed with and Appo's offering and Appo's at the dilapidated cottage and Appo's entrance swayed in the sinister wind. Bloodied paper money, emblazoned with the character for death, drifted down from the sky, accumulating like a heavy winter snow, blanketing the landscape. There's too much of this paper money, Jiang Chan. We must find somewhere to hide, or we will all be tainted. Tianjing and Appo's panicked words resonated, and Jiang Chan, taking the lead, dashed into a relatively intact farmhouse, closely followed by the others, their hearts pounding with fear. Once inside, Hu Shuai hastily shut the door, but a glance back made him gasp in horror. The decrepit farmhouse was small, with an ancient black coffin dominating nearly half of the central room, and in the far corner stood an eerie altar. There are no ghosts in here, right? Wu Yifan, pressed against the wall, was nearly in tears, too terrified to approach the coffin or the altar, especially the 2 paper figures flanking it, adorned with blush and conical hats, bowing as if they might spring to life at any moment with a sinister giggle. A gust of foreboding wind seeped through the cracks in the earthen walls, and suddenly, one of the paper figures toppled to the ground, eliciting a collective gasp from the group. Wu Yifan, overwhelmed, lost control of his bladder. Silence. The ghost is coming. Jiang Chan, tense and crouched by the window, fixed his blood-glowing gaze on the outside. The blue-black ghostly mist thickened, approaching like a liquid, with paper money swirling within it. The terrifying wailing ghost led a procession of the deceased, drawing closer. Dead souls on the road. Living beings beware, the sharp voice echoed from the procession. The wailing ghost, with a soul-calling banner in her left hand and a crying stick in her right, walked at the front, followed by a long line of the dead. Obscured in the blue-black mist, the stench of decay and an oppressive chill enveloped them as she moved in her embroidered blue shoes, each step leaving a heavy imprint on the ground, her silver adornments jingling ominously. As the apparition drew nearer, Jiang Chan caught sight of her forehead, adorned with 3 intricately carved silver hairpins piercing her mouth and throat, a mourning cloth draping down to conceal her upper face, revealing a bluish chin and crimson lips. Her eerie wails, emanating from her pierced mouth, sent shivers down Jiang Chan and Appo's spine, while the others turned pale with fear. All held their breath, witnessing the blue-black mist growing denser, as if each breath drew them closer to the underworld. Lacking Jiang Chan's dreadful gaze, they could not discern the wailing ghost's true form. Yet they felt her nearness. Thud, thud. The muffled footsteps drew ever closer, and under Jiang Chan's horrified gaze, the wailing ghost reached the window of their hiding place, no more than 10 meters away. The ghostly figure, draped in a yellowed hemp garment over a blue indigo ceremonial shroud, moved with a chilling stench that invaded their nostrils, causing their hearts to race as if they might leap from their throats. Yet, the wailing ghost did not pause. Clutching the soul-calling banner in her left hand and the crying stick in her right, she continued her stiff march, the procession of ghostly attendants trailing behind in a slow, morose line. These individuals had all become the ghost and Appo's servants, their mouths agape in mournful cries. Among them were villagers in mourning attire, students clad in school uniforms, some brandishing soul-calling banners, while others played a mournful swana. Notably, 8 ghostly servants bore faded red tassels, laboriously carrying a massive red lacquered coffin. Is that Director Zhou Hailong? Jiang Chan recognized one of the towering bearers, a grave expression crossing his face. Even he had perished. Zhou Hailong, a second-tier spirit coffin master hired at great expense for a ghost-slaying training session, had contracted 2 ghost pets, surpassing even Principal Wei Xinglu in strength. His death meant the dissolution of those contracts, resulting in 2 more spirits roaming the campus. This was undeniably a harbinger of calamity. Not just Zhou Hailong. Jiang Chan soon recognized several other teachers among the mourners, all spirit coffin masters who had contracted ghost pets. Their demise would awaken those spirits as vengeful entities. With a sudden chill, Jiang Chan and Appo's scalp prickled. How many ghosts now haunt this school? The funeral procession swelled to hundreds of ghostly servants, continually growing as Li Wan, previously marked by the bloodied paper money, joined the rear, wailing as she moved stiffly forward. After what felt like an eternity, the ghostly procession finally passed, carrying the red coffin behind the wailing ghost toward the comprehensive building. The terrifying cries and mournful swana gradually faded into the distance, and the once oppressive mist began to dissipate. Tenjing and Hu Shuai, feeling as though they had escaped the gates of hell, gasped for breath. In the brief moments prior, the corpse-like markings on their skin had multiplied, with Tanjing and Appo's beautiful hair now resembling a tangle of withered grass, and her once rounded face marred by dark, terrifying spots. Wu Yifan and the others, alarmed, instinctively distanced themselves. Jiang Chan, if I become a ghost servant, you must behead me. Tanjing and Appo's voice was icy, her spirit visibly waning, enveloped in a faint aura of death, perilously close to transformation. Jiang Chan remained silent, glancing at the others. While they weren't in as dire a state as Tanjing, they were far from well. Let's go. The school gate is not far from here. Perhaps we can make it. As the last ghostly figure vanished from sight, the drifting paper money began to settle like snow. Jiang Chan led the group from their hiding place, sprinting toward the school gate, praying the ghost-slaying bureau awaited them outside. They hurried through the teaching block into Yangfan Square. Crossing this plaza would lead them to the main entrance. However, upon their arrival, despair etched itself on every face. The blue-black mist swirled ominously, revealing a pitch-black graveyard before them, a suffocating aura of dread sending shivers down their spines. Chapter 19. The Graveyard on Campus. How could this be? Wu Yifan and Appo's voice trembled. The entire Yangfan Square had transformed into a chaotic graveyard. Mounds of graves rising haphazardly, with flickering ghostly lights casting an eerie green glow amidst the bluish-black fog. The faint silhouettes of several long-dead trees twisted grotesquely, resembling clawing specters. Some branches were adorned with tattered white paper streamers, swaying in the chilling wind, producing a rustling sound. Occasionally, low, mournful groans emanated from a nearby grave, or the sharp sound of nails scraping against a coffin lid pierced the air, sending shivers down everyone's spine. "This is the only way through. Let us move." Jiang Chan spoke in a hushed tone, prompting the scissor ghost to lead the way into the graveyard ahead. Despite their overwhelming fear, Hu Shuai and the others dared not linger in the school overnight. They had no choice but to follow, hearts pounding in trepidation. Each step was taken with utmost caution, as if disturbing the restless spirits within the graves. Their journey was uneventful until a decayed skeletal hand suddenly emerged from a collapsed grave, grasping Wu Yifan and Appo's ankle, causing him to cower in terror once more. "Jiang, I think something is following us," Hu Shuai shivered, jumping beside Jiang Chan and whispering. Jiang Chan did not falter in his stride but slightly turned his head to glance behind. The shadowy figure quickly ducked behind a mound of graves. "It and Appo's son Chang. He has been trailing us since the beginning. Did you just notice?" Hu Shuai exclaimed, relieved. "Didn't that rascal boast about finding his own way out?" "Jiang, how can you tolerate this? Let him follow. Reaching this point is his own achievement," Jiang Chan replied, preoccupied with the urgency of escaping the school. However, Hu Shuai could not hold back. He picked up a stone from the ground and urinated on the grave, then hurled it forcefully. A distant cry of "ouch" echoed from behind a grave mound. "Rascal, I'll give you a scare." "Hey Jiang, wait for me. What is that smell? So pungent. Get lost." After 7 or 8 minutes, Jiang Chan led Hu Shuai and Wu Yifan through the graveyard, finally spotting the school gate. Their spirits lifted, and they rushed toward it in a frenzy. However, Jiang Chan felt no joy. The area outside the gate was shrouded in profound darkness, rendering everything invisible, let alone any sign of the Ghost Extermination Bureau and Appo's assistance. "Jiang, why can't we get through the gate?" The entrance to the second middle school loomed ahead. Yet Hu Shuai and the others found themselves unable to approach it. From Jiang Chan's perspective, they seemed to be stuck in place. He attempted to peer through the gate with his dreadful gaze, but was met with a viscous darkness. No wonder Wei Xinglu mentioned that ghosts representing the underworld were inescapable. "Don't waste your effort," Jiang Chan mused. "Do you remember what the principal said? The underworld is governed by ghosts. The entire school is enveloped by the cries of the wailing ghosts. What we see is likely not the real school, but a ghostly realm detached from reality, akin to being trapped in a sealed box. What now? Are we to await our demise here?" A girl sobbed. "Isn't it more terrifying to witness our bodies gradually becoming ghostly slaves? Didn't the principal say that the Ghost Extermination Bureau would be here to assist us? We finally escaped. Where are they?" At this point, relying on the Ghost Extermination Bureau is futile. If they had the power to save us, they wouldn't have sent 8 specialists to Liangjia village to deal with that ghost, only to lose 8 lives for a mere fragment of footage. What I can't fathom is how that ghost appeared in our school so suddenly. Could it be that the principal's footage summoned it? Faced with the grim reality of their entrapment, the group's negative emotions erupted into complaints. Tianjing remained relatively quiet, but her silence was laden with an oppressive stillness. "Jiang Chan, you must have a way to get us out, right?" Tianjing spoke, her voice hollow, as if she were a mere shell of herself. The deathly pallor on her neck, face, and arms was marked by indigo corpse spots, and she had seemingly lost a part of her humanity. As she spoke, the others fell silent, their eyes filled with fear and anticipation, all looking to Jiang Chan for hope. He gazed into the thick darkness beyond the gate, the slender, scissor ghost standing beside him. He had no means to escape either, but then he thought of someone. "Does anyone know which direction Jia Jingjing ran off to?" he suddenly inquired. "When we were fleeing down the stairs, I think I saw him and Su Xiaoqin heading toward the cafeteria." A girl replied, her voice uncertain. "He must be hungry. Stay put here. I'll be back shortly." Bang! Bang! The muffled sounds echoed rhythmically from within the cafeteria. Su Xiaoqin tumbled down the steps, her face stricken with terror. The torn collar of her clothing revealed pink lingerie and large patches of indigo corpse spots. Trembling, she scrambled to her feet, too frightened to look back at whatever lurked inside the cafeteria. In her panic, she sought to escape, but the bluish-black fog enveloped the campus. ensuring that no matter which direction she ran, she would end up back at the cafeteria entrance. How could this be? Why am I back here again? The cafeteria was shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Su Shaoqin and Amp, Appo's fearful gaze peered inside, catching a glimpse of an old-style shroud hanging limply, with a half-drawn curtain obscuring the upper body of the figure clad in the shroud. It appeared to be chopping something bony, the sound of the cutting board echoing with each thud, causing Su Shaoqin's heart to lurch violently. What filled her with despair was that with every return, the shrouded figure crept closer to the cafeteria entrance, a foul, rotting stench wafting from within. Help, help! Someone save me! I don't want to die here. Su Shaoqin sobbed in terror, frantically turning to flee once more, only to collide with a solid chest, startling her into a scream as she fell to the ground. Su Shaoqin, why are you screaming like a banshee? Can't you recognize your father? Jiang Chan. Chapter 20. Su Shaoqin and Appo's despair. Jiang Chan. Upon recognizing the visitor, Su Shaoqin was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly weeping tears of joy. What a relief. Jiang Chan, you must have heard my cries for help and come to rescue me, right? I knew you still cared for me. As she spoke, she hastily rose from the ground, stumbling as she attempted to throw herself into Jiang Chan's arms. Don't get all sentimental here. I am merely passing by. Jiang Chan evaded her with disdain, glancing towards the cafeteria. Where is Jia Jingjing? Why isn't he with you? At the mention of Jia Jingjing, Su Shaoqin and Appo's corpse-like complexion twisted in fury as she gritted her teeth and spat. That bastard Jia Jingjing. He promised that if I pleased him, he would take me away. But he lost interest after just 3 seconds. He left me here and ran off with the corpse incense. Jiang Chan observed the disheveled and furious Su Shaoqin, his expression one of disbelief. Could he truly indulge in such a creature in a place like this? He must be starving. Jiang Chan, take me away, and I will be your girlfriend, okay? Jia Jingjing is worthless. Even if he escapes, I won't let him off the hook. Which way did he run? Are you going to help me teach him a lesson, Jiang Chan? I knew you loved me the most. I have always remembered the kindness you showed me over the years. I was just testing whether you were worthy. Stop blabbering. Jiang Chan interrupted impatiently. I will ask you again, where did Jia Jingjing go? Over there. Su Shaoqin pointed in a direction. Jia Jingjing went towards Nanrong Road. Let's hurry and deal with him, Jiang Chan. It's really terrifying in this cafeteria with that ghost. Please take me away from here. Jiang Chan, uninterested in further conversation, turned and walked toward the playground. Su Shaoqin stumbled after him like a clingy leech. Can you carry me, Jiang Chan? I and Appo's am in so much pain. That perverted Jia Jingjing hit me with a stick. Get lost. The icy tone of his single word made Su Shaoqin shudder, her face visibly panicking. Jiang Chan, please Don and Appo's be like this. I and Appo's am scared. Jiang Chan, wait for me. You're walking too fast. I can and Appo's keep up. She hurriedly ran up and clung tightly to his arm, intentionally pressing against him with her assets, but was immediately flung off balance and fell to the ground. Jiang Chan, what is wrong with you? Don and Appo's leave me. Don and Appo's follow me. But you promised to take me away. You idiot. When did I promise you anything? Jiang Chan sneered. Just because you and Jia Jingjing nearly got me killed, I'm already being merciful by not ending you right now. No. It's not like that, Jiang Chan. Jia Jingjing is the one who instigated me. He wants you dead. Su Shaoqin panicked completely, scrambling to wrap her arms around Jiang Chan and Appo's leg, crying, I know I was wrong. I truly know. I like you. Please don't be angry. Forgive me, will you? Jiang Chan was nearly amused by her desperation. If I kill you now, will you forgive me down there? No. You're not like this, Jiang Chan. Don't you like me? If you take me away, I'll be your girlfriend right now. I will do whatever you want. In her utter panic, Su Shaoqin hastily shed her already tattered clothing, revealing her body now marred by indigo corpse spots, a sight devoid of any beauty and rather unsettling. Her hair hung limply like a withered nest, and her makeup, dampened by tears, blended grotesquely with the eerie spots, resembling a ghost, a sight that made Jiang Chan feel nauseated. He kicked her away as she attempted to pull down his pants. Jiang Chan, I've humbled myself to come to you. Won't you forgive me? Su Shaoqin immediately turned hostile, gritting her teeth and shouting, You and Appo's chased me for 2.5 years just for this day. I've agreed to you. Why are you still pretending? If you and Appo's re-itching, scratch yourself. Don't rub against me. I'm not so desperate as Jia Jingjing. Jiang Chan coldly retorted, turning to leave. You're on your own now. If you follow me, I won't hesitate to send you on your way early. Su Shaoqin grabbed her clothing, attempting to pursue him. But Jiang Chan's chilling words sent a shiver down her spine. When she glimpsed the elongated shadow of a ghost emerging beside him, she instinctively retreated in terror. It was hard to believe, yet she suddenly felt that Jiang Chan was indeed capable of killing her. You've actually contracted a ghost pet. Watching Jiang Chan and the slender specter vanish into the ghostly mist, Su Shaoqin could no longer contain her hysteria, crying out, Jiang Chan, go die? Die, die, die. You all go die. Even if I become a ghost, I will never let you off. The blue-black ghostly mist swirled with the chilling wind. Her sharp cries echoing far into the desolate campus, met only by the sound of a ghost in the cafeteria, clad in an old-fashioned shroud, forcefully chopping vegetables on the cutting board. Bang, bang. The sounds grew closer. Su Shaoqin's infamous reputation was well known throughout the entire school. Yet it was undeniable that she possessed a modicum of beauty, dressed provocatively and adept at fishing for attention, making her an object of fantasy for many boys. Jia Jingjing was one such admirer, spending countless nights fantasizing over her photograph. Today, fate had conspired to bring the supernatural to their school, finally placing the object of his obsession, Su Shaoqin, right beside him. He led Su Shaoqin out of the classroom, hastily searching for a place to indulge, but was met with the shocking revelation of a ghost within the cafeteria. Terrified, he fled without a second thought, pants unzipped, careening down Nanrong Road in a panic. What was once a tree-lined avenue, where small-leaved banyans stood sparsely, was now transformed under the influence of the ghostly realm into a foreboding banyan forest. Damn! Why can't I find my way out? The corpse incense has long since run out, and now I am being eroded by the ghostly mist. Is it possible for me to die here? The blue-black mist enveloped the banyan woods, seeming endless. Each gnarled, ancient trunk resembled a dark, towering umbrella, their dark red roots dangling like a horrific blood-red veil. The thick roots burst through the ground like serpents, entwining with bleached human bones. Some skulls still flickering with phosphorescent fire, creating an even more eerie atmosphere within the maze-like woods and spectral fog. Cursed, cursed, cursed. It's all Su Shaoqin's fault. She has probably been killed by that ghost in the cafeteria or has already become a ghostly servant. With the end Appos, corpse incense and Appos, exhausted, Jia Jingjing's body succumbed to the ghostly mist, his exposed skin gradually sprouting indigo corpse spots, driving his emotions into a frenzy as he darted through the suffocating ghostwoods like a headless fly. Each ancient trunk bore tree tumors resembling human faces, some resembling the weeping visage of an old woman, others reflecting the agonized expressions of the dying, and some fierce like a murderer. Each face-like tumor flickered in and out of the thick ghost mist, as if a multitude of eyes were fixated upon him. Jia Jingjing and Appos' heart grew increasingly anxious, and he was further unsettled by the sight of faces seemingly moving. The blue-black, ghostly mist swirled in the chilling wind, revealing through the dense tree branches the grotesque visages on the tree trunks, all slowly morphing into the likeness of Su Shaoqin. Each face appeared to be contorting in a silent scream. You wretched woman, Su Shaoqin, you couldn't escape yourself, and now you wish to drag me down with you? Damn it, I should have ended you just now. Jia Jingjing glared at the horrifying faces on the tree, a surge of terror coursing through him. As he watched in horror, the grotesque visages gradually transformed into another face. Jiang Chan, no, you cannot blame me. It is your own fault. Who told you that your awakened spirit coffin was superior to mine? The principal gifted you the corpse incense. Tinjing and Hu Shui idolize you. They can only see you. If there is blame, it lies in your insatiable desire for the spotlight. The jealousy and madness in Jia Jingjing and Appos' eyes threatened to overflow, as if he had succumbed to a frenzy. Yet, before he could fully unleash his rage, a foot struck him from behind, sending him crashing to the ground with a thud. Immediately, a long, cold, ghostly figure pressed him down onto the earth. Have you missed your father so soon? A mocking voice emerged from behind the banyan tree, causing Jia Jingjing's pupils to constrict in terror, his heart nearly leaping from his throat. Jiang Chan. Chapter 21. The Ghost of Jia Jingjing. Jiang Chan. How is it that you have not perished? And you have even formed a contract with a ghostly companion. The terror etched upon Jia Jingjing's face swiftly morphed into astonishment. Previously, he had thrust Jiang Chan towards the fearsome scissor ghost. Yet Jiang Chan not only survived, but had fortuitously contracted this formidable ghost. A flicker of intense jealousy gleamed in Jiang and Appo's eyes as he pondered the alarming prowess of the forbidden-level spirit coffin and Appo's talent. Indeed, you should be grateful to me. Jiang Chan, were it not for my intervention, you would never have contracted the scissor ghost. Jiang failed to perceive the mockery in Jiang Chan's tone. Since I have done you such a substantial favor, why not release me and escort me out of this wretched forest? I cannot bear to remain here a moment longer. Jiang Chan sneered coldly. I see now that you are unable to depart on your own. You claim to possess a prophetic, ghostly companion. How is it that you cannot escape? At this, a dark shadow crossed Jiang and Appo's eyes. It demands I kill you before it will reveal the way out. It wants me dead? Jiang Chan squinted, attempting to discern any truth from Jiang and Appo's expression. Yes, since we were in the classroom. It has urged me to seize the opportunity to eliminate you. I acquiesced, and thus it divulged information and rules about the ghosts. However, after I pushed you towards the scissor ghost and fled the teaching building under its guidance, it ceased answering my queries. It presumed I had perished, believing you to be of no further use to it. Perhaps it is. Jiang and Appo's voice trailed off, a flicker of delight flitting across his face. He raised his gaze to Jiang Chan and exclaimed, Hasten to command your ghostly companion to release me. I no longer require your assistance. Oh, it seems you and Appo's re-established contact. Have you? Jiang Chan replied indifferently. Let me guess. Did it instruct you to slay me? Jiang and Appo's expression froze, his eyes darting away as he stubbornly retorted. That is not the case. Do not jump to conclusions. Just release me. Do not be so hasty. I am curious about the animosity between you and this ghostly creature. Why must it seek my demise? Jiang Chan inquired. I do not know. Do not question me. Very well, let us change the subject. How did you acquire this ghostly companion? I have already disclosed enough, Jiang Chan. I am under no obligation to answer any more questions. You would do well to expedite the release from your ghostly companion. Jiang Chan chuckled, recalling the words of a notorious figure. You ought to adopt a more respectful demeanor. This behavior is quite unbecoming. Who is truly in control here? As the impatience in his voice crescendoed, the scissor ghost and Appo's grip around Jiang and Appo's neck tightened. Panic surged through Jiang as the cold, sharp sensation against his neck felt akin to a pair of scissors that had languished among corpses for a century. He jolted, pleading, Do not slay me, Jiang Chan. The ghost just spoke to me again. It indeed desires me to find a way to eliminate you. It insisted that I witness your death with my own eyes before it would assist my escape. I have disclosed everything. What more do you wish to know? I beseech you, spare my life. See, cooperation would have sufficed. A trickle of crimson seeped down Jiang and Appo's neck. Yet Jiang Chan still did not command the scissor ghost to relent. His tone turned icy as he pressed. Now, answer my previous inquiry. From whence did you acquire this ghostly companion? From the Shishan cemetery. The cemetery? Jiang, now stripped of any pretense, stammered. Today, I was to participate in the coffin opening ceremony. Fearing I would fail to awaken my true spirit coffin, I ventured to the Shishan cemetery yesterday afternoon with a KFC bucket to pay respects to my grandmother, seeking her blessing for a powerful spirit coffin. An old man tending the graves approached me, claiming I was honoring his grandmother, who was buried next door. Yet he later mentioned that the grave I visited belonged to neither of our grandmothers. Speak another word of nonsense, and I shall send you to meet your ancestors. Please, Jiang Chan, I am getting to the point. I mistakenly honored the wrong grave, and at midnight, a bride ghost in a red wedding gown knocked on my door, insisting that the spirit coffin textbook I burned was her marriage certificate, and the cola I poured over the grave was wedding wine. She demanded I accept her as my bride, and then entered my body. Jiang Chan could not help but marvel at the absurdity of it all. Having mistakenly honored the wrong grave by day, and receiving a ghostly bride by night. It almost seemed as though he were the protagonist of a far-fetched tale. Now, you must hand over this ghost to me, Jiang Chan stated with unwavering resolve. Jiang hesitated momentarily before begrudgingly negotiating. Jiang Chan, I can give you this ghost, but you must promise to take me away from this school. This place is shrouded in the lamenting ghost's mist. Think of it as a closed lid over us. I cannot escort you out, but I can lead you to Zhou Hailong. Zhou Hailong, the director? Jiang and Appo's voice quickened with urgency. The principal spent a fortune to recruit that second-tier spirit Coffin Master from the first high school? Does he possess a means of escape? Is there another Zhou Hailong in this school? Jiang Chan retorted, then continued, Zhou Hailong possesses corpse incense and a specially crafted phone. He has already established contact with the Ghost Extermination Bureau, and outside, they are devising a plan to rescue us. Several teachers accompanying Zhou Hailong are currently searching for survivors within the school. I owe my survival to encountering him, and with his aid, I managed to contract this scissor ghost. You hand over your ghost, and I shall lead you to him. Upon hearing Jiang Chan and Appo's words, Jia Zhengjing felt a surge of hope. He swallowed hard, his gaze filled with anticipation. Is everything you say true? The ghostly mist within this haunted grove was far thicker than outside, and Jia Zhengjing, having lost the protection of the corpse incense, was rapidly succumbing to its influence. With patches of corpse-like discoloration appearing on his skin, without prompt action, he would become a ghostly thrall within the half hour. Believe it or not. Or I could simply slay you, and I would still acquire the ghostly essence within you, albeit with greater difficulty. Jiang Chan's voice turned chilling. Please, do not kill me. I will give it to you. Jia Zhengjing trembled, hastily releasing his ghost, which emerged shrouded in a dense fog. It was not merely a ghostly companion. It had not been summoned from his spirit coffin, but rather drifted directly from his own body. This scoundrel had previously feigned the opening of his spirit coffin as a ruse. Jiang Chan silently cursed him as he commanded the scissor ghost to release its hold. Jia Zhengjing scrambled to his feet, exclaiming, Jiang Chan, I have no contractual ties to this ghost. I relinquish it to you. Now take me to Zhou Hailong. Proceed straight in this direction, and you will exit the grove. I cleared the dangers along the path as I came. Once you are outside, continue forward. The temporary safe zone established by Zhou Hailong is located in the comprehensive building. Jiang Chan gestured towards the path he had traversed. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhengjing and Appo's expression soured as he sharply questioned, Did you not claim you would escort me? I intend to contract this ghost first. It should take about half an hour. If you wish to wait for me, that is acceptable, Jiang Chan replied, casting a glance at the spreading patches of discoloration on Jia Zhengjing and Appo's skin. Should you transform into a ghostly thrall, I shall end your life. You. Jia Zhengjing and Appo's complexion paled with anger. His condition would allow him to endure the ghostly mist for perhaps half an hour more, and he suspected Jiang Chan was acting with malice. Yet, as he pondered this, he suddenly realized, why have you not succumbed to the ghostly mist? I am uncertain as well. Yet Zhou Hailong suggested that my innate talent for the spirit coffin might render me immune to the ghostly mist. Jiang Chan candidly remarked. A forbidden-level spirit coffin is indeed exceptional. Jia Zhengjing interjected with a hint of sarcasm, a flicker of envy evident in his gaze. You may forge your own contract at your leisure, but do not fall victim to the vengeful spirits here. With that, he turned abruptly and strode toward the direction Jiang Chan had indicated, concocting in his mind a tale to embellish the incident of how Jiang Chan had audaciously seized his ghostly companion. Do not stray off the path, you pretentious fool. Zhou Hailong is in the comprehensive building, along with Hu Shuai and the others. You shall find them there, Jiang Chan called out loudly to Jia Zhengjing and Appo's receding figure. In response, Jia Zhengjing merely scoffed disdainfully, fool. Soon, I shall demand the return of what is rightfully mine, with interest. As he watched Jia Zhengjing vanish completely into the ghostly mist, Jiang Chan then turned his attention to the spirit left behind by Jia Zhengjing. However, upon glancing back, his eyes widened in astonishment. The mist that had shrouded the spirit had dissipated, revealing a ghostly bride clad in a wedding robe, adorned with a pair of mandarin ducks on her veil. Chapter 22, The Ghost Bride. As the dark blue-black mist swirled thickly through the ghostly banyan grove, Jiang Chan beheld a female specter adorned in the ceremonial wedding attire of the underworld. Information about her materialized before his eyes, however, apart from her name, which confirmed her identity as the Ghost Bride, a spectral puppet in wedding garb. All other details remained shrouded in mystery. A chilling aura, imbued with an unusual fragrance, enveloped him. Jiang Chan was taken aback by the enigmatic presence of this ghost bride when a familiar voice suddenly resonated within his mind. My name is Jia Zhengjing. I participated in today's coffin opening ceremony and successfully awakened a low-grade azure coffin. The day prior, I had ventured to the Western Mountain Cemetery to pay homage to my grandmother, seeking her blessings for a smooth awakening. To my dismay, I worshipped at the wrong grave. That night, a ghost bride knocked on my door and entered my body. Becoming my most mysterious boon, I suddenly realized that I might be the chosen one of this era. Yet, I remained too weak and must bide my time to grow. Today, however, another individual awakened a spirit coffin 100 times more dazzling than mine. His name is Jiang Chan, and he may be a formidable rival for destiny. I must eliminate him. It seems my boon possesses a means to help me seize his spirit coffin. He is merely a stepping stone for me to obtain the forbidden spirit coffin. Jiang Chan's voice echoed in Jiang Chan's mind, as if he had not truly departed, but rather delved into Jiang Chan and Amp, Appos, as consciousness. Just as Jiang Chan felt an uncanny sensation, Jing and Amp, Appos, S voice abruptly became intermittent, akin to a radio with poor reception, followed by the erasure of all sound. Erasure. Much like Wei Xinglu using an eraser to wipe away chalk from a blackboard, the voice was completely expunged from Jiang Chan's mind, leaving the previous words as indistinct as chalk dust left behind. Then, a new voice suddenly reverberated within Jiang Chan and Appos' thoughts. As if Wei Xinglu had resumed writing on the dusty blackboard with fresh chalk. My name is Jiang Chan. Today, I awakened a forbidden grade spirit coffin. A terrifying supernatural event erupted in the school during evening self-study. Out of over 6,000 students, I alone, utilizing the ghostly technique above my eyes, led to Jing and Hu Shuayan escaping the classroom. Among those who escaped with me was a sneaky fellow named Jia Jing. Seizing the moment, he conspired with Su Shaoqin to steal my corpse incense, nearly leading to my demise. By a stroke of luck, I survived and, as a consequence, contracted a powerful ghostly companion. I reunited with Hu Shuayan and the others, guiding them safely to the school gate, only to discover the entire campus enveloped by the mournful ghost and Amp, Appos' shadowy lair. I found myself unable to escape. I recalled that ghost associated with Jing. It appeared to possess the ability to foresee the future. Perhaps I could glean a means of escape through it. I effortlessly acquired the ghost from Jing. Yet to my astonishment and wariness, my ghostly technique could not penetrate the spectre's essence. I could only vaguely surmise that it might be a powerful ghostly puppet in wedding attire. I pondered that if I were to assist this ghostly puppet in liberating its true form, it might provide me with a way out of the shadowy lair. If I failed to respond promptly, I would soon be pursued by that mournful ghost, ultimately meeting my end. As its ghostly thrall, the voice of Jiang Chan resonated within his own mind, his vigilant gaze fixating on the ghost bride ahead. The crimson veil was stirred by the sinister wind, obscuring her face and inexplicably sending chills down Jiang Chan's spine. His own voice echoed within his consciousness, imbued with an indescribable eeriness and allure, subtly tempting Jiang Chan to acquiesce to its demands. Something was amiss. This ghost was profoundly unsettling. It sought to compel me to liberate its true form, yet it had incited Jing to kill me. No. This ghost could perceive the deepest yearnings of a person and Amp, Appos' heart and magnify them infinitely, using such desires as bait to achieve its own ends. Jiang Chan bit his tongue, striving to maintain clarity. Suddenly, he comprehended why he had previously sensed something amiss with Jing's mental state. He had caught glimpses of this individual's lips quivering as if engaged in soliloquy or an altercation with an unseen adversary. His mind had effectively been ensnared by this ghost. Jing had lied. He claimed that this ghost commanded him to kill me. Yet in truth, it was his own jealousy that had been amplified, transforming me into his imagined foe. As Jiang Chan formed this hypothesis, the eerie, seductive voice resurfaced in his mind. My name is Jiang Chan. I have just acquired a foresight-type ghost from someone who intended to take my life. The ghost's peculiar nature exceeds my expectations. I suspect it lacks the ability to foresee the future and instead amplifies desires based on one's innermost thoughts, such as Jing's envy toward me. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that this ghostly puppet is closely connected to a formidable specter, possessing knowledge of many things unknown to me. For instance, it could directly inform Jing what the Fengdu ghost riders are and elucidate the killing logic of the embroidering ghost and ghost lantern. I must tread carefully around this sinister ghost, wary of it unwittingly controlling my mind and rendering me as deluded as Jing. Yet, I find myself devoid of alternatives to escape this shadowy lair. If not for desperation, I would not have sought out the ghost within Jing. I think I may attempt to trust it. Once trusting your words would surely be folly. I might not even realize how I met my demise. Jiang Chan's eyes hardened as he commanded the scissor ghost to act. Whoosh! The elongated, pitch-black limbs, resembling a ghastly pair of scissors, sliced through the ghost bride's form. as if severing a wisp of smoke, lacking any corporeal substance. However, following the scissor ghost and Amp, Oppos, S assault, the ghost bride and Amp, Oppos, S form visibly thinned, and the eerie, seductive voice within Jiang Chan and Amp, Oppos, S mind began to scream urgently. I cannot kill it. Must not kill. If I do, I will be irrevocably trapped within this shadowy lair. It is my only means of escape. Must not kill. Must not kill. Must not kill. A bizarre force endeavored to implant these words into Jiang Chan and Amp, Oppos, S thoughts. He bit down hard on his tongue, forcing his mind to remain alert. His countenance fierce as he urged the scissor ghost to continue its assault, determined to eliminate this specter. Snap the dark scissors opened and closed once more, causing the ghost bride's form to diminish further, akin to a wisp on the verge of dispersal. She retreated, evading the attack. The edges of her embroidered veil swaying to reveal a red tear mole at the corner of her eye and half of an alarmingly familiar face. It was Jiang Chan's own visage. Yet her eyelids and lips were cruelly sewn shut with crimson threads. In that fleeting moment of recognition, Jiang Chan and Oppos' heart skipped a beat. A bone-chilling dread washed over him, akin to a bucket of icy water being poured over his head. Chapter 23. The method of departure. Jia Zhengjing's transformation into a ghost had intensified, with indigo corpse spots appearing on his neck and face. It seemed that Jiang Chan had not deceived me. Indeed, following his indicated path, I successfully traversed the forest without encountering any peril. Emerging from the banyan ghost forest, the ghostly mist began to dissipate, a promising sign indicating that he could endure a little longer. Ahead lay the comprehensive building, and soon I would be under the protection of the corpse incense. I am truly the chosen one. I knew I could not perish in this haunted place. With this thought, a shadow flickered in the depths of Jia Zhengjing and Amp, Oppos' eyes. I apologize, Jiang Chan, but even though you pointed me in the right direction, I must eliminate you. After all, you are my formidable rival. Initially, he intended to embellish his complaint to Zhou Hailong, ensuring Jiang Chan would suffer doubly for what he had consumed. However, a new idea suddenly took shape. Considering the time, the rescue from the ghost-slaying bureau should be arriving soon. That fool Jiang Chan was still over there binding ghostly pets. It would be a while before he could return. When that moment arrives, I shall inform Zhou Hailong and the others that Jiang Chan has become a ghost slave in his attempt to save me. Ha ha ha. I truly am a genius. Without lifting a finger, I can vanquish a destined rival. The towering comprehensive building loomed ominously within the ghostly fog, and an exhilarating thrill surged through Jia Zhengjing's visage. Jiang Chan, you will remain forever in this shadowy desolation. I am the true child of destiny. However, when he ecstatically approached, he discovered the entire building was shrouded in darkness, standing desolate and dilapidated like a colossal tomb. Damn it! Hadn't Jiang Chan claimed that one would see people upon arrival? Just as Jia Zhengjing ground his teeth in silent curses, a faint wailing, accompanied by the sound of a mournful swona, drifted from the distance. Bloodstained paper money fluttered down from the misty sky, landing at his feet. Jia Zhengjing's gaze faltered, his complexion paling as he looked up. In the midst of the blue-black ghost mist, bloodied paper money cascaded like snowflakes. Abruptly, he turned to see 2 rows of weeping funeral bearers approaching, lifting an enormous crimson wedding coffin through the fog. Among them, a particularly tall figure bore the coffin. Zhou Hailong. Jia Zhengjing was instantly terrified, his legs trembling as he staggered back 2 steps, only 2. Bang! His back collided with a person's chest, an indescribable chill seeping into his pores, the pungent stench of decay assaulting his nostrils. A shiver coursed through him, and with a face full of dread, he slowly turned to see a figure clad in mourning garb standing rigidly behind him. Jiang Chan, you deceived me. The viscous ghost mist enveloped him like a mire, and in an instant, Jia Zhengjing was engulfed. Bloodstained paper money fell like heavy snow, accompanied only by a chilling scream and the prolonged wails of ghostly slaves, echoing hauntingly through the terrifying campus ruins. The blue-black ghost mist churned in the banyan ghost forest, and the scissors ghost's dark legs resembled a terrifying pair of shears. Each time it passed through the ghost bride and Oppos' form, it grew fainter. Its voice screamed madly within Jiang Chan and Oppos' mind. Do not kill. Suddenly gripped by horror, Jiang Chan noticed that the trees around him bore human-faced galls, which rapidly transformed into the faces of the ghost bride hidden beneath her veil. The very visage of himself with sewn-shut eyes and mouth. each face contorted in agony, as if echoing the piercing scream of the singular self in his mind. Do not kill. Do not kill. Do not kill. Hundreds of shrill voices converged into an unstoppable tide, effortlessly breaching the defenses he had erected within, ultimately twisting into a roar that erupted from his own mouth. Do not kill. Receiving the command, the scissors ghost immediately ceased its assault. I cannot kill it. I am acutely aware that Zhou Hailong is already dead. I just deceived Jia Zhongjing in reality. No one will come to rescue us from this school. Even though I possess the innate ability to resist ghost mist and avoid assimilation, I cannot escape the crying ghost. I will ultimately be hunted down and perish here. My only recourse now is to trust the ghost before me. Jiang Chan's mind began to clear from the terror that had previously engulfed him. Sweating profusely, he gasped for breath, and upon hearing the voice in his mind, he replied with a grim expression, "Tell me directly how to proceed, or I will still kill you." The ghost bride, still threatened by the scissors ghost, perhaps sensing Jiang Chan's resolve, fell silent for a moment before her voice echoed once more in his mind. I am trapped in the domain of a terrifying ghost. I try to recall the lessons taught by Wei Shenlu. The domain is governed by ghosts. Currently, the second high school is enveloped by the crying ghost's domain, akin to a sealed lid covering the entire school. I wish to escape. Perhaps I must eliminate the crying ghost for its domain to dissipate. Jiang Chan's breaths gradually steadied after hearing the words in his mind, but he swiftly lost patience. Let me deal with the crying ghost. You might as well let me contract it. Clearly, your words cannot be trusted. You should obediently become my ghost deity instead. Before Jiang Chan could finish, the eerie voice resounded in his mind again. I just awakened the spirit coffin today. Although I fortuitously contracted a scissors ghost, my strength is still far from capable of contending with the crying ghost. It is unlikely I can eliminate it. Just tell me how. Jiang Chan retorted coldly. I suddenly recalled a ghost in the teaching building. The ghost holding lantern, which provided me with a glimmer of insight. This ghost hails from the Yin Lantern profession of the late Qing dynasty in eastern Sichuan. At that time, hard-fated widowers were chosen to become and oppos, innkeepers, and oppos, carrying lanterns of funeral garments to the burial grounds during the seventh night after a death, igniting the deceased and oppos, life and death characters to summon the soul to climb onto their back, guiding it. Some hard-fated widows also became involved in this profession, dealing with more peculiar circumstances. However, their actions were the exact opposite of the widowers. The widowers needed to carry the ghost that climbed onto their back to the deceased and oppos' place of burial, their last residence, and the place where they lived, all while ensuring the lantern remained unextinguished to signify successful guiding. In contrast, widows had to climb onto the ghost and oppos' back to lead the way. They later evolved into a ghost entirely different from the ghost holding lantern, the lantern flower ghost mothers, who seemed to possess the ability to break through the ghost domain. What specifically must be done? Jiang Chan and oppos' eyes flickered, and his breath quickened. I am fully aware that there are no lantern flower ghost mothers in this domain, but it seems this ghost bride has a way to resolve the issue. As long as I am willing to provide her with a living person, and it must be a woman. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chan's gaze towards the ghost bride became immediately cautious. Is the price for this to cost a life? Or are you merely luring me to find you a new body? I still cannot fully trust this ghost. After all, it is far too sinister and beyond my control. It revealed to me a means to escape this ominous place, yet it demanded a living sacrifice, a woman, to be precise. I remained uncertain of its true intentions regarding this woman, and I could only remain vigilant of its ulterior motives. Cease interpreting my thoughts. If you cannot articulate clearly, it is better left unsaid. Even if I perish in this accursed abode, I shall ensure your demise before my own, Jiang Chan declared, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. After a brief pause, the eerie voice echoed once more, I believe. I could attempt to compel this woman to inscribe her name and birth details upon a piece of paper using her own blood, and then bring it to the graveyard, to the place where the aura of death is most potent, to personally incinerate it, burn it, and summon the lantern flower ghost matron. Chapter 24. The role of Su Shaoqin, the seductive voice in Jiang Chan's mind, became increasingly fragmented, as if an indescribable force were preventing it from articulating a complete method. It struggled to convey even a few keywords, though it couldn't be ruled out that this was a deliberate act. The dark, blue-black, ghostly mist swirled in the chilling wind, intertwining like a net of roots and tendrils. As Jiang Chan stood resolutely in a clearing within the forest, rapidly weighing the risks, a cold, fragrant aura drifted from the ghost bride, penetrating his nostrils. Far more pleasant than the damp, decaying scent of the banyan tree ghost forest. His gaze swept his surroundings. The human-faced tumors on the tree trunks silently morphed, transforming from the face hidden beneath the ghost bride and amp, Apos' veil to that of the crying ghost, adorned in mourning attire. These tree tumors materialized the fears harbored within the hearts of the living. Jiang Chan's eyes darkened slightly. I was momentarily horrified by the face concealed beneath the ghost bride's veil, prompting these tumors to manifest that very visage, amplifying the fear within me. Now, the ghost bride has stirred my dread of the crying ghost, and these tumors have morphed into its likeness. The ghost bride and Apos' abilities can be fully realized in this place. Had it not been for this, I would have already slain her. Yet she is correct. I truly have no other means to escape this cursed ground. If I continue to linger, I will inevitably attract the crying ghost. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chan coldly addressed the ghost bride. I shall trust you this once. But heed my words. Should I discover any trickery on your part, I assure you, you will perish before me. I have chosen to temporarily place my trust in this ghost after much inner turmoil. I am aware that this is akin to courting disaster, but I find myself devoid of alternatives. I must follow her instructions to find a woman, compel her to inscribe her name and birth details in her own blood, and ultimately escort her to the graveyard's most sinister location to incinerate the offering with her own hands. I already have a suitable candidate in mind. An eerie voice echoed in Jiang Chan and Apos' mind as he strode towards the exit of the banyan tree ghost forest, hoping fervently that the fool had not met his demise. Su Shaoqin had lost count of how many times she had returned to the cafeteria. Her body was gradually succumbing to the ghostly mist, marked by large patches of corpse-like spots, enveloping her in an aura of death. Her movements had become sluggish, akin to that of a lifeless body, and her thoughts nearly frozen. Bang! Bang! The muffled sounds emanated from the dark, blue-black mist. As the ghost clad in a traditional shroud approached the cafeteria door, wielding a rusted kitchen knife and striking it forcefully against the wooden board, producing a dull thud. A pot beside it bubbled with boiling soup, black hair and white bones swirling within, emanating a potent stench of decay, far from pleasant, yet strangely enticing. Gurgle! Su Shaoqin and Apos' stomach grumbled hollowly. Her eyes, now veiled in a grayish hue, fixated intently on the boiling pot inside the cafeteria. The putrid scent gripped her like an invisible hand, pulling her step by step toward it. She had yet to have dinner, and after aimlessly wandering about, her energy was utterly depleted. Now, with the aroma wafting from the cafeteria, she felt ravenously hungry, her stiffened mind fixated solely on one thought, that of consuming. I must devour everything in that pot. Her vision narrowed to the pot, saliva pooling at the corners of her mouth, dripping down like a thread. Stiffly, she swayed like a zombie, ascending the steps toward the cafeteria entrance, as the ghost in the shroud struck the board with increasing fervor. Bang! 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 Just as Su Shaoqin was about to step through the cafeteria door, a hand suddenly grasped her shoulder, yanking her back with force. Are you trying to get yourself killed, Su Shaoqin? Staggering, Su Shaoqin heard Jiang Chan's somewhat different voice, and her nearly frozen thoughts regained a flicker of clarity. A wave of resentment washed over her corpse-like face, now almost entirely covered in spots. Jiang Chan, why are you back? Why Haven and Apos? You gonna die yet? I returned with good intentions to save you, and you curse me instead? Jiang Chan replied, disappointment etched on his face. Su Shaoqin and Apos' resentful gaze faltered momentarily. She had prepared to ambush Jiang Chan, dragging him into the cafeteria with her, determined that if she were to perish, he would accompany her in death. Yet, what was this? Wah, what did you just say? I said I went to slay Jing, and I came back specifically to rescue you. But you have truly disappointed me. Forget it. Consider it as if I never returned, Jiang Chan declared, turning to leave. However, Su Shaoqin refused to let him go. A surge of elation erupted in her already ghostly eyes as she staggered to catch up, clinging to Jiang Chan and Apos' arm, sobbing, I and Apos. I'm sorry, Jiang Chan, truly sorry. I misjudged you. You were terrifying before, leaving me behind. I thought you had abandoned me, but I see now that you still care. Going so far as to kill Jing for my sake. If you hadn't saved me just now, I I was about to lash out at you. Woo-woo. Jiang Chan halted, turning to face Su Xiaoqin and Amp, Apos, S face, now marred by corpse spots, and coldly stated, Su Xiaoqin, I can take you out, but you must give me something in return. Wah, what do you want? Su Xiaoqin feigned weakness, covering her chest with her hands. Cut the nonsense, sister. Even if you stripped bare, I and Apos, D still find it repugnant, Jiang Chan retorted. I need your birth details. My birth details? Su Xiaoqin's expression turned blank for a moment, then suspicion crept in. What do you need my birth details for? Do you wish to escape, or not? It's not that I refuse. The problem is, I don't even know my birth details. Su Xiaoqin exclaimed, panic rising. You must at least know your date of birth and approximate time, Jiang Chan rephrased. ISN and AMP. Apos, T that's something you already know? Or, are you actually asking me what gift I want for my birthday this year? Su Xiaoqin suddenly brightened. Jiang Chan, you are so kind, but this place is too terrifying. Just take me out first, and I'll choose a gift and send you the link later, okay? Choose your own thoughts? Answer my questions directly, utter another word of nonsense. And you can remain here to keep the ghost company. Jiang Chan and Apos. S voice was laced with coldness. Now, what year, month, and day were you born? At approximately what time? Su Xiaoqin dared not say anything further, fearing Jiang Chan would indeed abandon her. She hurriedly replied, June 13, 2007. Around 10 in the morning. Gregorian calendar? Yes. Jiang Chan pulled out his phone from his pocket, opened the calendar, and calculated. April 28, 2007. Ding Hai, Bing Wu, Wu Yin, Ding Si. Write these characters down, along with your name. Looking at the screen Jiang Chan offered, Su Xiaoqin hesitated. There an amp. Apos. S no paper or pen here. What do you want me to write with? Jiang Chan surveyed the surroundings. Tearing a piece of fabric from Su Xiaoqin and Apos, S tattered clothing, and picking up a shard of broken porcelain from the ground. He then seized Su Xiaoqin and Apos, S hand, slicing her index finger. Right. Are you trying to kill me, Jiang Chan? Su Xiaoqin cried out in pain, forcefully shaking off Jiang Chan and Amp, Apos, S grip. Jiang Chan, uninterested in further discussion, turned to leave. Seeing him walk away, Su Xiaoqin panicked. The ghost in the cafeteria continued chopping vigorously. Alone, she found it impossible to escape the confines of this school, let alone the cafeteria. If Jiang Chan truly abandoned her here, her demise would be inevitable. I will write immediately. Jiang Chan, please do not be angry. I was merely in agony earlier. I will finish it promptly. Please do not leave me alone here. Su Xiaoqin picked up the tattered cloth she had just thrown to the ground. Gritting her teeth to endure the pain in her fingers, and with her blood-stained hand, she scrawled her name in a shaky manner. Followed by the characters provided by Jiang Chan done. Su Xiaoqin suppressed the resentment pooling in her eyes and handed the piece of cloth, inscribed with her name and birth details, to Jiang Chan. Now you can take me away, right? The writing resembles a dog's paw print. Jiang Chan remarked casually as he accepted Su Xiaoqin and Amp, Apos, S bloodied script. Keep up. If you fall behind, do not blame me. Su Xiaoqin clenched her jaw tightly, a deep-seated malice glimmering in her demonized eyes. The humiliation she felt and her hatred for Jiang Chan reached a boiling point. She recalled maintaining a connection with several older brothers outside the school. Just endure a little longer. Once Jiang Chan leads her out of this wretched institution, she would seek out those brothers, and then she would not rest until her vengeance upon him was fulfilled. Sensing the venomous gaze fixed upon her back, Jiang Chan refrained from confronting the situation immediately, instead letting out an enigmatic cold laugh from his nostrils. Chapter 25. The place with the heaviest energy, a shroud of dark blue mist enveloped the vast campus, every sight tainted by the power of the shadowy realm. The entirety of the second high school seemed to have merged with the haunted Liangjia village, and this amalgamation deepened with each passing moment. The campus, once modest, now appeared boundless, overrun with dilapidated cottages, abandoned farmland, withered tree trunks, and scattered wild graves, where specters meandered aimlessly. Fearfully, Su Xiaoqin trailed behind Jiang Chan, soon stepping beyond the cafeteria's confines, igniting a glimmer of hope in her heart. It seemed Jiang Chan truly possessed a means of escape. Their current trajectory led towards the Yangfan Square, through which lay the school's entrance. As her spirits lifted, an involuntary shiver coursed through her upon reaching Yangfan Square. Why are there so many graves here? You ask me. I ask the ghosts, Jiang Chan replied coldly, producing the 8-character blood letter Su Xiaoqin had just penned. He pondered. Following the ghost bride's instructions, all that remained was for Su Shaoqin to incinerate this blood letter, and the lantern ghost should appear. To be prudent, he sought a location with heightened energy. His eyes glinted with a faint crimson light, penetrating the drifting ghostly mist, allowing him to discern Hu Shuai and Wu Yifan still lingering at the school gate. He redirected his gaze. Under the dark blue mist, heaps of crumbling graves rose and fell like a wave, with ghostly flames flickering sporadically among them, an air of deathly stillness and dread silently spreading. At last, Jiang Chan spotted a desiccated old locust tree. Tattered paper streamers hung from its dead branches, and beneath its twisted trunk lay a tall grave. At a glance, this grave towered over the surrounding wild graves, and a fragment of a weathered tombstone stood before it. Right there, a place of profound energy, Jiang Chan declared, his gaze fixed as he led the way towards the grave. Su Shaoqin dared not stray from Jiang Chan and Appo's side. Stepping into the graveyard where a chilling aura immediately slithered up her ankles, surging towards her skull. Gazing at the dimly lit, undulating graves around her, her scalp prickled with terror. Jiang Chan, Arin and Appo's, we supposed to head to the school gate? Su Shaoqin inquired, trembling with fear. The school is engulfed by the wailing ghost and Appo's shadowy realm. We cannot escape, Jiang Chan replied, maintaining his pace. What are we to do now? Naturally, we are to open the shadowy realm. Do you truly have a way? Otherwise, why would I have brought you here? To pay respects to your grandmother? As their conversation unfolded, Jiang Chan guided Su Shaoqin beneath the old locust tree. The somber wind stirred the soul-holding streamers, producing a rustling sound. The grave beneath the tree loomed over them, exuding a disquieting aura, while the half-broken tombstone bore inscriptions long eroded by time. Before the grave lay offerings and 2 candles. The offerings had rotted, releasing a foul stench, while the candles flickered with a faint, eerie glow, casting a dim light on the faded portrait atop the tombstone, sending chills down one's spine. Jiang Chan, why have you brought me here? Su Shaoqin, hidden behind Jiang Chan, was too frightened to approach. Even to glance at the portrait on the tombstone, which she had fleetingly glimpsed yet felt as if the figure was mocking her. If you burn it, we can leave, Jiang Chan urged, handing her the 8-character blood letter. Burn it. A flicker of doubt crossed Su Shaoqin's fearful gaze. If I burn it, we can leave. Why Don and Appo's, you burn it. Jiang Chan, you Don and Appo's, intend to harm me, do you? You think too much. If I wish to harm you, I could simply kill you without such trouble, Jiang Chan retorted, summoning his scissor ghost. At this sight, Su Shaoqin instinctively took 2 steps back, her expression growing more wary. I once heard my grandmother speak of ghost marriages, which involve burning the birth details of young maidens for the dead. Jiang Chan, are you trying to bind me to the corpse in this grave so it may lead you out? Your imagination is overly vivid. It's a loss to the literary world if you're not writing novels. Jiang Chan's voice darkened as he commanded the scissor ghost to advance, cutting through their banter. Enough of this. Either you burn it yourself, or I will assist you. Choose. By this point, it was too late for Su Shaoqin to flee. The scissor ghost's elongated form pressed against her back, its cold, terrifying touch extinguishing her last flicker of hope. She had witnessed the principal using this ghost to harvest ghostly servants. She understood there was no escape. What deepened Su Shaoqin's sorrow and despair was the realization that mere hours before the awakening ceremony, she could easily manipulate Jiang Chan, yet now, her life lay entirely in his hands. So, you never intended to take me out, did you? You only sought to exploit me. I never said I wouldn't take you out. I merely require your cooperation, Jiang Chan replied, his tone icy. And what if I refuse to cooperate? Su Shaoqin spat, her anger flaring as she tossed the 8-character blood letter aside. In response, Jiang Chan merely chuckled coldly. Then I'm afraid I must say, I'm sorry. With that chilling declaration, the scissor ghost immediately sprang into action, forcefully pinning her against the tombstone. The bone-chilling cold seeped into her very marrow, freezing her blood, rendering her utterly immobile. Jiang Chan stepped forward, retrieved the discarded blood letter, and pressed it back into Su Shaoqin's trembling hands, guiding her hand towards the candles before the tombstone. Jiang Chan, let me go? You will meet a dreadful fate. I will haunt you as a ghost. Overwhelmed by fear, tears streamed down Su Shaoqin and Appo's face, and all she could do was hurl curses. You've already uttered those phrases. Can't you conjure something new? Jiang Chan retorted indifferently, forcing Su Shaoqin and Amp, Apos, S hand towards the candle S flame. As he pressed the 8-character blood letter into her grasp, the eerie green flame ignited it. A piercing cold wind suddenly surged forth, the ghostly flames consuming the blood letter with alarming swiftness, and inexplicably, Su Shaoqin's body ignited in a green blaze. Swelling within the ghostly wind, Jiang Chan quickly released Su Shaoqin and Apos, S hand, and retreated. The chilling, emerald flames erupted from her mouth and eyes, and she emitted a spine-chilling, wailing cry. The air thickened with ominous energy, as if something dreadfully terrifying was summoned. Jiang Chan's heart raced in alarm. At that moment, a crimson figure abruptly emerged from behind him, charging towards the fiery Su Shaoqin. The ghost bride? What is her intent? As Jiang Chan's alarm bells rang, the ghost bride plunged into Su Shaoqin's body, merging their forms in an instant. Within mere breaths, the scarlet bridal gown enveloped Su Shaoqin entirely, extinguishing the flames, revealing a corporeal manifestation of the ghost bride. Damn it! I knew you harbored no good intentions. Jiang Chan swiftly retreated, commanding the scissor ghost to act. However, what he did not anticipate was that the ghost bride would actually remove her own head. A chilling wind rustled the edges of the bridal veil, revealing Su Shaoqin and Apos' face, devoid of any color. Her lips and eyelids were stitched together with crimson threads. Yet she was now straining to open them. A faint, eerie red glow emanated from within. Chapter 26. The Lantern Flower Ghost Bride. My name is Jiang Chan, and I find myself ensnared within the shadowy realm of the Amp, Apos, crying ghost, and Amp, Apos. In a desperate bid for escape, I heeded the counsel of the ghostly bride, crafting a replica of the Lantern Flower Ghost from the essence of a woman. This creation possesses the extraordinary ability to breach the confines of the shadowy realm, but alas, this power will dissipate once its wick is extinguished. In tangible terms, it will burn out in approximately 10 minutes. Once more, that eerie and seductive voice echoed in Jiang Chan's mind. He beheld the Apos, ghost bride and Apos, before him, using a stick to lift her veiled head. A ghostly light emanating through the crimson veil, resembling a lantern fashioned from a human head. Strangely, although this head lantern was dim, the surrounding ghostly mist began to thin under its illumination, even dispelling some of the oppressive darkness. Could it be that this ghost speaks the truth? Jiang Chan felt a chill of apprehension, but before he could unravel the implications, the previously tumultuous ghostly fog fell silent, only to be engulfed by a surge of tenfold denser mist. The temperature in the forsaken graveyard plummeted to freezing levels. What had been drawn in by the incantation of blood? It was approaching. Filial sons weep, the souls embark on their journey. A voice, indistinguishable in gender, emanated from the thickening fog, causing Jiang Chan to gasp sharply, his skin erupting in goosebumps. The crying ghost. Damn it, how did I summon it here? A surge of fury ignited within Jiang Chan, his eyes flashing with a dim crimson glow. He strained to peer through the dense fog, only managing to discern a few meters ahead. To his horror, after the eerie wail, the entire graveyard seemed to awaken. Tombstones trembled as the deceased began to claw their way out, paper money fluttering down like snowflakes, each piece inscribed with a twisted character for death in blood. The crying ghost has been summoned, plunging me into an unprecedented peril. My sole hope for survival lies in trusting this ghost before me. It has fashioned a lantern flower ghost from Su Shaoqin's essence, granting me a maximum of 10 minutes. I must swiftly shoulder this corpse and escape this shadowy realm before the crying ghost arrives. The haunting voice persisted in Jiang Chan's mind, imbued with a beguiling power. Upon hearing it, he grimaced, cursing the malevolent spirit for its audacity. I cannot place my trust in this ghost, let alone allow it to mount my back. Yet, I recalled the distinction it had previously elucidated between the Apos, ghost lantern and Apos, and the Apos, lantern flower ghost. And Apos, a widower must bear the ghost to form a Apos, ghost lantern, and Apos, while the widow must climb onto the ghost and Apos' back to summon souls, rendering their rules and abilities fundamentally different upon transformation. A widow must be a living person climbing onto the ghost and Apos' back. Now that Su Shaoqin is a ghost, she must do the reverse and climb upon the back of a living soul. This is the logic and rule governing the activation of the lantern flower ghost. To leave the shadowy realm, I must carry her and allow her to guide me. 1 minute has already elapsed. The wick visibly burns down by 1/10, and the crying ghost approaches with alarming swiftness. Time is of the essence. I must decide immediately. Damn it. Jiang Chan struggled to see beyond a few meters. Each breath felt like inhaling ice, the blood-stained paper money cascading down. He could hear the crying ghost's voice encroaching upon the graveyard, feeling the weight of a chilling gaze fixated upon him. The speed at which the graves cracked open intensified, and soon, decaying skeletons began to emerge from their resting places. The grave exuding the most malevolence before him began to shudder. At this juncture, Jiang Chan found himself devoid of alternatives. He had no choice but to acquiesce to the ghost bride. You had best not play any tricks, otherwise, if I perish, I will take you down with me. He uttered this with a steely countenance, decisively moving toward the headless corpse of the ghost bride. He bent slightly, grasping her legs. The initial sensation was one of rigidity and coldness, akin to touching a body frozen in a morgue for 3 months. With a surge of effort, Jiang Chan rose. Heavier than anticipated, the headless bride slumped onto his back, her frigid aura seeping through his skin, chilling his very blood. His heart contracted violently. Departing souls, living beings remain at bay. A terrifying wail resonated from behind, now alarmingly close, a putrid, damp aura invading his nostrils. Jiang Chan had no time to ponder further. Gritting his teeth, he began to stride toward the school gate, burdened by the cold, heavy corpse. The headless bride extended a bony arm from Jiang Chan's shoulder, holding her veiled head aloft with a stick, swaying gently in tandem with his steps. A faint red glow filtered through the veil, dispelling the surrounding ghostly fog and thick darkness, revealing trembling graves and fluttering paper money, along with rotting skeletons clawing their way out. Damn it, just my luck. Jiang Chan had initially commanded the scissor ghost to keep a watchful eye on the bride's corpse and to eliminate her at the slightest sign of treachery. However, seeing the decaying skeletons emerge from their graves, emitting hoarse growls as they staggered toward him, he was compelled to instruct the scissor ghost to clear a path. Crack! A few scattered skeletons lunged forward, swiftly dispatched by the scissor ghost. Notifications pinged in Jiang Chan's vision, but he had no time to attend to them. He had to accelerate his pace. If the corpses formed a barricade, escape would be nearly impossible. No, the crying ghost was closing in even faster. The blue-black fog thickened, almost viscous enough to drip, a chilling aura mingling with the stench of decay, encroaching from behind. The glow emanating from the lantern head began to shrink, once illuminating a 2-meter radius, now visibly contracting to less than a meter. A flicker. The dim red flame surged, casting a vibrant glow through the veil, barely holding back the encroaching fog. Yet, it was a tenuous balance. As the light continued to diminish with the advancing crying ghost, the wick within the head lantern burned at an accelerated pace. At this rate, it would extinguish within 3 minutes. Jiang Chan's expression darkened ominously. The entire graveyard had been consumed by the cloying fog. The flickering light beneath the lantern veil only illuminated a couple of dilapidated graves at his feet, obscuring the school gate and his companions entirely. Estimating in his mind, he surmised he had traversed roughly 2/3 of the graveyard, with around 30 meters remaining to the school gate. Ordinarily, he could cover that distance in under 30 seconds. Yet now it felt insurmountable. Hold on. 3 minutes. I can make it. Jiang Chan gritted his teeth and took a deep breath, his pace quickening even further than before. However, the weight of the bride's corpse on his back seemed to increase, growing ever heavier. The frigid body pressed against his back felt as if he had been confined within a morgue and Oppo's chilling embrace. An invisible frost uniting his back and shoulders with the lifeless form behind him. Soon, the blood coursing through his veins began to chill, and his legs grew stiff and sluggish. The viscous ghostly mist further compressed the halo of light emitted by his lantern, and the weight on his back felt as though it had doubled. Or perhaps, something else had crawled onto him. Just as this thought surfaced in Jiang Chan's mind, a spine-chilling event occurred. He sensed a chilling breath wafting against the nape of his neck. The icy exhalation sent shivers racing down his spine, and his heart thudded violently within his chest. At that moment, he suddenly realized something even more horrifying. The shadow cast upon the ground revealed that the corpse on his back had a head. No, it was not the corpse. A ghostly figure had emerged atop his back. Chapter 27, The Crying Ghost Incident, concluded. The dark, bluish mist enveloped the area, thickening until it approached utter darkness. The chilling, damp stench of decay permeated within a 3-meter radius. Blood-stained joss paper fluttered down like snowflakes, while the bride and Oppo's icy corpse lay draped across Jiang Chan and Oppo's back. one of its arms resting on his right shoulder and extending forward. The headless lantern it held swayed in tandem with Jiang Chan's steps, the red glow emanating from beneath the bride's veil spreading outward. Logically, Jiang Chan's own shadow should have trailed behind him, but as he gazed at the halo of light on the ground, a sense of dread washed over him. The shadow of the corpse on his back had a head. The bride and Appo's body on my back is headless. What is this thing resting upon me? Jiang Chan stared in horror at the shadow below. He was acutely aware that the head of the corpse on his back was in the hand extending from his shoulder. Yet the shadow clearly depicted something with a head upon him. Upon closer inspection, that head did not belong to Su Xiaoqin's corpse. Instead, a second ghost was clinging to Su Xiaoqin's back, its head leaning down, inching closer to Jiang Chan's neck. A chilling breath brushed against his nape, sending a wave of icy dread coursing through him. He clearly observed the shadow's movements. An overwhelming urge to discard the corpse arose. But the frigid grip seemed to freeze him in place, preventing him from shaking it off. Damn it! Panic surged within him as he instinctively turned to look, but suddenly, something in his mind compelled him to restrain this impulse. No, that is not right. According to the ghost bride's earlier explanation, a widow, as the guardian of the dead, needed to climb onto the ghost's back to guide it. Once the widow transformed into the lantern flower ghost woman, she became a ghost herself and needed to climb onto the living to guide them. Su Xiaoqin now embodied the lantern flower ghost woman. She was a ghost, and I am the living. She is guiding me. But is it truly so? Jiang Chan dismissed the ghost bride and Appo's assertions and rapidly retraced the initial concept of the ghost lantern. The information about the ghost lantern was provided by the system, which would not harm him. The ghost lantern originated from the profession of guardian lanterns, which required selecting resilient widowers to serve as guardians of the dead, carrying lanterns to lead the souls of the wrongfully deceased through graveyards. The specific procedure involved burning the deceased and Appo's name and birth details in the area with the heaviest yang energy during the first 7 nights after death, summoning their vengeful spirit to climb onto the guardian's back, who would then transport it to a designated location within a fixed time frame, all while ensuring the lantern remained lit and never looking back. As Jiang Chan pieced together the relevant information, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Su Xiaoqin and Appo's current identity was that of a wrongfully deceased ghost. My role corresponds to that of the guardian, which means I am currently bearing her to guide her soul. The lantern cannot extinguish, and I must not look back, though uncertain of the consequences should the lantern extinguish or what might transpire if he looked back. Jiang Chan felt a profound sense of dread. From the onset, the ghost bride's suggestion had been a trap. A chilling breath swept across his nape once more, accompanied by a prickling sensation of cold terror. From the shadow on the ground, he could see that the head, which should not exist, was inching closer to his neck. That cursed ghost. It is deliberately tempting me to look back. Jiang Chan fought to suppress his mounting fear, forcing himself not to turn and look. With a steely expression, he ignored the bizarre shadow projected on the ground, gritting his teeth as he hastened toward the school gate, burdened by the cold, lifeless corpse on his back. This lantern could last no more than 2 minutes. If it extinguished before I could escape this haunted ground, I would face more than just the crying ghost. The entity clinging to my back would surely turn against me. The dense ghostly mist rapidly enveloped the entire graveyard, shrouding Hu Shuai and the others at the school gate in an impenetrable darkness, eliciting panic among them. Why has the ghost mist suddenly thickened? Has that crying ghost arrived? Lu Yang and Appo's voice trembled. I can hear crying. It must be that ghost pursuing us. What should we do? Tian Qian crouched down in fear, trembling as she hugged her arms tightly. It's nothing more than Wu Yiqian's pathetic cries. Stop panicking, Hu Shuai shouted, though he was visibly frightened himself, as if raising his voice would bolster his courage. Brother Hu, why has Jiang Gu been gone for so long? Wu Yifan's voice quivered. Could something have happened to him? Should we run? Jiang Chan would not encounter trouble so easily. Tan Jing suddenly interjected, her voice steady amid the chaos. You must not scatter. It is best to wait for him here. Then what about you? What are you going to do, Tan? Hu Shuai heard the sound of stiff footsteps moving away. I am about to become a ghost slave. Staying here may endanger you all. While I still possess a fragment of consciousness, I will go help find Jiang Chan. Tenjing's emotionless voice gradually faded as she walked away. If that ghost truly approaches, I will do my utmost to shield you. And I will scream to alert you to flee. Before Tan Jing could finish her sentence, her footsteps abruptly halted. A circle of red lights staggered through the thick darkness, approaching. Jiang Chan, hurry. The red glow emanated from the head lantern held by the bride and Appo's corpse, illuminating Jiang Chan's face, which appeared somewhat ghastly. His legs trembled, and blood oozed from his gums, the weight of the corpse far exceeding his physical capability. He was merely relying on a remarkable will to keep himself upright. Upon seeing Tanjing, he managed to squeeze out 2 words through gritted teeth. You finally returned. Jiang Gu. Seeing Jiang Chan emerge with a faint halo of light, the group rushed toward him like moths drawn to a flame. However, upon noticing the entity on his back, they all halted in their tracks. What the hell, Jiang Gu? Why are you carrying a headless corpse? It seems like there's a ghost on top. Hu Shuai exclaimed in shock. The head lantern, cradled in the bride and Appo's hand, extended from Jiang Chan's right shoulder, casting a weak glow that barely illuminated a small area ahead. From their perspective, they could only just make out a headless female corpse clad in a funeral wedding gown on Jiang Chan and Appo's back, with something else perched upon her, entirely concealed within the thick ghost mist, rendering it unrecognizable. We must leave now. The crying ghost is coming, Jiang Chan bellowed with all his might. The lantern's wick dwindling to a mere fraction, on the verge of extinguishing, as the thick, murky mist slowly encroached upon the less than a meter of light. The crying ghost trailing closely behind. Filial Sun's lament, the soul's journey forth. A horrifying wail suddenly resonated from the dense ghostly mist, less than 2 meters away. In an instant, Hu Shuai and the others felt every hair on their bodies stand on end, and they bolted forward, shouting and screaming in disarray. Blood-stained joss paper fluttered down like confetti. Some who ran into the paper froze in place, while others collided with unseen obstacles, letting out cries of shock. As Jiang Chan trudged forward, burdened by the corpse and accompanied by the faint red glow, they abruptly realized that a multitude of decayed bodies and ghostly slaves had encircled them, their presence unnoticed until now. The putrid corpses emerged from the graveyard, each one swaying unsteadily, their decayed bodies exuding an overpowering stench of death. The ghostly servants followed the weeping specters, emanating a chilling and ominous aura. Their mouths agape as they let out haunting wails. The sound of footsteps, thud, thud, grew ever closer through the dense fog of spirits. Lu Yang and Wu Yifan, filled with dread, cried out in terror, "Don't come any closer. Please, help. Jiang Chan. Jiang Chan, come save me. Retreat. Retreat. Stay back. Do not scatter. Gather around me." Jiang Chan, burdened by the weight of a headless corpse, shouted again. The scissor ghost swiftly cleared the obstacles before him, and the lantern of severed heads served as the sole beacon of light in the thick, ghostly haze. Upon hearing his calls, everyone desperately rushed towards him. At last, the red glow from the head lantern illuminated the tightly shut school gates, with only the side entrance ajar. A surge of hope fluttered in their hearts. They made it. The gates, which had previously seemed inaccessible, now appeared within reach under Jiang Chan and Appo's leadership. Almost there. Almost. The school gate stood just ahead, merely a few more steps. Jiang Chan's body was nearly numb, devoid of sensation, his bloodshot eyes fixed upon the nearby side door. Veins bulged grotesquely on his face. Writhing like serpents, soon, he would escape this cursed realm of shadows. But at that moment, a terrifying wail echoed ominously behind him. Beware. The dead traverse, the living must not approach. The circle of light from the human skin lantern shrank rapidly, as a pale hand, as white as jade, emerged from the thick fog, reaching toward Jiang Chan's back to thwart his escape, to bind him eternally to this realm of shadows. Break free. Blood vessels in Jiang Chan and Appo's eyes seemed to burst as he roared, unleashing the last remnants of his strength, propelling himself forward with the headless corpse on his back. Just as he was about to cross the threshold of the side door, the ghostly hand seized the headless body clinging to him. An overwhelming dread enveloped him, akin to plunging into an icy abyss, as the last flicker of the lantern's wick extinguished in an instant. Bang! The side door of the school slammed shut abruptly. At the final moment, Jiang Chan burst forth from the doorway, the frigid weight of the corpse vanishing entirely from his back. Dragged back into the abyss by that terrifying ghostly hand. Chapter 28. The 6 who departed in the early hours of the morning, just past 6 o'clock. The curfew was lifted at the park along Shuefu Road in Nanjing City. The streetlights still shone brightly, yet the area was devoid of people or vehicles. Only a disheveled middle-aged man, clad in a janitor and Oppo's uniform, curled up in a pavilion, a grimy cap pulled over his face as he napped. A light drizzle fell in the park, and 6 young students burst through a door that swiftly closed behind them, leaving only their startled faces illuminated in the dim morning light. Did we just escape? Hu Shuai, his spiky hair bristling, gazed around in disbelief. Just moments ago, they had been engulfed in a fog of terror, surrounded by malevolent spirits. Now, he was confronted with the bright lights and tall buildings of the city. His emotions in tumult, stammering, This ISNT school, what is happening? It's a street-side park behind the school. Look over there, that S. Wanda Plaza, how wonderful. We truly made it out. Jiang Chan suddenly exclaimed, pointing to a row of illuminated advertisements across the road, her joy overwhelming her as tears streamed down her cheeks. We survived, we all survived, Wu Yifan sobbed, seated on the ground, his legs still trembling. The principal is dead, Zhang Wenhao is dead, Lena is dead. Out of over 6,000 students, only the 6 of us emerged alive, the others felt the weight of their shared experience, each grappling with a complex cocktail of emotions. Their fears still simmering beneath the surface. How could such a terrifying supernatural incident occur in the city? Our survival is entirely thanks to Jiang Chan. Lu Yang wiped the tears from his face, sincerely addressing Jiang Chan. Thank you, Jiang Chan. If it weren't for you, I would have surely met the same fate as them. I'm sorry for previously siding with Jia Jingjing against you indeed, Jiang Chan. It's thanks to you that we escaped. Otherwise, we would have become those wailing spirits, brother Jiang. From this day forth, you shall be my reborn parent. If you don't abandon me, I, Hu Shuai, shall call you foster father from now on. The others chimed in with their expressions of gratitude. However, Jiang Chan lay on the damp ground, utterly spent, gasping for breath, devoid of the strength to even lift a finger. He allowed the fine, drizzling rain to cascade over him, its coolness gently easing his fatigue and the tension in his mind. He recalled the horrifying spectral hand that had reached out at the last moment, a hand that seemed even more terrifying than that of the wailing spirit. It had merely reached out, and in an instant, the lantern of his head had extinguished had it not been for the corpse and spirit that shielded him. Jiang Chan would have been dragged back into the abyss. What other horrifying entities lurked within that school? After a fleeting moment of contemplation, Jiang Chan cast those thoughts aside. Whatever monsters existed, there were not his concern. Let the Ghost Hunting Bureau deal with their troubles. He vowed never to set foot in that school again. What shall we do next, Jiang Chan? Tan Jing, who had not fully succumbed to the spectral influence, wore ghastly patches of decay on her skin. Her voice was devoid of inflection, making it hard to discern that she still possessed the breath of life. What else can we do? We've made it out. So it's time to return to our families. Jiang Chan regained a modicum of strength and pushed himself to his feet. Are we not going to report to the Ghost Hunting Bureau? Tan Jing's gaze followed Jiang Chan mechanically. No, I detest dealing with them. It would mean endless inspections and records. Right now, all I desire is a warm meal and a good night's sleep. Jiang Chan brushed the dirt off his pants and, after orienting himself, began to leave. However, his voice echoed back from a distance. You'd best pay a visit. Your bodies have all been partially affected by the ghost fog. It would be wise to see if the Ghost Hunting Bureau has any solutions. As the side door of the school slammed shut with a resounding thud, the terrifying spectral hand retreated back into the thick mist, disappearing from sight. The mournful spirit, clad in mourning attire, circled the school gate a few times before turning to leave. Departed souls, live ones, stay clear. A line of ghostly minions shuffled away, following the mourning spirit as the graveyard gradually returned to its eerie silence. Creak, a dilapidated coffin lid cautiously cracked open. Sun Chong peered outside. Noticing the rain of paper money had ceased, and the dark blue fog had begun to dissipate. Confirming that no danger lurked outside, he pushed open the coffin lid and crawled out from among the graves. Trembling, he hurried toward the school gate, but then an oddity occurred. No matter how fast he ran, he could not approach it, and panic surged within him. Damn it! Did Jiang Chan and the others fall victim to that wailing spirit? Or have they escaped? Earlier, Sun Chong had pretended to leave after making a bold statement in the classroom, only to secretly turn back and follow Jiang Chan's group. His bravado was merely a fade. He lacked the courage and ability to venture out alone. By tailing Jiang Chan, he had evaded several crises, and a sense of smug satisfaction began to swell within him, thinking he would effortlessly exit and impress Jiang Chan's group. However, when the terrifying wailing spirit had approached, he had swiftly hidden behind a collapsed grave mound, narrowly escaping disaster. Now that the spirit had departed, he rushed out only to find himself unable to leave cursed fate. Though I evaded the wailing spirit, the ghost fog it brought was too dense. My body has already been overrun by its influence, and if I cannot escape soon, I will become a ghostly minion, forever trapped in this wretched school. Sun Chang anxiously paced at the school gate, attempting various methods to open the door. But to no avail. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from behind, sending a chill down his spine. Who? Thud thud, the heavy footsteps drew nearer from the graveyard. The dark blue fog swirling ominously. A not particularly tall figure, head bowed, moved stiffly toward him like a wandering cadaver. Principal? Sun Chang's tense expression brightened with hope. And he hurried forward, exclaiming, "Thank goodness, Principal. Jiang Chan and the others escaped, leaving me behind. There is something strange at the gate. I can't seem to get through. Your arrival is a relief." The words died in his throat as he was about to reach the principal. The figure's steps froze abruptly. He suddenly recalled that the principal's scissor ghost had long since transformed into Jiang Chan's spirit companion, which could only mean that the principal had already. A drip echoed as something fell from Wei Shenglu's deeply shadowed face to the ground. He slowly raised his perpetually bowed head, revealing a visage that was utterly melted and unrecognizable. Ah! Sun Chang was immediately startled, letting out a cry, his complexion paling as he instinctively attempted to flee. Yet, his gaze was inexplicably drawn in. Wei Shenglu's melted, deformed eye sockets were deep and hollow, resembling two black holes that firmly ensnared Sun Chang and Appo's vision. In his terror, he yearned to turn away, but found himself utterly incapable of even closing his eyes, remaining locked in a gaze with the horrific visage of Wei Shenglu's melted face. A chilling breeze stirred the dark blue mist, enveloping the vast, silent graveyard. After a brief moment of silent confrontation, Sun Chang suddenly knelt down. He did not collapse abruptly, but first lowered one knee to the ground, followed by the other, bowing his head deeply as if he were a condemned criminal awaiting execution. Then, he placed his hands behind his back, pressing them together in a gesture of prayer, as if engaging in some mysterious rite or ritual, emanating an eerie and inexplicable aura from his peculiar posture. With a soft plop, a drop of melting wax fell from Sun Chang and Appo's lowered face onto the ground before him. Wei Shenglu, moving with stiffened steps, passed by him, slowly making his way out of the school gate. Chapter 29, Sister-in-law, open the door. It's me, your brother. A resonant shout shattered the tranquility of the old town at dawn, as a venerable man, clad in a faded vest, pedaled his tricycle slowly through the labyrinthine alleys. His voice, echoing from a distance, advertised unwanted appliances, refrigerators, washing machines, flip phones, and snug undergarments. As the dilapidated tricycle clattered away, the old town, which had been under a nightly curfew, gradually stirred to life, and the bustling streets began to resonate with a medley of sounds. The aroma of steaming buns wafted through the air as a brawny proprietor donned in a kitty cat apron kneaded dough with a rhythmic thud on the countertop, while steam hissed from the nearby steamer. The clatter of a bicycle-s bell rang out as an irate woman, rushing to work, scolded a stray cat that had taken up residence atop a manhole cover. With a sense of confidence, she proclaimed, "With the azure dragon for prosperity on my left and the white tiger for wealth on my right, I shall not be defeated." The door of a local grocery store swung open, unleashing a pungent blend of cheap alcohol, sweat, and leftover fast food. Inside, a group of friends, who had spent the night playing mahjong, maintained their spirited chatter, the sound of tiles clattering on the table reverberating through the air. "Run quickly, Xiaosong. It's your turn for duty today," one called out. "Sister, take a look at this fish I just brought over from Qianluqing. It's incredibly fresh." The ancestral shoe repair service boasted its reliability, promising that if a shoe heel were to break, so too would a marriage, and if that were to happen, the man could seek help from the shoemaker's sister-in-law. Meanwhile, Jiang Chan walked silently through the lively old street, absorbing the cacophony of vendors' calls, bicycle bells, and children chasing one another, all intermingling with the morning air. The vibrant essence of the marketplace enveloped him, momentarily dispelling the haunting memories of the terrifying supernatural events he had encountered the previous night at school. However, Jiang Chan was acutely aware that this facade of liveliness and tranquility was merely superficial. Beneath the surface, eerie occurrences continued to unfold, day and night, at every hour. The supernatural entities thrived in the night, prompting the city of Nanjing to enforce a curfew from 10 in the evening until 6 in the morning. during which ordinary citizens were prohibited from venturing outside. Only the ghost hunters were permitted to patrol the streets, while the spirit coffin masters could accept bounty missions to assist in night patrols or resolve bizarre incidents. Sighing, he thought it best to dismiss the matter for now. Surviving was paramount. He needed to return home for a bite to eat and some rest. As the light rain gradually ceased, a golden sun began to rise in the eastern sky. Jiang Chan turned into a narrow alley and a few minutes later arrived at an apartment building. A tungsten bulb illuminated the shabby entrance, while a calico cat gracefully leaped from the rooftop, its collar jingling melodiously. Carrying 2 bowls of freshly bought hot porridge in his right hand, and with his left hand tucked into his pocket, Jiang Chan entered the building. The dim corridor greeted him, the motion sensor light long since broken. Ascending the concrete stairs, he noticed a plethora of advertisements plastered haphazardly on the walls: locksmiths, water delivery services, and spirit coffin master contact numbers. In some areas, clutter obstructed the already narrow passageway, a detail reminiscent of the cramped quarters he had inhabited before. After a breathless climb to the 5th floor, Jiang Chan paused at the door of apartment 502. A faded red welcome mat lay on the floor, and he stood on the worn safe passage mat, rapping gently on the door. "Sister-in-law, open the door. It's me, your brother." After a moment, the lock clicked, and the dull-colored security door swung open. A voluptuous woman, still groggy and clad in a purple nightgown that subtly accentuated her curves, appeared. A mature charm and a delightful fragrance wafted towards Jiang Chan, stirring something within him. Indeed, the ancients were not mistaken. Purple certainly has its allure. "What's that scent you're wearing? Have you been out all night at the internet CAF again? You're due for the spirit coffin exam next month. Yet here I am, worrying about you, and you show no consideration for your sister-in-law," she chided, turning to head to the kitchen, her hips swaying as she went. "I've heated up the soup I made for you last night." "Thank you, sister-in-law. I'll make sure to repay your kindness later," Jiang Chan replied, his demeanor unfazed as he held up the porridge he had purchased. Still warm from the market, her curiosity piqued. Jiang Chan added, "Pork porridge, sister-in-law. Do have some to nourish yourself." She made a dismissive sound and retreated into the kitchen. Jiang Chan entered the room and placed the bowls down, memories of her swirling in his mind. The original owner of this body had depended on his brother Jiang Zhong since childhood. 3 months prior, Jiang Zhong had vanished without a trace. And on the very day of his disappearance, this woman had arrived, claiming to be Jiang Zhong's partner, waiting for his return. She had divulged not a word about Jiang Zhong's whereabouts, nor her own origins. Yet, the original owner had been rather oblivious, embarking on an indecorous cohabitation with this enigmatic sister-in-law. 2 dishes and a soup were soon placed on the table. Jiang Chan emerged from the washroom to commence the meal. The dining area was modest yet orderly. Outside the window, the dawn light painted the sky with hues of pink, while his sister-in-law turned on the television, where morning news was being broadcasted. At 1944 yesterday, a supernatural incident occurred at Nanjing No. 2 High School, resulting in a terrifying scene within the city. The Ghost Hunting Bureau has taken this matter very seriously, and the entire school is currently under quarantine. "A supernatural event at school last night?" The old fan buzzed as it oscillated, and Ruaning, adjusting her tousled hair, turned to ask, "Is it true? I heard many people died. Do I look like I have any issues? I climbed over the wall and spent all night online, not at school." "Just keep spinning your tail," Ruaning scoffed, then inquired. "Wasn't yesterday the day of the collective awakening of the spirit coffins at your school? Did you awaken?" Jiang Chan raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. "What do you think? Bah, you little white-eyed wolf. If you want tea, tell me, then I want tea, ask." She shot him a glare, sipping her porridge. "You and your brother are both heartless. You call me sister-in-law so sweetly, yet want tea, even share the details of your awakening with me." "Sister-in-law, yes? If you tell me where you came from and your knowledge of my brother's whereabouts, I will share what happened at school last night." The two shared a moment of silence, gazing at one another. After a prolonged pause, Ruaning set down her bowl and chopsticks. "I'm full. You can take your time." She stood up, stretching languidly, her form a sight to behold. "You woke me up so early. I need to catch up on my beauty sleep. Wait, sister-in-law." Jiang Chan quickly polished off the porridge and stood up, loosening his waistband. "What is it?" "I'd like to ask you for a favor." Ruaning crossed her arms and surveyed him with interest, glancing at his unfastened pants. "Sure, what do you need help with?" "Wash the dishes, Ruaning." Before she could react, Jiang Chan bolted into the bathroom, slamming the door shut behind him. Bang, the door locked. 2 seconds later, A loud exclamation from outside could be heard. Little rascal. Jiang Chan swiftly took a shower, returned to his room, and drew the curtains. He shed his trousers and collapsed onto the bed. After a night of turmoil in the underworld, he fell asleep as soon as he touched the bed. In a state between dreams and reality, he vaguely sensed a cold, suffocating hand gripping the nape of his neck. As he turned over, he instinctively reached back to scratch, only to discover a distinct bite mark in that very spot. Suddenly, a feeble, ghostly figure drifted out from behind him, causing the temperature in the dimly lit bedroom to drop several degrees, as an eerie chill silently spread throughout the room. Had Jiang Chan opened his eyes at that moment, he would undoubtedly have gasped in horror. It was the ghost bride. Clad in a crimson bridal robe adorned with golden embroidered mandarin ducks, she stood motionless by the bedside, gazing at the slumbering Jiang Chan. A gust of somber wind rustled the tightly shut curtains, and a familiar, sinister whisper emerged from beneath the veil. I am Su Xiaoqin. I have become the new puppet in the wedding robe. When I tried to escape the underworld of the weeping ghost, I attempted to lure Jiang Chan into becoming a substitute for death, but he saw through my scheme. In the weeping ghost and amp, Oppo's, S-domain, there exists a far more terrifying specter. Ultimately, I was dragged back into the abyss by that ghost, leaving behind only a fragment of my soul, which latched onto Jiang Chan as I fled. I will soon dissipate, but I have fulfilled my mission too. Su Xiaoqin's voice faltered, trailing off until the final syllable faded away. The crimson figure of the ghost bride by the bed dissipated like a bubble in the dimly lit room. Flecks of red light drifted toward Jiang Chan's nape, and the menacing bite mark gradually vanished, replaced by a vibrant, crimson tattoo resembling a dripping flower, slowly embedding itself beneath his skin. Meanwhile, in some terrifying, fog-shrouded forbidden place beyond the western city, a mournful sigh echoed, reminiscent of a theatrical lamentation. Jiang Lang Chapter 30. The Ghost Emperor. Blood Sovereign Xidagarba. Crimson. Jiang Chan found himself ensnared in a dream of vibrant red. The heavens and earth seemed to invert and converge. An endless tide of scarlet surged forth like a relentless ocean. Moments later, his consciousness crystallized, and he stood upon a vast expanse of blood-red earth. Before him, a towering, obsidian palace loomed ominously. Was this a world within a blood coffin? A shiver coursed through Jiang Chan as he gazed ahead. Behind the formidable palace, 11 more grand and majestic edifices hovered in the air, each one larger and more towering than the last. The 12th palace, in particular, obscured half the sky. A colossal blood sun began to rise behind the magnificent 12 palaces. Boom! A sound like a drumbeat jolted Jiang Chan from his reverie, and he furrowed his brow as he redirected his gaze toward the first palace. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward. The vast, crimson expanse stretched infinitely, devoid of boundaries. The dark palace loomed ahead, immense as a titan. The blood sun hung above, casting an eerie glow. Jiang Chan ascended the broad steps, steadily approaching the palace entrance. The doors towered, ancient and weathered. Etched upon them were depictions of malevolent spirits, an aura of dread enveloping the scene. On either side stood colossal statues, grotesque and fearsome. At the pinnacle hung a blood-stained plaque inscribed with the words, Xidagarba Palace. For ancient characters, powerful and imposing. The residence of the blood sovereign Xidagarba? Boom. The drum-like tremor resounded once more. The source lay within the Xidagarba Palace. Jiang Chan inhaled deeply, his expression solemn. He raised his hand and pushed the door. Creak. It was heavy, yet not as immovable as he had imagined. Creak, creak, creak. The immense doors had been sealed for countless years, now being reopened. The muffled sound reverberated through the earth. The two menacing statues quivered as if awakening from slumber. Boom. The third drumbeat echoed as the palace doors swung wide open, resonating throughout the Xidagarba Palace. As his gaze settled, even Jiang Chan could not help but change his expression. What he heard was not merely the sound of drums, but rather a heartbeat. Thud. He stepped into the grand hall. An eerie wind stirred. Blood-stained candles flickered violently and rose. Chains adorned with intricate symbols crisscrossed the interior, all converging at the center. There, a figure was imprisoned. A bodhisattva, seated in meditation. That was, ding. A black-red panel appeared before him. Master of the First Palace, SSS-level blood sovereign Xidagarba, Ghost Emperor. Current unsealing progress, none. First stage unlock condition, 10,000 ghost points. Could it truly be? Jiang Chan and Appos. S gaze fixated on the two characters following the first entry, his breath hitching momentarily, before he turned his attention back to the silent figure seated in the center of the hall. The Ghost Emperor? The figure sat serenely in the heart of the hall, blood-red tattoos covering its bare upper body, extending over the neck to the head. Thousands of symbol-laden chains converged upon it from all directions. It remained utterly motionless, devoid of any ghostly aura. Observing it closely, it resembled a somewhat sinister monk, lacking any semblance of the Ghost Emperor and Appos' imposing presence. Just as this thought flitted through Jiang Chan and Appos' mind, boom. The heartbeat reverberated. The tranquil figure slowly raised its head, revealing a compassionate smile directed at him. Boom. The terrifying ghostly energy surged forth like a hellish tide, sending shivers down Jiang Chan and Appos' spine. The rows of blood-stained candles flickered wildly. Hundreds, if not thousands, of chains erupted with an overwhelming and terrifying radiance, illuminating the entire dark hall. Buzz. Jiang Chan suddenly jolted awake, sitting up in bed, gasping for breath as perspiration soaked his back. This was the true oppressive presence of the Ghost Emperor. After regaining his composure, he recalled that behind the first majestic palace, there were 11 more grand palaces. The first palace imprisoned a Ghost Emperor, Xidagarba, and those 11 palaces behind it. Jiang Chan and Appos' mind conjured images of the vast blood coffin world he had just witnessed, the 12 imposing palaces, and the towering blood sun. He suddenly felt his throat dry. Could it be that I could unlock 12 Ghost Emperors? With this thought, Jiang Chan remembered his ghostly system. A hellish beginning had kept him occupied all night, and he had yet to fully examine my golden finger. In the next moment, a black-red light panel floated into view. Host, Jiang Chan. Level, First Layer, Spirit Coffin. Forbidden Level Blood Coffin. Blood Coffin Ability 1. Infinite Ghost Pet Space. Blood Coffin Ability 2. Ignore Ghost Mist, allowing free access to cities and the Ghost Mist beyond. Current Ghost Pets. 2. Ghost Pet 1. Blood Sovereign Xidagarba, Ghost Emperor. Quality, SSS-level. Each SSS-level ghost is unique, and only one exists. Unsealing status. Unsealed. Releasing combat requires 10,000 ghost points, which also grants new ghost skills. Ghost Skill 1. Eye of Dread. A chance to pierce through illusions, unleashing a mental shock that doubles in effect against ghostly entities. Ghost Skill 2. Hell Transformation. At the cost of its own blood. Randomly summon a ghost from the Hell Transformation chart for 3 minutes. Ghost Pet 2. Scissor Ghost. Quality, B-level. Level, 3rd layer. Current ghost points, 1130. Wow, infinite ghost pet space? Upon reading these words, Jiang Chan could not help but express his admiration. Incredible. He had heard Wei Xinglu mention that his awakened forbidden level spirit coffin was extraordinary, but he never anticipated it to be this remarkable. It is known that even the legendary Jade Coffin quality, which is 1 in a million, can at most contract 20 ghost pets. Ling Qingxian, who was highly praised in this generation, with her superior Gold Coffin quality, could only contract 12 ghost pets. In comparison, she was insignificant before Jiang Chan and Appos' Blood Coffin. Infinite ghost pet space. What could she possibly contend with against me? Black Silk? The second ability, ignoring Ghost Mist. Hu Shui had indeed spoken truthfully. This ability was nothing short of divine. In the present day, the water blue star is shrouded in ghost mist, and the human elite spirit coffin masters rely on special strange objects to establish barriers, erecting cities and high walls. The strange object supporting the barrier of Nanjiang City is a mysterious royal tomb. Beyond the city walls, ghost mist envelopes the land. This mist can ghostify human bodies. The denser the mist, the more potent its effects. Over 70% of the population on Water Blue Star has perished within the ghost mist. Only a handful of nations and humans have survived, scattered into cities, ruins, and isolated villages. Wherever humanity clings to life, it is under the protection of strange objects. Spirit coffin masters, if not equipped with corpse incense, risk being eroded by the ghost mist, while ordinary humans who recklessly venture beyond the city into the ghost mist face certain death. And Jiang Chan and Appos' second ability, ignore ghost mist. The pervasive miasma that envelopes the globe proves utterly ineffective against him. This reality was keenly felt during his experience last night in the shadowy realm of the Weeping Ghost. Setting aside the other dangers lurking beyond the city walls, he can traverse the ghostly fog with complete freedom, unrestrained by any limitations. This is exceedingly bizarre. Even someone as peculiar as I find it to be quite strange. Apart from the 2 divine-level talents. An annotation beneath the SSS grade Blood Sovereign K. Itagarba also captured Jiang Chan's attention. The SSS grade ghost possesses a uniqueness, existing as a solitary entity. This signifies that I alone hold this Blood Sovereign K. Itagarba in this world, while I may not yet be able to unleash it in battle. The 2 ghostly techniques it bestows upon me are fully operational. Generally speaking, only ghost pets of A-grade quality or higher have a certain chance of possessing ghostly techniques. This Blood Sovereign K. Itagarba directly grants Jiang Chan 2 such techniques. Albeit the second technique appears somewhat taxing at present. Both ghostly techniques are marked with a, as is the level of my own. This indicates that these attributes are subject to enhancement. Glancing at the current ghostly spirit points, 1130, there is little left to deliberate. It's time to invest fully. Chapter 31. Gathering in the west of the city, training in the ghost village. Ding. Consumed 200 ghost points. Ghost Skill 1. Eye of the True King has been upgraded to its complete form. True King's Eye. Consumed 500 ghost points. Ghost Skill 2. Hell Transformation has been upgraded to its complete form. Wrath of the Black Sun. Ding. Consumed 430 ghost points. Continuing to enhance cultivation. Detecting that your practice is the most basic D-grade introductory technique. Your mastery is barely at the entry level, and your cultivation speed has slightly increased by 10. Although this is far inferior to the talent level of Ling Qing Xian, it is sufficient to surpass the likes of Jia Jingjing and Su Xiaoqin. Accelerating cultivation. Cultivation complete. Your bloodline physique and internal spiritual energy have significantly improved. Current level, first layer, third layer. Comment. Relying on your diligent practice and good character, you have effortlessly taken the first step on your cultivation journey. Fully mastering the 2 ghost skills granted by the Blood Sovereign Dizong. This achievement is equivalent to 2.5 years of hard work and practice. This enhancement consumed 1130 ghost points. Remaining ghost points, 0. Switching to a higher quality cultivation technique or using other cultivation resources can enhance cultivation speed. The black light screen flickered. Red subtitles scrolled like flowing water. A powerful warm current surged through his entire being. Jiang Chan sprang up from his bed with a leap. In an instant, the blood-red forbidden spirit coffin materialized in the room. Buzz. His internal spiritual energy surged dramatically, and every cell in his body resonated with an overwhelming sense of comfort. Last night had been a true trial, and this was indeed the correct way to begin. Exhilarating. Upon reviewing the upgraded ghost skills, he found they had undergone a tremendous transformation. Ghost Skill 1, True King's Eye, can see through illusions, disguises, target levels, etc. Can initiate mental intimidation with 300 effectiveness against ghostly entities. Ghost Skill 2, Wrath of the Black Sun, can activate the Blood Sovereign Dizong and Appo's physical form, lasting 3 minutes. With a crack, Jiang Chan clenched his fist, feeling a powerful force surging through his veins. He felt capable of sending a crying ghost flying against the wall with a single slap. Ghost points are truly a marvelous resource. In the blink of an eye, he had ascended 2 layers. The elevation and level was just one aspect. Jiang Chan had experienced a significant enhancement in all areas. Although slapping a crying ghost against the wall was still improbable, he was certain that reliving last night and Appo's ordeal in his current state would be considerably easier. Glancing at his remaining ghost points, 0, Jiang Chan began to contemplate. This world is exceedingly terrifying. I must acquire more ghost points quickly to bolster my self-defense capabilities. Level elevation is just one aspect. Contracts with ghost pets and their cultivation cannot be neglected either. With this thought, Jiang Chan turned his gaze back to the conditions for unsealing the Blood Sovereign Dizong. 10,000 ghost points. Upon unsealing, he would not only be able to summon a ghost emperor to fight alongside him, but also acquire a new ghost skill, which made Jiang Chan and Appo's heart itch with anticipation. However, where could he possibly amass such a sum of ghost points? Last night in the school's shadowy ruins, he had dispatched dozens of corrupted corpses, accumulating merely over 200 points. After repairing the scissor ghost's severed leg, he had a total of 1130 points, which he had just frivolously spent on slight enhancements. Therefore, it was evident that while ghost points are a valuable asset, they are not easily obtained. He must devise a safe and efficient method to accumulate a large number. As Jiang Chan quietly pondered, his phone suddenly vibrated on the bedside table. He picked it up and unlocked it, revealing an urgent message. Leaving the city. Practical training? Among the 6 who survived from the second high school, along with 4 children from prominent families who were not at school at the time. A total of 10 individuals were redistributed to 5 other high schools in South River City, continuing their preparations for next month's Spirit Coffin examination. Jiang Chan had been assigned to the first high school and was added to a class group labeled Special Class. At that moment, the homeroom teacher tagged everyone in the group, stating, "Gathering in the west of the city at 7 p.m. tonight for training in the Ghost Village." Jiang Chan's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a fortuitous coincidence. Checking the time, he realized it was already past 6 in the afternoon. He rushed into the bathroom for a quick shower, dressed, and prepared to head out. "Little rascal, dinner is almost ready. Where do you think you're off to?" His sister-in-law emerged from the kitchen, half of her plump figure visible, wielding a spatula. "Going online," Jiang Chan replied without turning back. Slipping on his shoes and dashing out the door, racing down the stairs. "Kids, it and oppos. It's time to celebrate." Bang. The old man frying popcorn kicked open the curtain of the evening in the old town, as the vibrant sunset painted the western sky red, illuminating the bustling old district with a warm glow. A few elementary school students, covering their ears, initially ran away but soon swarmed back to snatch the flying popcorn. Exhausted workers cursed as they pedaled their bicycles noisily, while the pancake vendor splattered oil from his frying pan. Bargaining mothers stood their ground against fishmongers, and several barbecue stalls vied to release plumes of smoke and tantalizing aromas. Jiang Chan spent 3 yuan on 2 roasted sweet potatoes and swiftly made his way through the bustling evening scene towards the west of the city. A bicycle brushed past him with a whoosh. Screech. The newly replaced brake pads emitted a piercing sound as an honest-looking middle-aged man turned into a shadowy alley on his bike. "Old Sue, I just saw a boy who seems to be from our Shaoqin and Oppos school." A woman with a sharp face sat behind him, holding a bag of freshly bought potatoes and a handful of scallions. "You must have seen it wrong. The news report said terrible supernatural events occurred at the school. How could anyone have survived? Even if someone did escape, they would surely be a ghost." A pained expression crept onto Su Weiguo and Oppos' plump face, while the backseat passenger, Miao Xiaofeng, sniffled silently, her eyes swollen and her sickly pale face haggard. They had scrimped and saved to raise their 2 children. And just when they thought hope was on the horizon with one awakening as a spirit Coffin Master, who could have anticipated such a tragic event at the school? The bike rolled over a sewage cover, emitting a couple of groans before it halted in front of a dimly lit building. Miao Xiaofeng wiped the tears from her eyes and, carrying her potatoes, prepared to enter when she suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure approaching from the end of the alley. "Old Sue, do you see that person in front? Isn't that Principal Wei from the second high school?" With a swift motion, Su Weiguo hopped off his bike and followed Miao Xiaofeng's gaze. Suddenly, a wave of excitement rippled across his plump face. He dropped his bicycle with a clatter and dashed toward the figure ahead. Miao Xiaofeng, still clutching her 2 kilograms of potatoes, hurriedly followed suit. Her voice filled with urgency as she called out, "Principal Wei. Principal Wei, what exactly happened at the school? Our Shaoqin has returned since yesterday." Principal Wei Xinglu seemed oblivious to their calls. His head bowed as he trudged along the narrow alleyway with a lifeless gait, resembling a walking corpse. Su Weiguo rushed up, grabbing him by the collar of his shirt. "Principal Wei, where's my Shaoqin?" In the alley overhead, a tangle of disordered wires obscured the already exceedingly narrow sliver of daylight. A chilling breeze seeped through the constricted depths of the passage, emitting a mournful wail. Su Weiguo, having seized Wei Xinglu and Oppos' clothing, suddenly found himself frozen in place. The sensation in his grasp was solely one of frigidness, a temperature reminiscent of a corpse long departed from this world. A noxious stench of decay invaded his nostrils, and in an instant, the excitement and anger on Su Weiguo's face was supplanted by sheer terror. His legs trembled, compelling him to release his grip and retreat. Yet Wei Xinglu's deeply buried visage lifted at that moment, and his horrified gaze seemed to root itself in place, captivated by an unseen force. "What is wrong with you, Old Sue? Quickly release the principal. Let us discuss this calmly," Miao Xiaofeng urged, one hand clutching a bag of potatoes while the other pressed against her aching lower back. Suffering from severe lumbar issues, she had refrained from seeking treatment due to financial constraints, and even this brief walk was excruciating beads of sweat rolling down her gaunt face. A limping stray cat leaped onto the windowsill of a second-floor apartment, fixating on the sparrows perched upon the overhead wires. Su Weiguo and Amp, Appo's plump silhouette remained motionless, completely obstructing Wei Xinglu from view. "Old Su, are you unable to hear reason?" Miao Xiaofeng gasped as she approached, each utterance a laborious endeavor. As she reached out to separate Su Weiguo from Wei Xinglu, she was confronted with an image that would haunt her for the rest of her days. It was the last scene she would ever witness. Wei Xinglu and Appo's face resembled a pool of melted wax, exuding a chillingly eerie aura. Even more horrifying was the transformation of Su Weiguo and Amp, Appo's features, visibly collapsing like wax, grotesquely contorting before her eyes. A flock of sparrows erupted from the wires in a flurry, while the limping orange cat on the second-floor windowsill followed their flight with its gaze towards the narrow slice of sky, watching until the sparrows vanished from sight. It emitted a low, mournful meow from its throat, then returned its attention to the dim, shadowy alley below. A bag of round potatoes slipped from the woman's grasp, scattering across the ground as the elderly man, reeking of decay, took a stiff step forward, continuing his relentless advance into the unknown. Chapter 32. Training instructor. As the evening glow painted the majestic city gate ahead, it resembled a colossal beast lying in wait. Above it was the Tiandu cannon, developed by the Joint Armed Forces of the Ghost Extermination Bureau, capable of vanquishing ghost generals. The checkpoint was diligently guarded by the city defense forces, armed with specialized firearms and weapons. Additionally, a fourth-tier spirit coffin general was stationed there, serving as a stalwart barrier that had thus far prevented the tide of ghosts from engulfing Nanjiang City. "Attention!" boomed a commanding voice from a burly instructor hired by the first high school. "I am Wang Ming, a member of the Candle Dragon Army who has just returned from the front lines of the Abyss of Ghosts. For the next month, I shall be your instructor for the special class. I will train you with the utmost rigor, and I expect that by the time of the spirit coffin examination in a month, not only will you be able to contend with those ghosts, but you will also overpower the students from other schools." Standing in the ranks, Jiang Chan observed the imposing figure of the instructor and silently commented, "Wang Ming. His name suits him well. He certainly exudes a fierce presence. I know some of you may believe that having awakened your spirit coffin and contracted ghost pets makes you invincible and dismissive of ghosts. Power can breed arrogance. Indeed, I, too, was once your age. Today and Amp, Appo's training is designed to give you a taste of what it truly means to face a ghost." Wang Ming scoffed coldly. "All 1008 common ghost entities are detailed in your textbooks, so I won't waste time on that. Now listen carefully as I distribute these items. The first is the Corpse Luo incense. This cyan-grade incense will allow you to navigate through the ghost mist for 5 hours. This training session is limited to 5 hours. Be mindful, it is not merely to exhaust these 5 hours in the mist, but to ensure you can return safely to the city, where you may find yourselves consumed by the ghost mist. The second item is the Ghost Tracker. It features a built-in locator and can detect ghosts within a 200-meter radius, providing alerts based on the danger level of the ghosts. For instance, ghosts below the first tier are indicated in green, signifying a relatively low danger level. Additionally, it records the quantity and quality of your ghost eliminations, presenting a real-time leaderboard. The student with the highest score in this training session will be rewarded with cultivation methods and resources. The third, and equally crucial, item is the 30-second bracelet. In an emergency, pressing the button on the bracelet will instantly generate a protective pod around you. However, it lasts only 30 minutes, hence the name. Once activated, it signifies the premature end of your current training session, and the city defense forces will retrieve you based on your location. So, I advise you not to wander too far. Ideally, do not exceed the boundaries of the ghost village. Otherwise, even if you encounter danger, we may not be able to provide timely assistance. The 61 students lined up to receive their items, the first being a small, intricately designed cyan orb. Upon infusing it with spiritual energy, a faint cyan mist would emanate, enveloping them to protect against the ghost mist. Last night, Wei Xinglu had given Jiang Chan a black grade 1, but this cyan one was evidently of superior craftsmanship, with much more delicate patterns. Although Jiang Chan's spirit coffin talent rendered him immune to the ghost mist, he was not foolish enough to discard it. Given that market estimates placed a single cyan corpse luo incense at no less than 50,000 units of currency, he could use that to buy some meat for his sister-in-law. All right, you have all received your items, and I have said my piece. Now, Let us see how you perform. Wang Ming's voice deepened. I hereby declare the ghost elimination training begins. As his words fell, the 61 students scattered like startled birds, rushing towards the city gate. Jiang Chan stowed away the corpse luo incense and donned the ghost tracker and bracelet on one arm, preparing to exit the city. Foster father, Jiang Gu, a familiar voice called out, as Hu Shu came racing up from behind, his face alight with excitement. I knew you would transfer to the first high school, Jiang Gu. I was right to come here. Wherein and Amp, Oppos, T you supposed to have transferred? Jiang Chan inquired directly. With my qualifications, how could I transfer in? Hu Shu chuckled. But I do have a girlfriend in the Ghost Extermination Bureau, so transferring to whichever school I desire is merely a formality. Have you resolved your ghostification issue? How difficult could that be? That day, I took Wu Yifan and the others to the Ghost Extermination Bureau to greet my girlfriend. She personally arranged for a specialist with a healing ghost pet to assist us. Just imagine the prestige. Jiang Chan glanced at Hu Shu and noted that the indigo ghostly marks on him had indeed vanished, though some darkened remnants were still visible on his neck and face. I and Oppos am suddenly curious. How old is this girlfriend of yours from the Ghost Extermination Bureau? She must be an E-cup. Hu Shu grinned. A genuine 30-80. I meant her age. Oh, she and Amp, Oppos, a youthful 48. Jiang Chan nearly choked in disbelief. I can hardly compete with your charm. He then asked, do you happen to know where Tan Jing and Wu Yifan ended up? I know about Wu Yifan. He and Tian Qian are at the 4th high school. Liu Yang and Oppos S qualifications are similar to mine, and he and Oppos S at the 3rd high school. As for Tan Jing, the moment she arrived at the Ghost Extermination Bureau yesterday, she threw her head back and howled, and was immediately isolated by the authorities. Hu Shu shivered at the memory. Has she become a ghost slave? Jiang Chan questioned. I can't say for certain. Hu Shu rubbed his head in recollection. My 48-year-old girlfriend, with her professional expertise, mentioned that Tan Jing had been so deeply ghostified that she should have already become a ghost slave. However, she still retains a sliver of consciousness, which is puzzling. For now, she is cooperating with the Ghost Extermination Bureau for research. The crimson sun cast its glow on the Black City gate, resembling a mighty python. As the two conversed, they reached the gate's exit, where individuals were forming separate lines for inspection. Notices from the Ghost Extermination Bureau regarding the bounties for several core members of the Worship Ghost Sect were posted. With a prominent red notice at the top, Worship Ghost Sect 3rd Ghost Officer, Shurjia In. Jiang Chan followed the line of people ahead, turning to Hu Shu to ask. Among the 6 who emerged alive from the 2nd high school, only you and I transferred to the 1st. Who else is there? Just a few signs from prominent families, including the goddess Ling. Aside from you, Jiang Gu, she is the most dazzling gem of this cohort, Hu Shu said, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he gazed ahead. Wherever she goes, she is a standout. Jiang Chan looked in the same direction and spotted a stunning girl undergoing inspection, her figure and grace unmistakably captivating, while a lean boy with a side-swept fringe hovered nearby, eagerly trying to impress her. That sycophant beside Goddess Ling, Zhao Lin, is also from our 2nd high school, possessing mid-grade purple coffin qualifications. He has a cousin named Su Kuan who reportedly transferred to Qianluo City overnight. Hu Shu gestured ahead. And there's the last one, Meng Xia, over there at 9 o'clock, with a generous bust and a chopstick in her hair. That's called a hairpin. Jiang Chan corrected, casting a glance at her. He quickly deduced the identities of the 5 who had transferred and gathered some understanding of Tan Jing and Wu Yifan and Oppos S whereabouts. In any case, these were the remaining students from the 2nd high school, whether it was the sound of Hu Shuai shouting or the awareness of her gaze. Meng Xia turned her head and returned a rather gracious smile. Soon, it was Jiang Chan and Hu Shuai and Amp, Oppos, as turn for inspection. After navigating a series of stringent procedures, they were finally granted passage. As Jiang Chan traversed the heavily guarded archway, she stepped beyond the checkpoint. A chilling gust immediately surged from her ankles up her spine. The crimson sun had vanished, and even the sprawling twilight hues at the horizon had dissipated entirely. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but fog, murky, frigid fog. A pallid grayness enveloped the scene, casting a shadowy, lifeless gloom over the desolate, dilapidated wilderness. Is this the world beyond the high walls? Chapter 33. Leaving the city, wait for me, Brother Jiang. Hu Shuai exclaimed as he hurriedly chased after Jiang Chan, accompanied by a girl. A faint azure mist emanated from the corpse incense they wore around their waists, enveloping them in a delicate veil that shielded them from the encroaching ghost mist. Others gradually exited the city gates, each adorned with their own corpse incense, except for Jiang Chan, whose body was subtly cloaked in a crimson glow. His innate ability from the spirit coffin rendered him immune to the ghost mist, occasionally drawing curious glances from passers-by. "Bring us along, Brother Jiang. Look, I've even brought a great beauty with me." Hu Shuai emphasized the word great, casting playful glances at Jiang Chan. If one were to decipher his intent, "Dad, sister, please take me with you." "Yes, Jiang Chan, please take me too. Hu Shuai mentioned your prowess. He said he survived the Wailing Ghost's domain thanks to you. I missed evening study yesterday. Otherwise, I might have become a ghost servant too." Jiang Chan glanced at the girl beside Hu Shuai, who had just smiled back at them, Mengxia. She spoke with a warm demeanor, her actions graceful. Overall, she left a pleasant impression. Jiang Chan couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Hu Shuai, thinking, what a sly fellow, while I turned my back. "You managed to strike up a conversation with a girl. Rest assured, Brother Jiang, I won't hold you back. I have a female friend who contracted a gargoyle. I can serve as the most steadfast shield for our team." Hu Shuai almost let slip a word that would have cost him dearly in terms of romantic prospects. "The ghost pet I contracted is an algae ghost. It lacks offensive capabilities but can provide control." Meng Xiao began, but Hu Shuai interrupted excitedly. "Wonderful. Sister Meng will handle control. I'll take the hits. And Brother Jiang, your scissor ghost can focus on harvesting. Our little team will be perfectly balanced." Wang Ming had not explicitly stated that forming teams was prohibited during the training, implying it was allowed. Students nearby began to group into pairs and trios, and both Hu Shuai and Meng Xia looked at Jiang Chan with eager anticipation. However, Jiang Chan outright rejected their request, saying, "Go team up with them. I have my own matters to attend to." With that, he summoned his scissor ghost and strode into the ghost mist ahead. "What a joke. I am here to accumulate points against the ghosts, not to babysit or mentor. Brother Jiang. Father, I can't go on without you." Hu Shuai wailed, throwing himself at Jiang Chan and Appo's leg in a dramatic display. Meng Xia approached with a hint of exasperation, saying, "We're all from the second high school. The first high school has always looked down on us. To be more precise, in their eyes, aside from the first high school, every other institution in South Jiang City is deemed worthless, especially to the extent of teaming up with us, unless they are like Ling Qingxian, who is both beautiful and strong." Jiang Chan observed his surroundings, a sudden clarity washing over him. "No wonder. I was pondering why everyone from the first high school was casting judgmental glances in our direction, as if they had never seen someone handsome before. It turns out they are merely a pack of snobs." With a more relaxed tone, he added, "If you can keep up, then follow along. But let me make it clear, if trouble arises, I won't have the energy to look after you. Just being able to follow you is enough. Brother Jiang, my gargoyle is as sturdy as steel. I'll shoulder the burden if any issues arise." Hu Shuai exclaimed, scrambling to his feet. A look of joy on his face as he turned to Meng Xia. "Sister Meng, let me tell you, Brother Jiang is tough on the outside but soft-hearted. As long as we stick close to him, our training will be a breeze." "Thank you, Jiang Chan." Without further ado, Jiang Chan led the way with his scissor ghost, taking a left onto a dilapidated, desolate dirt road. Hu Shuai and Meng Xia followed closely behind. Other groups of students were also meandering along this path, which led to a ghostly village shrouded in mist, its outline only faintly discernible. This was their training location, the Luogang Ghost Village. As Jiang Chan, Hu Shuai, and Meng Xia descended the dirt path, their figures gradually faded into the murky ghost mist until they vanished from sight. Unbeknownst to them, a graceful calico cat stood poised upon the towering city wall behind them. It was the very same individual who awakened the forbidden spirit coffin yesterday. The calico cat and Appo's left eye shone like amber, while its right gleamed like jade. As it fixed its gaze on Jiang Chan's retreating silhouette, uttering in a feminine voice, "His name is Jiang Chan." Beside it, a disheveled middle-aged man sat on the ground, gnawing on a greasy roast chicken. Clad in a filthy janitor and Appo's uniform, his tattered cap failed to conceal his wild hair. He remained oblivious to the calico cat and Appo's words. "You needn't pretend to be indifferent. You've encountered him before. You carry his scent. You waited outside the Wailing Ghost's domain for him yesterday. You know he is the brother of that individual." The janitor did not refute this. After a moment, He swallowed his food and replied in a low, gravelly tone. Friends should support one another. Friends? The calico cat and Apos' heterochromatic eyes narrowed with sharpness. Look at your current state, and then look at me. This is all thanks to this and Apos, friend and Apos. The janitor's demeanor remained as calm as a desolate ruin. You've been following this kid all along. Are you worried that the ghost cult will target him? The calico cat scoffed, turning its head away. I am not assisting him. I merely fear that he falls into the hands of the ghost cult. A forbidden-level spirit coffin, if controlled by those lunatics, would spell disaster not just for South Jiang City, but for the entire Great Xia. Indeed, a forbidden-level spirit coffin. I never imagined such a thing truly existed. The janitor muttered, chewing on the term. No one in this city comprehended the terrifying power contained within those words better than he. I always believed that Guy's talent was unparalleled. His existence was enough to protect Great Xia for a century without worry. I never expected his brother to possess even more grotesque talent. As the janitor spoke, his gaze fell upon the swirling ghost mist outside the city, a complex expression emerging on his unkempt face, quickly replaced by a surge of suppressed anger. The ghost cult is truly insane to dare bring a ghost of that caliber into the city. They clearly have not learned their lesson for far too long. To the point of complete lawlessness. The calico cat and Apos' peculiar eyes reflected a hint of human-like suspicion. Do you suspect that the supernatural incident at the second high school last night was orchestrated by the ghost cult? How could they act so swiftly? This kid and Apos' awakening of a spirit coffin caused such a commotion. It would be hard not to attract attention. The calico cat pondered. But how could the ghost cult master the rules of the wailing ghost? The janitor calmed the rising anger within him and replied steadily. A month ago, the wailing ghost first appeared in Liangjia village. I dispatched 8 specialists to resolve the issue, with a 3rd-level spirit coffin officer leading the team. However, none of them returned. The entire village became that ghost and Apos' domain. I later took a second team there, only to find a mobile phone outside the village, which contained footage of the village. I initially thought this footage was obtained at the cost of the lives of those first 8 specialists, intending to use it as data on the wailing ghost. But on the way back, we were suddenly ambushed by the wailing ghost. Chapter 34. The ghost village of Luogang. That mobile phone was a deliberate trap. Upon playing the recordings within, it would manifest. The cries captured in the footage were its means of proliferation. As the cleaner spoke, a hint of trepidation crept into his tone. Realizing this, I immediately destroyed the phone and the original recording. However, the cult of ghost worship had infiltrated the Ghost Extermination Bureau, stealthily copying the footage, which was subsequently presented to Principal Wei Shenlu of the second high school following the awakening ceremony yesterday. Could the cult of ghost worship extend its reach into the Ghost Extermination Bureau? You truly seem to be regressing over the years. The 3-colored cat scoffed. Yet, she soon grasped a far more dreadful notion. Wait, if, as you claim, someone covertly copied that recording, the horror it has already wrought within the second high school is catastrophic. Should it disseminate further, the consequences? I have been troubled by this concern as well. The cleaner paused before continuing with a tone laced with speculation. Currently, apart from Jiang Chan and 5 others who managed to escape, the remaining individuals within the school can be presumed dead. Yet, the wailing ghost has not departed. It seems as though something within the second high school is drawing it in. Are we to simply allow it to roam unchecked in the city? The 3-colored cat and Apos' voice turned urgent. Who could intervene? The cleaner spat out a bone, observing the cat and Apos' silence before he resumed gnawing on the remnants of the roast chicken. Mumbling, this ghost was previously of general rank in Liangjia village, and now, having slaughtered so many, it has likely ascended to king-level status. Were I in my prime, I might have dared to enter the underworld to confront it, but both our strengths are now diminished. Who else in this city possesses the capability to deal with it? With a sigh, the cleaner added, I reported this to the Ghost Extermination Bureau headquarters in Kuehuang City. Yet that bunch cannot even manage the supernatural events in their own city. Ultimately, it boils down to the lack of top-tier spiritual coffin masters. If only Jiang Zhong were still around, it would be much easier. The crimson sun gradually sank beneath the horizon, casting a myriad of rays as its final light illuminated the colossal city gate. On the towering walls, a man and a cat fell into a brief silence. A gust of wind stirred the ghostly mist, swirling gray and white, blocking the way outside the city gate. The 3-colored cat suddenly broke the silence, its voice delicate, as if shrouded in fog. Can he return? That kind of place, it is a place of certain death. The cleaner and damp, Apos' voice was low and husky. But as he finished, he quickly added, "Yet he is different. He cannot let go of that boy, even in the underworld. He would overthrow the king of hell to return. Before that, we must ensure that this boy is safeguarded, not allowing a single mishap, for no one could withstand his wrath." As he spoke, he rose from the ground, moving like a sluggish water buffalo. "Here, take this. I specifically reserved this for you. No need to be polite." The man offered a packet of gnawed chicken bones, his sincerity almost ludicrous. The three-colored cat suppressed its disgust and rolled its eyes in a distinctly human manner. "Get lost," it coldly retorted, turning to leap off the city wall. Pursuing Jiang Chan's distant silhouette engulfed in the ghostly mist, the sun dipped below the horizon, its last rays extinguished. The man stood atop the city wall, watching the swift figure vanish into the ghostly haze, stuffing a chicken bone into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, gulp. A flicker of understanding crossed his unkempt face. "Oh, dogs love bones. Next time, I'll bring her a rat." Ding. You have slain 2 low-level wandering corpses. Ghost points 41. The gray-white ghost mist swirled and rolled ominously. The somber wind felt like a dead hand pushing from behind. Jiang Chan was accompanied by Hu Shuai and Meng Xia, the trio continuing along a rural path. "Your scissor ghost must be the principal's former ghost pet, right, Jiang Chan? How impressive." Meng Xia's eyes sparkled with admiration. Upon entering the ghost village, they encountered several wandering low-level spirits, yet Jiang Chan's scissor ghost swiftly eliminated them without requiring assistance. "I told you, Meng Dajia. Following Jiang Ge means we can just relax." Hu Shuai grinned with pride. "We are about to enter the ghost village. Do not let your guard down," Jiang Chan cautioned. "Moreover, this is not merely a side quest. It is practical training, and our ghost-slaying performance will be scrutinized. A low score could provoke the wrath of that instructor Wang Ming. You two should attempt to cooperate and slay a few ghosts for some points." The ghost mist enveloped everything, even the ground appearing a deep, dark brown. Withered branches and fallen leaves crunched underfoot. The ghostly haze obscured their vision. Ahead, the dilapidated village houses loomed, occasionally shadowed by gnarled trees resembling clawing phantoms. Jiang Chan activated a ghostly technique. Eye of the True King. His eyes glimmered with a faint light, instantly clarifying his vision. He spotted 2 long-necked ghosts lurking by a foul, murky pond, each stretching its elongated neck to drink, producing a gurgling sound. Nearby lay an abandoned grave, half buried under tall, wild grass, where a pair of bony, ghostly hands twitched restlessly from a sunken cavity. "There are 2 long-necked ghosts ahead. I'll handle them." "The ghost by the abandoned grave is yours," Jiang Chan announced, sending forth his scissor ghost. Snip, snip. Its deformed legs, resembling a pair of black scissors, swiftly severed the 2 long-necked ghosts. Ding. You have slain 2 long-necked ghosts. Ghost points 57. The rapid resolution left Hu Shuai and Meng Xia momentarily stunned. "What are you still dawdling for? Move," Jiang Chan urged again, prompting Hu Shuai and Meng Xia to hurry towards the abandoned grave, their inherent fear of ghosts making them hesitant to approach too closely. "Meng Dajia, you restrain it first, and then I will send my ghost pet to finish it off." "All right." A chilling wind swept by, and Jiang Chan noticed Meng Xia's controlling ghost. A purple spiritual coffin floated behind her, followed by a dilapidated moss-covered well appearing beside the grave. From the shadowy depths of the well, a pair of pale, ghostly arms reached out, ensnaring the grave ghost. "I'm coming, Dajia," Hu Shuai shouted. Behind him, a buzzing sound heralded the emergence of a green spiritual coffin. A ghost composed of various stones squeezed out, thumping heavily as it charged forward, unleashing a series of punches on the bony grave ghost, reducing it to a pile of rubble. "Roar! I scored a point," Hu Shuai exclaimed joyfully. "How well we coordinate, Dajia. Next round, I'll have my stone ghost hold it down while you go in for the kill." "Sounds good," Meng Xia replied, equally delighted. "Enough, Hu Shuai. They've already gone ahead of us. Let us hurry into the village." Jiang Chan confirmed their ability to cooperate and led the way forward. The forsaken village was now visible, its dilapidated houses nestled within the ghostly mist, exuding a chilling and sinister aura. Chapter 35. The Arrival of the Ghost King. Luogang Village was once a haven, shielded by mysterious entities, but it is said that these wonders were stolen, leaving the village to succumb to a ghostly fate. Meng Xia followed Jiang Chan and remarked that the spirits dwelling here were predominantly low-tier ghosts. rendering this place a designated novice trial area for South Jiang City in recent years. Upon entering the village, the ghostly mist thickened, and the number of spirits increased. Jiang Chan glanced at the ghostly gauge, which displayed numerous green dots surrounding him, indicating that these spirits were all below the first tier. He also checked the leaderboard. He held the 46th position with 14 points, while the top contender, Ling Qingxian, had amassed an astounding 118 points, leading the second-place Luo Shan by a significant margin. Wow, does Ling Qingxian have a machine gun or something? How could she be so quick? Hu Shuai exclaimed as he also looked at the rankings. He had only 1 point, tied for 53rd place with several others, while Meng Xia had 0 points and was among those at the bottom. Ling Qingxian's prowess was on a different level. She had awakened 6 months ago and was rumored to have already contracted 2 ghostly companions. The second place, Luo Shan, hailed from a prestigious family renowned for their spirit coffins, boasting substantial resources and allegedly having recently contracted a second ghostly pet as well. Meng Xia, also from a spirit coffin family, evidently knew more than Jiang Chan and Hu Shuai. As for the third place, Zhuang Baifan, he had been the school bully before awakening and had gathered several underlings in his class post-awakening, likely relying on them to hunt ghosts while he delivered the final blow. Although he had no notable lineage, rumors circulated that he was a lackey of Luo Shan. Just when I thought we were done with the pretentiousness, here comes another show-off. Hu Shuai scoffed, turning to Jiang Chan. Sorry, Jiang Gu, if it weren't for us holding you back, your ranking would surely surpass Zhuang Baifan. A hint of guilt flickered across Meng Xia's face as well. Yes, Jiang Chan, it's our fault for dragging you down. Although you can't compete for the top 3 against Ling Qingxian and Luo Shan, securing 4th place should be well within your capabilities. The higher your ranking in the trial, the stronger impression you leave on the instructors, which will greatly benefit your training in the coming month. Observing Hu Shuai and Meng Xia's self-reproach, Jiang Chan merely waved his hand dismissively. Why are you both worried? The trial has only just begun. Let us allow the bullets to fly for a while. His primary objective was to accumulate ghost points, with rankings being a secondary concern. Moreover, with the ghostly system as his advantage, as long as he gathered enough ghost points, he could enhance his abilities. There were still over 4 hours left. He might still have a chance to surpass others. Let us go, we're entering the village. The 3 shifted their focus back to the ghostly village. The mist was dense, shrouding everything in shadowy ambiguity. Their pace was comparatively slow, as several groups had already ventured in ahead of them. Scattered ghostly figures began to emerge from the earth, aimlessly wandering through the mist, emitting hoarse cries. These beings were once the deceased, buried beneath the ground, now transformed into the most basic forms of spirits due to the mist's corruption. Scythe-wielding ghosts bent over in decayed fields, repeatedly mimicking the act of harvesting. Millstone ghosts moved stiffly, grinding flesh and blood into a viscous paste. There were also children-esque spirits appearing intermittently, their eerie laughter echoing through the village. As the trial students entered, these spirits instinctively shifted targets and began their assault. However, their threat level was pitifully low, as long as the students overcame their initial fear. Dealing with them proved to be quite manageable. You two stay around the village's outskirts and play for a while, don't wander off. I'll head in first to gather some points. Jiang Chan instructed Hu Shuai and Meng Xia before proceeding deeper into the village with his scissor ghost. This ghostly village, designated as the novice trial area, primarily housed spirits below the 5th tier. Jiang Chan and Appo's current level was 3rd tier, not particularly high, but with the scissor ghost, a B-tier harvesting spirit, and its innate immunity to the ghostly mist, he could navigate the outskirts with relative ease. Having faced the terrifying weeping ghost the previous night, confronting these low-tier spirits felt trivial. The scissor ghost could swiftly vanquish them with a single encounter. As he advanced through the village, he swept through the spirits without concern for Hu Shuai and Meng Xia, and his trial points and ghost points began to accumulate rapidly. Jiang Chan grew increasingly invigorated by his progress. Just as he decided to allocate some points and push further into the core area of the village, a series of melodious, dramatic tones wafted through the mist, accompanied by a faint green glow approaching. In the heart of fragrance, I linger, while in the depths of sorrow, I lament. He looked up to see 1, 2, a dozen green, ghostly lanterns drifting through the fog. Lantern ghosts. According to the records in the new compilation of ghosts, the Wenshang Ghost Lord covers his face with talisman paper. Candidates seeking fame must swallow the incantation. On the day they are listed, They transform into human skin lanterns, illuminating the ghostly examination grounds. These dozen lantern ghosts were all of the first and second tiers. If he could capture them, he would instantly gain thousands of ghost points. However, at that moment, his ghostly gauge on his wrist suddenly vibrated violently. In fact, every participant's gauge in the ghost village trembled simultaneously. The green dots that were previously displayed surged into a shocking crimson hue. Extreme danger? Someone gasped. What is happening? Could it be the Ghost King? As this voice echoed, the subsequent scene left everyone gasping in terror, scattering in all directions. Following the dozen low-tier lantern ghosts, a massive wave of even more formidable lantern ghosts emerged from the mist. There were at least 1,000. Their eerie green glow permeating the fog and the sky. Among them, the most striking were 4 crimson lanterns. Each was held aloft by a severed, pale woman's arm, 2 in front, 2 behind, surrounding a large red bridal sedan. Reunions are rare, separations are easy. The abandoned now regret their tardiness. The haunting, sorrowful tones seeped into the air like a strand of blood-soaked silk strangling the neck of the deceased, slowly infiltrating the ears with a chilling aura. Thousands of green lantern ghosts flanked the ominous bridal sedan as it drifted westward, the oppressive atmosphere suffocating. Jiang Chan pressed himself against a crumbling brick wall, scarcely daring to breathe. Images from his earlier vision with the true King's eye resurfaced. Ghost name, Lantern Ghost General. Quality, a tier. Level, 4th tier. 3rd stage. His heart skipped a beat as confusion clouded Jiang Chan and Appo's expression. 4 red lanterns were indeed the 4 ghost generals. How could ghost generals appear in a place like this? What level of ghost might be seated within that bridal sedan? A flurry of thoughts exploded within his mind, but before he could process them, the grand red bridal sedan suddenly halted, and the haunting melody ceased. Jiang Chan's heart skipped a beat, his senses tingling with dread. Could it be that he was this unfortunate? The murky ghost mist floated languidly around him. The entire ghost village sank into an eerie silence. A chilling wind stirred the curtains of the wedding sedan, revealing its emptiness within. In front of the sedan, a white severed arm slowly turned, delicately holding a swaying red lantern as it drifted toward this direction. A mournful operatic voice echoed near, chilling Zhang Lang to the bone. A shiver coursed down his spine, and cold sweat drenched his back in an instant. Chapter 36. Are there really experts? In a temporary command room at the West City checkpoint, Wang Ming and Appo's gaze was fixated on the 61 green dots displayed on the 3D projection, alongside the ever-changing names on the leaderboard. His resolute face and imposing physique resembled an unyielding statue. Old Wang, you and Appo's been standing there for half an hour. No need to be so tense. With my city guards backing you up, what mischief could those little rascals possibly cause? A portly middle-aged man, jovial and round as a ball, lounged in a recliner, barely contained by the oversized city guard uniform he wore. The golden badge on his chest signified his rank, Liangda, the commander stationed at the West City checkpoint. It and Appo's rare to see you alive and well after returning from the haunted front lines. It and Appo's been over a decade. Come on, let us have a drink. Liangda gestured to a tray beside him, which held a bottle of strong liquor and 2 stainless steel cups, along with a pack of hand-tiered beef jerky. He poured 2 cups, enthusiastically inviting the Appo's statue and Appo's before him. Drink it yourself, Wang Ming replied without turning back. Noticing Wang Ming's refusal, Liangda took the 2 cups and approached him. After guarding this West City for so many years, I know all the goings-on outside. Even the sizes of the girls. Just a little extracurricular activity to scare those kids. No need to be so serious. Wang Ming let out a cold snort. Liang fatty. You had this bad habit back in the training camp. If you can sit, you 1T stand. If you can lie down, you 1T sit. You've been lounging here for over a decade. Just look at what you've become. Liangda, unfazed by Wang Ming's sharp remarks, chuckled and downed both cups of liquor, savoring the taste. You had the same temper in training camp, and it seems you Haven and Appo's tea changed it all over the years. Right. I've wasted away here for over a decade, living one day at a time, while you returned from the front lines battered and bruised. What have you gained? To put it bluntly, if I and T agreed to lend you this place and those items, what could you, as an instructor, offer those kids? Wang Ming turned sharply, his gaze locking onto Liangda's inebriated, rotund face, fury simmering beneath the surface. Just a few drinks and you're getting all riled up? Liang chuckled, burping lightly before shifting his attention back to the 3D projection. But old Wang, this year's talent is truly remarkable. That girl from the Ling family. In just half an hour, she's dispatched 57 ghosts, including 11 advanced ones. She must be at least of first-tier caliber, right? In our training camp days, she would have been among the top. First tier, 9th rank, Wang Meng said, his tone heavy as he turned his attention to the brightest green traversing the ghost village and entering the hanging corpse forest. Beneath his stern exterior was a glimmer of admiration. Ling Qingxian was undoubtedly the most outstanding newcomer I have ever encountered, possessing exceptional talent, aptitude, and temperament. Have you already decided she will claim victory in this training exercise? Liang asked with a grin. What suspense could there possibly be? Ling Qingxuan's strength is on an entirely different level compared to the others, Wang Meng retorted. The second-ranked Luo Shan is merely at first tier, 5th rank, and has just contracted his second ghost pet, which he cannot even master yet. Meanwhile, Ling Qingxian has fully mastered her second ghost and is merely waiting for the right opportunity to contract a third. So you went to great lengths to prepare an A-grade ghost in that ghost forest specifically for her, Liang remarked, then shifted the conversation, but in my view, the outcome is still uncertain, old Wang. How about we make a bet? If I win, you'll put away that sour expression and share a drink with me all night. Do you dare? Wang Meng ignored Liang Da's trivial wager and directly inquired. Are there really experts? You may not be aware since you just returned yesterday, but South River No. 2 High School has awakened an extraordinary talent this year. The commotion. Even I was astounded watching from this checkpoint. Liang chuckled. South River No. 2. Wasn't he there an incident with a weeping ghost? Wang Ming questioned, puzzled. Indeed, this kid managed to bring several classmates back alive from the weeping ghost's grave. He is now in your class. Did you think all the transfers were from prominent families? Which kid? What is his name? Wang Ming pressed eagerly. You'll find out soon enough, Liang teased, chuckling. But if you agree to bet with me, I can tell you what kind of spirit coffin he awakened. Stop with the nonsense. I don't believe his spirit coffin can surpass Ling Qingxian's exceptional golden coffin. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Meng's expression shifted. Could it be the legendary Jade Coffin? Agree to the bet first, and then I'll tell you, Liang replied. Fine. What if I win? If you win, I'll add a bonus to your training exercise, and I'll personally reward the champion with a rare artifact. How does that sound? Liang's chubby face radiated confidence, though it was unclear whether he was certain Wang Meng wouldn't refuse or that he would inevitably win. You really have high hopes for him, don't you, Liang Fatty? Wang Meng gasped at the mention of and amp, Oppos, rare artifact, and amp, Oppos, but since he is my student, I'll gladly accept whatever you give him. I'm in. Worst case, I'll just share a drink with you. A meal for a rare artifact? How could I possibly lose out on this deal? Now you can tell me just what kind of talent this kid possesses. Liang Da's gaze narrowed on a name atop the leaderboard, slowly articulating. He awakened the legendary Forbidden Spirit Coffin. Boom. As Liang Da's words echoed, it felt as if a thunderclap had struck Wang Meng and Oppos' mind. He abruptly turned to look outside, where the alarms monitoring ghostly energy erupted into a cacophony, and the entire checkpoint was instantly illuminated in blood-red warning lights. What is going on? Wang Meng felt the tension rise, witnessing the sudden disappearance of the drunken haze from Liang Da and Oppos' face, replaced by a terror that shook his very being. The Ghost King, Chapter 37, The Path of Enhancement. A chilling, mournful voice echoed ominously behind Jiang Chan, causing his scalp to prickle with alarm. He was poised to command the scissor ghost into action when another figure darted past him with astonishing speed, leaping away. This apparition resembled an ancient scholar. The cold aura that had clung to Jiang Chan dissipated instantly, as a terrifying force surged like a tide towards the ghostly scholar. Before Jiang Chan could comprehend when this scholar had appeared beside him, he witnessed the crimson wedding sedan in midair being swept by a gust of ominous wind. In the next moment, the ghostly scholar had already materialized within the sedan. As the chilling wind subsided, the sedan and Oppos' curtain fluttered gently. Countless eerie green lantern ghosts began to drift once more. Four blood-red lantern ghost kings surrounded the sedan, which glided away into the distance. My heart is joyful, yet anxious what fortune that tonight I meet my beloved, yet I fear he may indulge too long. My life is fleeting. The sorrowful, ghostly opera gradually receded into the distance. That was close. Once the ominous presence vanished entirely, Jiang Chan and Appos' taut nerves finally relaxed, and he exhaled deeply. Indeed. A sudden response echoed beside him. Jiang Chan sprang back, startled, and glanced down. Beneath the crumbling wall, a pale-skinned ghostly scholar clutched his chest. His face a mask of terror. How frightful. That truly scared me to death. Ghostly scholar. A shiver of unease coursed down Jiang Chan and Appos' spine. He had just witnessed this figure being carried away by the ghostly wedding sedan. How had he reappeared in the blink of an eye? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Without hesitation, he commanded the scissor ghost into action. Crack! The enormous scissors opened and closed with a thunderous sound. The mud wall collapsed, and debris flew in all directions. Moments later, as the dust settled, the dilapidated half-farmhouse was reduced to rubble. Yet the ghostly scholar had vanished without a trace. Jiang Chan received no notification of ghostly points being added to his account. This ghost was peculiar. Activating the true king and Appos' he scanned the surroundings. The ghostly mist swirled, enveloping the desolate village. His fellow trainees sought refuge, and the village was shrouded in silence. Save for the wandering spirits, something must have transpired here, for even a ghost king had appeared. Perhaps it was best to retreat. Observing the renewed green dots on the ghostly interface, Jiang Chan hesitated. In a place so close to the city, if something truly had occurred, the city guards would surely have responded. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence? Glancing at the training rankings, he saw that the points of the leading competitors were rapidly changing, while he himself held the 27th position with 56 points. The first place remained with Ling Qingxian, whose score had reached an astonishing 306. Luo Shan, in second, had 111. And Zhuang Baifan, in third, had 93. Together, their points barely matched Ling Qingxian's. The training had not been halted, and no casualties had been reported. Such a rare opportunity to gather ghostly points. It would be prudent to enhance his abilities first. Setting aside thoughts of the ghostly wedding sedan and the ghostly scholar, Jiang Chan promptly accessed the system panel. Current level, 3rd stage. Current ghost points, 638. The returns were quite satisfactory. Let us enhance the level. Ding. Consuming 200 ghost points. Beginning to enhance cultivation. Detected that you are in a ghostly mist environment. Acquiring negative buff. Cultivation speed reduced by 10. The quality of your foundational cultivation method is low. The conversion efficiency in the ghostly mist environment is reduced by 40. With dual negative buff stacking, cultivation speed is reduced by 50. A sense of agitation quietly arises within you. The black interface flickered, red information scrolling like a river. Watching the continuous stream of text, Jiang Chan felt a twinge of irritation. However, this had no substantial effect on him. The only consequence was a further slowdown in his cultivation speed and increased consumption of ghost points. After consuming 400 ghost points, you successfully advanced to the 5th stage. Continuing cultivation. The minor negative buffs have not dissuaded you, but instead have ignited your indomitable spirit. The path of cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. One must progress or regress. You gain a beneficial buff. Cultivation speed increased by 30. Imagine you crafted a half-finished 4-cylinder vehicle just to have 2 cylinders explode while traversing Bayanbuluk. Now, you are competing against others solely based on the countless rehearsals in your mind and your absolute mastery of every turn. After consuming 600 ghost points, you successfully advance to the 6th stage. Your speed, strength, reflexes, and overall physique have significantly improved. Insufficient remaining ghost points. End of cultivation. Comment. This cultivation consumed 600 ghost points, equivalent to the results of 3 years of dedicated training in seclusion. Current level, 6th stage. Remaining ghost points, 38. A surge of pure spiritual energy flowed from within, filling his limbs and bones, bringing a sense of profound relief. The speed of this ascension was akin to riding a rocket. Jiang Chan felt the energy within him surge like a river, muscles and bones cracking like popping beans. Even his height increased slightly. In mere breaths, he ascended 3 more stages. Such a rapid progression would be hard to believe even if told. As he felt the swirling spiritual energy within, Jiang Chan was astounded. The 6th stage was considered average among students who had awakened their spiritual coffins. Yet he lagged far behind those scions of prestigious families. Those individuals had been endowed with resources since childhood, provided with foundational cultivation methods and medicinal baths. often awakening to break through several levels at once, some even directly ascending to the first stage. Exceptional talents could awaken their spiritual coffins long before the age of 16. Ling Qingxian had awakened hers half a year prior, yet no one knew her aptitude until yesterday, and Appo's awakening ceremony revealed it. He wondered what her current level might be. A fleeting curiosity crossed his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. In terms of background and resources, he was indeed at a disadvantage, but he possessed a cheat. As long as ghost points were sufficient, it would not be a matter of if he could suppress Ling Qingxian, but when he could easily surpass even a 4th-stage commander or a 5th-stage king. Who, after all, has the time to cultivate like a proper transmigrator? Enhancing is the true path. Glancing at his remaining ghost points, 38. Unlocking the Blood Sovereign Xidigarbo would require 10,000 points, something to be postponed. Tonight, he aimed to break through to the 1st stage and seize the top position. The rewards for the training champion included cultivation methods and resources, all of which he desperately needed. Stowing away the panel, Jiang Chan immediately resumed his sweep through the village with the scissor ghost. His fellow trainees gradually emerged from their hiding places, still shaken by the recent high-risk alerts. Yet the training continued. Groups began to coordinate and hunt ghosts once more. Snap! The scissor ghost swiftly dispatched a 2nd-stage dung ghost, and Jiang Chan, unfazed, prepared to charge towards the next ghost when an urgent, yet joyful voice suddenly called out from a nearby dilapidated courtyard. Jiang Chan. Turning around, he saw Meng Xia, nearly moved to tears, rushing towards him. Jiang Chan, it's truly wonderful to see you here. Meng Xia? Jiang Chan paused, glancing around. Where's Hu Shuai? Meng Xia and Appo's complexion immediately turned anxious. Moments ago, for reasons unknown, all our ghost detectors issued a high-risk alert. In a state of urgency, Hu Shuai and I took refuge in this courtyard, only to find him missing. I was just about to search for you. Before Meng Xia could finish her words, Jiang Chan's expression grew grave, his gaze fixed upon the dilapidated courtyard ahead, as a thick, dense white mist began to envelop the surroundings. The fog seemed to thicken. Meng Xia, sensing the change, drew closer to Jiang Chan, clutching his arm tightly, oblivious to the pressure of her ample form pressing against him. The ghostly mist, once elusive, had transformed into a heavy, suffocating presence. The distant crumbling houses vanished from sight, and the nearby collapsed cottages and courtyard were shrouded in the thick fog. The well, the dead trees, the farming tools, even the decaying country path beneath our feet, along with the wandering spirits and our fellow students, all faded into obscurity. Soon, all that remained in Jiang Chan and Meng Xia and Appo's line of sight was a sea of dense white. Unlike the murky and desolate ghost mist, this white appeared to be a fluid, shifting entity, imbued with a chilling and eerie aura of death. It resembled the sinister smoke rising from a body recently dragged from a freezer, an unsettling sense of lethal intent stealthily closing in amid the thick, white vapor. Chapter 38, Spectral Technique. Wrath of the Black Sun. Is this the ascending smoke and mist? Jiang Chan and Appo's senses heightened, relevant information flooding his mind. The new compilation of Ghost Classics records, in a certain region west of the ancient nation of Itu, when an elder of the clan passes away, the children gather firewood to burn the body. If the smoke rises, it signifies the ascension of the deceased to immortality, known as ascending smoke and mist. After the calamity of ghosts, this custom gave rise to a unique specter, resembling smoke and mist, obscuring vision and disorienting souls, leaving them unable to escape. Suddenly, a sharp blade wind struck without warning. Be careful. Jiang Chan's brow twitched as he swiftly pulled Meng Xia down, narrowly avoiding a deadly slash. Yet a thin line of blood appeared at his neck. Meng Xia, pinned beneath him, let out a muffled groan, her heart racing with fear, yet she refrained from panicking, knowing that her only task was to avoid hindering Jiang Chan stay still. Jiang Chan quickly rolled to his feet, activating the eye of the true king. With a swift motion, the thick smoke parted like a curtain before him, revealing a dilapidated well railing, rusted plowshares, a crumbling farmhouse, and Meng Xia, curled up on the ground, trembling in fear. Amidst the fog stood a towering headless corpse, recently deceased, with blood still fresh and corpse spots emerging, emanating a chilling stench of decay. In its hand, it clutched a gleaming tang sword, while behind it loomed a formidable and imposing blade labor ghost. As the smoke shifted, all images returned to Jiang Chan's view, and he quickly processed the information. Judging by the attire of the headless corpse, it was likely a ghost hunter who had met an unfortunate fate at the hands of this ascending smoke and mist, becoming ensnared in the fog until his essence was consumed. The Blade Labor Ghost was probably his ghostly companion, whose contract had dissolved upon his transformation, resulting in the severing of his head, subsequently trapping him within the mist. Casting a glance at a head with corpse spots near the well railing, Jiang Chan discreetly took note. Activating the eye of the true king once more, he observed that within the hollow chest of the headless corpse resided a three-eyed blood crow. No wonder the ghost hunter could still move despite his head being severed. He had been turned into a corpse puppet by this entity. Under the deliberate guidance of the ascending smoke and mist, both the headless corpse and the Blade Labor Ghost focused their attention on Jiang Chan and Meng Xia behind him. Fortunately, the eye of the true king indicated that the levels of these two specters were not particularly high. Headless Corpse, Level 5. Blade Labor Ghost, Level 3. Just as he lamented the insufficient ghost points, these two specters had presented themselves willingly. With that thought, a surge of oppressive ghostly energy began to brew. The two ghostly beings lunged toward him simultaneously. It was time for swift resolution. He would test the effects of his upgraded spectral technique on them. Glancing at Meng Xia behind him, a terrifying aura radiated from Jiang Chan, emanating outward like a shockwave. Then, a violent surge of ghostly energy erupted from him, resembling a black sun rising from behind. Wrath of the Black Sun. In an instant, his garments exploded, and serpentine black tattoos writhed across his expanding torso, culminating in a ghostly, fearsome Buddha tattoo on his back. In the next moment, Jiang Chan shot forward like a high-pressure cannonball, his entire being radiating fierce, ghostly energy as he collided with the headless corpse wielding the sword. Boom! The thick white mist dispersed to either side. The decaying ground gouged into a deep chasm, and a brief vacuum appeared in the center, causing Meng Xia, who had been crouching behind, to be overwhelmed with terror. She widened her eyes, witnessing Jiang Chan, having activated the Xidagarba form, resembling a frenzied beast. He delivered a powerful punch to the towering headless corpse, smashing its chest cavity along with the three-eyed blood crow inside. The dense white mist swiftly closed in, obscuring her view once more, yet the impactful scene was etched into her mind, especially Jiang Chan's terrifying punch, which made her heart quiver. This is a spectral technique. He certainly possesses more than just one spectral skill. Roar! At that moment, the other Blade Labor Ghost let out a low growl, lunging fiercely towards Meng Xia's back. Intimidation. Two deep syllables resonated like ancient incantations, and Jiang Chan's eyes erupted with a commanding golden light. Buzz! It shot straight into the eyes of the Blade Labor Ghost. 300 mental shock. Activated. Its massive form immediately fell into a state of rigidity. Then, a colossal, pitch-black scissor appeared, opening and closing in the air. Snap! The Blade Labor Ghost's roar abruptly ceased, collapsing beside Meng Xia with a dull thud. The oppressive sound and the chilling stench of decay sending a shiver through her entire being. Ding! You have slain the parasitic spirit Coffin Master, Level 5. Ghost points 81. You have slain one Level 3 Blade Labor Ghost. Ghost points 39. The swirling dust gradually settled. Jiang Chan and Amp, Oppo's eyes brightened. The rewards from this headless corpse were substantial, equivalent to 2 Blade Labor Ghosts. Contemplating the information displayed on the panel, he deduced a conclusion. The lower the level of the ghostly entity, the fewer ghost points it awarded him. To acquire a significant number of ghost points, he must hunt entities of a higher level than his own. At the very least, they needed to be of the same tier. Having grasped this rule, Jiang Chan stowed the panel away and approached to retrieve the tang sword dropped by the headless corpse. The hilt was dark red, and the blade shimmered with a hint of blue and gold. Special materials had been incorporated during its forging, enabling it to slay ghostly beings. He swung it a couple of times. It felt quite comfortable in his hand. The headless corpse lay in ruin, and on the decaying ground, aside from the ghost-slaying sword, there was also a golden bottle. Jiang Chan walked over, brushing aside withered branches. He picked up the bottle, weighing it in his hand. It was heavy, slightly antiquated in appearance, and larger than his palm by a couple of sizes. Pure gold. Relevant information immediately surfaced in Jiang Chan and Oppo's mind. Golden dust bottle. The record of strange artifacts states, in the Eastern Woman Kingdom, the deceased are buried in bottles. Their kin place the bones and flesh of the dead into golden bottles and sprinkle them with gold dust to prevent decay. After the ghostly calamity, some discovered that gold could repel ghostly incursions, leading to the creation of the golden dust bottle, commonly utilized for capturing, imprisoning, and trading ghostly companions. Indeed, he was a ghost hunter. The trade of ghostly companions is often valuable yet elusive. Some noble scions, upon awakening their spirit coffin, require contracts with ghostly companions yet are reluctant to venture into the wilderness. So they prepare golden dust bottles at home and spend lavishly to commission ghost hunters to assist in capturing them. With a level of 5 and a blade labor ghost as an offensive companion, one could easily dominate in a ghost village, a novice zone. Encountering an exceptional ghost like Andapos, ascending smoke and mist Andapos, was just unfortunate. However, since he chose this profession, he must be prepared for the possibility of death at any moment. Removing the cork to inspect, he found it empty, yet to capture any ghostly entities. Jiang Chan wrapped the golden dust bottle in his tattered clothing and secured it on his back, setting aside its capacity to imprison ghostly beings. The golden bottle itself was worth over 200,000 summer coins. Now, it was time to deal with you. He lifted his gaze, once more surveying the enveloping Andapos, ascending smoke and mist. Andapos, the desolate white smoke drifted and enveloped the surroundings, merging almost seamlessly with the ghostly mist. Even denser than the latter, and Apos, ascending the mist and Apos, possesses no lethality. Its uniqueness lies in its ability to obscure the vision of the living and ensnare even certain spectral entities. However, bolstered by the eye of the true king, Jiang Chan and Apos' gaze was profound as the stars. The shifting smoke appeared insubstantial before his eyes, allowing him to escort Meng Xia away freely. Yet, such a peculiar spirit is a rare sight. To simply depart like this would be too much for me to bear. Furthermore, that rascal Hu Shuai is likely still trapped within this haze. Chapter 39. The second demon pet of the contract. The art of demon contracting must be performed upon the essence of the spirit itself to take effect. In order to bind Deng Yinxia as a demon pet, Jiang Chan must locate its true form and discover the source of this mist. This task would not be easy for other spirit coffin masters, but for Jiang Chan, it posed no difficulty. He moved forward, searching the surroundings. Activating the eye of the true king, Jiang Chan remained unaffected by the thick smoke. His luminous gaze swiftly locked onto a target. In front of a farmhouse, on a patch of open ground, lay 3 rough clay jars, 2 of which were shattered, while the last stood, covered by a tattered wooden board. At that moment, the board was emitting a faint tremor. Found you. Jiang Chan commanded the scissor demon to advance. With a clatter, the clay jar shattered, and suddenly, a figure sprang forth from within. Good demon. You found me even while hiding in here. I'll take you on. The figure, brandishing its fists, exclaimed. Observing the individual who leaped from the broken jar and flailed at the air, not only did a question mark slowly form on Jiang Chan's forehead, but even the scissor demon paused in confusion. Hu Shuai? Hearing that voice, Meng Xia's face immediately brightened with joy. Are you all right, Hu Shuai? Is that you, Meng Xia? Hu Shuai, momentarily halting his wild gestures, resumed with even greater fervor. Fear not. Your Hu Gu has trained extensively. No mere 2 or 3 demons can approach me. Just wait for me to rescue you. Fool. The demon is behind you. Jiang Chan sighed, allowing the foolish bird to entertain itself as he turned to continue searching for the concealed Deng Yinxia. Upon hearing the voice, Hu Shuai immediately pivoted, launching a series of punches at the air in another direction. After a few blows, he suddenly realized and exclaimed in delight, Jiang Ge? Is that you? Are you trapped here too? Don't panic. Your brother will unleash the invincible iron fist to save you from this perilous situation. Jiang Chan simply walked away. Getting too close to the foolish bird was likely to be contagious, while Meng Xia sighed in exasperation. Utilizing the eye of the true king to survey the entire courtyard, Jiang Chan and Apos' gaze finally settled upon a stone well near the roadside. Surrounding him were 3 dilapidated farmhouses, and in the center stood a gnarled dead tree, its bare branches reaching out like a hand grasping towards the silent sky. A stone well, gray and worn, stood a mere 10 feet away, its railing stained with mottled blood, a head, covered in corpse spots, tilted at the edge. Wisps of smoke rose from the open mouth of the well. This must be it. Jiang Chan approached with his demon-slaying blade in hand. Leaning closer to the well's railing, he peered inside. A chilling gust of wind immediately struck his face. Below, amidst the decay, stood a withered corpse clad in a black shroud. It remained upright at the bottom of the dark well, wisps of white smoke rising from its form. Jiang Chan's heart leapt with joy as he unleashed his forbidden blood coffin, directing the demon contracting art toward the corpse in the well. With a hum, the enormous, terrifying blood coffin trembled slightly. Ancient symbols on its surface glowed, and chains slithered like living serpents. The coffin lid slowly opened, hovering above the well's opening. As if a long-sealed and amp, Oppos, door and amp, Oppos, had been unveiled. A viscous blood light poured forth from within the amp, Oppos, door and amp, Oppos. The chilling wind stirred the smoke, causing the dry branches and fallen leaves on the ground to rustle. Under Jiang Chan and amp, Oppos' unwavering gaze, the corpse in the shroud began to rise slowly. It exuded slender tendrils of white smoke as it gradually floated towards the well and amp, Oppos' mouth. Following the pull, it drifted into the open blood coffin, entering through the amp, Oppos, door and amp, Oppos. Ding! You have successfully contracted the demon pet Dangxia. Quality, B-level, can be upgraded through fusion with specific demon entities. Level, 6-fold. Comment. As you can see, this is a demon pet with considerable growth potential. With its current abilities, it can create a misty illusion within a range of 10 meters. Do not underestimate this 10 meters. Within its created illusion, both human and demon alike are rendered sightless, making it quite suitable for stealthy endeavors. This comment. Jiang Chan and Oppos' expression turned peculiar. Who in their right mind would seek to rummage through a female classmate and Oppos' stationery bag? However, a 10-meter illusion that obscures vision and confounds demons did spark some anticipation for the upcoming school exchange competition. The quality of demon entities is classified into 9 tiers from low to high: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. F-level encompasses all substandard entities that lack cultivation value. The majority of spirit coffin masters typically contract demons of E and D quality. Successfully binding a C-level quality demon is considered commendable, while B-level entities are rare finds, with certain risks involved in their contracts. A-level demons demand readiness for backlash, as ordinary spirit coffin masters lack the capacity to endure such challenges. S-level entities are not only elusive but possess a malevolent will that ordinary individuals cannot withstand. Moreover, the SS and SSS-level demons require a master with exceptional strength, innate talent, and fortuitous circumstances. Each element is indispensable. The higher the quality of the demon, the stronger its will, making it increasingly difficult to contract. This and Oppos, Dangxia and Oppos, of B-level quality should possess a robust resistance, yet it seems I contracted it with relative ease. Could it be that my forbidden spirit coffin exerts a natural suppression over malevolent wills? Unable to conceive other possibilities, Jiang Chan continued reading. At the end of the panel, there were recommendations for elevating and Oppos, Dangxia and Oppos, to a level. Fusing with a toxin attribute demon will imbue the mist with poisonous effects, such as hallucinations, corrosion, and dizziness. Fusing with a shadow attribute demon will allow the mist to take on illusory forms, confusing and possessing a degree of offensive capability. Fusing with a second Dangxia can specifically promote it to A-leveling, mist moon and may grant demon techniques. It can even be further cultivated, like Pokemon. After reading the information on the panel, a smile crept onto Jiang Chan and amp, Oppos' face. This was becoming quite intriguing. The dense white mist enveloping the surroundings began to dissipate, leaving only a hazy, ghostly fog drifting about, and vision gradually returned. The fog has cleared. Hu Shuai, who had been flailing about, caught sight of the decapitated corpse with a gaping hole in its chest, and gasped in shock. Looking at his own fists, a flicker of realization and the solitude of unrivaled mastery crossed his face. Am I truly the legendary Iron Fist King? That was defeated by Jiang Chan Mengxia, rising from the ground, remarked with a hint of exasperation. If Jiang Chan hadn't and amp, Oppos, been nearby, we would have been trapped here to die. She then walked towards Jiang Chan, while Hu Shuai hurriedly followed suit. Upon seeing the demon-slaying blade in Jiang Chan and Oppos' hand, his eyes lit up. Wow, Jianggu, where did you get that sword? It's as stunning as mine. Found it on the ground, Jiang Chan replied casually, his gaze shifting to the head lying at the edge of the well, its eyes wide open, eternally unblinking. Around its neck hung a gray necklace, beneath which dangled a silver tag. Who could this unfortunate soul be? Hu Shuai approached and picked up the tag, which bore an emblem of ghost hunting. Flipping it over, he discovered a name inscribed, Wang Yuan. He murmured the two characters softly, then declared, not imposing enough. It pales in comparison to my name, Hu Shuai. Jiang Chan took the tag from Hu Shuai's hands, his gaze returning to the head by the well, its lifeless gray eyes wide open. I've taken your knife and bottle, he said, intending to close those vacant eyes, but hesitated, withdrawing his hand. He glanced back before hanging the name-engraved gray necklace on a protruding branch. Rest in peace. He shook off the blood from the blade. Jiang Chan turned and strode away. Wait for me, Jiang. Hu Shuai and Meng Xia hurried to catch up. Wow, Jiang, where did you go to rob? Why are you carrying such a large golden bottle? Is it made of pure gold? Hey, Jiang, slow down a bit. Let me play with that knife. Jiang, how about that invincible iron fist I just demonstrated? Wasn't it impressive? As the ghostly mist swirled, the chattering Hu Shuai and the exasperated Meng Xia trailed behind Jiang Chan, gradually fading into the distance. The tag that Jiang Chan had hung on the tree swayed in the wind. With a dull thud, the head, marked with corpse-like spots, shifted its eyes. Then, the movement intensified, as if something within its skull yearned to break free. At that moment, a crisp and oppos, ding and oppos, resonated. A cat and oppos, paw landed atop the head. With a squelch, a sound echoed as if a watermelon had burst, and the area fell into a profound silence once more, shrouded in ghostly fog. The calico cat observed the retreating figures of Jiang Chan and his companions, a flicker of humanity surfacing in her heterochromatic eyes. Soon, she made her decision and turned to pursue the opposite direction, the path taken by the ghostly bridal sedan mere moments before. Chapter 40. Commencing Solo Ranking Challenge. In the western city gates, the piercing alarm rang out suddenly, only to cease just as abruptly, fading away like blood. Wang Ming and Liang Yin felt the tension in their bodies dissipate, their backs damp with a cold sweat. How could a ghost king appear so close to the city gates? Wang Ming asked, his expression grave. I have no idea. I and Amp, Oppos, V been stationed here for over a decade without encountering such a situation. The red alert has never sounded once. What could have triggered it today? Liang Yin wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, his heart still racing. Could it be a malfunction due to prolonged inactivity? You need to ascertain the situation. Liang Fatty. This is not a trivial matter. Wang Ming insisted. I and Oppos, LL have someone check the alarm system immediately. No, I will go myself, Liang Yin declared, his corpulent form moving with surprising agility. If you are truly concerned, you should halt this training exercise and call everyone back at once. However, Wang Ming's gaze fell upon the large projection ahead, where numerous green dots radiated from the center of Luogang Ghost Village, with all 61 members present, their scores and rankings fluctuating. He hesitated for a moment before resolutely deciding, the training shall continue. But Liang Fatty, select a few capable soldiers from the city guard to accompany me outside the city for the safety of our comrades. Ding. You have slain a level 1 grave ghost. Ghost points 3. You have slain a level 5 flying head ghost. Ghost points 67 indeed. My level has risen. Slaying lower level ghosts yields significantly fewer ghost points. Observing the meager 3 ghost points from the grave ghost, Jiang Chan felt a pang of frustration. At this rate, it would take an eternity to advance a level, let alone unlock the Blood Sovereign Earth Zone. It was time to venture beyond the novice village. In the Ghost Village region, the ghostly entities predominantly hovered below level 5. Further west lay a forest of hanging corpses, where the ghostly beings ranged between levels 5 and 1. Ling Qingxian and her group of aristocrats had not wasted time in the Ghost Village. They had headed straight for the Ghost Forest, which explained their rapid accumulation of points. The higher the quality or level of the ghosts slain, the more points earned, mirroring my pursuit of ghost points. Glancing at the leaderboard, Ling Qingxian maintained a staggering lead with 507 points, while I lagged behind with a mere 87 points, nearly 1/7 of her total. An hour had passed in the training exercise. I needed to intensify my efforts. The Ghost Village buzzed with activity once more, as other students began to form cohesive groups, leaving Jiang Chan with little opportunity to accumulate ghost points. He promptly informed Hu Shuai and Meng Xia, I plan to head to the Ghost Forest for a stint. You two stay here and coordinate. Hu Shuai and Meng Xia recognized they had already slowed Jiang Chan's efficiency in slaying ghosts. Trailing him to the Ghost Forest would only weigh him down further. All right. We won and Oppos. T hinder you any longer, Jiang Go. Take care, Hu Shuai replied promptly. Meng Xiao, a hint of concern in her voice, added, while the training results are important, your safety is paramount. If you encounter danger, do not hesitate to retreat. We and Oppos, LL await your return here. After bidding farewell to Hu Shuai and Meng Xia, Jiang Chan oriented himself before drawing his ghost-slaying blade and proceeding towards the forest of hanging corpses. Along the way, he encountered a few low-level ghosts, which he dispatched with ease, adhering to the principle that even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. Minutes later, he arrived at a small river. The water was murky and sluggish, with a dilapidated wooden bridge leading across. To reach the forest of hanging corpses, he had to cross the river. Jiang Chan slowed his pace, peering into the ghostly mist ahead. Kneeling upon the rotting bridge was the silhouette of a child garbed in mourning clothes, sobbing pitifully. Jiang Chan shivered involuntarily. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a small ghost resembling a 7- or 8-year-old child. It knelt in the middle of the bridge, facing the murky water, weeping as it tossed round paper money into the river. Ghost name, Tong Ghost. Startled, Jiang Chan thought it was the offspring of the weeping ghost. Instantly, relevant information from the new compendium of ghosts surged into his mind. When a Tong person and Oppos, kin dies, they mourn by the water and amp, Oppos, edge, tossing coins into the river to pay for washing the corpse. In ancient times, a tribe called Tong would send their young ones to the river to weep, throwing coins as a means to purchase water for cleansing the deceased. If they failed to do so, they would be deemed unfilial. Thus, the Tong ghost was born. These ghosts possess little destructive power, but their cries can attract water ghosts. Jiang Chan noted its level, 6. He grasped his blade firmly and strode forward. As Jiang Chan swiftly approached, the Tong ghost and amp, Oppos, wailing grew shrill. The murky river below began to swirl, revealing 3 heads emerging from the depths. They crawled ashore, trailing a foul, wet residue as they twisted towards Jiang Chan. 2 were level 3, and 1 was level 5. Jiang Chan charged forward, his speed unwavering as he swiftly severed the heads of the 2 level 3 water ghosts, while the scissor ghost swiftly dispatched the remaining level 5 water ghost. Despite his lack of finesse and martial arts, Jiang Chan brutally eliminated the 3 water ghosts before dashing onto the wooden bridge, delivering a fatal blow to the incessantly weeping Tong ghost. Ding! You have slain 2 level 3 water ghosts and 1 level 5 water ghost. Ghost points 103. You have slain 1 level 6 Tong ghost. Ghost points 97. Jiang Chan considered contracting the Tong ghost, but quickly dismissed the notion, finding its cries intolerably grating. Stowing away the interface, he crossed the bridge. Just as he stepped onto solid ground, he heard a series of dull thuds. Following the sound, he saw 2 fire bucket ghosts bouncing toward him from the ghostly mist, leaving trails of flames in their wake. Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Chan charged forward, ready to confront them. These ghosts originated from an antiquated custom of sitting in a fire bucket, where a person would sit on a bench inside while their head and shoulders protruded from the open top. The fire bucket ghosts embodied this image, their bodies fused with the flaming barrels beneath them, bouncing clumsily. However, caution was warranted. They could explode. 2 level 5 fire bucket ghosts possessed an explosive power comparable to 2 kilograms of TNT. Jiang Chan rapidly closed the distance, entering within 10 meters of them. A thick white smoke suddenly enveloped the area. The 2 fire bucket ghosts lost their target and direction, their thumping sounds echoing disorientingly. Amidst the smoke, Jiang Chan approached one of the fire bucket ghosts like a specter, an ominous blood coffin materializing behind him. The ghost contracting technique activated. Buzz. The blood coffin trembled, chains retracting. Ancient patterns on its surface glowed crimson as the heavy lid slowly creaked open. An intangible force and a faint crimson glow enveloped the fire barrel demon, causing it to struggle immediately. Yet, the formidable pull emanating from the blood coffin was akin to that of a black hole, rendering it utterly incapable of escape. It could only submit to being drawn within. The contract was successfully established. However, Jiang Chan did not cease his efforts there. Utilizing the obscuring mist of the ascending smoke, he swiftly approached another fire barrel demon. The demon contract technique was employed once more. Ding! A timely system notification appeared. You have successfully contracted 2 D-rank fire barrel demons. Fusion and metamorphosis to enhance quality available. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? Was there any need for a question? Naturally, fusion was the only option. Chapter 41. Entering the Forest of Suspended Corpses. Fusion. Jiang Chan acted without hesitation. This fusion requires the consumption of 400 ghost points. Current ghost points, 627. Commencing fusion. D-Class Fire Barrel Ghost 2 fusing. Ding. Fusion successful. Congratulations, you have acquired a new ghost pet and Oppos. Explosive Flame Ghost and Oppos. Quality, C-Class. Level, 6-fold. Comment, undoubtedly. The upgraded Explosive Flame Ghost exhibits a remarkable enhancement in explosive power. Despite retaining the basic form of the Fire Barrel Ghost, it distinguishes itself with the ability to launch fireballs, inflicting area damage that is extensive. Additionally, it grants you rudimentary control over flames, ample enough to singe a few strands of hair. Remaining ghost points, 227. Jiang Chan chose to disregard the last remark about singeing hair. With a mere thought, an orange-red flame erupted from his hand, swiftly coiling around his ghost-slaying blade like a fiery serpent, enveloping the entire blade in an instant. With a swift swing, he unleashed a dazzling blaze of fire. Quite impressive. It bore a resemblance to a certain blind man he recalled from a film. He continued scrolling, discovering a recommendation at the end of the panel for upgrading Explosive Flame Ghost to B-Class. Fusing with a Wind Attribute Ghost grants simple linear flight capabilities. Fusing with a Shadow Attribute Ghost provides 2 illusory clones, which do not possess real damage. Fusing a second Explosive Flame Ghost allows for a directed upgrade to B-Class and Amp. Oppos, Netherfire Ghost, and Amp. Oppos, granting a chance to control Netherfire. The combination of the Explosive Flame Ghost with a Wind Attribute Ghost seemed promising, potentially serving as aerial explosive devices, which could yield remarkable results if utilized wisely. The second combination also presented a favorable choice, effectively transforming one bomb into 3, though only one would truly detonate. Who wouldn't panic if they witnessed such a scenario? The prospect of controlling Netherfire was indeed a rare opportunity. All 3 routes recommended by the system were commendable, yet none aligned with Jiang Chan's expectations. Both the Fire Barrel Ghost and the Explosive Flame Ghost shared a critical flaw. Their cumbersome movements, coupled with the limitation of exploding only once, equated to self-destruction. Should he truly cultivate this Explosive Flame Ghost, Jiang Chan would prefer to address its speed deficiency or perhaps enable it to recharge after detonation, rather than losing the ghost pet entirely upon explosion. However, such considerations were not pertinent at this moment. Perhaps even better prospects awaited him ahead. Concealing the panel, he pressed onward. Upon crossing the bridge, the ghostly fog thickened, and the encountered ghost entities were of a higher caliber, resulting in a marked decrease in fellow students engaged in ghost slaying. At this juncture, he gazed into the distance beyond the ghostly mist. Amidst the ashen haze, the forest of suspended corpses was now visible, a dark expanse resembling an impenetrable wall. Jiang Chan quickened his pace along the decaying mountain path. Along the way, he encountered white bones partially buried in the earth, remnants of both humans and animals. The roadside was lined with dead trees and gray-brown stones, while tall, withered grasses concealed half-collapsed graves, sporadic ghostly flames flickering with a ghastly green luminescence in the muted mist. In the utterly forsaken farmlands and cultivated fields, remnants of dilapidated farming tools lay scattered, occasionally accompanied by the eerie howls of 1 or 2 lesser ghost entities. Jiang Chan did not waste time on these lesser ghosts. Should they cross his path, he would not hesitate to dispatch them. Approximately 10 minutes later, Jiang Chan finally arrived beneath the ominous wall. Each peculiar tree stood as a darkened sea, all long dead, leaving only bare trunks and branches that reached out like claws, as if they were specters waiting to prey upon him. Here, the concentration of ghostly mist was nearly double that found in the ghost village. Jiang Chan surveyed the foreboding entrance to the corpse forest, his heart tightening slightly, feeling as though he was staring into the gaping maw of a shadowy abyss, awaiting his entrance. Yet, the ghostly interface bore no warning of imminent danger nearby. Just as he prepared to step inside, a rasping howl echoed in his ears. Meat! Meat! Jiang Chan immediately became alert. He then witnessed a corpulent ghost, fleeing as if from a predator, burst forth from the forest of corpses. Its entire body was a grotesque assemblage of decaying flesh, pieces tumbling off as it ran. Upon spotting Jiang Chan, it halted. Ghost name, Chuhai Ghost. Quality, D-Class. Level, 6-fold. The information on this ghost materialized before Jiang Chan, prompting a recollection from the new compilation of ghosts, an ancient Chu. During a year of severe drought, there was a famine. The locals, upon the death of their kin, would strip the flesh from the deceased to survive, leaving only the bones for burial. Thus, the Chuhai ghost came into being. They typically emerged from the earth in the guise of skeletal remains, incessantly repeating the word meat. Their obsession with flesh drives them to wander, stripping any meat they encounter to patch themselves together. This ghost bore injuries. The Chuhai ghost stood still, its decaying flesh littered the ground, and its right arm had been severed, leaving only a single left arm clutching a rusted bone knife. Jiang Chan raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze toward the dark depths of the corpse forest behind the Chuhai ghost. What lies within? Meat. A low growl snapped Jiang Chan and Appo's attention back. The foul-smelling Chuhai ghost resumed its charge, its patchwork of flesh tumbling to the ground with a dull thud. The bone knife aimed directly at Jiang Chan and Appo's abdomen. He had no desire to become tainted by its repugnant decay. Intimidation. 2 deep syllables escaped his lips, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with golden light, striking directly into the eyes of the Chuhai ghost. The mental assault took effect. The advancing Chuhai ghost froze momentarily. In the next instant, flames engulfed his blade, rising from the ground. Crackling sounds echoed. Jiang Chan landed, extinguishing the flames of his blade. The immobilized Chuhai ghost crumbled, its bloated form collapsing like a mountain of flesh, igniting in a fierce blaze. Ding! You have slain a 6-fold Chuhai ghost. Ghost points 113. A single Chuhai ghost yielded a substantial reward exceeding 100. Jiang Chan felt a surge of joy. Indeed, the gains were greater in this region. He glanced at his current ghost points, 340. He also checked his practical training score, which stood at 101, securing a spot among the top 15, currently positioned 13th. The first place, Ling Qingxian, had amassed an impressive 601, a staggering 5 times more than Jiang Chan. The second place, Luo Shan, held 347. The third place, Zhuang Baifan, recorded 263. The fourth. 3.5 hours remained in the practical training. Jiang Chan refocused on the terrifying entrance of the forest of corpses, exhaling deeply, and took a decisive step forward. A desiccated tree stood by the mountain path, its branches descending to reveal a ghostly raven that feasted upon decaying corpses. It seized a piece of flesh that had fallen from the Chuhai ghost. Cocking its head, its 3 blood-red eyes scrutinized Jiang Chan as he ventured alone into the forest of corpses. Chapter 42. This wave takes off. The chilling mist enveloped the surroundings, casting a gray pallor over the landscape. As Jiang Chan ventured into the forest, the light dimmed significantly. Apart from the sound of his own footsteps crunching on the dry branches and fallen leaves, not a single sound could be heard. The ghostly fog swirled ominously, and the gnarled silhouettes of trees loomed like sinister specters. A thick layer of decaying leaves, accumulated over countless years, reeked of rot, and with every step he took, the brittle branches snapped underfoot. Jiang Chan remained vigilant, slowing his pace as he delved deeper into the forest of corpses. After walking a short distance, he sensed something amiss. The ghostly forest, according to his geography lessons, should be filled with suspended corpses. However, as he scanned his surroundings, the murky fog revealed only shadowy, dead trees. There were no hanging corpses in sight, nor even a single body. His ghost detector indicated an empty radius of 200 meters, suggesting the absence of any specter. Something was certainly amiss. Recalling the panic-stricken escape of the specter, Chuhai, from the forest, Jiang Chan dared not let his guard down. After advancing another 200 meters without any discovery, he decided to retreat. Continuing forward for approximately 50 meters, he stumbled upon a mountain stream. The water was murkier than the river he had previously crossed, black as ink and littered with dead branches and leaves. Then, Jiang Chan's gaze froze as he hurriedly concealed himself behind a tree. The water's surface was inexplicably adorned with hundreds of paper boats. Instantly, the once empty screen of his ghost detector displayed a dense cluster of green dots. Each paper boat was crafted from old paper money, silently drifting amidst the murky waters of the stream. The ghostly fog loomed, and the forest lay in eerie silence. Hundreds of white paper boats floated on the dark stream, swaying gently as they drifted toward the depths of the forest, shrouded in ghostly fog. These were all ghost paper boats. According to the new compilation of ghost lore, in ancient times, in the western regions of Jing, where the land was desolate and life was harsh, women would give birth by the water after 7 months of pregnancy, placing their newborns on the surface. Those that floated would be taken home, while those that sank were abandoned, but a paper boat would be set afloat to guide their souls. Thus, the ghost paper boats came into being, each carrying the spirit of a deceased infant, officially referred to as July infant. July infants are known to use the guise of small paper boats to lure unsuspecting victims. Should one approach, they would drag the person into the depths to drown. However, such spirits usually appear in small numbers near water. How could there be so many here? Just as Jiang Chan and Appo's heart raced, his ghost detector vibrated violently, illuminating a shocking deep red. Among the hundreds of white ghost paper boats, a streak of blood slowly entered his line of sight. His breath caught in his throat, an icy chill creeping from his feet to the crown of his head. Ghost name: Infant Spirit King. Quality: S-Class. Level: Tier 5. 7th stage. Another Ghost King. The terrifying aura of the spirit pervaded the air, bearing down on Jiang Chan like an iceberg, rendering him breathless. While tumultuous waves of fear surged within him, he had already encountered 2 Ghost Kings this evening. One must note that entities of such caliber typically remain in their lairs. They do not appear lightly unless provoked, let alone manifesting in waves so close to human settlements. Clearly, something extraordinary was occurring. Jiang Chan and Appo's mind flashed back to the lantern ghosts he had seen drifting through the fog, and the 4 lantern spirits, along with the hauntingly melodious red bridal sedan chair. He glanced again at the hundreds of ghost paper boats swaying in the stream, particularly fixating on the horrifying streak of blood that froze him in place. A chilling suspicion began to form in his mind. The ghost tide, this year's ghost tide, was arriving early. The ghostly mist thickened, as if solidified by weighty dread. Jiang Chan found himself rooted to the spot by the oppressive aura emanating from the infant spirit king. Fortunately, the entity did not linger. Amidst the throng of ghost paper boats, it drifted down the stream toward the innermost depths of the forest. Only when the blood-red streak vanished from sight did the invisible pressure dissipate, allowing the ghostly fog to resume its languid dance. Gasping for breath, Jiang Chan barely managed to prop himself against a tree, exhaling heavily as cold sweat soaked his back. The oppressive sensation was terrifying. It could easily subdue low-tier spirit Coffin Masters, and if it truly targeted him, even activating his zero ring would be futile. Steeling himself, he resolved to return to the city and inform the city guards of the impending danger. Gripping his ghost-slaying knife, he began to withdraw. However, upon turning around, he discovered that during his brief respite, the surrounding trees had become silently entangled in strands of hair, the blood-red hue on his ghost detector fading, revealing a multitude of dense green dots. So many hair spirits? The ghostly mist hung heavy, and the forest lay in oppressive silence. The gnarled trees stood like malevolent spirits, and strands of foul, dark hair slithered down from the branches like living serpents, coldly wrapping around Jiang Chan's legs and waist, as well as his ghost-slaying knife. Unfazed, Jiang Chan thrust the ghost-slaying knife into the putrid earth. A surge of orange-red flames erupted from his hand, enveloping the blade entirely. The flames then surged along the strands of hair, resembling fiery serpents that swiftly consumed a vast area of the ghostly forest, igniting the gray fog around him. Ding! You have burned to death 7 Tier 2 hair spirits. Ghost spirit points 136. You have burned to death 5 Tier 3 hair spirits. Ghost spirit points 108. You have burned to death. A series of notifications erupted in Jiang Chan and Appo's mind like cannon fire, his expression transforming into one of astonishment as his ghost spirit points surged rapidly, along with his training scores and rankings climbing higher. It turned out burning hair meant this. Jiang Chan suddenly recalled the system's commentary on his flame abilities. This wave was undeniably lucrative. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the ghostly mist. Jiang Chan seized his ghost-slaying knife and sprinted toward the source of the sound without hesitation. Moments later, he found himself in a forest adorned with severed heads. Towering blackened trunks loomed, and withered branches stretched toward the sky and surrounding areas, each branch laden with human heads. Each head sprouted thick, dark hair, entwining and ensnaring the surrounding trees, weaving them into a web of hair cages, some of which even contained desiccated corpses, appearing like cocoons spun by spiders through the murky ghost fog. As Jiang Chan intruded, the dense, foul hair surged from each head, coiling like a tide of darkness, rushing toward him from all directions. Excellent! Jiang Chan's eyes lit up, as the blood coffin emerged behind him, unleashing his explosive flame ghost. Boom! I declare this wave takes off. Chapter 43, Ascending Rankings. Trouble has arrived. The ghostly mist oozed through the gnarled branches like viscous tar, as several henchmen exerted all their strength to subdue a six-tiered stone-hide ghost, pressing it firmly to the ground. A boy with a blue-haired wolf tail approached to reap the rewards, then spat disdainfully, "Damn, this stone-hide ghost must be made of lead. It took 5 of us ages to bring it down. I and Oppos, am starting to think about swapping for a defensive ghost pet. This stone-hide ghost is merely of E-grade quality, with only its tough hide to boast of. It pales in comparison to Brother Zhuang's silver demon, which is a bona fide A-grade ghost pet." A blonde one chimed in. "Indeed, Brother Zhuang, do take a look at how much this stone-hide ghost has boosted your points." A girl with green hair, dressed provocatively, sidled up to Zhuang Baifan, affectionately linking her arm with his. Ling Qingxian is a lone wolf. Even if she excels at slaying ghosts, she will inevitably tire. With our combined efforts, surpassing her is merely a matter of time. Brother Zhuang, if we help you topple Ling Qingxian and seize first place in this training, when you receive the instructor's rewards, don't forget to share a bit of the spoils with your brothers. You're always so chatty. Has Brother Zhuang ever failed to remember our contributions when there's a benefit? The green-haired girl shot a glare at the blonde and continued, "This isn't just some trivial competition. If Brother Zhuang secures first place in this training, he will undoubtedly attract the instructor's attention. Since he has retired from the Candle Dragon Army, he must have some connections within the military. Perhaps he could recommend Brother Zhuang for entry into the Candle Dragon Army, or even a prestigious academy. If we follow Brother Zhuang, won't we all soar together?" "Exactly. Sister Yin, you speak the truth. We must ensure Brother Zhuang claims the top spot today. You really know how to handle things, Xiaoyan. After tonight's training, bring your friends to my place for a meal," Zhuang Baifan said smugly. Wrapping his arms around Lin Yaoyan and Oppos' voluptuous waist, his hands roaming unabashedly. This woman was as alluring as her name suggested, as slippery as a water snake. However, what Zhuang Baifan appreciated most was her ability to manage his reputation with finesse, whether in appearance or demeanor. Brother Zhuang, I love the noodles you make." With a lewd grin, Zhuang Baifan opened the ranking page on his ghost device, but his expression of pride and amusement froze in an instant. "What's wrong, Brother Zhuang?" Lin Yaoyan asked immediately. "Damn it, I've dropped out of the top 3. He cursed. "Some brat named Jiang Chan has overtaken me." Upon hearing this, the others hastily checked their rankings as well. Indeed, Zhuang Baifan's score of 274 had plummeted to 4th place, while Jiang Chan charged into 3rd with a score of 313, which continued to rise rapidly, seemingly on the verge of surpassing Luo Shan's 358. "Damn it! Who is this Jiang Chan? I've never heard of him," the blonde exclaimed, astonished. "Is this a glitch? Or is this brat cheating? He transferred from second high?" Lin Yaoyan remarked, her eyes widening at the dramatic increase. "I have a friend from second high." Jiang Chan was her devoted admirer. He was among the few who escaped the recent incident with the weeping ghost. So what if he escaped from a ghost slayer? What is so impressive about a cowardly scoundrel? If I encountered that ghost, I could easily take it down. A surge of anger welled up in Zhuang Baifan. He had painstakingly gathered this team to hunt ghosts, all for the sake of achieving a commendable rank and gaining the instructor's favor. He had learned that only a handful of students each year from Nanjing City would earn direct admission to prestigious academies or military recommendations, making the importance of this training abundantly clear. Countless individuals were vying fiercely for advancement. As for Ling Qingxian and Luo Shan, their formidable backgrounds made them worthy rivals. Zhuang Baifan felt no shame in being surpassed by them. From the outset, he had aimed to secure a solid 3rd place. However, this Jiang Chan, why did he have the audacity to challenge him? "Brother, I heard Jiang Chan has awakened a forbidden-grade spirit coffin," a blonde one whispered. "Who cares about that nonsense? Anyone who dares to surpass me, Zhuang Baifan, is courting death," Zhuang Baifan declared, his eyes flashing with menace. What Brother Zhuang says is right. The quality of spirit coffins merely reflects the abilities of their masters and their innate talent. The true measure of a spirit master's strength lies in the prowess of their ghost pets. Lin Yaoyan released Zhuang Baifan, crossing her arms and continuing with a cool demeanor. "Brother Zhuang and Oppos' ghost pet is an A-grade silver demon, which has granted him A and Oppos, Flicker and Oppos, ghost skill. I dare say even that vile Ling Qingxian would struggle against it, let alone a nobody like Jiang Chan, who lacks both background and resources. No matter how talented he is, without a powerful ghost pet, he is of no concern." If he dares to cross paths with us, he's as good as dead. Just as Lin Yayan finished speaking, a sudden surge of flames erupted from the depths of the ghostly mist, accompanied by chilling cries that sent shivers down their spines. What a terrifying ghostly aura. What is that? The henchman, colored in yellow and green, instantly felt threatened, while Lin Yayan turned pale, hurriedly retreating behind Jiang Chan. Look at you all, quaking in your boots. With me, Jiang Chan, around, what is there to fear? Let us go see. Perhaps we can catch a few stragglers. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the explosive flame ghost sprang into action around Jiang Chan, clumsily bouncing while tossing fireballs. Boom, boom, boom. The frequency at which the explosive flame ghost unleashed fireballs matched its sluggish movements, approximately once every 15 seconds. However, the blast radius of those fireballs was quite impressive, especially in the midst of the decaying foliage, rapidly igniting large swathes of land. The thick, gnarled hair ignited instantly, the orange flames licking up to the heads of the countless severed heads hanging from the branches, quickly transforming them into fireballs, some even bursting with a loud crackle. Ding! You have burned to death 168 first-tier hair ghosts. Ghost points 880. You have burned to death 126 second-tier hair ghosts. Ghost points 1630. You have burned to death 103 third-tier hair ghosts. Ghost points 2460. You have burned to death. A flurry of notifications regarding ghost points filled the screen, and the training score soared dramatically, exceeding 500 points in mere moments, propelling Jiang Chan into second place. Rapidly closing in on first place Ling Qingxian. Ecstasy surged within Jiang Chan. I was just about to retreat, yet here I am receiving such a bountiful, unexpected reward. Before the thought could fully form, a deafening explosion echoed. The stout tree ahead blazed fiercely and cracked open, from which a scarlet human head suddenly sprang forth, jaws agape, lunging towards Jiang Chan's neck. Demon name, Bloodthirsty Hair Princess. Quality, B class. Level, 7. Information regarding the demon materialized in the corner of his vision. Jiang Chan's reaction was swift. His eyes suddenly radiated a golden brilliance. Fear. Hit. Paralysis activated. The demon-slaying blade plunged straight into the gaping mouth. With a forceful thrust. Crack. The blade pierced through the oral cavity and into the back of the skull, forcefully nailing the head to the ground. Huh. Huh. The bloodthirsty hair princess emitted sounds, her crimson hair sprouting wildly, dense as needle tips. Without hesitation, Jiang Chan unleashed flames. Boom. The orange blaze cascaded down the blade, igniting instantly within the bloodthirsty hair princess and Apos' mouth, erupting from her 7 orifices. Her hair exhibited greater resistance to the flames than those ordinary hair demons, yet that was all. The protruding crimson strands were swiftly incinerated, and the flames roaring within her cranial cavity surged violently, causing her ominous aura to wane. Should Jiang Chan desire, a single step could obliterate her. However, he refrained from such an action, instead summoning his blood-colored spirit coffin. B-class quality control-type demon pets are a rarity. Contract demon technique. Activate. The massive blood coffin trembled ominously. Ancient and esoteric symbols illuminated, and thick chains writhed. The vertically suspended coffin lid, like a sealed portal, creaked open, releasing a stream of alluring red light. Just then, a rapid series of footsteps approached swiftly. Leading the way was Jiang Chan, adorned with a blue-haired wolf and Apos' tail. Beside him, Lin Yayan recognized the figure ahead and immediately pointed excitedly, exclaiming, "Zhuangge, look! That's Jiang Chan." Chapter 44, The New Ghost Pet. Direct control of the scene. Lin Yayan and Su Shaoqin have been close friends since middle school. They not only compete over how many affluent suitors they have attracted, but also compare who has more devoted admirers. Occasionally, they gather to exchange tips on their skills. Therefore, Lin Yayan recognizes Jiang Chan and knows he is Su Shaoqin's loyal admirer. Jealousy once stirred within her as she pondered what stroke of luck Su Shaoqin had to have secured such a handsome and quality admirer. Though Jiang Chan is somewhat lacking in wealth, his appearance and physique perfectly align with Lin Yaoyan's preferences. On one occasion, she privately approached Jiang Chan, offering herself willingly if he would only cast Su Shaoqin aside to devote himself to her. However, Jiang Chan, oblivious to her intentions, forwarded their chat history to Su Shaoqin, leaving Lin Yaoyan the subject of ridicule for quite some time. Recalling this, Lin Yaoyan clenched her jaw, her expression contorting into a snarl as she shouted at Jiang Chan. "Zhuang, That's Jiang Chan. He has contracted a ghost pet. Stop him at once. As her words fell, a nearby hooligan exclaimed eagerly, Zhuang, look, that kid has a golden shard bottle on his back. Several others, with vibrant hair, turned their gazes towards Jiang Chan and Apos' back. They beheld his bare, well-proportioned torso, partially concealed by tattered clothing, from which a brilliant golden gleam emerged from the heavy seams. Ah, so it's Jiang Chan. I just lost a golden shard bottle, and these witnesses can attest to it. Now, I suspect that what you have on your back is stolen from me. Zhuang Baifan, like a ravenous wolf, fixed his gaze on Jiang Chan, taking a few steps forward as a purple coffin materialized behind him, from which a silver ghost pet emerged and stood beside him. Do not accuse me of bullying you with sheer numbers. If you return that B-grade ghost you have into the bottle on your back and crawl over here to present it to me in reverence, I might consider leaving you with one hand and one leg to crawl back. With Zhuang Baifan's arrogant proclamation, his gang of thugs unleashed their own spectral coffins and ghost pets, forming an encircling formation, all eyeing the solitary Jiang Chan with malicious intent. A group of fools. Jiang Chan scoffed coldly, completely dismissing the gang as if they were air. Behind him, a massive blood coffin trembled, releasing a viscous red light that enveloped the bloodthirsty pet. This ghost displayed an unyielding will, still resisting the power of the contract, as Jiang Chan concentrated fiercely on securing the contract with this ghost. Is our Zhuang still trying to converse with you? Are your ears deaf? Damn, this kid is a bit strange. That blood coffin behind him gives me the creeps. Why waste words with him, Zhuang? While he is distracted, let us rush him and seize him, then strip him down and break his legs. So he has to crawl back. Lin Yaoyan's malicious suggestion was met with unanimous approval from her fellow thugs, who erupted into arrogant laughter. If you want a bite, just come at me, Jiang Chan retorted, his irritation evident. How audacious. No one dares to act so brazenly before me, Zhuang Baifan declared, charging forth with his ghost pet, a fierce expression crossing his face. I hope you can still speak to me like that later. Zhuang Baifan finally made his move. The expressions of the thugs behind him reflected eager anticipation, as they had witnessed the prowess of Zhuang Baifan's ghost pet, a genuine A-grade assassination-type ghost, Silver Wraith. Particularly, the blink ability granted to Zhuang Baifan by this ghost was nothing short of miraculous, providing him with the confidence to act so brazenly. Never seen an A-grade ghost pet, have you? Today, you and Apos' LL witnessed the stark contrast between my A-grade ghost and your worthless ghost. Zhuang Baifan swiftly closed in on Jiang Chan, now within 10 meters. Observing Jiang Chan remaining motionless as he forged the contract with the bloodthirsty pet, Zhuang Baifan's face twisted into a cruel smile. Die! With Zhuang Baifan's roar, the onlooking thugs readied themselves to witness Jiang Chan sprawled on the ground, begging for mercy. However, the scene that unfolded next rendered each of their expressions frozen in shock. Suddenly, a thick, white mist erupted from Jiang Chan, spreading out like a tide. Zhuang Baifan and his A-grade Silver Wraith charged into the dense white fog, instantly vanishing from sight. A veil of confusion. The mist of illusions. The white mist almost merged with ghostly fog, yet was denser, obscuring vision. What the hell did you do? Why can't I see anything? Zhuang Baifan exclaimed, alarmed, as he attempted to retreat. But two strands of crimson hair silently ensnared his ankles. Blink immobilized. What is happening? You wanted to show me your A-grade ghost, didn't you, fool? Perfect timing, as I too wish to show you my newly contracted ghost. Jiang Chan's voice echoed within the thick mist, fluctuating in distance, making it impossible to discern his exact location. How could you possibly contract the bloodthirsty pet so quickly? This is impossible. More strands of hair emerged from the mist, wrapping around Zhuang Baifan and Apos' body like live serpents. Panic surged through him as he hastily summoned back the Silver Wraith for protection. Yet, the ghost quickly relayed a signal of being bound. In the next instant, a sharp crack echoed. It was as if a colossal pair of scissors opened and closed within the mist, severing Zhuang Baifan's connection with his ghost. A backlash surged from his spirit coffin, striking at his soul, and he let out a muffled groan before spitting out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Chan, if you dare harm my ghost, I will not let you. Before he could finish, a foot slammed into his face. Bang! Crack! His jaw dislocated, a few teeth flying out. As he collapsed to the ground, groaning incoherently. You dare strike me? You're dead, Jiang Chan. I despise barking dogs the most. Following this, A relentless barrage of kicks rained down upon him like a tempest. Jiang Chan rolled to evade, but the strands of crimson hair from the mist ensnared him tightly, leaving him with nowhere to hide, forced to endure the onslaught. Jiang Chan, you better think this through. Bang. If you don't kill me today. Bang. I beg you to stop. Bang. 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 Ah. Someone help me. Jiang Chan and Apos. Fierce threats quickly devolved into pleas for mercy, and soon even those pleas faded into desperate screams. The thugs outside, finally shaken from their stupor, rushed into the mist with their ghost pets for support, but upon entering, they too lost their vision, engulfed by the dense white fog. A chilling tendril of crimson hair, akin to serpents, slithered from all directions, ensnaring their bodies along with their ghostly companions. With a series of sharp cracks, they abruptly severed their connection to their spectral allies, simultaneously enduring the backlash from their life-bound spiritual coffins. Moments later, a dense white mist gradually dissipated, revealing the once arrogant Jiang Chan and his minions, now sprawled on the ground, their faces swollen and bruised, resembling grotesque caricatures. The preceding boasts of bravado had devolved into a cacophony of pained groans and cries for mercy. This was merely the result of Jiang Chan and Apos' restraint. Had he opted for a more lethal approach with his ghost-slaying blade, the ground would be strewn with lifeless bodies. Brother Jiang, are you all right? Lin Yaoyan, who had been cowering in the background, cautiously approached, only to be overwhelmed by a foul stench that compelled her to cover her mouth and nose. A glance around revealed no trace of Jiang Chan. Instead, a rustling commotion echoed through the fog-laden forest of corpses as an unseen entity, drawn by the raging inferno, surged towards them like a relentless tide. This is dire. It and Amp, Apos, the spider and Amp, Apos, curse. Lin Yaoyan and Amp, Apos, complexion drained of color, resembling that of one who had just received grievous news. Activate the protective chamber at once. Chapter 45, Intensely Enhancing Power. According to the new compilation of ghostly classics, the customs of the Eastern Ji tribe dictate that upon marriage, the bride must sever one of her legs as a dowry. The more profound her love for the groom, the more of her own body she sacrifices. In return, the groom treasures her all the more, often carrying the severed limb or hand of his bride with him, never parting with it during meals, sleep, or even when relieving himself, preserving it until the day he is laid to rest. The phenomenon known as spider's grievance arises from such peculiar customs. These spirits predominantly manifest as female figures, retaining a human torso while sprouting numerous disordered human legs below the waist. Their movements are unnaturally swift, capable of dismembering the legs of the living to add to their own. As Jiang Chan recalled the essence of the spider's grievance, he moved with the speed of the wind. The stillness of the corpse forest became animated as the skeletal trees swayed ominously amidst the swirling ghostly mist. A multitude of pale spider and Apos' grievance spirits surged forth like a white tide, swiftly engulfing the desolate forest of the dead. These spirits were pack hunters, all at least of the 5th rank or higher. Their sheer numbers rendered entanglement impossible. Jiang Chan could no longer discern direction, fleeing toward any apparent gap. Utilizing the binding power of the bloodthirsty queen and the fireballs of the blazing ghost to fend off the spirits, he occasionally allowed the scissor ghost to harvest some of the isolated entities. The points of ghostly divinity he accumulated were steadily increasing, and the flames within the corpse forest raged uncontrollably, illuminating his path with a fierce glow, casting a crimson hue across the once lifeless surroundings. However, after evading for over 10 minutes through the forest of suspended corpses, he realized he had not shaken off the pursuing spider and Apos' grievance. Rather, their numbers had only swelled. This endless chase was exhausting. As the ghostly mist churned, a narrow fissure appeared ahead, and Jiang Chan and Apos' eyes lit up with hope as he dashed toward it. With a swift motion, he cleaved through 2 advancing spider's grievance spirits. Yet, his pace did not falter as he slid into the crevice. Bang! 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 The following spider's grievance spirits collided with the fissure's entrance, producing a series of dull thuds. The slender gap was too narrow for them to enter. They could only press against the fissure, stretching their necks to emit shrill cries. At last, he could catch his breath. The fissure was approximately 3 meters deep and just wide enough for Jiang Chan to conceal himself. With a few ghostly companions stowed away, he pressed against the uneven stone walls. Gazing upward, He saw the sliver of daylight above completely obscured by the mass of spiders' grievance pressing against it. Their grotesque heads opened wide, desperately trying to squeeze through, their foul saliva dripping down, inducing nausea. Jiang Chan had no desire to be drenched in their repulsive drool, so he shifted sideways within the fissure. The ghostly mist swirled within the crevice, and the scant light was further dimmed by the piled heads above. Escaping the drooling mass, he opened the system panel. Ding! You have slain one first-tier spider and amp, Oppos, S grievance, gaining 30 ghostly points. Ding! You have slain one third-tier spider's grievance, gaining 80 ghostly points. Ding! You have slain one fourth-tier spider's grievance. His most substantial gain came from defeating the A-grade ghostly companion Silver Fiend, which contributed a remarkable 210 ghostly points. The incineration of several hundred spirits yielded nearly 6,000 points, an unmitigated windfall. After his recent escape, in the collection of more spider and amp, Oppos, S grievance, Jiang Chan and Oppos, S ghostly points soared to 7310. Gazing at this unprecedented sum filled his heart with exhilaration. Over 7,000 points, surely enough for a breakthrough to the first tier. He glanced at his current level, the 6th rank. His gaze fell upon the amp, Oppos, and amp, Oppos, sign behind his rank. Without hesitation, he began to allocate points. Ding! Consumed 300 ghostly points. Commencing cultivation. You remain in a ghostly mist environment, receiving a negative buff. Cultivation speed reduced by 20. As a 6th-rank Spirit Coffin Master, you increasingly recognize the significance of cultivation methods. Lacking high-quality cultivation techniques, your spirit energy conversion efficiency is exceedingly low, resulting in sluggish advancement. After consuming 800 ghostly points, you successfully ascend to the 9th rank. Continuing cultivation. You have lingered at the 9th rank for many years. Deep immersion has endowed you with profound insights into this foundational stage, and your longing for advancement propels you forward, sensing that the next step is within reach. After consuming 900 ghostly points, you still have not taken that step, yet your comprehension of the foundational stage is now comprehensive. If cultivation is akin to constructing a skyscraper, it is no exaggeration to state that none possess a foundation more solid than yours. After consuming 1,000 ghostly points, you feel the boundary to the first tier becoming increasingly distinct, as if it were within your grasp, yet eternally separated by an impenetrable veil, or perhaps a door. After consuming 1,100 ghostly points, you narrowly avoid falling into a state of madness, promptly halting your reckless exploration. Fortunately, your foundation remains robust, leaving no lingering dangers. At this moment, you finally realize that you require a key known as the first-tier cultivation method. Cultivation concluded. Comment. This cultivation session consumed a total of 1,100 ghostly points, equivalent to the results of 20 years of seclusion. Do not doubt that your 2 decades of effort would easily fend off any first-tier adversaries, and you could easily dispatch any below that rank. Current level, 9th rank, limit. Current ghostly points, 6,210. The cultivation method. Jiang Chan felt discontented. He had anticipated that with over 7,000 ghostly points, he could easily ascend to the first tier, only to find himself stymied at the 9th rank by the need for a cultivation method. It felt akin to laboring for half an hour only to be forced to hold back at the final moment. He had to secure first place in this practical training. The rewards of cultivation methods and resources were imperative. Glancing at the current standings, Ling Qingxian remained firmly in first place, her ghost-slaying points soaring to 937, while Jiang Chan trailed closely behind with 893 points. The gap was narrowing, and with just over an hour remaining, he needed to exert himself to surpass her. With over 6,000 ghostly points still available, leveling up was temporarily out of reach. Jiang Chan shifted his focus to his 5 ghostly companions, except for the SSS-grade Blood Sovereign Jiang, which could not be enhanced. The other 4 companions displayed and Oppos, signs behind their ranks. Unsealing the Blood Sovereign required a staggering 10,000 points. At this moment, he desperately needed capabilities that could be immediately utilized to ensure greater self-preservation within the corpse forest. Making a swift decision, Jiang Chan promptly began to allocate points to his ghostly companions. Ding! Commencing the enhancement of the Ghost Pet. Ghost Pet, Deng Yinxia, Quality, Grade B, Current level, 6-fold, leveling up. Upon the expenditure of 200 Ghost Deity points, your Ghost Pet and Amp, Oppos, Deng Yinxia and Amp, Oppos successfully transcends to the 7th level, expanding the area of illusion to 13 meters. Upon the expenditure of 500 ghost deity points, your ghost pet Deng Yinxia successfully transcends to the 8th level, expanding the area of illusion to 15 meters. Upon the expenditure of 700 ghost deity points, your ghost pet and Oppos, Deng Yinxia and Oppos, successfully transcends to the 9th level, expanding the area of illusion to 19 meters. Ding. The enhancement of the ghost pet cannot exceed that of the spirit casket master. This enhancement session has concluded with a total expenditure of 700 ghost deity points. Current level of Deng Yinxia, 9th level. Remaining ghost deity points, 5510. The illusionary range has nearly doubled to 19 meters. Jiang Chan is exceedingly pleased with the gains from this enhancement of Deng Yinxia. Proceed. Next. Chapter 46. Entering the hidden map of the suspended corpse ghost forest, Ding. Commencing level upgrade for ghost pet. Ghost pet. Explosive flame ghost. Quality. C grade. Current level. Level 6. Leveling up. After consuming 600 ghost god points, your ghost pet explosive flame ghost has successfully ascended to level 9, enhancing the power and damage radius of its fireball while reducing the interval time for fireball throwing. Level upgrade complete. Total consumption. 600 ghost god points. Explosive flame ghost current level. Level 9. Remaining ghost god points. 4910. Indeed, the movement speed has not improved. But this was anticipated. The reduced interval time is also commendable. Jiang Chan and Amp, Oppos, S gaze shifted to the panel displaying another ghost pet. Distracted by Zhuan Baifan and Oppos, S foolish dog during the contract, he had yet to examine the details of this newly contracted ghost pet. Ghost pet, bloodthirsty hair princess. Quality, B grade. Level 7. Hair possesses abilities of entanglement, binding, and simple piercing. It can drain blood from living targets. Recommended promotion path. Fusing with a fire attribute ghost can enhance fire immunity. Fusing with a metal attribute ghost can enhance resilience, allowing each strand to rival steel needles when necessary. Fusing a second bloodthirsty hair princess can direct promotion to a grade scarlet raging princess and may grant ghost skills. This ghost leans towards control. In combat, it is arguably more useful than the explosive flame ghost. Jiang Chan considered advancing its training. With the bloodthirsty hair princess already at level 7, he expended 300 ghost god points to elevate it to level 9, and subsequently spent another 1,000 ghost god points to upgrade the scissor ghost to level 9 as well. Yet, the panel revealed the upgrades for both ghost pets yielded minimal enhancement. He remained uncertain about their actual effectiveness. With all 4 ghost pets upgraded, Jiang Chan experienced a significant leap in overall strength. Remaining ghost god points, 3610. These ghost god points are as fleeting as the balance in a card. Just a moment ago, he had 7,000 points, and now, in the blink of an eye, only a little over 3,000 remained. Jiang Chan sighed and retracted the panel. He lifted his gaze. The spider and Amp, Oppos, S-grudge clustered above the fissure showed no signs of dissipating, and in fact seemed to have increased in number. Jiang Chan had no choice but to abandon his plan to return the way he came, directing his attention towards the rift before him. This fissure descended, leading to an unknown destination. The ghostly mist hung heavily in the air. Jiang Chan gazed into the downward extending crevice and, making a swift decision, began to maneuver sideways. The narrow fissure was not straight but twisted and turned, featuring sharp angles and a slope underfoot. The deeper he ventured, the darker and denser the ghostly mist became. After nearly 20 minutes of descent, he finally reached the end of the fissure, which opened into a naturally formed cavern, a true cave. Above the entrance were carved 3 ancient characters. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Jiang Chan faintly detected the scent of incense wafting through the air, accompanied by fresh footprints. Had someone entered before him? A chilling wind surged from the cave, sending shivers down his spine. With a breeze, it must be connected. Jiang Chan shivered again, fixating on the low, narrow entrance, which loomed dark and foreboding. Given his height, he would need about to enter, yet he hesitated to plunge inside. With a flick, an orange-red flame flickered from his hand, rapidly enveloping the blade. Leaning slightly forward, he peered into the cavern, holding his breath in anticipation. Corpse veil worms. The cavern mirrored the entrance and Oppos, S-shape, wide and flat, with a low ceiling adorned with gleaming entities. Strands and strands hung from above, some as long as an adult and Oppos, S-hand. others merely the length of a fingertip. They were semi-transparent, yet in the firelight, they resembled a dreamlike curtain, swaying gently in the ghostly wind, silent and eerie. According to the records in the Curiosities Chronicle, these creatures typically dwell in cool, well-ventilated caves. Their saliva could plunge a victim into a deep slumber, and those bitten would remain oblivious until their essence was completely drained away. They bore a more infamous name, a Veil of Dreams. Jiang Chan extended the blade of his ghost-slaying sword, the firelight wavering in the wind. A peculiar scene unfolded. As the flame approached the end amp, oppos, veil, and amp, oppos, the dangling corpse veil worms writhed in response. They retracted their long antennae, curling their semi-transparent bodies upwards, clinging tightly to the cavern walls. The texts were not mistaken. These creatures feared fire. Jiang Chan summoned the explosive flame ghost, commanding it to enter and unleash fireballs. Boom! The roaring flames illuminated the entrance, causing the corpse veil worms to ignite and fall. Ding! You have burned 17 corpse veil worms. Ghost God points 17. You have burned 32 corpse veil worms. Ghost God points 32. You have burned 55 corpse veil worms. Indeed, my intuition proved correct. Jiang Chan felt a rush of exhilaration. He had merely intended to test the waters by releasing the explosive flame ghost, yet it yielded Ghost God points. Although each corpse veil worm netted only one Ghost God point, there were certainly thousands within this cavern. Burn, burn, burn. Cleanse it all. Filled with joy, Jiang Chan bent down and followed the explosive flame ghost into the cave. Boom, boom. The explosive flame ghost's movements were heavy and cumbersome, each step resonating with a dull thud, accompanied by the explosive sounds of the fireballs echoing throughout the expansive cavern, acting as a natural amplifier. The fierce flames reduced the corpse veil worms to mere raindrops of ash, transforming them into Ghost God points. As Jiang Chan gleefully followed the explosive flame ghost, he surveyed the natural cavern. The end oppos, true cave and oppos, was indeed vast, had he not witnessed it firsthand. Who would have imagined such a grand rocky chamber lay beneath the suspended corpse ghost forest? Scattered within the cave were decaying coffins, some adorned with remnants of tattered yellow talismans, while others revealed severed snake bodies, their eyes glinting eerily as they flicked their tongues. A few steps further revealed corpses drained of their essence by the corpse veil worms, one after another, some reduced to mere remnants, gnawed upon by some unseen predator. The brilliant flames illuminated the densely packed corpse veil worms above, shimmering like a dream. In that moment, within the cavern, Jiang Chan truly grasped the essence of a veil of dreams. One bite from these creatures could induce a slumber, all while leaving the victim blissfully unaware, a beautiful yet deadly allure. Fortunately, I am here as the diligent exterminator. The cavern was low and wide, and Jiang Chan kept his head down, following the explosive flame ghost, as they incinerated the worms and ventured deeper into the chamber. The elusive scent of incense grew clearer. Having followed the explosive flame ghost deeper into the cave for 100 meters, and having incinerated all the corpse veil worms, he now faced 3 diverging tunnels ahead. Current Ghost God points, 8603. What a splendid number. It appears auspicious. If I continue to accumulate, I shall soon unlock the Blood Sovereign Dizong. The mere thought of that SSS-grade Ghost Emperor filled Jiang Chan with excitement as he paused to admire the bounty of Ghost God points. Casting a satisfied glance at the 3 tunnels before him, the fiery glow emitted by the blazing demon illuminated several fresh footprints etched into the dusty ground. To the left, perhaps? Jiang Chan promptly chose the left tunnel. After traversing approximately 30 meters, he arrived at a grand and expansive cavern. It was only then that Jiang Chan could straighten his posture, yet his heart was profoundly moved by the sight before him. Truly, it was a hidden paradise. The broad ceiling of the cavern towered above, and in the center stood a square platform. 8 thick chains, as dark as serpents, descended from the jagged walls of the cave, reaching down to the high platform. An 81-step stone staircase lay before him, resembling a celestial ladder, and Jiang Chan ascended with his ghost-slaying blade in hand. Swish, swish. The stone-carved lamp pillars on either side ignited with a greenish flame, casting light upon the rough, ancient stone steps. He felt as though he were climbing a stairway tainted by an eerie corruption. Upon reaching the high platform, a substantial shrine came into view. The source of the incense he had sensed along the way was this very shrine. Behind it, a striking vermilion Taoist temple stood, the Hall of True Containment. No wonder the cavern outside was named the Hall of True Containment. This temple had undoubtedly endured countless years. The columns were decayed, the vermilion paint was peeling, and the main entrance had collapsed, leaving it in a state of disrepair, with only the 3 ancient characters on the crooked plaque still faintly discernible. However, the entrance of this temple increasingly resembled the head of a coffin painted in vermilion. Jiang Chan pondered in confusion. Moreover, someone had entered before him. Chapter 47. Do not be narcissistic, sister. You are blocking my path to slay the monsters. A murky, ghostly mist swirled, stirred by the chilling winds. An intense aura of malevolence filled the Taoist temple. 8 thick chains descended from the jagged cave walls, resembling 8 black pythons constricting the temple from all directions. It felt as though something was being restrained within. At the entrance of the temple lay a corpse. Its head rolled to the side, still emanating waves of ghostly energy. Strangely, the body was human, yet its head was that of a fox. The severed neck is smooth as a mirror, as if cleaved by a weaponized ghostly pet in a single strike. Someone had entered before me. Jiang Chan stepped over the corpse and into the temple. The chilling wind swayed a copper bell at the eaves, producing a crisp sound. Inside, the atmosphere was suffused with ghostly energy, and the floor was littered with 7 or 8 corpses, all identical to the one at the entrance, human bodies with fox heads. Without exception, they had all met their demise in a single blow. Whether it was a trick of the mind or not, Jiang Chan felt a pair of eyes fixated on him the moment he entered the temple. A faint orange dot illuminated on the ghostly display, indicating the presence of a ghost capable of threatening him, at least a first-tier entity. Surveying the temple's interior, he noted the overturned offering table and collapsed candlesticks. The walls were adorned with faded paintings of fox brides, now in a state of disrepair. Additionally, mud and debris littered the ground. His gaze fell upon a clay statue at the back, depicting a human body with a fox head. Could it be? A suspicion arose in Jiang Chan's mind, just as the statue emitted a series of faint rustling sounds. Under his watchful gaze, the clay crumbled and fell away, revealing a terrifying presence that lunged forth, its aura chilling. Indeed, it was this creature. Ghost name, Fox Malevolent Spirit. Quality, D-grade. Level, first tier, 1 weight. With swift reflexes, Jiang Chan summoned 2 beams of regal golden light from his eyes, striking directly at the Fox Malevolent Spirit. The creature froze, effect activated. He drew his blade and struck swiftly. Swish. The fox head rolled away, all executed in one fluid motion. Clink. You have slain a first tier, 1 weight Fox Malevolent Spirit. Ghost God points 138. Such a high reward. It appears I have encountered the legendary elite monster. Not only did the Ghost God points multiply, but my slaying points surged by 11. Jiang Chan felt a surge of excitement as he gazed at the scattered, ghostly corpses around him. Including the one he had just slain, there were a total of 9 Fox Malevolent Spirit corpses, all of the same tier. If I slay them all, I shall be richly rewarded. Jiang Chan cursed himself for not arriving sooner, simultaneously scolding the unfortunate soul who had snatched the kill so quickly. Glancing at the ghostly display, he noticed the soul yellow dot extinguished, revealing an empty temple devoid of any remaining spirits. Yet, narrowing his eyes, he sensed that this place was not so simple. With chains and platforms outside, the elaborate setup could not merely be to contain these few Fox Malevolent Spirits. He began searching the temple once more, hoping to uncover any that had slipped through the cracks. Indeed, as his gaze shifted, he noticed an entrance to a downward tunnel revealed behind the overturned offering table. Now, this is more like it. Jiang Chan and Apos' eyes brightened, and he swiftly entered. The rough-hewn steps carved into the mountainside spiraled downward. Greenish fire basins hung on either side, spaced far apart, their flickering flames casting eerie shadows that illuminated only small areas around them. Jiang Chan traversed the dimly lit passages, passing by numerous ancient corpses long dead, their ghastly visages further highlighted by the sickly green light. Soon, he descended to a second level, revealing a dark and expansive underground chamber, where a familiar figure immediately caught his eye. What a stroke of misfortune to find her here. West City Checkpoint. Liang Da, having inspected all alarms at the city gate, immediately bolstered the city guard's defenses. Now back in his office, which was temporarily linked to Wang Ming as a command center, he noted the name of the individual who had recently appeared in second place on the practical training leaderboard. A smug smile crept across his plump face. The training was entering its final phase. At this rate, in no more than half an hour, He could see the end of Ling Qingxian's reign. Old Wang, just wait and see how I'll bring you down. Outside Luogang Ghost Village, Wang Meng, accompanied by 7 or 8 city guards, remained vigilant, monitoring the performance and score changes of the trainees. Upon witnessing Jiang Chan's points skyrocketing at an alarming rate, his initial instinct was to suspect a glitch. Surely it must be a bug. However, he soon recalled Liang Da and Appo's cryptic tone and his confident demeanor. Could it be a true surprise indeed? Jiang Chan. He muttered the name, just as several orange dots flickered abruptly on Wang Meng and Appo's screen. Beep, beep. Upon magnifying the locations of these dots, he discovered that all 5 individuals had congregated in the same area within the Hanging Corpse Ghost Forest. Had something gone awry with the ghost prepared for Ling Qingxian, or were they facing a small-scale ghost tide? Wang Meng and Appo's expression darkened, and he lifted his gaze toward the corpse-laden forest shrouded in ghostly mist behind the village. Time was of the essence. He immediately instructed 2 city guards to remain at the ghost village while he and the others rushed to the Hanging Corpse Ghost Forest for rescue. Hanjin Temple. In the second-level underground chamber, greenish fireballs were held aloft by ghostly stone sculptures, dimly illuminating the wall ahead adorned with paintings of tigers aiding the wicked, casting a gloomy, sinister light. The walls on either side were carved with niches, each housing grotesque figures of malevolent spirits with human bodies and tiger heads. At that moment, the niches began to crack, stone fragments cascading down as the carved figures transformed into tiger malevolent spirits, roaring as they emerged. Amongst them, a chilling figure wielding 2 long swords danced gracefully. Surrounded by these tiger malevolent spirits, she was enveloped in a faint azure mist, as if draped in ethereal gauze, exuding an otherworldly aura, commanding respect and reverence. Ling Qingxian. Jiang Chan's brow furrowed as the ghostly display revealed 5 or 6 yellow dots. The figure encircled by these yellow dots was none other than the legendary Ling goddess, renowned as the Ice Queen of the Second High School, with beauty and figure beyond compare, and a prestigious lineage paired with innate talent that left others in awe. Who would have imagined encountering her here? Observing her aura, she was firmly at first tier, 9th weight, tantalizingly close to the 2nd tier. In her left hand was Qing Zhu, and in her right, Zi, as she skillfully maneuvered the 2 swords in a seamless performance. The sword-like ghostly pets coordinated with her, cleaving the massive heads of the tiger malevolent spirits with precision. No wonder her points were increasing so rapidly. She had been secretly farming elite monsters in this hidden refuge. SKR, step aside. This is not your place. Ling Qingxian's voice rang out like ice clinking against glass, crisp and melodious, yet distant and forbidding. Yet what was that accent? Jiang Chan and Appo's forehead erupted with 2 thick, dark question marks, as he suddenly grasped why this and Appo's Ice Queen and Appo's was so reticent at school. As Ling Qingxian spoke, her sword gleamed, severing the legs of a tiger malevolent spirit before her. Just as she prepared to deliver a finishing blow, a large pair of black scissors appeared from thin air. Snap! Thud! The massive tiger head tumbled to the ground, enveloped in a swirling black mist. Observing the fallen tiger spirit, Ling Qingxian and Appo's cold visage betrayed a hint of displeasure. Trust the ball. There is no need for your assistance. I can handle this myself. Jiang Chan, indifferent, disregarded her presence, while the sound of the demon points notification echoed in his mind. Ding! You have slain 1 first-level, 2nd-tier tiger spirit, gaining 169 demon points. He licked his lips, gazing at the remaining tiger spirits with gleaming eyes. They were all living embodiments of demon points. As the school belle of the 2nd class, Ling Qingxian was certainly aware of Jiang Chan, the school heartthrob, and had heard of his exploits, such as his remarkable talent for flattery. At this moment, seeing him completely ignore her and rush forward, her brows knitted together. These tiger spirits were all 1st level, 2nd tier, and he was merely at the 9th tier. I have no extra energy to protect him. So much unnecessary chatter. With a decisive strike, Jiang Chan felled another tiger spirit and cast an exasperated glance her way, as if to say, "Did I ask for your protection?" He swiftly beheaded the creature before sending his scissor demon towards the next one. Ling Qingxian felt a tightness in her chest, her words spilling out faster in response. "I know you wish to showcase your prowess before me, deliberately trying to attract my attention. But I must inform you, it is futile. There is truly no use. Moreover, this place is exceedingly perilous. You should leave quickly and stop causing trouble. Jiang Chan and Appo's mind was slowly enveloped by 3 question marks. Perhaps it would be best for you to keep your mouth shut. Stop being so self-absorbed, sister. You are obstructing my ability to slay these monsters. Chapter 48, Boss. Leja Ghost. Enough with the narcissism, sister. You and Appo's, re-obstructing my monster slaying. Casting a glance filled with incredulity, Jiang Chan could no longer be bothered to engage in idle chatter with Ling Qingxian. He promptly directed the Scissor Ghost and Bloodthirsty Demoness to commence the swift eradication of the remaining tiger spirit. How infuriating! Ling Qingxuan's chest rose and fell dramatically. Perceiving Jiang Chan's actions as a deliberate ploy to elicit her attention while feigning indifference, she had encountered far too many boys of this ilk. It would be best if he could just solicit my assistance. Suppressing her annoyance, Ling Qingxian commanded her 2 sword ghosts to rejoin the fray. However, an outrageous turn of events occurred. Every time she dispatched a tiger spirit, Jiang Chan would immediately swoop in to claim the kill. Each time, he would collect the spoils and depart without uttering a single word, which only reinforced her suspicions. A deliberate game of cat and mouse. Humph. A scheming boy. I shall see how long you can maintain this charade. Clang. You have slain 1 Tier 1, Level 2 Tiger Spirit, 158 demon points. You have slain 1 Tier 1, Level 2 Tiger Spirit, 169 demon points. You have slain 1 Tier 1. The second layer was teeming with tiger spirits, their numbers doubling that of the first layer, totaling 18. These tiger spirits were of a higher rank than the fox spirits from the first layer, thus contributing even more demon points and slaying points to Jiang Chan. Upon descending to the second layer, he found 6 remaining tiger spirits, all of which met their demise at the edge of his blade. After the final system notification chimed, his demon points reached a new pinnacle. Current demon points, 95-27. Observing the numbers on the panel, Jiang Chan felt a surge of exhilaration. Just 3 more tiger spirits would bring him to a total of 10,000 demon points. His original plan was to ascend to Tier 1 tonight and gradually accumulate demon points to unlock Blood Sovereign Xidigarba. But now it appeared that unlocking Blood Sovereign Xidigarba would proceed more smoothly. What kind of ghostly technique would he acquire upon unlocking it? Jiang Chan brimmed with anticipation for the formidable power he would gain from this SSS tier Ghost Emperor. Yet regrettably, all the tiger spirits on this layer had been vanquished. He was still short by over 400 points. Perhaps he could find more in the third layer. Jiang Chan retracted the system panel, turning his gaze to the ground littered with the dark, vaporous corpses of the slain spirits, and began to search through them with his slaying knife. Meanwhile, Ling Qingxian, who had been left to the sidelines, felt a tumult of emotions. She had initially assumed that Jiang Chan's cultivation at the 9th level would present him with considerable difficulty against these Tier 1, Level 2 tiger spirits, and she was prepared to assist him at any moment, not out of malice, of course no. However, Jiang Chan's performance astonished her. Utilizing the bloodthirsty demoness for crowd control, he seized opportunities to let the Scissor Ghost harvest the kills. Furthermore, he consistently managed to step in at critical moments to secure additional heads for himself. Ling Qingxian and Appo's assessment of Jiang Chan's sword, particularly regarding his mastery over his 2 ghost pets, which left her secretly astounded. Among all the spirit coffin masters of this generation, those capable of controlling 2 ghost pets to such a degree were exceedingly rare. She counted herself as one, and him as another. As this realization dawned upon her, Ling Qingxian opened the ghost ranking she had previously scrolled through without a second thought, firmly believing that no one could surpass her points. With her strength participating in the training, it was akin to a dimensional strike against others. Yet, upon this glance, her breath quickened. She herself held the top rank with 989 points, but this Jiang Chan was merely 1 point behind her. 988? Ling Qingxian refreshed the page, ensuring she hadn't misread, her mind racing with disbelief. She had amassed her points through sheer strength, yet Jiang Chan, at the 9th level, had not even reached Tier 1. 988 points? What sorcery was this? Her complex gaze returned to Jiang Chan, who was still rummaging through the remains, and she took a deep breath to calm herself before speaking. Your skills are not lacking, I must admit. You have piqued my curiosity. Jiang Chan turned at the sound of her voice, watching as Ling Qingxian approached, a question mark slowly forming on his forehead. What is wrong with you? You need not deny it. Ling Qingxian declared confidently. You must be feeling quite smug now, being the first to successfully grab my attention in this manner. At that moment, Jiang Chan and Apos' desire for conversation evaporated. Please move aside. Still pretending. Ling Qingxian felt a twinge of irritation. Yet, observing Jiang Chan and Apos' complete disregard for her presence, she found her suspicions wavering. Could it be that he truly had no ulterior motive for following her? After a moment of contemplation, she inquired again. Did you come here seeking that Leja ghost as well? What ghost? He replied, confusion evident. The Leja ghost. Ling Qingxian hastened to clarify. Its abilities do not quite align with mine, but its rarity is intriguing. I intend to contract it as my third ghost pet. I followed its trail from the hanging corpse ghost forest all the way here. Did you not come in pursuit of it as well? Why are you not speaking? Ling Qingxian noticed Jiang Chan's utter disregard for her, and her patience waned. I've shared my entire experience. Do you not plan to explain how you found this place? I asked you first, Jiang Chan retorted, leaving Ling Qingxian momentarily speechless. Jiang Chan remained perplexed, wondering who had spread the rumor of Ling Qingxuan's icy demeanor. She was quite the chatterbox. Moreover, she didn't seem particularly astute. Do not block my path. Feel free to continue your games elsewhere. How infuriating. Ling Qingxian clenched her jaw, her teeth grinding. If only she could stomp him into the ground. Jiang Chan had no time to indulge the young lady in flirtation games. After uncovering a corpse of a spirit in a corner, he finally discovered a movable stone slab. As he lifted the slab, it revealed a hidden passage to the third layer. Jiang Chan recalled his ghost pets and leaped into the passage. Hey, Ling Qingxian called out, seeing Jiang Chan disappear into the darkness. Gritting her teeth, she followed suit. The crude stone steps spiraled downwards, and Jiang Chan and Ling Qingxian descended to the third layer. However, upon their arrival, the sight before them darkened their expressions. Is that what you referred to, the Leja ghost? A chilling wind swept through, and the greenish flames flickered, casting eerie shadows in the dimly lit third layer. The crumbling front wall depicted scenes of black snake hell, the paint peeling and mottled. The alcoves on either side had collapsed, and serpentine statues emerged with an ominous presence. Snake spirits. They possessed the heads of snakes, human torsos, and below the waist, thick python tails. Their numbers were precisely double that of the second layer, 36 in total. Tier 1, Level 3. At that moment, all 36 alcoves crumbled, and the 36 snake spirits hissed as they swarmed, their ghastly aura palpable, each one crackling with faint arcs of electricity. Jiang Chan and Apos' expression turned grave as his ghost panel lit up once more with a deeper shade of orange than in the previous two layers. What truly instilled a sense of danger within him was the A-class spectral entity, the Thunder Demon, which was now voraciously consuming the serpent spirits. It radiated fierce bolts of lightning, and the terrifying aura of the specter surged rapidly. The luminous point representing it on the ghostly chart shimmered with a pulsating purple hue, indicating that this being was at least of second-tier caliber, rendering it highly perilous. No wonder this little rascal had ventured here. These serpent spirits possessed a trace of C-class, Thunder Fiend attributes, and it sought to ascend by devouring them. A chilling resolve crossed Ling Qingxuan's gaze. She had to thwart its intentions. Before she could finish her thought, Jiang Chan had already dashed forward, brandishing his blade. Thud! The explosive flame demon struck the ground with a muffled sound as the blazing fireball hurtled towards the thunder demon. While the ghost-slaying blade in Jiang Chan and Apos' hand ignited with fierce flames. Did he possess a third spectral companion? A flicker of astonishment flashed across Ling Qingxian and Apos' icy visage, her beautiful eyes reflecting the eruption of flames. Boom! Strands of serpent spirits, crackling with electricity, surged forth, emitting menacing hisses. Jiang Chan's speed intensified as the bloodthirsty hair demon emerged from behind him, its dense crimson locks unfurling like a torrential wave, quickly ensnaring the two foremost serpent spirits. Whoosh! 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 The flame-imbued ghost-slaying blade unleashed 3 blazing arcs, cleaving through the bound colossal serpent bodies, simultaneously as the grotesque legs of the scissored demon opened wide. Crack! Ding! You have slain one first-tier triple serpent spirit. Ghost points 201. You have slain one first-tier triple serpent spirit. Ghost points 189. Chapter 49, Extreme Unsealing. The Advent of the Ghost Emperor. Two successive system notifications echoed in his mind, but at this moment, Jiang Chan's gaze was riveted upon the Thunder Yaksha Gunta. Just a bit more, and its ascension would be complete. Ling Qingxian and Apos' reaction was equally swift. The two sword ghosts, Azure Candle and Purple E, lunged at the encroaching serpent wraith spirits. She herself, wielding twin swords, charged directly toward the Thunder Yaksha Gunta. It was in the process of devouring the 23rd serpent wraith spirit. Its form was utterly enveloped in a terrifying corona of lightning. Sable ghost energy obscured the dark violet radiance, presenting a fearsome spectacle, a mere hair and amp. Apos' breadth from S-rank. Jiang Chan and amp. Apos' demon-slaying blade, ablaze with ardent flames. And Ling Xingxuan's violet and azure twin swords arrived in unison. In the final instant before decapitation, the Thunder Yaksha Gunta finally consumed the 23rd serpent wraith spirit in its entirety. In the ensuing moment, an intensely potent surge of ghost energy erupted from its being. As if a dark violet orb of lightning had detonated within the 3rd level of the catacombs. The confined, tenebrous space seemed to freeze for an instant, save for the intensely brilliant sphere of lightning expanding at breakneck speed. Both Jiang Chan and Ling Qingxuan's visages were bathed in a luminous violet hue, before their bodies were violently flung away by the tempestuous force. Spectre, Thunder Azura Rakshasa, Quality, S-rank, Level, Tier 2, Stage 1. The spectral entity's information after ascension flashed before his eyes. Jiang Chan tasted blood, a testament to his dishevelment. Conversely, Ling Qingxuan's garments were rent in several places, revealing an archaic layer of plain clothing beneath, exuding an eerie aura, which had shielded her from the preceding impact. Curiosity, garment of the deceased, the eye of the true king captured the information regarding the garment, and a glint of envy flickered in Jiang Chan's eyes. However, before he could utter a word, a streak of luminous violet lightning suddenly flared from the front, akin to a crescent moon of amethyst, slashing forth with a shio sound. He hastily dodged. In rapid succession, volleys of thunder moon slashes were unleashed as if they were worthless, incessantly bombarding the dilapidated stone walls. Boom, 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 boom. Stone fragments scattered, niches crumbled, braziers overturned, dust billowed, and the entire level of the catacombs quaked violently. The recently ascended Thunder Azura Rakshasa, even as it unleashed thunder moon slashes, continued to devour the remaining serpent wraith spirits, its aura continuing to escalate. Oh, dear merciful heavens! Ling Qingxian decisively recalled her two spectral familiars. Let's get out of here. She discarded her footwear, revealing a pair of equally archaic cloth shoes, radiating an eerie aura. To Jiang Chan and amp. Apos' astonishment, she brazenly disregarded the terrain, scaling the walls and fleeing toward the subterranean passage. Curiosity, crimson embroidered shoes, damn it. Another curiosity. Ling Qingxian effortlessly extricated herself from the gaps between the thunder moon slashes, while Jiang Chan could only scramble and leap on the ground, narrowly avoiding catastrophe. Having finally reached the entrance to the subterranean passage, just as he was about to squeeze through, the hairs on the back of his neck bristled. He instinctively dodged to the side. Boom. Crash. A thunder moon slash unerringly obliterated the subterranean passage leading to the 2nd level. At this moment, Ling Qingxian, having returned to the 2nd level, noticed that Jiang Chan had not followed. She bit her lip and was about to rush back down to rescue him, but with a thunderous roar, a burst of lightning erupted. She watched helplessly as the subterranean passage leading to the 3rd level collapsed before her eyes. Even more appalling, the 2nd level of the catacombs began to convulse as well, the stone walls cracking and stones of all sizes raining down. Oh no, we're really done for now. In the 3rd level of the catacombs, the subterranean passage to the 2nd level had collapsed, severing Jiang Chan's retreat. The Thunder Azura Rakshasa was still calmly devouring the serpent wraith spirits, its aura having reached Tier 2, Stage 3. Seeing that Jiang Chan had nowhere to run, a hint of human-like mockery surfaced on its gruesome face, as if regarding a rat trapped in a cage. Damn it, this place is about to collapse. The ground trembled, and stone fragments rained down. Jiang Chan stabilized his stance, dodging the thunder moon slashes while summoning the system interface. Now, he could only place all his hopes on the system. Current Ghost God points, 9,917. Looking at the unsealing conditions for Blood Venerable Xitigarbha, 10,000 Ghost God points. still lacking 83 points. Slaying one more Serpent Wraith Spirit would suffice. Currently, only 3 Serpent Wraith Spirits remained in the entire 3rd level, 2 of which were in the Thunder Azura Rakshasa and Appos' grasp. And the remaining one was frantically scurrying, attempting to flee this collapsing place. After devouring the 2 Serpent Wraith Spirits in its grasp, the Thunder Azura Rakshasa and Appos' level directly ascended to Tier 2, Stage 5. As long as it devoured the last Serpent Wraith Spirit, it would break through to Tier 2, Stage 6. The higher its level, the lower my chances of victory. That was my last chance to unseal Blood Venerable Xitigarbha. Realizing this, Jiang Chan resolutely charged forward, a dense, milky white mist spreading from beneath his feet. Bewilderment. Ascend the smoky haze. The 19-meter radius of the bewilderment could not completely cover the entire 3rd level of the catacombs, but it instantly enveloped the Serpent Wraith Spirit, along with the Tier 2. Stage 5, Thunder Azura Rakshasa. The dense, milky white mist immediately obscured all vision. The Thunder Azura Rakshasa was just a hair and Appos' breadth away from the last Serpent Wraith Spirit, yet it could only watch helplessly as it vanished before its eyes. Roar! It emitted an enraged roar, unleashing thunder moon slashes in a frenzy. Boom, 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 boom. The dense, milky white mist violently churned, on the verge of being blasted apart. At this moment, Jiang Chan was racing against time, his figure like a specter concealed within the bewilderment, silently approaching the last, frantically scurrying Serpent Wraith Spirit. Bloodthirsty hair demon emerged from behind him, strands of scarlet hair cascading forth like a surging tide, instantly binding the thick serpentine form in place. Then, the blade flashed, its frigid edge gleaming. Thud! The massive serpent's head rolled to the ground. Having heard the commotion, the Thunder Azura Rakshasa immediately unleashed several thunder moon slashes in that direction, blasting the thick, headless corpse into fragments. But none of that mattered to Jiang Chan anymore. Ding! You have slain one Tier 2, Stage 3 Serpent Wraith Spirit. Ghost God points 203. Upon a successful strike, the system notification immediately reverberated in his mind. Current Ghost God points, 10,120. Sufficient Ghost God points. Unseal Blood Venerable Xitigarbha immediately. Unseal it for me immediately. Ding. Consuming 10,000 Ghost God points. SSS rank Ghost Emperor Blood Venerable Xitigarbha unsealing initiated. Thump. An immeasurably vast aura surged within Jiang Chan and Appos' body. A colossal, unparalleled blood-colored spirit coffin materialized behind him. The terrifying ghost energy escalated at breakneck speed, as if an ancient existence was awakening from within the immense, forbidden spirit coffin. Ding. Unsealing complete. Congratulations, host. For the Xitigarbha Palace Seal, you may now release the SSS rank Blood Venerable Xitigarbha to fight alongside you. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the new ghost skill, 100-armed Heavenly Assault. This skill will grant you temporary access to Blood Venerable Xitigarbha's 8-armed form, allowing you to unleash 100 heavy punches upon the target in an extremely short period of time. Second stage unsealing conditions, 30,000 Ghost God points. A terrifying pressure descended upon the 3rd level, causing the already shaky catacombs to tremble even more violently. The dense, milky white mist slowly dissipated, revealing Jiang Chan's stalwart figure. He stood bare-chested, his left hand wielding a blade, his eyes ablaze like torches, fixed intently upon the Thunder Shadow Rakshasa. Behind him loomed a massive, blood-red forbidden spirit coffin, exuding an oppressive aura of terror that rendered the air almost suffocating. At that moment, the Thunder Shadow Rakshasa was firmly entrenched at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier. Yet it regarded the mere 9th-tier human before it with a flicker of trepidation upon its grotesque visage, particularly in response to the enormous blood coffin towering behind him. Damn it, I let you have your fun just now. Now it and Appos, my turn. The chilling words fell in a low tone. The forbidden blood coffin behind Jiang Chan began to tremble. Buzz. Ancient and arcane symbols ignited with a crimson glow, and thick chains writhed like living serpents. Rustle, rustle. Clank, clank. The heavy, grand coffin lid slowly creaked open, resembling the opening of a portal to the underworld. As that door gradually unveiled, an overwhelming and terrifying majesty ascended inch by inch. Then, a figure, shackled by chains on hands and feet, stepped forth from the open blood coffin. The SSS class Ghost Emperor, Blood Sovereign Xitigarbha. Chapter 50. The 8-armed Xidagarba and Appos, S true form. You have finally come to rescue us, Instructor Wang. I thought we were destined to perish here. Zhuang Baifin and his companions emerged from the protective capsule, their faces marked with terror as they began to weep. The earlier onslaught of the spider revenants had left them no time to escape. In a moment of desperation, they activated the emergency protection of their 03 wristbands. Yet, as they watched the seconds tick by, the energy of the wristbands dwindled, while the remaining spider revenants lingered outside, relentlessly assaulting their capsule. It was a harrowing experience. But fortunately, Wang Ming arrived just before their energy was entirely depleted. What have you encountered? How did you end up in such a state? Wang Ming, along with the city defense army, swiftly dispatched the remaining spider revenants. Upon seeing Zhuang Baifin and his companions and Appos' battered appearance, he could not help but inquire. It was all Jiang Chan and Appos' doing. Lin Yaoyan exclaimed, tears streaming from her eyes as she recounted the tale. Zhuang Ge lost a golden fragment bottle, and Jiang Chan picked it up. Zhuang Ge politely asked him to return it, but Jiang Chan not only refused but also maliciously provoked us, attacking us mercilessly. As Lin Yaoyan's voice faded, the others chimed in, each trying to outdo the other in their lamentations. Indeed, Instructor Wang, Jiang Chan is utterly detestable. Not only did he beat us, but he also destroyed our ghost pets and deliberately summoned a horde of spider revenants to threaten our lives. We were merely trying to befriend him, considering he was alone in this cursed forest, yet he attacked us without warning. If it weren't for the emergency wristbands you provided, we would have surely met our demise. Exactly. Zhuang Ji's A-class ghost pet, the Silver Spectre, was obliterated by him. That was a genuine A-class ghost pet. A rare assassination type worth at least 3 million in the market. He must have acted out of jealousy. The group of colorful-haired youths surrounded Wang Ming, clamoring to present their grievances. But Wang Ming was no fool. He had been battling demons on the front lines while these youngsters were still in their infancy. If he couldn't see through their ruse, he would truly be unfit for his role as an instructor. He immediately darkened his expression, coldly retorting, "Did you even coordinate your stories before concocting this? Your accounts are utterly inconsistent. One claims Jiang Chan provoked you before striking, while another states he launched a surprise attack without warning, and yet another alleges he summoned the spider revenants to doom you. I simply must ask, do you truly believe a single Jiang Chan could reduce you 5 to this sorry state? Even obliterating an A-class ghost pet like the Silver Spectre? If he genuinely intended to kill you, do you think you would be here to gossip with me?" His icy questions rendered Zhuang Baifin and the others speechless, their courage faltering as they dared not meet Wang Ming and Appos' steely gaze, especially his piercing eyes that seemed to penetrate their very souls. At that moment, even the most oblivious among them could sense Wang Ming's fury, not directed at Jiang Chan, but at them. You 5 ganged up on him, only to end up defeated. And yet, you have the audacity to come here and complain about being wronged. Furthermore, you all flaunt hair dyed in garish colors, resembling a dog's fur. I hereby declare that all of your practical training results are null and void. Return and run 100 laps. Do not even think about slacking off. I will have someone keep watch over you. Once you finish, you will clean up your hair, tattoos, and piercings, all those ridiculous things on your bodies. After this training concludes, I will return to inspect, and then we will discuss your 0 scores for practical training as well as your misconduct in bullying your classmates. Wang Ming, suppressing his anger, concluded, leaving Zhuang Baifin and his companions utterly dumbfounded. What did he mean by us bullying our classmates? We were the ones who had been attacked. Despite their inner protests, the severity of Wang Ming's stern countenance silenced any further objections. Only Lin Yaoyan, sniffling, approached with an innocent demeanor, tearfully claiming, "Instructor Wang, I actually did not participate. I even urged them not to provoke Jiang Chan. Look, he didn't and Appos, to even hit me." Wang Ming let out a cold laugh, having noticed that it was she who had cried the loudest and distorted the truth, influencing the others to follow suit. Now, feigning innocence, she even rubbed her arm with her own flesh, a shameless display for someone so young. Wang Ming and Appos' expression darkened, and he pushed Lin Yaoyan away. His voice icy as he declared, "Since you Warren and Appos' struck, you will run 150 laps alone." 15. Tie laps. Lin Yaoyan and Appos' face drained of color, resembling someone who had just lost a loved one. She was someone who would feign illness during physical tests. Running 150 laps would surely be akin to a death sentence. Trembling, She opened her mouth to plead for mercy, but at that moment, a surge of malevolent energy erupted from the depths of the ghostly forest. A dense and murky mist surging forth in all directions. Wang Ming's expression shifted dramatically as he glanced at the locations of the remaining two individuals, who were positioned directly in the path of the energy wave. Without a moment's hesitation, he issued commands for the two members of the city defense army to escort Lin Yaoyan and Zhuang Baifan back to the city while he and the remaining soldiers rushed towards the source of the disturbance. Hanjun Temple, third layer catacombs. Jiang Chan stood resolute, brandishing his blade. Behind him loomed a massive, blood-red forbidden spirit coffin, from which emerged the blood-venerable Xitigarbha. Still retaining the form of a monk, its upper body adorned with eerie, blood-colored tattoos. Its hands and feet were shackled with cursed black chains, dragging along the stone floor of the catacombs with a clattering sound. With each step it took, the terrifying ghostly aura surrounding it surged ominously. The expression on the Thundering Rakshasa transformed entirely. Its immense frame appeared several times larger than that of the blood-venerable Xitigarbha, yet it trembled in the face of such overwhelming pressure. This was a crushing dominance stemming from hierarchies. It felt as though it were confronting a supreme ghost emperor. Fortunately, the opponent's strength was significantly sealed, allowing it to unleash only a fraction of its power. Recognizing this, the Thundering Rakshasa fought to suppress its fear, unleashing its full strength as a second-tier, fifth-level entity. Brilliant bolts of lightning erupted from its body as it lunged towards Jiang Chan. First, eliminate this human. Yet, Jiang Chan remained unfazed, merely commanding the blood-venerable Xitigarbha, "Go forth. Show me the prowess of an SSS-grade entity that drives all spirit coffin masters to madness." As Jiang Chan and Apos' command echoed, the eerie blood-colored tattoos on the blood-venerable Xitigarbha surged to life. Its monk-like form rapidly inflated, growing to a height of 10 feet, towering even above the Thundering Rakshasa. Its body shimmered copper-red, with the blood-colored tattoos pulsating like veins. And 6 formidable arms sprouted from its back. 8-armed. Xitigarbha and Apos' true form. Chapter 51. The Contract. S-Class Thunder Shadow Demon. Faced with the full-on assault of the Thunder Shadow Demon, the blood-sovereign Xitigarbha unleashed a massive hand, seizing its face and forcefully slamming its head into the ground. Bang! The stone tiles trembled and cracked beneath the impact. Ignoring the layers of lightning surging from the Thunder Shadow Demon, the blood-sovereign Xitigarbha transformed its 8 thick, menacing arms into relentless pile drivers, raining down furious punches upon it. Boom! 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 Jiang Chan stood in stunned silence, contemplating the worth of the 10,000 ghostly points just spent. Such ferocity. It was as if the S-Class Thunder Shadow Demon was being pinned to the ground and hammered without the slightest chance to retaliate. A complete and utter annihilation. Gulp. Jiang Chan swallowed hard. This was merely the first phase. How monstrous would the second phase be? The third? The fourth? Hiss. The only drawback was the rapid depletion of spiritual energy. Feeling his reserves swiftly depleting, the joy on Jiang Chan and Apos' face dimmed slightly. With his current level, sustaining its manifestation for 3 minutes would be a challenge. Once he acquired the cultivation method, he must hastily elevate his skills. Until then, the blood-sovereign Xitigarbha could only serve as a means of survival. In the midst of his distraction, half of the Thunder Shadow Demon and Apos' body was obliterated, its second stage. 5th layer aura rapidly waning. Stop! Jiang Chan quickly called out. I still have use for it. Don't kill it. The blood-sovereign Xitigarbha, displeased, halted its assault, but not before delivering one final punch. Jiang Chan leaped forward, hastily employing the contract ghost technique on the barely conscious Thunder Shadow Demon, fearing that it might perish at any moment. Buzz! The enormous blood-red spirit coffin descended once more. Chains slithered, and runes illuminated. The towering coffin lid swung open like a portal. A crimson glow emanated from within the blood coffin, cascading over the Thunder Shadow Demon's shattered form. To Jiang Chan's astonishment, it unfolded. Friends with ghostly companions know that the higher the quality of a ghost pet, the stronger its will to resist. In this world rife with malevolent spirits, ordinary individuals awakening to a spirit coffin often find it difficult to contract high-quality ghost pets. High-quality ghosts are rare, and their formidable wills make successful contracts exceedingly challenging. Any misstep could lead to backlash, resulting in numerous spirit coffin masters meeting their demise each year, due to such occurrences. Thus, some weaker spirit coffin masters, even when fortunate enough to encounter rare high-quality ghost pets, must either retreat or align themselves with powerful families or organizations for assistance. For instance, while Zhuan Baifan appears to be the school bully of number 1 high school, he is, in reality, a mere pawn under the command of the Luo family, only able to contract an A-class ghost pet, Silver 2A, due to their backing. The Thunder Shadow Demon before Jiang Chan not only possessed S-class quality, but was also at the second stage, 5th layer level, 2 major tiers above Jiang Chan and Amp, Appo's, S-own. He had prepared himself for a fierce battle against its malevolent will, ready to abandon the contract if necessary. Yet, to his surprise, this creature offered no resistance at all, obediently slipping into the blood coffin as if eager to do so. Why do I feel it's almost impatient? Jiang Chan thought, casting a strange glance at the still-embodied blood sovereign Xidagarba. The chains on its wrists and ankles remained unyielding, clattering noisily against its massive form. Its 8 fist-sized hands continued to open and close, appearing unsatisfied. Understanding dawned upon Jiang Chan. He still had use for it, promising himself to ensure satisfaction the next time such an opportunity arose. Before Jiang Chan could complete his thoughts, a massive boulder plummeted from above, only to be shattered by a punch from the blood sovereign Xidagarba. However, more and more stones began to rain down, shaking the ground. Oh no! The ceiling is about to collapse. The already unstable underground palace crumbled completely after the relentless bombardment by the blood sovereign Xidagarba on the Thunder Shadow Demon. Large chunks of stone fell as Jiang Chan steadied himself, glancing around. The Amp, Appo's, Black Serpent Hell and Amp, Appo's mural on the front wall fluttered away, and light seeped through the cracks in the stone walls. Feeling the remnants of his spiritual energy dwindle, Jiang Chan immediately commanded the blood sovereign Xidagarba. Didn't you want more? Over there, break through it. The blood sovereign Xidagarba let out a disgruntled growl, swiftly dragging its massive chains toward the stone wall, swinging its fist-sized hands with force, delivering a powerful blow against the wall. Crash! Cracks spread with the resonant sound, allowing more light to pour in. And with a final sharp tremor, the upper levels of the underground palace collapsed, mingled with a cascade of stones. In a narrow escape, the blood sovereign Xidagarba seized Jiang Chan and crashed through the thick stone barrier, leaping into the open. Whoosh! A dry wind rushed in, swirling with ghostly mist, creating an intense sensation of weightlessness as they plummeted down. Thud! The 8-armed blood sovereign Xidagarba crashed into the ground like a mountain, leaving a sizable crater, its cracks spreading like a spider and Appo's web. Jiang Chan was safely deposited onto the ground, but he had exhausted his last vestiges of spiritual energy, and the blood sovereign Xidagarba emitted a low growl of complaint, retreating back into the blood coffin space. Taking a breath, Jiang Chan finally grasped his situation. He found himself in a desolate valley. The ghostly mist swirled ominously. Ancient temples and stone towers loomed like a forest. Among them stood many oddly shaped stone sculptures in ruins. The Amp, Appo's, Taoist temple and Amp, Appo's, he had just escaped from was not a temple at all, but rather Amp, Appo's, 9-layer ghost temple and Amp, Appo's, hewn from the mountainside. The upper 3 layers had collapsed, and the lower 6 layers seemed to be affected as well, with the suppressed spirits within letting out roars. There were certainly a multitude of spirits imprisoned inside, and it felt as though they were on the verge of breaking free. Jiang Chan and Amp, Appo's, heart raced as he brandished the ghost-slaying blade and dashed through the valley. As he ran, he discovered that the valley was filled with numerous ancient structures, many directly carved into the cliff faces. Towering pillars dotted the landscape, and the steep walls on either side were marred by crumbling stone statues, revealing countless dark, gaping caves, numbering in the thousands. It appeared that the collapse of the 9-layer ghost temple had disturbed the area, awakening clusters of cave openings in the cliffs, from which a terrifying aura surged forth. Jiang Chan and Amp, Appo's, eyelids twitched violently, unaware that beneath the skin on the back of his neck, a vivid crimson flower tattoo slowly emerged. Chapter 52. The Appearance of the Fortune Ghost Heavenly Official. In the newly compiled Ghost Classics, it is elucidated that structures such as pagodas and stupas generally serve 2 primary functions. One is to act as tombs, while the other is to suppress malevolent entities. Those built by bodies of water are intended to subdue water spirits and river demons, whereas those erected upon mountains are designed to contain the sinister beings dwelling within. Before me, The valley is shrouded in ghostly mist, within which ancient temples and stone towers rise like a forest, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands. Alarmingly, these ancient structures tremble subtly, releasing waves of ghostly energy that collide throughout the valley. Have I inadvertently trespassed into some forbidden realm? Cold sweat trickles down Jiang Chan and Appo's brow. Even more disconcerting is the realization that the direction he has been fleeing towards leads deeper into the valley. The mountains tremble, and the ghostly mist roils. Jiang Chan halts abruptly, finding his path obstructed, save for a gaping cave hewn into the mountainside, larger than any other. A terrifying aura, surpassing even that of a ghost king, begins to emanate from the depths of this cavern, causing a prickling heat to rise at the nape of his neck. What manner of malevolence lurks within? Jiang Chan dares not linger, turning to flee once more. Yet, a perplexing phenomenon unfolds. No matter how he runs, he remains ensnared within the valley. Even the activation of the true king's eye proves futile. All that surrounds him are the ancient temples and stone towers, their ghostly energy swirling thickly, while echoes of roars emanate from the numerous caverns in the mountainside, sending shivers down his spine. This is dire. These stone towers harbor a secret, resembling a colossal maze. Regardless of my efforts to escape, I inevitably return to the base of the largest cavern. Furthermore, the entity within seems to beckon me, growing increasingly impatient. The heat at the back of Jiang Chan and Appo's neck intensifies. He reaches to touch it, yet finds nothing, compelling himself to remain calm as he seeks the true exit of the valley. Yet, as he surveys the landscape, it is overwhelmed by stone temples and tower columns, enshrouded in murky, ghostly mist, rendering orientation impossible. Just as despair begins to take hold, a familiar white figure suddenly darts through the thickets of stone towers ahead. The ghost scholar, Jiang Chan and Appo's heart leaps in surprise. How could it possibly be here? This ghost had vanished into thin air in the ghost village, only to reappear in this valley of doom. Instinctively activating the true king's eye, the information gleaned about this ghost leaves Jiang Chan astounded. Ghost name, quality, level, all remain unknown. This is the first time Jiang Chan has encountered such a situation, and he cannot help but feel a tremor of shock. Yet, as he contemplates, he realizes that I have no other options. The appearance of this ghost scholar is indeed a singular variable. Swiftly making a decision, he brandishes his ghost-slaying blade and pursues. The valley quakes, and the ghostly mist churns. The ghost scholar navigates swiftly among the towering stone structures, and Jiang Chan's gaze is fixed on the white silhouette, ardently following in its wake. Strangely, the valley that had ensnared him for so long, he now escapes with the guidance of the ghost scholar in mere moments. After a span of several minutes, he finds himself back amidst the forest of suspended corpses. A glance behind reveals the valley of doom has vanished. The murky ghostly mist is swept away by a chilling wind, as if the harrowing experience was merely a dream. Yet, the ghost scholar is nowhere to be found. How peculiar. After a moment's pause, Jiang Chan reflects on his encounters with the ghost scholar, the first time it had appeared in the ghost village, leading him away from the ghostly bridal sedan. Now, it has returned to guide him from that forbidden realm. Suddenly, a remarkable hypothesis surfaces in Jiang Chan and Appo's mind. Could it be that this ghost is one of the legendary 5 ghost heavenly officials? The Ghost Classics recounts a rare class of spirits, whose rarity and uniqueness surpass even that of SSS-grade ghost companions, the most renowned among them being the 5 ghost heavenly officials: fortune, prosperity, longevity, joy, and wealth. Ordinary spiritual coffin masters cannot forge a contract with these 5 unless chosen by them. As Jiang Chan contemplates his experiences, he begins to feel an uncanny resemblance between this ghost scholar and the fortune ghost heavenly official. It is said that whoever contracts this ghost shall enjoy boundless blessings. The records state that the last individual selected by the fortune ghost heavenly official was an ordinary person, yet with the aid of this ghost companion, he not only survived the initial chaos of ghostly disasters, but miraculously became a spiritual coffin master, achieving the rank of 5th Order Coffin King within 3 years and ascending to greatness within a decade, ultimately becoming the first coffin emperor in the annals of the Great Xia's ghostly calamities, establishing the first bastion city to counter ghostly entities and protect the common folk in the aftermath of the ghostly disaster. After his demise, the fortune ghost heavenly official vanished as well, and many spiritual coffin masters have since sought this ghost companion, Yet over 2 centuries have passed without a trace. Gazing in the direction where the ghost scholar had disappeared, waves of tumultuous emotion surged within Jiang Chan, should the fortune ghost heavenly official truly have manifested. The ensuing commotion would be unprecedented. With a sigh of contemplation, Jiang Chan refocuses on his ghostly compass, noting that within a 200-meter radius, only scattered green dots remain, signifying that danger has been entirely averted. Glancing at the training rankings, he has officially surpassed Ling Qingxian, climbing to first place with 1,016 points. Ling Qingxian follows in second with 1,003 points. The third place has seen a steep decline, with Luo Shan only at 681 points. A cursory glance reveals that Hu Shuai and Meng Xia have remarkably surged into the top 30, while Zhuo Baifan and Lin Yaoyan have inexplicably fallen to 0. All competitors and Oppos scores have come to a halt as the training time has concluded. Fortunately, having slain that serpent spirit has granted him an edge over Ling Qingxian with that additional ghost and Oppos S points. He has narrowly claimed the top spot, solidifying his cultivation path. Jiang Chan breathes a sigh of relief before resuming his journey back to the city, eager to acquire the cultivation method and hasten his ascension to the next level. Ling Qingxian, adorned in her red embroidered shoes, swiftly traverses the depths of the Hanjin cave, unimpeded by the terrain. Upon emerging from a fork in the path, she encounters Wang Meng and 2 city guards who had rushed over upon receiving her location. Noticing her disheveled appearance, Wang Meng immediately inquires, "Are you hurt? What of your companions?" "Instructor Wang, you all arrived just in time." Without waiting for Wang Meng to finish, Ling Qingxian urgently exclaims, "Jiang Chan is still inside. He needs help. We must hurry in to rescue him." "Jiang Chan was with you." Wang Meng's heart skips a beat, and without further delay, he hastens to follow Ling Qingxian into the forked path. However, when they return to the cavernous hall, the sight before them tightens every face. 8 massive chains lay scattered upon the ground, and the high platform resembling a coffin has completely collapsed. All that remains is a deep, bottomless pit, from which a powerful ghostly aura surges forth, accompanied by echoes of anguished howls resonating throughout the vast chamber. Danger! Ling Qingxian instinctively moves to charge forward, but a city guard steps protectively in front of her. A menacing aura looms beneath, possibly surpassing even that of the Demon King. Wang Meng, his expression grave as though facing a formidable adversary, urged, "We must depart from this place immediately." Jiang Chan is still down there. Ling Qingxian and Oppos S breath quickened. Yet, Wang Meng and Oppos S subsequent words eased her taut nerves. He is still alive. As he spoke, he glanced at the ghostly positioning of all the students. Aside from the 5 who had exited early, the remaining 56 green dots were intact, within the vast expanse of the hanging corpse ghost forest. Apart from Ling Qingxuan's position beside him, only one last green dot remained, swiftly traversing the ghostly woods, heading back towards the city. Let us go. I am truly eager to meet our esteemed leader. Chapter 53, The Unbelievable Champion. The silver moon cast a delicate veil over the Black City gate, while brilliant beams of light converged into rays from the towering city walls, illuminating the practical trainees returning in small groups to undergo inspections at the checkpoint. Having returned from their inaugural outing to vanquish demons, the trainees were animated and exuberant, having overcome their initial fears. They discovered that these lesser demons were not as terrifying or invincible as they had imagined. After mastering basic teamwork, they even began to seek out these small demons to slay. In a sense, after tonight's training, they had truly awakened. Some even broke through personal barriers, achieving level advancements. The most shocking turn of events was that Jiang Chan secured the top position in this training session. As more trainees returned to the city gate, discussions and chatter grew increasingly lively. Over 1,000 points? How outrageous. That's more than double my score. I could accept Ling Qingxian scoring 1,000 points. But how could Jiang Chan surpass her? It must be cheating. If Jiang Chan didn't cheat to earn that score, I will clean every stall in the women's restroom tonight. Come on, you've been coveting this for a while, haven't you? Everyone, heed my warning, do not reward him. I heard several people from the second school made it out alive from the recent ghost incident. It was Jiang Chan who led them out. Perhaps he truly is a remarkable figure. Do you remember the blood coffin that appeared over Nanjing City yesterday afternoon? It's said that was the commotion caused by Jiang Chan's awakening, and he awakened an unprecedented tableau-level spirit coffin. Wow. Listening to you all, my curiosity about Jiang Chan is growing. But let us be honest, We really embarrassed ourselves in this training. The top 2 spots were taken by those transferred from the second school, and thankfully, the 3rd place was secured by Luo Shan. But his score is still vastly inferior to the first 2, not to mention, aside from Jiang Chan and Ling Qingxian taking the top 2 spots. Zhao Lin also made it into the top 20, while Hu Shuai and Meng Xia entered the top 30. It's no exaggeration to say that these 5 individuals transferred from the second school are practically slapping us in the face. Damn. In my opinion, these people must have colluded to cheat. The first place should have been Luo Shan's. I recognize no one but him. The 3rd place is barely mine. And the 2nd should rightfully belong to my brother Zhuang, huh? Why does my brother Zhuang have 0 points? I have no idea. Lin Yaoyan and Xiang Chong were all reset to 0. Could it be that Jiang Chan's group set them up? Haha, buddy. Think about it. Could it be that Zhuang Baifin and his crew tried to sabotage him and got dealt with by the instructors, which fits their character perfectly? Amidst the clamorous discussions, Luo Shan, with his golden buzz cut, stood silently in the crowd, exuding an oppressive aura that kept people at bay. His eyes, filled with hostility, fixated on the checkpoint entrance, glaring at the unapproachable Ling Qingxian as she entered the city alongside Wang Meng for routine checks. As Wang Meng's figure appeared, the chatter diminished significantly. Instructor Wang is back. Why haven't we seen Jiang yet? Hu Shuai craned his neck to peer towards the city gate entrance. To be fair, Jiang is incredible. He even outperformed the goddess Ling to take 1st place. Truly my adoptive father. Standing beside Hu Shuai, Meng Xia was still in disbelief. She had reviewed the training rankings at least 20 times, unable to fathom how Jiang Chan could have claimed the top spot. In her eyes, no matter how formidable Jiang Chan was, he couldn't possibly be on the same level as Ling Qingxian and Luo Shan. At best, he might contend for the top 5, but she never expected him to surpass both Zhuang Baifin and Luo Shan, ultimately overtaking Ling Qingxian. This revelation completely shattered her preconceived notions. 1,016 points when we parted ways. He had barely around 100. In just over 3 hours. How did he achieve this? Just as Meng Xia pondered, that tall figure finally came into her view, and her breath caught. Jiang Chan. The imposing city gate loomed like a coiled serpent, with brilliant beams of light slicing through the nearby ghostly fog, one of which fell perfectly upon the figure standing tall like a spear beneath the gate. The raucous discussions within the city gradually quieted, and all eyes were drawn to the entrance, watching the stern young man with a balanced physique, wielding a blue-gold demon-slaying blade, stride confidently towards the checkpoint. Wow! Hu Shuai's eyes lit up, excitement coursing through him as he clenched his fists. My Jiang is incredibly handsome. Not only Hu Shuai, but many girls present felt their hearts flutter at this sight. Even Ling Qingxian's gaze was drawn towards him. Show it off, if you can, she muttered. Yet upon witnessing Jiang Chan return unscathed, she visibly relaxed. Luo Shan's hostile gaze quickly shifted from Ling Qingxian to the figure at the checkpoint. His teeth clenched as he muttered 2 syllables filled with resentment. Jiang Chan. Moments later, Jiang Chan passed the routine check at the entrance and entered the city. At this point, all but Zhuang Baifin and his 4 companions had returned, neatly lined up, although some cast furtive glances in Jiang Chan's direction, while others whispered about not having seen Zhuang and his group. Let me clarify something. Wang Meng spoke up, and the 56 individuals present fell silent. Zhuang Baifin, Lin Yaoyan, Xiang Chong, Nia Feng, and Yi Peng, having maliciously pressured their classmates in the hanging corpse forest while distorting the truth before me, have had their training scores nullified and will face severe punishment. I hope each of you can learn from this. Today, your classmates and partners will be the comrades you entrust your lives to in the future, your comrades in arms with whom you will share your backs. I do not wish to see any more incidents of such egregious nature as that of Zhuang Baifin and his group. Any further violations will result in immediate expulsion. Wang Meng's voice was resolute, triggering a stir among the crowd, with everyone buzzing about what Zhuang Baifin's group had done to provoke such wrath from Wang Meng. However, Wang Meng showed no intention of elaborating. From the moment Jiang Chan entered the city, his gaze had remained fixed on that tall young man. This stern opening statement seemed to be a direct address to him. Jiang Chan hadn't anticipated this. He felt a slight surprise as his calm gaze met Wang Meng's unwavering stare amidst the surrounding murmurs and whispers. Chapter 54, The Leader and Amp, Oppo's reward. Acquired. As Wang Meng's voice resonated once more, the previously murmuring crowd fell into a hushed silence. I am delighted to see all of you return, he proclaimed. In previous training sessions, Unfortunate incidents have occurred, but this year, everyone has performed admirably. This is largely attributable to the unwavering support and protection provided by the city guards, as well as the steadfast guardianship extended to you, your families, in this city over the years. Now, I ask that you all turn around and pay the highest military salute to the city defenders behind you. Upon the conclusion of Wang Meng's words, he led by example, executing a solemn and robust salute. The 56 trainees lined up below the city gates promptly turned, stamping their feet in unison. Standing tall as they pressed their clenched right fists against their left chests, facing the imposing fortress. The floodlights on the city walls converged upon this group of youths, their expressions turning serious. The guards at the entrance and atop the walls simultaneously sheathed their weapons and returned the salute, fists against their hearts. Young Dafei, with his rotund figure, stood atop the towering walls, hands clasped behind his back as he regarded the group below, chuckling to himself at the sight of the burly figure standing amongst the youths. After a full minute, Wang Meng instructed the crowd to turn back around. Very well. I declare this training session concluded. Now, I invite the leader to step forward and receive the rewards. Upon hearing this, the crowd and Apos' gaze shifted to Jiang Chan, who strode forward, his stature commanding attention as he approached Wang Meng. The cultivation technique was finally within his grasp. As he reached for the two boxes, one large and one small, that Wang Meng extended, an impulsive voice erupted from the ranks. I refuse to accept this. The crowd turned in unison to locate the source of the challenge, Luo Shan. I refuse, Instructor Wang. Judging the training results solely by the demon-slaying points is inherently unfair. Each individual's contracted demon differs. Some lean towards offense, others towards defense, and some specialize in control. Do you not think it unjust to use demon kills as the sole criterion for evaluation? Luo Shan and Apos' words garnered subtle support from several onlookers, while others were taken aback. Just moments ago, Wang Meng had dealt with the situation concerning Zhuang Baifan and his peers, making it evident that he was not one to be trifled with. The audacity of Luo Shan to confront him openly was remarkable. I believe Luo Shan speaks the truth. It is indeed unjust. My defensive demon stands no chance against the offensive prowess of Ling Qingxuan's demon. Another voice chimed in. Exactly. If you have the skill, let us see you take on my basketball demon in a solo match. Not to brag, but I can shoot hoops while rapping. I'm quite proud of that. The chorus of discontent grew louder, and concern washed over Meng Xia as she began to worry for Jiang Chan, her palms damp with sweat. Hu Shuai engaged in a heated exchange with those beside him, escalating the commotion, precisely the outcome Luo Shan sought. He cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Chan, a derisive snort escaping him, then turned to Wang Meng. Instructor Wang, it seems I am not alone in believing that your evaluation method is biased. I propose we adopt a more equitable method to determine the leader of this training session. Faced with Luo Shan's challenge and palpable hostility, Jiang Chan furrowed his brow. Yet, Wang Meng responded coolly, those who feel dissatisfied, step forward and let me see you. At his command, the raucous crowd fell silent, their voices stilled. Though no one dared to stand with Luo Shan, their displeasure towards Wang Meng and Apos' authoritative stance lingered in the air. Wang Meng continued. When did I ever assert that demon-slaying points were the sole metric for determining the leader of this training session? He posed another question, leaving the crowd perplexed. Was it not the case? Wang Meng smirked. Some claim their demons are not offensive, rendering them weaker in slaying. Let me ask, did anyone here act alone? Besides Ling Qingxian, who else? After a brief pause, he pressed on. No one answered. Thus, no one acted alone. I did not prohibit forming teams before the training commenced. You all found partners while exiting the city. In fact, teamwork itself is a criterion for evaluation. Demon-slaying points are merely one aspect. I expected to see you leverage your demon strengths against the foes. Yet, what transpired? You coordinated like a disjointed mass. In your eagerness to claim points, many of you inadvertently granted demons opportunities to retaliate. Some squads even resorted to infighting over points or clashed with other teams. Do you think I did not witness these events? Moreover, several of you banded together to hunt demons merely to boost a single individual and Apos' score, only to find that your combined efforts still fell short of the points earned by Ling Qingxian and Jiang Chan individually. And now, you dare to claim unfairness. As Wang Meng and Apos' frosty remarks echoed, those who had previously protested fell into shame, their heads bowed, the severity of their earlier boasts now painfully apparent. Only Luo Shan remained. fists clenched, his expression one of fury, convinced that Wang Ming was blatantly shielding Jiang Chan. I am aware that some of you still harbor discontent. Fear not. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning at 9, return to school. I shall provide you with a venue and opportunity to engage in practical sparring to elect a class leader and a vice leader. Disregarding the crowd and Appo's sentiments, Wang Ming placed the 2 boxes into Jiang Chan and Appo's hands, adding, the class leader and vice leader will receive extra cultivation resources weekly. Prepare yourselves accordingly. With a decisive dismissed, the orderly ranks disbanded, scattering like birds. Luo Shan shot Jiang Chan a menacing gesture, turning to depart with the others, his intent clear, prepare yourself for retribution. Jiang Chan dismissed Luo Shan and Appo's provocations, having labored tirelessly to attain the cultivation technique. His singular focus now was to return home and allocate his points fiercely. Having delayed his arrival not out of arrogance, but to ensure a successful breakthrough to the next level, he had slain additional demons en route to gather more demon points. With both the demon points secured and the cultivation technique in hand, he was eager to commence his training. Chapter 55, the S-Class Cultivation Method. The imposing city gates towered majestically, flanked by stout walls. Beside Liang Pongzi lay a crate of fine liquor, a platter of savory dried beef, and a bag of earthy peanuts. Tap, tap. Wang Ming and Appo's footsteps halted beside him, remarking, you truly have prepared everything, haven to you? Liangda chuckled in response, a smug grin spreading across his plump face. What do you think, old Wang? I told you the universe is still in flux. You've triumphed, Liang Pongzi. However, encountering such promising talent makes my defeat feel worthwhile, Wang Ming said, uncapping a bottle of the fine liquor and taking a swig, grimacing slightly as it burned his throat. Ah, it's been quite some time since I indulged in this. The searchlights atop the city walls swept across the dimly lit streets after curfew. Liangda cracked open a peanut and tossed it into his mouth, his eyes narrowing as he gazed at the receding silhouette of a young man on the street. But, Liang Pongzi, the restless spirits outside the city have been stirring. You're likely to be quite busy here at the gates, Wang Ming observed. Liang Da's ruddy face momentarily froze, but the expression quickly faded. Chewing on his peanuts, he casually replied, the ghost tide. Is it approaching? Indeed. It is about time. Why do you sound as if you're looking forward to its arrival? Liangda took a swig from his bottle, his expression turning contemplative. Since the day I was assigned to this city gate, I have awaited this moment. It has not come until now, leaving me with a lingering sense of unease. You know, old Wang, after more than a decade, I cannot recall how many times I have woken from nightmares. Now, learning that it is finally coming, I feel a strange sense of relief. The grand moon cast its silver glow upon the towering city walls. After a brief silence, Liangda produced a box wrapped in gold foil from behind him, placing it on the parapet and sliding it toward Wang Ming. What is this for? Wang Ming asked, momentarily taken aback before averting his gaze. There's no need for this, Liang Pongzi. My injuries are beyond remedy. Otherwise, how could I have returned from the front lines of the ghostly abyss? Don't waste your resources. Who said it was for you? Don't flatter yourself. Old Wang, Liang Pongzi retorted sharply. Suddenly, realization dawned on Wang Ming, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Could it be? You truly are willing to part with it? But you won the wager, didn't you? Whether I won it or not. Liang Pongzi scoffed, discarding the peanut shell from his mouth and reaching to reclaim the gold-wrapped box. Yet, Wang Ming swiftly seized it with lightning speed. Who said I don't want it? I'll thank you on behalf of that lad. Liang Pongzi huffed, retracting his hand slowly. This trinket has gathered dust here for nearly a decade. I intended to use it as an escape plan when the ghost tide arrived. But you know, old Wang, seeing those kids salute the city gates today made me want to rush down and give you a couple of slaps. And then slap myself twice for good measure. I truly am incorrigible. As Liangda spoke, he took a hearty swig from his bottle. Wang Ming and Appo's expression darkened, and he fell silent, grabbing his own bottle to drink deeply. With that gulp, Liang Da's round face flushed a vibrant red. He wiped the spilled liquor from his chin and, exhaling the aroma of alcohol, turned to Wang Ming. Dare you wager again, old Wang? Another bet? What shall we wager? Let us wager on your kids' sparring competition tomorrow. What do you think? Do you still believe Jiang Chan can emerge victorious? Wang Ming paused, then shook his head. I admit he surprised me today, but a sparring match for spirit Coffin Masters is different from slaying ghosts. Ling Qin Xian and Appo's ninth tier prowess is formidable. Not to mention, she has completely mastered 2 sword-type ghost pets. Frankly, in my current state, I lack confidence against her. Jiang Chan is merely at the 9th tier. Even if he obtains the cultivation method tonight, there's no way he could comprehend it in a single evening and advance. The distinction between entering a tier and not is entirely significant. I trust you understand that well. Not to mention, even facing a 5th-tier opponent like Luo Shan, I doubt Jiang Chan would fare well. Ultimately, the disparity between those of ordinary birth and those from esteemed families is far too great. Amid Wang Ming's lengthy discourse, Liang nonchalantly sipped his liquor. Why are you rambling so much? Just tell me if you're in or out. I think you're overly optimistic about Jiang Chan, Wang Ming teased with a smirk. All right then, what's the wager? If that kid wins, you shall deliver the item I just gave you to him. And if he loses, then you must return it to me. Just you wait, Liang Pongzi. Do you believe I want to kick you off this wall? Just joking, why so serious? If he loses, just hand over that item to the kid who wins. But I have high hopes for him. Liang laughed heartily and continued, as for our wager, if that lad wins, you must earnestly meet the spirit Coffin Master I arranged for you. She's a real beauty and quite ruthless when it comes to her work. Wang Ming and Appo's expression shifted subtly, and his tone grew serious. All right, if Jiang Chan wins tomorrow, I will meet this person you mentioned. But if he does not claim victory, do not ever bring this matter up again. Liang swiftly extended his liquor bottle, and Wang Ming promptly mirrored the gesture, clinking bottles in agreement. Deal. A suspicious sound echoed from the sister-in-law and Appo's room. The lights were off, and the curtains drawn tightly. Ruan Lingji felt utterly drained. Strands of hair damp with sweat clung to her face as she gritted her teeth. Damn Jiang Chan. I refuse to believe I cannot break through this wretched seal. A faint sound resonated from the living room. Ruan Lingji's fatigue vanished in an instant. She pressed herself against the door. Sister-in-law, if you really can't hold it in, just tell me. I'll bring you back a little electric toy. A teasing voice drifted in from outside the door, causing Ruan Lingji's flushed cheeks to bloom with a delightful hue. Get lost. You think I want you to come in and roll around? Maybe another day. Today has been far too exhausting. Clenching her teeth in indignation, Ruan Lingji flung open the door, only to find Jiang Chan already anticipating her, dashing into the bathroom and locking the door with a swift click. Little brat. Jiang Chan quickly finished his shower and peeked out to see that his sister-in-law wasn't blocking the door. He hastily returned to his room and locked the door. He eagerly leaped onto the bed and opened 2 boxes on the nightstand, one large and one small. Inside the larger box lay a thin, stitched booklet titled Lin Yuan Ju, while the smaller contained a shimmering blue pill known as the Calm Mind Pill. This was the reward Wang Ming had bestowed upon him for being the top performer in this training session. To his astonishment, it was indeed an S-class cultivation technique. Jiang Chan narrowed his eyes, deciding to take a deep breath. The Lin Yuan Ju was considered a superior method even among first-tier cultivation techniques, with a market price starting at no less than 800,000. The tranquilizing pill must be worth at least 10,000. Wang Ming truly spared no expense. He reached for the bound manuscript and opened the first page. The abyss is the boundless sea. To tread upon the abyss is to walk lightly. To observe the ocean and listen to the waves, as the Tai Chi flows like water, in a cycle everlasting. Ding! Suddenly, a black-red system panel popped up with text. Lin Yuan Ju, not yet initiated. Would you like to allocate points to learn immediately? Utilizing cultivation resources can enhance comprehension and accelerate the cultivation process, reducing the consumption of spirit points. Jiang Chan and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he seized the tranquilizing pill and tilted his head back to swallow it whole. Let the enhancement begin. Chapter 56. Ascend to the next stage. Unveil the second hall. Beep. Current spirit points, 1880. Consume 500 spirit points to begin comprehending the S-rank cultivation method, Lin Yuan Ju. Upon first opening this high-quality first-tier cultivation method, you find yourself momentarily dazed, akin to a primary school student unexpectedly seated in a higher mathematics examination hall, struggling not just to grasp the questions, but even to recognize all the characters on the paper. A small doubt arises in your mind. Is this truly meant for human comprehension? Fortunately, you promptly consume a calm heart pill, and suddenly, it feels as though the principles of the universe unfurl before your eyes. You patiently continue to leaf through the pages, attempting to embody some of the postures depicted within, and this brave endeavor finally allows you to grasp a flicker of inspiration. After expending 800 spirit points, you successfully comprehend the essence of the term Lingyuan in Lingyuanju. In your mind, you begin to consciously visualize the imagery of the vast and turbulent ocean, synchronizing your breath with the ebb and flow, drawing the thin spiritual energy from the air into your body. To tread lightly upon the abyss, to observe the sea and listen to the waves, this is its true meaning. After consuming 1,000 spirit points, you attain a foundational understanding of Lingyuanju and inwardly exclaim, "Oh, the sea is so vast," officially achieving the initial milestone of gazing at the ocean and sighing. The effects of the Calm Heart Pill continue to empower you, and after merely catching a glimpse of the path ahead, you swiftly grasp the correct direction. The once obscure symbols of the technique now illuminate your mind as if a veil has been lifted. From the furious clash between Gonggong and Mount Buzhou to Diyu's efforts in controlling the waters of the Nine Abyss, the tumultuous waves of countless eras surge within your consciousness, the cycle of Tai Chi manifesting. After consuming 1,600 spirit points, your comprehension of Lingyuanju reaches a breakthrough, achieving the master-level accomplishment of moonlight on the vast sea. With insufficient spirit points remaining, your understanding concludes. Remaining spirit points, 280, in a matter of moments. Countless profound insights emerge within Jiang Chan's mind. He no longer gazes at the book in his hands, for its contents have been fully assimilated and understood, word by word. In just a few short minutes, he has transformed from a primary student grasping this S-rank cultivation method into a master of Lingyuan, proving the exceptional caliber of this S-rank technique. Remarkably, it took 1,600 spirit points just to reach mastery. One wonders how many points would be required to achieve perfection? Casting a glance at his remaining spirit points, Jiang Chan promptly issues a command: allocate all remaining points to elevate my rank. Beep. Consuming remaining spirit points, initiating cultivation enhancement. Your comprehensive understanding and mastery of Lingyuanju, coupled with the effects of the Calm Heart Pill, amplify your progression speed by 60. In that moment, you find yourself racing up the legendary Akina Mountain in an AE-86, leaving even the prodigious Ling Qingxian gasping in your wake. After consuming the remaining 280 spirit points, you seamlessly break through to the first tier, first level. The solid foundation you have built begins to yield powerful results, propelling you forward with renewed vigor, allowing your level to surge to the first tier, third level. Beep. Spirit points insufficient. Enhancement concludes. Evaluation. This cultivation session consumed a total of 1,880 spirit points, equivalent to the gains of 30 years of diligent seclusion. After 30 years of earnest contemplation, you have successfully made significant progress with the S-rank Lingyuanju and have officially crossed the threshold into the first tier. Though you may be young, your current level of understanding of Lingyuanju would not be out of place for Instructor Wang to call you in and amp. Oppos, old practitioner, and amp. Oppos wink with a frown. Current level, first tier. Third level, remaining spirit points, 0. A surge of pure and potent spiritual energy, akin to the waters of an abyss, flows from within, radiating through your limbs and bones. This is accompanied by an unprecedented surge of power, enhancing your bloodline, sinews, skin, and senses across the board. You have ascended. Jiang Chan and amp. Oppos, S expression brightens. Below the first tier, one is deemed A and amp. Oppos, Coffin Man, and amp. Oppos, merely a prospective spiritual Coffin Master. Only upon breaking through the first tier does one earn the respect and title of spiritual Coffin Master. The disparity between ascending and remaining stagnant is akin to the heavens and the earth. At this moment, you have truly taken your first significant step upon the path of spiritual coffin cultivation. Moving forward, the second tier is Great Spiritual Coffin Master, the third tier Spiritual Coffin Officer, and the fourth tier Spiritual Coffin General, also known as a Commander, who must reach the fourth tier to oversee the city guard. The fifth tier is the Exalted and Oppos, Spiritual Coffin King, and Oppos. Each subordinate city has a Spiritual Coffin King presiding over it. I wonder who reigns over the Southern River City as its Spiritual Coffin King. As this thought crosses Jiang Chan's mind, suddenly, his forbidden blood coffin manifests within the room. Buzz. The heavy coffin lid trembles as it slowly opens, akin to unveiling an ancient, sealed portal. An irresistible force emanates from the opened blood coffin, ensnaring his consciousness. Boom. The heavens and earth invert and converge. An endless tide of crimson surges forth. Moments later, Jiang Chan and Oppos' vision sharpens, and he finds himself in an expansive, blood-soaked realm. Or rather, the space of the Blood Coffin. Why am I here again? Before him stands a grand, dark hall, the familiar Dizong Palace. Scissor Demon, Explosive Flame Demon, Bloodthirsty Hair Princess, and Ascending Smoke are all present, although they remain distanced from the Dizong Palace. On the ground lies a massive creature, appearing as though it has been marinated in ink. With a muscular upper body of a dark blue hue, faint electric arcs flickering around it, and a lower body of a colossal serpent, albeit battered and broken. This is the new demon pet Jiang Chan had contracted on the 3rd level of Hanjin Temple. Demon pet, Thunder In Rakshasa, severely injured. Quality, S rank. Level, 1st tier. 5th level, demon skill, Thunder Moon Slash. Concentrates the power of In Thunder into a slashing blade, inflicting paralysis and significant damage upon the target. Evaluation. First and foremost, congratulations. This is an exceptionally rare S-rank demon pet, commanding the annihilative power of the underworld's In Thunder, capable of unleashing the terrifying Thunder Moon Slash. As your demon pet, it grants you equal access to the powers of In Thunder and the Thunder Moon Slash skill. Your heroic Fireblade skin can now be dramatically transformed into the epic Thunderblade skin. Exciting, isn't it? I know you're thrilled, but hold your excitement. Your precious Thunder In Rakshasa has been severely wounded by your formidable Blood Sovereign Dizong, reducing its level from 2nd tier, 5th level to 1st tier, 5th level. Given its current half-paralyzed and faint state, it is evident that it cannot continue to fight alongside you. Repairing the body can self-heal by consuming Thunder attribute demon entities or expend 1,200 spirit points for system restoration. Using rare items can reduce spirit point consumption. As an extraordinarily rare S-rank demon pet, even in its injured state, the Thunder In Rakshasa bestows upon Jiang Chan a formidable demon skill, Thunder Moon Slash, to wield the power of In Thunder. Small clusters of black-purple electric arcs flicker between Jiang Chan's fingers, containing a frenzied energy that astonishes him. Truly, it is an S-rank demon pet. This, Thunder In Rakshasa, stands as one of my greatest gains from venturing outside the city last night. But this severe injury? 1,200 spirit points to repair. Jiang Chan glances at his remaining spirit points. 0, suddenly overwhelmed with a sense of foreboding. He cast a resentful glance towards the Xitigarbha Palace ahead. Yet, as his gaze fell upon it, his attention sharpened. What was that commotion? Behind the Xitigarbha Palace loomed 11 grander and more imposing palaces, with a blood-red sun fiercely suspended behind the last hall. At that moment, a powerful surge emanated from the 2nd hall. The 2nd hall seemed to be opening. Jiang Chan's pupils constricted. Floating stone steps began to extend from the 2nd hall, gradually reaching his feet. Was it due to my breakthrough to the next level? A flicker of emotion crossed his face as Jiang Chan stepped onto the stairs. The 1st hall had released an SSS-level Ghost Emperor, Blood Sovereign Xitigarbha. One could only wonder what formidable entity lay suppressed within the 2nd hall. Chapter 57. The 2nd SSS-level Ghost Emperor. The chilling winds wailed, and the ghostly mist hung thick and murky. Within the forest of suspended corpses, a rustling sound echoed as hundreds and thousands of spider resentments traversed through the shadowy graveyard. Resembling a pale tide sweeping across the darkened, withered woods, they surged toward the innermost depths of the hanging corpse grove. Not only the spider resentments, but also the myriad ghost paper boats from the mountain stream and countless other ghostly entities were converging toward the heart of the corpse grove, flowing from all directions into the valley and Appos, Forbidden Zone. Thousand Caves Forbidden Zone. Towering pagodas and stone statues trembled as waves of ghostly energy surged from the numerous temple caves etched into the mountainside, causing the entire forbidden ground to quake. In the depths of the Forbidden Zone, the largest cavern entrance resembled the maw of a terrifying giant. Countless ghostly beings poured into its gaping mouth, revealing a hidden paradise within. The towering cave walls were adorned with countless statues of Buddha in various postures, some reclining, some standing, some seated with eyes downcast, hands clasped together. Others with fierce expressions, holding sacred implements aloft. Thousands of such carvings filled the space. Among them, 108 statues were particularly grand, each extending a serpentine chain resembling a black python, connecting to the center of this magnificent hall. In that central position stood a colossal stupa, akin to a sky-reaching pillar. A total of 108 thick chains linked to the ornate corners of each tier of the stupa, with a rusted copper bell hanging from each corner. If Jiang Chan were present at this moment, he would discover that the missing corpse ghosts from the hanging corpse grove were all kneeling in reverence around the base of this stupa. They prostrated themselves as if on a pilgrimage, foreheads pressed to the ground, numbering in the thousands. The ghostly entities that followed suit also knelt, their heads touching the ground, all directed towards the central stupa, forming expanding concentric circles. In an instant, the number of ghosts within this cavern exceeded 10,000, among which were even the figures of ghost kings. The haunting notes of a ghostly opera began to resonate within the vast cavern, gradually becoming clearer, echoing ethereally. 4 blood-red, lantern ghost generals, each bearing a severed white woman and Apos' arm, flanked a crimson wedding sedan, descending gracefully from the cavern and Apos' ceiling. The chilling winds howled as the ghostly opera continued, with thousands of white, lantern ghosts trailing behind the sedan. This ethereal glow swirling around the towering stupa as it floated downwards. With a gentle thud, the crimson wedding sedan landed steadily at the foot of the stupa and Apos' steps, where the 4 white arms each held a blood-red lantern, swaying softly. The cold wind subtly lifted the sedan's veil, as if awaiting an arrival. Then, with a click, the large door at the base of the stupa emitted a soft sound. The ancient wooden door, sealed for countless years, creaked open slowly with a groan. From the darkened doorway emerged a delicate foot, resembling polished jade. As soon as it took a half step forward, the 108 copper bells hanging from the stupa and Apos' corners suddenly rang out in a frenzied clamor. The thick chains connecting to the cave walls erupted with a brilliant radiance simultaneously. Buzz! The dense Buddha carvings on the cavern walls seemed to come alive, and a grand, solemn chant began to resonate within the vast hall, echoing as if a multitude of bells rang in unison. The countless ghostly beings kneeling beneath the stupa were instantly subdued by this overwhelming power. The concentric circles of ghosts quivered and shrank to the ground, with only a handful of ghost kings managing to withstand the force. A soft, mournful note of the opera sighed. The delicate foot that had ventured half a step out was withdrawn back into the darkness. The 108 radiant chains fell silent, and the once clanging bells settled into quietude. Only the lingering echoes of the sorrowful opera remained, fading gently amidst the subsiding chant. Zhang Lang, why do you refuse to come in and see me? In the blood coffin space, the blood sun hung suspended. Jiang Chan ascended the floating stone steps, arriving before the entrance of the second grand hall. He raised his gaze. Above the hall and Apos' entrance hung an ancient, weathered plaque, scarred with sword marks, some of which had developed a rust resembling blood, yet it still concealed an undeniable sharpness. Sword, tomb. Whispering the 2 characters inscribed in silver and iron strokes, Jiang Chan's pupils contracted as he felt a piercing intensity emanating from each sword mark on the plaque, especially the 2 robust characters in the center, which upon a mere glance, inflicted a sensation akin to being blinded by their sharpness. Such sharp words. Jiang Chan inhaled sharply, then steadied his nerves, placing his palm against the cold surface of the grand hall door, gradually exerting force. Creak, 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 creak. The heavy, ancient door began to open slowly with a series of muffled sounds, its hinges grinding through the dust and rust accumulated over countless years, causing the plaque above to tremble and resonate ominously, as if each sword mark unleashed a chilling aura of murderous intent. With a whoosh, as the door swung open, a frigid wind burst forth, carrying with it the essence of countless sword energies, erupting with a sound akin to a dragon and Apos' lament, sending tremors through Jiang Chan's entire being, as if his very skin were on the verge of being sliced apart, threatening to dismember him into fragments. After a moment, the wind ceased. Jiang Chan took a deep breath and stepped into the sword tomb grand hall. What met his eyes was a sea of swords. Countless blades hung suspended from the vaulted ceiling, their chilling glint coalescing into an azure ocean of steel. The hall's floor was littered with clusters of blades, some rusted and oozing a strange blood mist. At the center of the hall stood a grand throne constructed from thousands of swords, upon which a pale, emaciated figure was positioned. Rather than standing, it seemed to be pinned to the throne, its visage lowered, arms outstretched, with long swords piercing through its arms, chest, knees, and feet. Each blade was a legendary sword known throughout the ages. Yuchang, Qingping, Chening, Zhanlu, Tea, Juk. In addition, 12 thick chains extended from the 12 corners of the hall, piercing through its collarbone, plectrum bone, and even the cervical vertebrae. Beneath its pale skin, veins bulged like red serpents, and every inch of exposed flesh was punctuated with blood-red sword marks. Ding! Jiang Chan and Apos' gaze fell upon the black-red information panel that appeared automatically. Second Hall Master, Sword Prison Ghost Lord, Ghost Emperor. Quality, SSS-level. Unsealing status, not unsealed. Unsealing conditions, 10,000 Ghost God points. Once unsealed, can release the Blood Coffin space for collaborative combat and acquire a new Ghost Technique. Ghost Technique 1. Infinite Sword Ruin. Using one's own body as a gate to access weapons and items at any time, and exerting a natural suppression over all weapon-type ghosts and ghost pets. Ghost Technique 2. Extreme Kill. Cranes soaring to the sky, with nothing more than a single sword, shattering myriad laws. Hiss. Even though he had been mentally prepared, Jiang Chan's heart still jolted violently as he beheld the information displayed before him, beating fiercely within his chest. Another SSS class, Ghost Emperor. Chapter 58. The Fury of Luoshan. Jiang Chan raised his gaze, piercing through the myriad blades within the grand hall, his intense eyes landing squarely upon the frail, pallid figure at the center. Yet, in that moment, there was no hint of the Ghost Emperor's formidable presence. Rather, it resembled a death row inmate ensnared within this graveyard of swords. Buzz. Just as this thought flickered through Jiang Chan's mind, 12 massive chains trembled violently. In the next instant, the pallid figure opened its eyes. As if a vast sea of ancient swords surged forth, the moment the figure and Apos' eyes met Jiang Chan and Apos', an overwhelming aura of sword intent rushed toward him, accompanied by visions of a hellish realm filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In a flash, the grand hall and the boundless expanse of the Blood Coffin space were cleaved apart by that singular sword strike. Boom! Jiang Chan abruptly awoke, springing from his bed, yet the image of that earth-shattering sword remained vivid in his mind, oblivious to the cold sweat that had drenched his back. This is my second SSS tier, Ghost Emperor. After a considerable pause, Jiang Chan's eyes finally refocused, his heavy breathing gradually calming. He resumed examining the system panel. Unlocking this sword prison ghost required 10,000 ghost points, while the second stage for unsealing the Blood Sovereign Xidagarba demanded 30,000 ghost points, and repairing the Thunder-Een Rakshasa called for 1,200. Moreover, enhancing the levels of other ghost pets would also necessitate a substantial amount of ghost points. Calculating all this, the initial joy in Jiang Chan's heart was swiftly dampened. Ding! At that moment, the text on the system panel suddenly shifted. You have 18 silver K fragments in your warehouse, which can be used as materials for ghost pet quality enhancement. Silver K? Jiang Chan was momentarily taken aback, then recalled the A-tier ghost pet he had obliterated in the suspended corpses ghost forest. Could high-quality ghost pets truly yield fragment materials? Was this a stroke of good fortune? He hurriedly clicked to check, revealing two options. Upgrade option 1. Consume 200 ghost points, and your scissor ghost can immediately merge with the silver K fragments. Upgrade option 2. Consume 280 ghost points, and your explosive flame ghost can immediately merge with the silver K fragments. Hiss. Must this also require ghost points? Jiang Chan felt disheartened. Compared to the prior unsealing, this merging upgrade was not exorbitant. Yet the crux lay in the fact that he currently possessed not a single ghost point. A penny can thwart a hero and Apos' endeavor. He would have to acquire some at tomorrow's class competition. Initially, Jiang Chan had not given this matter much thought. The position of class leader was of little concern to him. However, it now seemed imperative to consider acquiring a few ghost pets, especially after realizing that defeating high-quality ghost pets could yield nurturing materials. He suddenly found himself somewhat eager for Luoshan and Apos' provocation. Do not disappoint me too much, Shanzi. In the hospital, the scent of disinfectant pervaded the entire ward. I had been careless and failed to evade. That Jiang Chan deceived me, launched a surprise attack, and mercilessly beat me, the honest sixfold, into submission. You must avenge me, Brother Shan. Zhuang Baifan, wrapped in bandages, lay on the hospital bed, sobbing uncontrollably into his phone. He had already been battered to near death by Jiang Chan, and then subjected to punishment by Wang Ming, barely managing a few laps before being sent to the hospital. To add insult to injury, his long-cultivated wolf tail had been ruthlessly shorn by Wang Ming, leaving him bald. Useless. The furious voice of Luoshan blared from the phone. What was the purpose of the silver K you were given? You 5. accompanied by an A-tier assassination ghost. Allowed that brat to single-handedly pierce through your ranks. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. You don't understand, Brother Sean. That brat is also at the 6th level like me. But he possesses a ghost that is exceedingly sinister, akin to a smoke bomb. As we charged in, we could see nothing, while he lurked within the smoke, picking us off one by one. Zhuang Baifeng lamented. Smoke. Luo Shan paused for a few seconds before asking, is it the ascending smoke? Ascend? What is ascending smoke? Idiot. What use are you? Luo Shan, growing increasingly irate, thought to himself that if Zhuang Baifeng were before him now, he would surely deliver a kick. Now, tell me, how many ghosts does Jiang Chan have? 2. No. It's likely 3. How many exactly? Speak clearly. When we confronted him, he was in the process of contracting a hair ghost, which, when paired with his smoke ghost, was exceedingly vile. In his smoke, we could see nothing. He concealed himself and commanded the hair ghost to ensnare us all, beating us mercilessly without any hope of escape. Zhuang Baifeng continued to pour out his grievances. But Luo Shan, losing patience, directly inquired, what is his third ghost? I haven't seen the third. Zhuang Baifeng's voice faltered, but when we approached, the forest was ablaze, and I suspect he very likely possesses a fire-creating ghost. He has already contracted 3 ghosts. Luo Shan's voice turned ominous. The talents of the forbidden-level spirit coffin revealing themselves so swiftly. Brother Shan, you must avenge me. No need for your prattle. Tomorrow, I will personally deal with him. Luo Shan declared, preparing to hang up the phone, but Zhuang Baifeng hastily exclaimed, Brother Shan, wait. What more do you want? Luo Shan replied impatiently. Zhuang Baifeng swallowed hard, cautiously saying, Brother Shan, my silver K was destroyed by Jiang Chan. When you have time, could you help me contract another one? Damn it. The mere mention of this infuriated Luo Shan further, yet Zhuang Baifeng, despite his current predicament, had proven somewhat obedient and efficient in his tasks. It was not yet time to discard him. After tomorrow's class competition, come find me. Thank you, Brother Shan. Thank you, Brother Shan. Zhuang Baifeng immediately beamed with gratitude, but then he made another request. This time, I'd like a defensive ghost pet, like yours. Beep. Luo Shan abruptly ended the call, tossing the phone aside. Gazing out at the massive silver moon suspended in the sky, a vicious and ruthless expression crossed his face. High School No. 1 has always been the finest institution among the 6 high schools in Nanjing City, boasting exceptional faculty and student talent. Luo Shan, in particular, was regarded as the most gifted among this year and Oppo's awakened students, having been held in high esteem by his family and revered by his peers since childhood. Yet today and Oppo's practical training left him utterly humiliated. He had never felt such disgrace. The top 2 positions had been claimed by transfers from High School No. 2. While he barely managed to secure 3rd place, his ghost hunting scores a mere fraction of theirs. How could Luo Shan endure such indignity? Especially with Jiang Chan, merely at the 6th level, managing to claim the top spot in practical training? This was not merely an affront to Luo Shan. It was akin to being trampled upon. Today, I will let you revel in your arrogance, Jiang Chan. Even if you have contracted 3 inferior ghosts, what of it? Without ascension, you are but an insignificant insect. And tomorrow, I could crush you with a single finger. And as for Ling Qingxian, those 2 sword ghosts, I am eager to test whether your sword ghosts are sharper or my defensive ghosts are more resilient. Chapter 59 Rewards, Peculiar Objects. The following morning, at 8:30, the crimson sun ascended in the eastern sky, while the trees lining the shaded path swayed gently in the breeze. Except for Zhuang Baifeng, who remained in the hospital. The 60 awakened students from Nanjing No. 1 High School gradually gathered on the playground. They exchanged whispers, discussing the recent haunting incidents, breakthroughs and levels, and who was most likely to claim ultimate victory that day. Upon the appearance of Jiang Chan, several students began to murmur and point at him, leaving him bewildered. Brother Jiang, Zhuang Baifeng and his gang are tarnishing your reputation. Hu Shui squeezed his way to Jiang Chan and Oppo's side, his face aflame with indignation. What has he done now? Aren't you usually glued to your phone? Meng Xia approached from the other side, equally aggrieved. Zhuang Baifeng and Lin Yaoyan have nearly exploded your name all over the campus wall. With that, she pulled out her phone and opened a pinned post on the campus wall, revealing a video of the bruised Zhuang Baifeng lying in a hospital bed. This Jiang Chan, he deceived me. He ambushed me, this honest 6-fold cultivator. Is this acceptable? No, it is not. I advise. This Jiang Chan, a rat's tail soup. Mind your manners. Do not engage in petty tricks. Tricks? Students should prioritize harmony and uphold martial ethics. Do not engage in infighting. Thank you, friends. Beneath the video, a flurry of inquiries erupted, while Lin Yaoyan, Jiang Chan, and their companions began to exaggerate and manipulate the narrative, depicting how Jiang Chan had targeted Zhuang Baifeng and Appo's golden essence bottle during last night and Appo's training in the ghostly forest, launching a covert attack. Not only did he deceive them, but he also stole an A-grade ghost, the bloodthirsty Wai Kai, which led to a horde of vengeful spiders seeking their demise. The uproar was palpable. A throng of thoughtless individuals immediately joined in the fray, while those with a modicum of sense merely chuckled, knowing well that the real issue lay in Zhuang Baifeng's character. The rage of Instructor Wang last night made it clear who was in the right. However, Jiang Chan was an outsider, and his actions had embarrassed the esteemed Nanjing No. 1 high school during the training. Thus, the truth became secondary. In matters of stance and reputation, Zhuang Baifeng had their unwavering support, especially after learning from Zhuang Baifeng that Jiang Chan was merely a sixfold cultivator. Many felt emboldened, clamoring to subdue Jiang Chan today. All this talk about forbidden spirit coffins is just hot air. I thought he was some formidable figure, only to find he is just a sixfold cultivator. Let us see if I can crush him later. That damn Jiang Chan. I heard from my goddess Lin Yaoyan that this rascal possesses a ghost that can deploy smoke bombs, and another that ensnares people with hair. He used the smoke ghost for cover last night in the ghostly forest, and then bound my goddess, groping her all over. If I don't personally tear this scoundrel apart today, I, Wang Sijia, will forever renounce my pleasures. The sun grew increasingly intense, and the raucous crowd on the playground parted into a clear divide, with over 50 students from Nanjing No. 1 clustering together, effectively ostracizing Jiang Chan and the other transfer students from No. 2. How blatant can these fools be? Hu Shuai was nearly seething with rage, ready to charge forward if not for Meng Xia restraining him. In contrast, Jiang Chan exhibited neither anger nor dismay. Instead, he seemed somewhat eager. As the clock on the teaching building struck 9, Wang Meng made his grand entrance, causing the noisy crowd to fall silent and stand in orderly formation. Let me clarify something. Wang Meng stood at the forefront of the line, his tone grave. Last night, a new rift in the Ghost Abyss opened at Baiming Pass. The Candle Dragon Army has immediately mobilized to the front lines, and they expect to eliminate all high-level ghost entities and seal the rift within the coming week. Subsequently, all awakened spirit coffin masters from 5 schools in Nanjing City will be dispatched to Baiming Pass for a unique training session. Upon hearing Wang Meng's weighty words, the playground erupted in commotion. Hadn't Appo's Baiming Pass been consumed by the ghost tide 16 years ago? It had turned into a ghost city long ago. Surely, this was a mistake? We are just a bunch of students. What difference does that make when faced with the ghostly front lines? Could it be that we will meet the Candle Dragon Army? That legendary female commander has been my idol since childhood. How exhilarating. Nanjing City has never seen a joint training of 5 schools before. I and Appo's heard the ghost tide this year is expected to arrive early. And this collaboration with the Candle Dragon Army to clear Baiming Pass is likely to prepare us for the battlefield. Mom, I want to go home. Silence. Wang Meng's voice rose sharply, his commanding presence silencing the crowd at once. Anyone who does not wish to participate may transfer to the liberal arts class. Just write a note requesting to withdraw, and I will approve it immediately. With a stern expression, he scanned the crowd like a hawk, the heavy atmosphere lingering until he saw that no one stepped forward. Good. Since no one wishes to withdraw, I do not want to hear any more noise. Now, let us discuss today's arrangements. Last night, you completed your first ghost slaying training. Some of you may disagree with the rankings. I understand that your talents vary, and strengths differ. Some of you Haven and Amp, Appo's, even mastered a single ghost pet, while others have already contracted 2. Today, I will provide you with the opportunity to demonstrate your true capabilities. Through practical combat, you will elect a class leader and a vice leader to manage class affairs during the upcoming Baiming Pass training. Is there anyone who doesn't understand? Wang Meng paused for a few seconds, and upon receiving no questions, he tossed a palm-sized box, wrapped in gold foil, into the air. This is an additional reward for today's ultimate victor, a peculiar object. I will place it here. If you desire it, show me your true skills. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd at the mention of peculiar object. All eyes were drawn to the gold-foiled box, hearts racing in excitement. Apart from those like Ling Qingxian, who hailed from distinguished families, ordinary students had little chance to encounter such treasures. Yet, none could deny its value. The ghost fog envelopes the globe. All cities are built upon peculiar objects, and in remote areas, certain surviving villages and towns exist under their protection. Some peculiar objects emit mysterious energies that form barriers akin to enchantments, shielding the living within from becoming ghostly. Peculiar objects vary in potency. Some can sustain the barrier of an entire city, like the royal tomb beneath Nanjing City, while others may only protect an individual, such as Ling Qingxian and Appo's garments of the departed revealed last night. The effects of these objects differ greatly. For instance, the golden essence bottle Jiang Chan discovered can imprison ghost entities, while Ling Qingshuan's embroidered red shoes can defy terrain constraints. Some peculiar objects can even be artificially created, such as corpse aroma, which is widely utilized as a man-made peculiar object, yielding remarkable results when the secretion of corpse curtain worms is applied in medicine. Jiang Chan is aware of a benign spirit known as the OSI ghost, whose silken threads, when woven into garments, are impervious to both water and fire, rendering ordinary blades utterly ineffective against them. The value of such extraordinary phenomena is beyond measure, particularly those that arise naturally. To Jiang Chan and Appo's astonishment, Wang Ming was willing to present a rare artifact as a reward. The palpable excitement and fervor that erupted among the students were unmistakable, prompting a flicker of determination to surface within Jiang Chan and Appo's gaze. It seems that today, it would be imperative to reveal a couple of hidden cards. Chapter 60, The Southern Scar Giant. After Wang Ming concluded his words, he stepped aside, leaving the arena for the others. I will. A square-faced boy boldly stepped forward, challenging Jiang Chan and his companions. From number 2 high, is there anyone brave enough to face Wang Ming? Though directed at the group from number 2 high, his provocative gaze distinctly focused on Jiang Chan. As his words echoed, a jade-green spirit coffin emerged behind Wang Ming, towering ominously. A high-grade green coffin. At the 9th level of cultivation, Jiang Chan mused, amused rather than angered by such audacity. Just as he prepared to step forward to claim his first victory of the day, a delicate-looking boy beside him unexpectedly rushed ahead. How dare you bark with only 9th level cultivation? Allow me to engage you. It was Zhao Lin, one of the 5 who had transferred from number 2 high. Jiang Chan had minimal interaction with him, only recalling seeing Zhao Lin fawning over Ling Qingxian as a sycophant the previous day. Now, a purple spirit coffin materialized behind him. A mid-grade purple coffin, at the 1st level. Gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd. I concede your talent may exceed mine slightly, but that does not imply your ghost pet is superior. Wang Ming retorted, his expression darkening. Come forth, headless ghost. With a resonating hum, the green coffin shuddered, its lid slamming open to reveal a headless ghost soldier. This creature, crafted from clay and adorned with armor-like patterns, wielded a bulky clay sword. Degrade ghost pet, headless soldier. Bring him down. At Wang Ming's command, the headless soldier charged towards Zhao Lin, its heavy footsteps echoing as debris fell from its body. Yet, Zhao Lin's face bore an eerie smile as he responded, You are entirely ignorant of the post-advancement realm. As his words hung in the air, his massive purple coffin trembled, releasing an otherworldly purple light that captivated the crowd's attention. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement as spectators cheered for Wang Ming, their voices rising in a cacophony. Jiang Chan, however, merely shook his head. There and Appo's no suspense here. Ling Qingxian, standing beside Jiang Chan, cast him a curious glance, but before she could inquire, a thunderous crash erupted. She turned just in time to see the ferocious headless soldier collapse, having not even reached Zhao Lin. What just happened? The crowd, previously animated, fell into stunned silence. Did we just see a ghost in broad daylight? Was that not a mere triviality, for everyone here possesses a ghost? But wait, what did that delicate boy do? Why did the headless ghost fall? A wave of bewildered gazes converged on Zhao Lin, who remained motionless in the center of the field. He simply stepped forward from the crowd and opened his mid-grade purple coffin. In an instant, Wang Ming collapsed, a scene more surreal than any ghostly apparition. Look at Wang Ming. A startled cry pierced the air, redirecting everyone and Appo's attention to Wang Ming, who was now enveloped in a sinister aura that made onlookers uneasy. His robust physique visibly withered, skin breaking out in grotesque sores, oozing repulsive pus. Within moments, he transformed from a healthy youth into a picture of severe illness. From his throat emerged a raspy "I concede." These 3 syllables seemed to drain his last ounce of strength, and he crumpled to the ground. Enough. Wang Meng and Apos. S voice cut through the chaos, a frown creasing his brow. Zhao Lin chuckled coldly, dissipating the malevolent aura around Fang Ming as prearranged medical personnel rushed to carry him away. My ghost pet is rather unique. I am still mastering its capabilities. Zhao Lin's gaze swept over the crowd from number 1 high, a sinister smile curling his lips. Is there anyone else willing to challenge me? His glance felt like a venomous sting, causing several girls in the front to instinctively retreat. Zhao Lin, with his delicate appearance, had previously been the most inconspicuous among the 5 transferred from number 2 high. No one could have anticipated he would contract such a bizarre ghost pet, unexpectedly incapacitating Fang Ming. It dawned on Ling Qingxian that something was amiss. She recalled Jiang Chan's earlier sigh and turned to him, asking, "Did you already discern what Zhao Lin and Apos' ghost is?" Jiang Chan and Apos' eyes remained fixed on the faint violet mist curling beneath Zhao Lin and Apos' feet. Recognizing that this boy had unleashed his ghost pet from the outset, though the crowd and Apos' attention had been misled by the commotion he deliberately created. B-grade, Plague Ghost. As the sun climbed higher, casting shadows across the expansive playground, few noticed the faint violet plague aura expanding around Zhao Lin and Apos' feet. Are none brave enough to step forward? It appears that the students of number 1 high are nothing but cowards. Zhao Lin and Apos' presence exuded an unsettling aura, chilling even under the midday sun. Then this extraordinary artifact is mine. With that, he advanced toward a gilded box. Is merely contracting a plague ghost enough for you to boast so? A mocking voice interrupted, halting Zhao Lin and Apos' steps and altering his expression. The crowd turned to see Luo Shan, his golden buzz cut and designer attire radiating arrogance. Your plague ghost possesses an ability akin to a localized epidemic. As long as I remain outside this radius, what can you do to me? Luo Shan casually unveiled the truth, and the onlookers suddenly grasped the situation. The faint circle of plague aura surrounding Zhao Lin extended approximately 5 meters in radius. With Fang Ming's previous position just at its edge, realization swept through the crowd, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Meanwhile, Zhao Lin's expression darkened, his cold eyes narrowing at Luo Shan, resembling a cornered serpent fixated on its intruder. I initially intended to afford everyone a chance to showcase their abilities, but I did not anticipate your utter incompetence. Even with them trampling on number 1 high and Apos' dignity, you couldn't and Apos' TC through such a trivial ruse. Truly, you are foolish as pigs. Luo Shan shook his head in disappointment, then scoffed, but it matters not. Dealing with these trash from number 2 high is child's play for me. A deep purple spirit coffin materialized behind him, exuding a pressure far surpassing Zhao Lin and Apos' mid-grade purple coffin, showcasing a strength that left the crowd in awe. First level, 5th stage. 2 ghost pets. With a thunderous hum, the massive high-grade purple coffin trembled open, revealing 2 towering silhouettes. A-grade ghost pet, Southern Scar Giant. B-grade ghost pet, Giant Axe Ghost. In Jiang Chan and Apos' eyes, 2 ghostly entities sprang forth, and his mind instinctively conjured the accounts from the new compilation of ghostly chronicles. The Namban tribe particularly reveres physical prowess. From a young age, they engage in medicinal baths using a potent plant known as Apos' scabgrass, Apos', which, due to its properties, causes their bodies to be encrusted with thick scabs, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. The most valiant among them can even withstand the might of rhinoceros beasts. The Namban giant ghost is thus born from this tribe, now lost to the annals of history, renowned for its grotesque physique and formidable defenses, impervious to blades and bullets, and resilient against water and fire. Zhao Lin is in peril. Chapter 61. As you wish, your father has arrived. A dull thud echoed through the arena as Luo Shan and Apos' physique swelled like an inflated balloon, his formidable muscles bulging and knotted, covered in a calloused layer of scar tissue. This formidable transformation was bestowed upon him by the A-rank ghost pet, the Southern Scar Giant. Alongside this, the B-rank ghost pet, the Giant Axe Ghost, presented him with a grotesquely designed bone axe. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Luo Shan, embodying the Southern Scar ghost, brandished the colossal bone axe and, with two thunderous strides, charged directly into Zhao Lin's plague ghost territory. With a sweeping motion of the axe, bam! Zhao Lin and Appo's eyes widened in terror, unable to react in the slightest, as he was sent flying like a cannonball. Unable to withstand a single blow, Luo Shan's colossal ghostly form rose, and with a heavy stomp, his scarred foot brutally pressed down upon Zhao Lin's face, regarding him with disdain as he lay there, bloodied and defeated. Even a fraction of my strength is too much for you. I can't fathom why someone of your caliber would dare to put on airs. The spectators fell into a stunned silence. The strangeness of Zhao Lin's plague ghost was evident to all. Moments ago, Fang Ming had been at the periphery of the plague's range, only to collapse, gravely ill, in the blink of an eye. Yet here was Luo Shan, boldly entering the plague ghost's domain, utterly disregarding its powers, effortlessly sending Zhao Lin flying with a single stroke. The simplicity and brutality of the act were akin to tossing aside a mere trash can. This spectacle led the onlookers to gain a clearer and more profound understanding of the Southern Scar Giant's monstrous defensive capabilities. Suddenly, the morale of the first high school surged, with some even erupting into applause. Among the spectators, Wang Ming silently marveled at the display, recognizing the prowess of a direct descendant from one of the three great spirit coffin families in Southern River City. It was evident that the Luo family had meticulously tailored these ghost pets for him. The medical staff carried Zhao Lin away as if he were a lifeless dog, while Luo Shan's sinister grin widened, provocatively beckoning Jiang Chan and others with a crooked finger. He hoisted the exaggerated bone axe with one hand, reveling in the shock and attention he commanded in the center of the field. He could have easily sent a ghost pet to dispatch Zhao Lin without stepping into the plague and Appo's range, but where would the satisfaction be in that? Earlier, that coward had boasted so loudly. I thought the second high school was something to reckon with. Yet, this is all they amount to? A bunch of worthless trash that dares to contend with the first high school. Shut your filthy mouth. I and Appo's VE put up with you long enough. Hu Shuai suddenly stepped forward, his low-grade green coffin floating ominously behind him, as if to say, who doesn't and Appo's, do you have a defensive ghost? Prepare to face my invincible iron fist. A C-rank gargoyle emerged from the coffin, charging straight at Luo Shan, delivering a thunderous punch to the ashen Southern Scar ghost body. Bam! The towering Luo Shan stood steadfast, unfazed. Hu Shuai and Appo's heart raced, and he instinctively sought to retract his gargoyle, but Luo Shan and Appo's grotesque visage broke into an exhilarated smile. Haven and Appo's, to you Eden? That was hardly a challenge. As he spoke, his massive hand seized the gargoyle by the neck and slammed it into the ground. Crash. Then, bam! The exaggerated bone axe swung high, crashing down with all its might upon the stone-like creature, shattering it into countless fragments. Unable to withstand a single blow, a backlash from the ghost pet contract surged through Hu Shuai, causing him to spit blood and collapse to the ground, his face ashen. Yet Luo Shan continued to rain blows upon the gargoyle, pulverizing it into a pile of debris. With a wicked grin, he then stepped forward, aiming to strike Hu Shuai, who was curled up in pain. At that moment, a chilling wind swept across the field, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Suddenly, a square ancient stone well tore open beneath Luo Shan, and a pair of long, dark, ghostly hands emerged, grasping at his legs and attempting to drag him down. Meng Xia, who had been standing silently beside Jiang Chan, stepped forward with fierce determination, summoning her low-grade purple coffin. The ghost that appeared was her C-rank pet, the algae well ghost. Luo Shan sneered disdainfully, swinging his massive axe down. Boom! The ancient well shattered into pieces. The terrifying ghostly hands retreated into the well, vanishing, accompanied by a faint, mournful wail. Meng Xia issued a soft grunt, blood trickling from her lips, before she was unceremoniously knocked down by the advancing Southern Scar Giant. Unable to withstand a single blow, Luo Shan, exhilarated, licked his grotesque lips, his heavy breaths escaping his mouth as he placed his colossal foot upon Meng Xia's heaving chest, gazing down upon her like a beast ready to devour its prey. How real is this? You must have come here deliberately to please me, right? Get your filthy foot off me. On the other side, Hu Shuai roared in fury, bloodshot eyes blazing as he lunged at Luo Shan with reckless abandon, only to be sent flying several dozen meters away in a single kick, crashing to the ground, unconscious. Unable to withstand a single blow, truly unable to withstand a single blow. I can't even defeat you with one hand. Do you think you have the right to challenge me? You might as well roll back home and eat dirt. In mere moments, both Hu Shuai and Meng Xia found their ghost pets obliterated. Hu Shuai lay unconscious, swiftly carried away by the medical staff, while Meng Xia remained beneath Luo Shan and Appo's foot, biting her lip until it bled, tears of humiliation and anger streaming down her face. Meanwhile, Luo Shan's arrogance only grew. His strength at the first level and Appo's fifth tier already placing him among the elite, further enhanced by the A-rank Southern Scar Giant, whose defensive capabilities were unparalleled. The others could hardly breach his defenses, let alone contend with his high-quality Giant Axe Ghost, which provided him with a formidable weapon. Standing in the center of the field, he wielded the bone axe, his imposing Southern Scar Ghost form towering over Meng Xia, one foot planted on her chest, as if claiming his trophy. Defiantly addressing the remaining two from the second high school. I tell you, you're nothing but garbage, and you won't even find anyone here capable of withstanding my slap. You should have the good sense to return to the second high school. Oh wait. That's right, they're all dead. From top to bottom, every last one of you is so pathetic. No wonder you all perished. You should have gone for liberal arts instead. Otherwise, you're bound to disgrace the first high school in the upcoming exams. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Even the students from the first high school watching felt Luo Shan had become excessively arrogant. However, this was a moment of unity against a common foe. Rather than finding fault with Luo Shan and Appo's actions, they felt a sense of superiority watching him trample the second high school and Appo's students. That and Appo's right. Go, Brother Shan, defeat them. Damn it, that cowardly fool barked so loudly earlier. Let him come out and continue. Brother Shan, take care of Jiang Chan too. I've never liked that scoundrel. He doesn't deserve to be first in practice. Yet a few voices among them expressed concern, whispering, we're all classmates. Are we being too excessive? Observing the chaotic scene, Wang Meng and Appo's stern visage grew darker, especially as he watched Luo Shan and Appo's foot resting on Meng Xia and Appo's chest. It was utterly outrageous. He momentarily suppressed his emotions without unleashing them, merely signaling the medical staff to swiftly carry Meng Xia away. Luo Shan cast an irritable glance at Wang Meng outside the field before redirecting his focus onto Ling Qingxian and Jiang Chan, with particular emphasis on Jiang Chan. Jiang Chan, did you not awaken the formidable forbidden spirit coffin? Your underlings are on the verge of being vanquished by me, yet you hide behind a woman. I see your so-called forbidden spirit coffin is nothing extraordinary. He taunted, then shifted his tone, saying, last night, you obliterated Zhuang Baifan and his ghostly minions. Unfortunately for you, these individuals happen to be my subordinates, and as their leader, I must make a show of force. Do not claim I do not offer you a chance. I shall grant you one ghostly minion, the South Scar Giant Ghost. Come, let us settle this in a duel. Do you dare to accept? Ling Qingxian, her face a mask of cold determination, was poised to step forward, unable to tolerate the affront any longer. However, just as she was about to advance, a gentle hand pressed down on her shoulder. She turned to see the calm visage of the youth beside her, who warned her quietly, do not let him provoke you. He is at the 5th level of the 1st rank, while you are merely at the 9th level. Combat between spirit coffin masters of differing ranks is not so straightforward, especially considering he has the South Scar Giant Ghost, an exceptionally powerful A-grade spirit. In response to Ling Qingxian and Appo's well-meaning advice, Jiang Chan merely pressed down lightly on the hand resting on her shoulder, whispering, who told you I am only at the 9th level? His low, husky voice seemed to imbue Ling Qingxian with a sense of calm assurance. And as she gazed into his eerily cold eyes, she inexplicably nodded and stepped back obediently. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Chan strode boldly toward the menacing figure of Luo Shan in the center of the playground. As you wished, your father has arrived. Chapter 62, The Emergence of SSS Class. A dreadful presence engulfs the arena. Brother Shan's South Scar Giant Ghost possesses a defensive capability akin to a tortoise shell. None of the creatures from the 2nd class can breach his defenses, unless perhaps Ling Qingxian intervenes, which might offer a glimmer of hope. Oh, how I long to witness Ling Qingxian and Appo's prowess. I would willingly submit to her trampling me underfoot. Yet, I cannot fathom Jiang Chan and Appo's display of bravado. Even with Ling Qingxian and Appo's endorsement, he insists on proving himself. Does he truly believe that outsmarting Zhuang Baifan grants him the right to battle with a master of Luo Ershi's caliber? I, Wang Long, declare this. If Jiang Chan can subdue Luo Shan, I shall lick the restroom clean once more. Do not be deceived by him. He is merely seeking to swindle food and drink once again. On the playground, gazes followed Jiang Chan as he stepped forward, igniting fervent discussions. Some questioned why he would not allow Ling Qingxian to act. Others mocked his audacity. And some expressed concern that his striking looks might suffer if he were to be beaten. Most were merely awaiting the spectacle, none believing he could prevail. Even Ling Qingxian, upon regaining her composure, discreetly readied herself to intervene should the need arise. You truly dare to approach, Jiang Chan? I thought you would cower behind a woman. From his elevated position, Luo Shan gazed down at Jiang Chan, who advanced like a resolute spear. A cruel smirk twisted upon his hideous visage. Rest assured, I shall adhere to my previous assertion, engaging you solely with the South Scar giant ghost. I advise against this course of action. Jiang Chan halted at a distance of 5 zhang from Luo Shan, calmly shedding his school uniform jacket. Unleash whatever means you possess. For I fear I may inadvertently slay you. The tranquility of the youth's countenance was illuminated by the blazing sun, and the conspicuous blood-red tear mole at the corner of his eye drew attention. Yet, few could sense the inferno of fury simmering beneath that calm exterior. Upon hearing Jiang Chan and Appo's words, Luo Shan erupted into maniacal laughter, as though he had heard the most ludicrous jest. He then contorted his face into a terrifying grimace and bellowed, "Foolhardy creature, since you have voluntarily sought this confrontation, you shall bear the consequences. Perish." With that roar, the towering figure of Luo Shan, standing over 2 meters tall, surged forward, his scarred and massive frame resembling a frenzied rhinoceros. Each footfall reverberated with a thunderous boom, and the immense axe he dragged exuded overwhelming pressure. Every heart in the playground raced, particularly as Luo Shan and Appo's 2 ghostly companions charged alongside him, a fearsome sight that even Wang Meng found disconcerting, ready to intervene, lest Jiang Chan be truly crushed. However, just as all believed Jiang Chan and Appo's fate was sealed, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. Sovereign, crimson, a wave of deep, blood-red energy cascaded majestically behind him, causing all present to shudder. It was a blood-red spirit coffin, ancient and magnificent. A surging torrent of energy emanated from Jiang Chan, a cataclysmic force. Boom! Alarm bells rang within Luo Shan's mind. This aura, impossible. Zhuang Baifan claimed Jiang Chan was only at the 6th level. Yet this is undoubtedly beyond that threshold. The aura radiating from Jiang Chan was clearly at the 1st level, 3rd stage. Moreover, his 1st level, 3rd stage was far more solid than Luo Shan's 1st level. 5th stage, surging like a roiling sea. And where were those smoke and hair ghosts Zhuang Baifan spoke of? Luo Shan and Appo's heart raced. He saw none of them. Only felt an overpowering pressure that compelled him to kneel in submission, emanating rapidly from the massive blood coffin behind Jiang Chan. What in the world has he contracted? Not only was Luo Shan taken aback, but the crowd, which had earlier jeered, was now rendered speechless. No. Wasn't Appo's he supposed to be at the 6th level? How did he ascend to the 1st level, 3rd stage? Wasn't Appo's he supposed to be a mere wretched ghost? Why does the atmosphere feel so suffocating? Is this truly the commotion befitting a lowly ghost and Appo's entrance? Those hiding at the back, including Lin Yaoyan and a select few, suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over them, grateful they hadn't provoked Jiang Chan, lest they be obliterated. That is, the Lin Yuanju. Meanwhile, Wang Meng, sensing the tidal wave of spiritual energy surging from within Jiang Chan, felt his eyes nearly pop from their sockets. Disbelief etched across his stern visage. He had merely acquired the cultivation method the previous night, and yet here Jiang Chan stood, having entered a new realm in just one evening. The Lin Yuanju was an S-class cultivation method Wang Meng had exchanged for with a great deal of military merit during his youth at the Ghost Abyss frontline. No one understood its profundity better than he, having spent 3 arduous years merely to grasp its basics. Yet Jiang Chan had mastered it in a single night, and judging by the energy fluctuations emanating from him, he had evidently achieved the pinnacle of Tsang Hai Yu Ming. What kind of prodigy is this? Wang Ming had witnessed numerous talents and marvels over the years at the Ghost Abyss frontline, but comparing Jiang Chan to those prodigies felt like a dimensional disparity. Only the gifted military commander could be deemed his equal. Moreover, Jiang Chan was still so young, with such a monstrous talent. He might one day rise to become a second commander. Wait, the oppressive sensation rapidly ascending from that blood coffin behind him. This could be Wang Meng and Apos. S eyes widened in horror as he beheld the tremulous, opening blood coffin behind Jiang Chan, a shocking hypothesis surfacing in his mind that he could scarcely entertain. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chan, who merely sought to unleash his power against the approaching foe, he was unwittingly igniting the imagination of the onlookers. His singular focus lay on one task: to obliterate the insolent wretch before him. As the monstrous Luo Shan and his two ghostly companions charged forth, Jiang Chan invoked the first ghostly technique of Blood Sovereign Dizu, True King and Apos, Si. Intimidation. Two resonant syllables whispered like ancient demons in the air. As Luo Shan met Jiang Chan and Apos' radiant golden gaze. In that instant, a wave of emptiness crashed upon him, as if a Nineteen palace had violently struck his crown. With the first phase of Blood Sovereign Dizu unlocked, the intimidation effect of the True King's Eye had escalated to a staggering 500, greatly enhancing its efficacy against spirit coffin masters. Luo Shan emitted a pained groan, his consciousness spiraling into utter chaos, as if his very soul were being rent asunder by a mental onslaught. Only the crowd bore witness to the emergence of a colossal, 8-armed ghostly companion, dragging chains as it stepped forth from Jiang Chan's blood coffin, exuding a terrifying, overwhelming ghostly aura, boldly confronting Luo Shan's Southscar, giant ghost, and his colossal axe. Then, it proceeded to pummel them mercilessly into the ground. Boom, 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 boom. Every breath of the onlookers ceased. That was an SSS-class ghostly companion. Ling Qingxian, poised to assist, suddenly halted, her gaze fixated on the towering figure, her voice trembling. Last night in the depths of Hanjin Temple, she had already witnessed Jiang Chan and Apos as 3 ghostly companions. Yet never did she dare to imagine that they were not his full arsenal. He possessed an unparalleled SSS-class ghostly companion. As this realization dawned upon her, Ling Qingxian found herself holding her breath. Even with the prestigious background of the Ling family, renowned for their spirit coffins, she could not contract a creature of such caliber. How had Jiang Chan achieved this? In the center of the playground, Jiang Chan and Apos' form suddenly expanded like a towering mountain, an aura of terror emanating from him, as if a dark sun were rising majestically behind him. The ghostly technique, Fury of the Black Sun, with a ripping sound. His short sleeves were instantaneously torn apart, and his rapidly growing physique surpassed a height of 10 feet in an instant. Far more imposing and robust than the Southscar ghost body of Luo Shan. The intertwining black and crimson tattoos surged across his upper body like a mighty serpent, and 6 fierce arms sprouted from his back. Blood Sovereign Dizong, 8-armed Dharma body. Boom. With a powerful punch, he struck Luo Shan's rigid face, sending the massive, ghostly form flying a full 10 feet away. In the next moment, Jiang Chan, having unleashed his 8-armed Dharma body, erupted forth, cracking the cement ground beneath him and creating 2 deep pits. He charged upward, subduing Luo Shan and Apos' ghostly body as if the Blood Sovereign Dizong were mercilessly beating down Luo Shan and Apos' 2 ghostly pets. His 8 formidable arms crackled with lightning, and 8 colossal fists descended like a tempest. Ghostly technique, 100-armed heavenly charge. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Chapter 63, The Supreme Golden Coffin versus the Forbidden Blood Coffin. Boom, 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 boom. The blazing sun ascended high into the sky, and the vast playground resonated with a singular sound, trembling the ground and nearby school buildings. Jiang Chan, at the first level of the 3rd tier, was relentlessly pummeling Luo Shan, who was at the 5th level of the 1st tier. Jiang Chan and Apos' SSS-grade ghost pet was mercilessly attacking Luo Shan and Apos' 2 ghost pets. That massive, blood-red spirit coffin of Jiang Chan hung silently in the center of the playground. The spectators stood frozen, as if every resounding punch reverberated within their very hearts. All eyes were drawn to the figure in the middle of the playground, fixated on the towering blood-red spirit coffin behind him. That was the Forbidden Spirit Coffin. Prior to this moment, not only had they never witnessed such a coffin, but most had never even heard of it. Even the textbooks only mentioned the legendary Jade Coffin as the pinnacle of quality. The Forbidden Blood Coffin. The Forbidden Blood Coffin. This entity, which had only ever appeared in fleeting whispers within the ghost-slaying secret records, now loomed before them in all its grandeur, leaving none untouched by its terrifying aura. Although rumors had circulated, and everyone was aware that Jiang Chan had awakened the forbidden blood coffin, witnessing it in person, accompanied by an SSS-grade formidable ghost pet emerging from it, was an entirely different experience. The visual impact was a stark contrast to the tales they had heard, flooding their minds with memories of that afternoon when the colossal blood coffin had towered ominously over Nanjiang City. This was his forbidden spirit coffin. The violent tremors continued unabated. Jiang Chan lost count of how many punches he had thrown, the echoes of Luo Shan's earlier assault on Hu Shuai's ghost pet, and the strikes that had rendered Hu Shuai unconscious, resounded in his ears. Bang, 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 bang. The dull thuds merged with the sounds of his own onslaught. Images of Meng Xia, previously trampled by Luo Shan, surfaced in his mind, her disheveled state and the tears of humiliation streaming down her face. Boom, 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 boom. The pent-up fury within him erupted at that moment, culminating in the obliteration of the Southern Scar giant ghost, renowned for its physical prowess and defense. Ding! You have vanquished the B-grade ghost pet, Giant Axe Ghost, 1st level, 3rd tier. Ghost God points 138. You have vanquished the A-grade ghost pet, Southern Scar Giant Ghost, 1st level, 5th tier. Ghost God points 162. You have obtained Southern Scar Giant Ghost Shards 18. The cemented playground cracked, forming two enormous pits, with jagged fissures sprawling like spider webs. Luo Shan lay in the deepest of the pits, his ghostly form dispelled, revealing his true body. His left shoulder was shattered, bloodied and mangled, his entire body a mass of broken bones, collapsed like a lifeless dog at the pit's bottom, barely clinging to a faint breath. Jiang Chan cast him but a fleeting glance as he rose to retrieve his jacket. The scorching sunlight bathed his strong, well-proportioned torso, as he turned his back to the two gaping pits, gently brushing off the dust from his uniform. He was invincible. The once bustling playground fell into a profound silence, where even the sound of a falling feather could be heard. Luo Shan, at the 5th level of the 1st tier, was the most promising contender of this year. The ease with which he had previously dispatched Zhao Lin and Hu Shuai had made clear his formidable strength, particularly with the combination of the Southern Scar Giant Ghost and the Giant Axe Ghost, so resilient that Hu Shuai and his companions had failed to even scratch its surface. Yet now, he had been utterly dismantled by Jiang Chan and Appo's bare hands. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, the sound echoing clearly in the ears of the spectators, who regarded the youth in the center of the playground as if he were a monster. Those who had boisterously proclaimed they would crush Jiang Chan before the class competition now dared not utter a word, especially Lin Yaoyan and Xiang Chong, the instigators of the rumors, who now shrank back, fearful that Jiang Chan might seek them out for retribution. Is there anyone who wishes to spar with me? Jiang Chan turned, gazing expectantly at the crowd, especially at those who had been so vociferous earlier. Upon meeting his gaze, they shuddered involuntarily, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. If even Luo Shan's Southern Scar Giant Ghost could be obliterated, what could they possibly do? Offer themselves as sacrifices. Surveying the entire arena, no one dared to step forward. Jiang Chan sighed in disappointment. He had hoped for more opportunities to accumulate Ghost God points. If no one approaches, this wondrous artifact shall be mine. With a determined stride, Jiang Chan draped his jacket over his shoulder and made his way toward the gilded box. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Jiang Chan. All eyes turned to see Ling Qingxian stepping forward. As she walked, a sharp and commanding aura emanated from her, rising like a sword piercing the clouds. Even the air around her seemed to sharpen. Among the gathered, none felt as conflicted as Ling Qingxian. She vividly remembered Jiang Chan utilizing the explosive flame ghost, scissor ghost, and bloodthirsty empress in the underground palace yesterday. This meant that in his battle against Luo Shan, Jiang Chan had only utilized a fraction of his power, still holding back, especially when Jiang Chan obliterated Luo Shan's Southern Scarred Giant Ghost, the lightning that erupted from him. Others might not comprehend its significance, but Ling Qingxian was acutely aware. Could it be that ghost had also been successfully contracted by him? A disbelieving conjecture blossomed in her heart, and she yearned to confirm it. Jiang Chan, noticing Ling Qingxian approaching, was momentarily taken aback. What brings you here, sister? If you're vying for class president, I won't contest you, but I must claim that wondrous artifact. Instructor Wang had declared, all according to strength. With a firm tone, Ling Qingxian halted 5 paces from Jiang Chan, her formidable aura unrestrained. If you desire that artifact, you must first defeat me. Swish! Her overwhelming presence surged forth, causing the remaining spectators to retreat instinctively, clearing more space. As Ling Qingxian and Amp Oppo's stance solidified, a magnificent golden spirit coffin adorned with intricate symbols slowly emerged behind her, exuding a terrifying aura. Second level, first tier. Someone gasped in astonishment. Before that voice could fade, 3 ghost pets emerged from within the golden coffin, inciting a chorus of gasps. My word, Ling Qingxian has contracted 3 ghost pets. No wonder she dares to challenge Jiang Chan's SSS-grade ghost pet. This is going to be quite the spectacle. All 3 ghost pets were A-grade, all possessing sword attributes. Truly, the legacy of a prestigious family was not to be underestimated. Though it pained them to admit it, the first high school of this cohort could not compete with the second high school. Even the formidable Luo Shan paled in comparison to talents like Ling Qingxian and Jiang Chan. Ling Qingxian and Amp Oppo's golden coffin may not match the caliber of Jiang Chan and Amp Oppo's forbidden blood coffin, but her level far surpassed his, and with 3 A-grade sword ghosts. It seemed Jiang Chan was in peril. What are the 3 A-grades? Jiang Gu and Amp Oppo's ghost pet is an SSS grade, and it just obliterated Luo Shan's 2 ghost pets with a single glance. Go Jiang Gu. I declare to you, although I felt a sense of shame witnessing Jiang Chan's earlier thrashing of Luo Shan, she is indeed the goddess Ling. In this moment, I place my bets on Jiang Chan. Let us not forget that Ling Qingxian awakened 6 months ago, and her mastery of swordsmanship is no less formidable than her innate talent with the spiritual coffin. The onlookers expressed a variety of sentiments, each fervently debating and choosing sides. The clash between the exquisite golden coffin and the forbidden blood coffin stirred immense anticipation among all present. Jiang Chan cast his gaze upon the 3 sword spirits behind Ling Qingxian, and his previously calm demeanor began to shift. Grade A Sword Spirit Companion, Qingzhu. Grade A Sword Spirit Companion, Ziyi. Grade A Sword Spirit Companion, Bai Go. As Wei Xinglu had articulated, the contract with such a type of spirit companion typically provides the spiritual Coffin Master with a weapon, akin to the blade of the Dao Lao Gui or the axe of the Ju Su Gui. All 3 of Ling Qingshuan's spirits bore the sword attribute, and she revealed 2 long swords, 1 azure and 1 violet. Jiang Chan had already witnessed their prowess the previous night, and now she had acquired a Bai Go as well. However, the location of the 3rd sword remained a mystery. In a single night, not only had Jiang Chan undergone a transformation, but Ling Qingxian had also contracted a 3rd spirit companion, elevating her rank from 1st tier 9th level to 2nd tier 1st level, which instilled within Jiang Chan a keen sense of impending threat. So, you are akin to him, requiring me to engage you in combat? Jiang Chan and Oppo's words detonated like a bomb in the depths of the water, causing an immediate uproar among the crowd. Arrogance. Ling Qingshuan's expression soured instantly. Jiang Chan was undoubtedly the first to dare speak to her in such a manner. The medical staff carried the lifeless Luo Shan away, and Ling Qingshuan's piercing gaze fell squarely upon Jiang Chan, her eyes brimming with fervent battle spirit. Jiang Chan, I know you possess more than this one spirit companion. I shall unleash 70% of my strength next. I hope you can truly showcase your caliber. As Ling Qingxian spoke, her aura surged dramatically. She seemed to transform into a peerless, chilling sword, poised to rend the azure heavens the moment she unsheathed it. The onlookers had retreated to a distance of 100 meters. Yet even from afar, they could feel the sharp pressure emanating from her, causing their hearts to race. In stark contrast, Jiang Chan stood resolute before the terrifying sword pressure of Ling Qingxian, his figure unwavering like a spear. Calmly meeting her gaze, he sensed the dwindling spiritual energy within him and opted to sheath the blood sovereign Dizong, parting his lips to utter, "Then come, let us conclude this swiftly." As his words faded, a clear, resonant sound of a sword echoed across the playground. Buzz. Ling Qingxian, wielding the azure and violet swords, launched herself forward with deadly precision. The intertwining azure and violet sword energies converged, advancing relentlessly towards Jiang Chan. The immediate display of power propelled the crowd and Amp Oppo's emotions to a fever pitch. However, Only a select few noticed the slender thread of white nestled between the azure and violet. The sword energies surged forth, momentarily eclipsing the sun. Zing! The formidable violet and azure sword energies swiftly approached Jiang Chan, and in their midst, that slender strand of white sword energy surged forth, akin to a white python devouring the sun. Sword technique, triad destruction. Buzz! The sound of the sword rang sharply. The tricolored sword energies, azure, violet, and white, lunged at Jiang Chan like three serpents entwining around the sun, their overwhelming force seemingly capable of shattering the very sun above. Yet, Jiang Chan remained immobile, as if petrified by fear. In that moment, every heartbeat reverberated in the throats of the spectators. Wang Meng, standing at the edge of the playground, trembled violently and immediately summoned his spirit companion, preparing to rush forth to save him. But given his distance, it was evident that he would be too late to rescue Jiang Chan before that terrifying sword energy could tear him apart. Among all present, only Ling Qingxian discerned the subtle curve of Jiang Chan's lips. Then, a resounding cry of a crane pierced the clouds, its penetrating resonance exploding in the minds of every individual, breaking through the very ceiling of their consciousness, soaring towards the heavens. Just as Ling Qingxian and Appo's sword energy was poised to obliterate Jiang Chan, a terrifying sword intent erupted from him, overshadowing her completely, and his once silent figure ascended like a great crane chasing the sun. One day, the sleeping dragon shall summon the rain. Today, let the crane soar to the skies. Sword style, crane soars to the sky. Chapter 64. Does he possess a second SSS class pet? This aura. Jiang Chan possesses a second SSS class ghost pet. The radiant light of the sun flickered momentarily, as if it had been abruptly cleaved apart by a sword beam that soared skyward like a great crane. The spectators on the playground were instantly engulfed in a tempest of astonishment. Their knowledge of the forbidden blood coffin was minimal. Yet the rarity of an SSS-class ghost pet was enough to drive every spirit Coffin Master into a frenzy. Each SSS-class ghost pet is a singular, immensely powerful entity. Any tidbit of information regarding an SSS-class ghost pet could incite a cataclysmic uproar in this world, where contracted ghost pets serve as the core of combat power. Yet today, Jiang Chan revealed the existence of two SSS-class ghost pets. What does that imply? It was akin to the entire world battling for a single elusive treasure, while he alone possessed two. This incredulous impact struck everyone like a high explosive bomb. Was it not said that Jiang Chan had only reached the 6th level? Was it not said that he relied solely on inferior ghosts to launch sneak attacks? Who exactly propagated these absurd rumors? It was those gossip mongers like Shuang Baifan. All the slander was utterly obliterated by Jiang Chan's surging sword strike, leaving the minds of the onlookers blank save for their shock. Although Jiang Chan had not yet summoned his second ghost pet, the terrifying aura emanating from the ghost technique he unleashed was undeniably on par with that of the previously summoned Blood Lord Xidigarba. It could only be the second SSS class without a doubt. How could this be? At this moment, Ling Qingxian stood directly before Jiang Chan, facing his sudden ascendant sword strike, her astonishment reaching unimaginable heights. She had witnessed Jiang Chan with 3 ghost pets aside from the earlier Blood Lord Xidigarba, and suspected he had likely successfully contracted the S-class Thunder Shadow Rakshasa from the underground palace. Her challenge was motivated not only by the desire to acquire that marvelous artifact, but also to validate her suspicions. Yet she had never anticipated that Jiang Chan would summon yet another SSS class. She was utterly dumbfounded. When did SSS class ghost pets become as common as cabbages? And was this truly the entirety of Jiang Chan and Appo's strength? What sent chills down Ling Qingxian and Appo's spine was the fact that since childhood, she had forged a bond with swords, deliberately developing her prowess towards sword-type ghost pets. With her current mastery in the sword arts, even the old sword masters at the dojo would commend her and avoid her sharpness. Yet now, confronted by Jiang Chan's soaring sword strike, her hands trembled, the sword quivered in her grasp. An overwhelming urge to kneel and submit surged within her, a feeling of dread. Her 3 sword ghosts trembled in unison, responding to the terrifying sword intent radiating from Jiang Chan with an overwhelming fear. It was as if they faced the highest sovereign among weapon-type ghost entities. They could not muster even a shred of resistance. All they desired was to kneel in submission. Swish! Ling Qingshuan's three-pronged kill was effortlessly dispelled. As Jiang Chan's unrivaled sword intent momentarily retracted, his tall figure appeared behind Ling Qingxian, gripping an ancient sword drawn from the sword ruins, its gleaming edge poised against the side of her neck. Silence enveloped the scene. On the sun-drenched playground, a terrifying sword scar stretched an impressive 10 meters. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, and after a tense silence lasting several seconds, a faint voice broke the stillness. Is there a kind-hearted classmate with 36D measurements who could come over and kiss me? I think I might be suffering from heat stroke and hallucinating. Then a chorus of gasps erupted like a boiling pot. This cannot be. Ling Qingxian actually lost to Jiang Chan? Moreover, she was defeated in her area of expertise, swordplay? Jiang Chan truly wields such a remarkable sword. The forbidden blood coffin combined with the blood lord Xidigarba. I had foreseen Jiang Chan's victory. Yet he possessed a second SSS-class ghost pet. This truly took me by surprise. Incredible. With such strength, I, Wang Lichuan, acknowledge him as the class leader. In truth, Ling Qingxian had underestimated her opponent. Despite being at a higher level than Jiang Chan, had she unleashed her full strength from the outset, Jiang Chan would have had no chance to react. Whereas that fellow who just claimed he wanted to lick the toilet. Come out and speak up. The cacophony of voices surged into Ling Qingshuan's ears as she felt the chill of the sword against her neck. Her pupils widened in disbelief. Fixated on the 10-meter-long scar cleaved into the ground before her. Had Jiang Chan directed that strike at her? While it might not have killed her outright, given her protective artifacts, it would surely have resulted in severe injury. Ling Qingxian had indeed only exerted 70% of her potential, for she had never considered the possibility of defeat. Moreover, her third sword ghost had only been contracted the night before, and she was yet to master it fully. She feared that unleashing her full power might inadvertently obliterate Jiang Chan. Regardless, a loss is a loss, even if her pride was bruised. She knew that demanding a rematch would only lead to further embarrassment. She would have to seize another opportunity to best this boy. With that thought, Ling Qingxian gritted her teeth, lifted her chin slightly, and declared, "I concede." As her words fell, a large foot suddenly kicked her aside. Bang! You lost, yet you and Oppos, still blocking the way, thinking you won? Jiang Chan, quite displeased, kicked aside the obstructing Ling Qingxian and strode toward the gilded box. He had anticipated encountering a few clueless opponents to vanquish their ghost pets and accumulate more ghostly points. Who would have thought that Ling Qingxian, that foolish girl, would leap in and disrupt matters, resulting in her ghost pet being obliterated? It felt as though all his efforts had been in vain, leaving him drained of spiritual energy without any reward. His kick was rather mild, completely disregarding the astonished expressions of the onlookers. Damn, she's a werewolf. He actually kicked the goddess Ling's backside? My goodness, that was satisfying. I too wish to deliver a kick. What should I do? What now? Turn left upon entering the medical office to find orthopedics. The crowd, abuzz with excitement, engaged in animated discussions. After this class competition, those who previously doubted Jiang Chan's training prowess now genuinely acknowledged his strength. At this moment, no one dared to intervene, while Ling Qingxian, covering her backside, glared at his retreating figure, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson hue. By the ball, throughout her life, everyone had catered to her whims. Jiang Chan was unequivocally the first to dare kick her, and on her backside no less. Unforgivable. Yet, it felt somewhat exhilarating. As an unfamiliar sensation surged through her mind, Ling Qingxian involuntarily shivered and promptly squeezed her thighs together. Chapter 65. The Curious Object in Hand, the Paper Puppet. With a heavy sigh, Wang Ming exhaled deeply, his hand still trembling slightly as he wiped away the sweat. He had been prepared to rush in and save someone. But when the aura of a second SSS-level ghost pet erupted from Jiang Chan, he stumbled, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. 2 SSS-level ghost pets. With Wang Ming's keen insight and experience, he knew there was no mistake. He understood far better than the group of youngsters present what it meant to contract 2 SSS-level ghost pets. An unprecedented feat. He had initially thought Jiang Chan's talent was sufficient to stand alongside the legendary commander of the Candle Dragon Army. But now it seemed that even that female commander paled in comparison to his potential. It was almost unimaginable how far he would grow in the future. The upcoming special training at Biming Pass was an opportunity. He had to ensure the Candle Dragon Army recognized this young man. After calming his astonished heart, Wang Ming steeled his resolute expression and stepped into the arena. The blazing fireball hung over the playground, and the assembled crowd quickly formed ranks. I am quite disappointed with your performance in today's class competition, Wang Ming declared, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an imposing aura. His first words silenced the murmurs that had filled the air. He cast a stern gaze over the neatly arranged formations and continued. The purpose of this class competition is for you to engage in sparring, to select 2 outstanding individuals who can earn the respect of their peers to manage class affairs. Yet what have you done? You are excluding others. You are bullying the weak. You are creating divisions. Remember this, Jiang Chan and his companions are your classmates from now on. They are your partners. They are your comrades. From today until the day you draw your last breath, your singular and shared enemy is the ghosts. The scorching sun beat down mercilessly, causing many to lower their heads. After Wang Ming finished his admonishment, he began to critique and address the shortcomings displayed during the competition. Unbeknownst to anyone, on the 6th floor of the distant teaching building, 2 figures lurked in the shadows. One was a disheveled janitor, leisurely gnawing on a crispy duck, his belly resembling a bottomless pit, seemingly never satisfied. Beside the janitor stood a strikingly imposing woman clad in military attire, exuding a potent aura of iron and blood. Leaning over the railing, she revealed a formidable silhouette, her right hand gripping an old, chipped canteen. The forbidden blood coffin. Goodness. It truly is the forbidden blood coffin. I have fought on the front lines for most of my life, raising one generation of soldiers after another. Yet I have never seen a single one awaken this thing. That scoundrel Zhang Rongyuan has left behind an incredible legacy. Had Wang Ming come over at that moment, he would have instantly recognized this woman as the legendary and wine-loving commander of the Candle Dragon Army, Pei Yinling. One of her eyes was covered by a golden eye patch, while the other was concealed beneath cascading golden locks, radiating an overwhelming presence akin to that of a lioness. I say, you dragged me back from a B-level assessed ghost fisher at Biming Pass just to train a bunch of inexperienced rookies? You mean to tell me I'm here to help raise someone else's child? Pei Yinling remarked as she took a swig from her canteen, the rich aroma of alcohol wafting from it. Gulp, gulp. After swallowing heartily, her sharp gaze returned to the subject. 2 SSS-level ghost pets. What a formidable lineup. The one in front is Blood Sovereign Dizong, and the other has sword and tint. Surely that belongs to the one on the cross throne? Goodness. If those madmen from the ghost worship cult find out. Suddenly stopping mid-sentence, she turned and scolded the janitor. Goodness. So you've brought me back to handle a hot potato. Why don't you take care of it yourself? Even if you can't regain your peak strength. Surely you can manage Biming Pass. The janitor continued his leisurely feast, swallowing his crispy duck before mumbling in response. Do you think I've stayed in this city all these years for nothing? Those filthy scoundrels from the ghost worship cult have been eyeing that thing. I can't concern myself with that. I'm busy dealing with all the mess on the front lines. Helping to raise someone else's child is not within my purview. Unless that scoundrel comes crawling back, begging me to help, then I might consider it. Honestly, aren't those kids down there all your soldiers? Just think of it as taking care of your long-lost offspring. Ahem, your long-lost offspring. Stop trying to belittle me. I know what you're doing. Pei Yinling spat angrily, spraying the janitor with a mist of alcohol. She then turned her piercing gaze toward Wang Ming, who was in the midst of summarizing and addressing the group of youngsters on the playground, wiping the remnants of liquor from her mouth with the back of her hand. Over the years, you've certainly improved, but I've raised more than enough soldiers. This is his responsibility, not mine. Without lifting his head, the janitor muttered, 20 jars of drunk 8 immortals. Only 20 jars? Why wouldn't he do it for 200? 50 jars. At least 80 jars. Deal. Goodness. Why do I feel like I'm falling into your trap every time? Pei Yinling grumbled, taking another swig from her canteen, only to find that it dripped out just 2 drops of liquor. Unsatisfied, she smacked her lips. Goodness, I've run dry again. Don't choke on your own food. I'm off to get some more wine. She turned and took 2 steps down the stairs, but paused to emphasize fiercely, don't forget my 80 jars of drunk 8 immortals. If you dare shortchange me again, I'll make sure to twist your head off and use it as a night pot. In the old city, the tenement building, the floor fan whirred loudly, stirring the curtains and allowing a beam of bright sunlight to spill into Jiang Chan's bedroom. Curious object, Jiang Chan murmured as he returned from school, staring at the gold-foiled box before him. After all this effort, it better not disappoint. He began to unwrap the gold foil, revealing a small black wooden box, scarcely larger than his palm, from which an almost imperceptible eerie aura emanated. No wonder it was wrapped in gold foil. It served to block the ghostly energy. Exhaling softly, Jiang Chan reached out to open the wooden box, and what appeared before him was an eerie, yellowed paper puppet. Chapter 66, Fusion, Promotion, and Bounty. The temperature in the room dropped abruptly, and the curtains fluttered with an eerie breeze, sending a shiver down Jiang Chan's spine. The paper puppet within the box was stained with unsettling splotches of blood, exuding a scent reminiscent of the deceased, which was profoundly discomforting. Most peculiar were its eyes, which seemed to stare at him as if they were alive. How bizarre. Jiang Chan shuddered, and soon a notification from the system appeared before his eyes. Ding. Unique item. Substitute paper puppet. One-time use. Usage. Simply drip your blood onto the puppet, and it will take on your form. Executing your commands. If undamaged by external forces, it can last for half an hour. A one-time item. After reading the information, another reminder from the system promptly emerged. Ding. Utilizing this unique item will partially heal your S-rank ghost pet, Lei-in Luocha, and reduce the consumption of ghost points. Would you like to use it immediately? Only partial healing. Jiang Chan contemplated the item's details, quickly weighing his options, and ultimately decided against using the paper puppet to heal Lei-in Luocha. The Blood Sovereign and Amp. Oppo's sealing of the first phase was roughly equivalent to a second-tier Spirit Coffin Master. Coupled with the ghost techniques I possess, I currently do not lack high combat ghost pets. It is prudent to reserve this paper puppet as a trump card for crucial moments. He carefully placed the puppet back into the box, sealing it with its layer of gold foil intact, and silently thought to store it in the sword ruined space. This ability was granted to him by the first ghost technique of the sword prison Ghost Master, which allowed him to store not only the ghost-slaying sword but also the golden powder vial, alleviating much of his burden. After all, carrying these items everywhere would be both inconvenient and attract unwanted attention, and he felt uneasy leaving them at home. Next, he turned his gaze back to the system panel. Current ghost points. 300. He had expected to acquire more ghost pets during today's class competition, but only the 2 ghosts from Luoshan had manifested, perfectly totaling 300 points. Furthermore, the A-rank ghost, Nanban Jugue, appeared to have dropped material fragments. Upon checking the storage, he found the 18 fragments of Nanban Jugue resting quietly inside. However, none of his current ghost pets were capable of merging with these fragments for promotion. There was also a collection of Silver Chew fragments still lying in the storage. This reminded Jiang Chan of the 2 promotion options from last night, and he immediately chose to use the Silver Chew fragments. Ding. Promotion option 1. Consume 200 ghost points. Your scissor ghost can immediately merge with the Silver Chew fragments. Promotion option 2. Consume 280 ghost points. Your explosive flame ghost can immediately merge with the Silver Chew fragments. After careful consideration, Jiang Chan made his choice. Fuse the explosive flame ghost. At present, the scissor ghost was entirely sufficient, and its potential for future upgrades was limited. In contrast, the explosive flame ghost exhibited significant drawbacks, sluggish movements, and the ability to only detonate once. Hopefully, this fusion will yield a favorable attribute. Ding. This fusion will consume 280 ghost points. Current ghost points. 300. Beginning fusion. C-rank explosive flame ghost 1 A-rank silver chew fragments 18 are merging. As the system notification appeared, Jiang Chan's forbidden blood coffin resonated with a deep hum, gradually rising within the room. The coffin lid slowly opened, and the cumbersome explosive flame ghost sprang forth. Boom. The temperature in the room surged sharply. Subsequently, a flurry of silver material fragments, drawn by an unseen force, floated out from the blood coffin, swirling rapidly around the explosive flame ghost. An exhilarating energy began to emanate from the explosive flame ghost, distorting the very fabric of space. As the oppressive ghostly aura intensified and spread outward, this process progressed swiftly. Approximately 10 seconds later, the system's crisp notification chimed once more. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations. You have acquired a new ghost pet, Suhua Gue Luo. Quality: A rank. Level: First stage, 1 weight. Ghost technique: Suhua replacement. Comment: It must be said, today has been exceedingly fortuitous for you. A C-rank ghost combined with a pile of A-rank fragments has resulted in a brand new A-rank ghost pet. Besides luck, this system finds no other word to commend you. As anticipated, the explosive capabilities of Suhua Gue Luo are no longer limited to a single self-detonation. After an explosion, it will enter a prolonged state of weakness. during which it will slowly accumulate fire energy, allowing you to use a concentrated explosion once it is fully charged. Additionally, it grants you a remarkable ghost technique, Suhua replacement. In simple terms, within a 30-meter radius, you can swap positions with Suhua Gui Luo at will, strike unexpectedly, and catch your foes off guard. Have you figured out how to play the trickster yet? Remaining ghost points, 20. The fluctuations surrounding the explosive flame ghost gradually subsided. More accurately, it was now known as Suhua Gui Luo. The most striking transformation Jiang Chan observed was its size, which had doubled compared to the explosive flame ghost, making it feel somewhat constrained within the confines of the bedroom. Its lower body still retained a fire barrel, albeit a much larger one adorned with silver sigils. Seated atop the fire barrel was a robust figure, with exposed muscles and a chest as dark red as charred flesh, also featuring symbols and patterns. Each wrist bore a burning chain of bones. Its hair was wild and fiercely ablaze, and most terrifying of all, it wore a necklace strung with human skulls, each skull alight with vengeful flames. Not bad. The imposing presence is certainly palpable. Jiang Chan admired the formidable Suhua Gui Luo, eager to command it to unleash a fiery projectile for a test. However, doing so in the confines of the room was clearly impractical. Instead, he summoned flames from his own hand, observing that their hue had shifted to a murky green. The temperature was no longer as searing as before, but instead emanated a chilling aura that penetrated to the bone. Yet the power contained within was at least 5 times more terrifying than previously. The only aspect he found somewhat disappointing was that Suhua Gui Luo did not exhibit any significant change in speed. Its movements were even more thunderous, shaking the floor of the room with a resounding thud, as if it might collapse at any moment. Activating the ghost technique, Suhua replacement. Whoosh! Jiang Chan and Appo's figure transformed into a swirl of flames, vanishing from his original position, and in the blink of an eye, he had swapped places with Suhua Gui Luo. Boom! This ghost technique proved to be quite useful. Jiang Chan felt a surge of joy, although he had not acquired the shimmering qualities of Silver Chu. This replacement ability, if utilized wisely, could yield remarkable results. Zhuang Baifan and Appo's foolish dog of a brain might be a bit lacking, but he wasn't Appo's a bad person, after all. He had generously presented me with such a substantial gift. How could this not be considered an unexpected gain? What on earth is that little rascal making such a racket about in the middle of the day? Is it too much to ask for a peaceful afternoon nap? Suddenly, a scolding voice from outside interrupted his thoughts. Jiang Chan, startled, hastily retrieved the fired demon Luo back into the blood coffin and replied with a raised voice. I wasn't an amp. Appo's flying a plane. I just accidentally knocked over the wardrobe. Did I scare you, sister-in-law? Would you like me to come over and keep you company? Get lost. She retorted. All right then. Once he had dismissed his sister-in-law, Jiang Chan turned his attention back to the dismal number of remaining ghost points displayed on the panel. 20. According to Wang Ming, after the Candle Dragon army sealed the Ghost Abyss at Baiming Pass, all the spirit coffin masters who had awakened from several high schools in Nanjing City would head to Baiming Pass for special training. It was evident that the difficulty of this training would be extraordinary. I should strive to enhance my abilities before it commences. Currently, the Lingyuan Ju was in place. All that remained was to accumulate ghost points for leveling up. The second phase of Blood Sovereign Dizong required 30,000 ghost points, while unsealing the Sword Prison Ghost demanded 10,000. Repairing the Thunder Shadow Rakshasa would require 1,200 points, and elevating the other ghost pets to the first level would probably consume a considerable amount as well. As he calculated, Jiang Chan suddenly felt overwhelmed. Where could he possibly gather such a multitude of ghost points? Would he have to venture outside the city again? After a brief contemplation, he took out his phone and opened the specialized website for Spirit Coffin Masters. The Ghost Slaying Bureau would post announcements and bounty missions here, and Spirit Coffin Masters could also publish their own task rewards. Jiang Chan accessed the bounty section. At the construction site of the second phase of the Four Seasons New City project, 2 stone coffins were unearthed, releasing a pair of zombie spouses. Danger assessment, level D. Bounty, 300,000. An elderly employee at the Anhua food processing factory collapsed from overwork and transformed into a vengeful spirit due to excessive resentment, causing harm. Danger assessment, level E. Bounty, 120,000. In Building 44 of the South Lake Villa, a mistress and the male owner indulged too recklessly in the water, tragically drowning in the pool and becoming a water ghost seeking vengeance. Danger assessment, level C, bounty, 500,000. In the Old City District, over 10 residents had their faces melted into pools of corpse wax, transforming into ghost slaves, forming a unit codenamed Wax Face Ghost. This ghost and its slaves possessed formidable spreading capabilities, with a danger assessment of level A. Chapter 67, Jiang Chan and Appos. S-Plea. The bounty board predominantly features quests issued by the Demon Subjugation Bureau. These range in danger, some stipulating team sizes and minimum spirit coffin master ranks. An example is the wax-faced ghoul incident, classified as a Class A threat. It mandates a team of at least 5 members, each of at least the second rank, with a reward of 500,000 for each participant upon successful completion. As Jiang Chan scrolled down, he noted that the assignments were mostly within the city. While the bounties seemed substantial, they were relatively modest considering the scarcity of cultivation resources. More than monetary gain, Jiang Chan was in pursuit of substantial ghost god points. His gaze lingered on the wax-faced ghoul case in the Old District. His current rank fell short of the second tier, and rashly undertaking the task might not be prudent. As he weighed the risks against the potential rewards, a call came through from an unfamiliar local number. Jiang Chan answered without hesitation, and a familiar voice, tinged with urgency, greeted him. Jiang Chan. Is that you, Jiang Chan? It and Amp. Appos, Tian Qian. Yes, it and Amp. Appos, me. Jiang Chan recognized Tian Qian and Amp. Appos, voice immediately. Sensing her distress, he inquired, what and Amp? Appos, the matter? I and Amp. Appos, am so glad I could reach you, Jiang Chan. I got your number from Hushui. I desperately need your help. Jiang Chan listened as Tian Qian, agitated, took a moment to compose herself before continuing. I transferred to 4th High. I want to exchange for a Class C introductory cultivation technique, which costs 120,000, but I don and Amp. Appos, have that much money. And I don't have any other channels. A boy invited me to team up for a task, assuring me repeatedly that it was safe and the reward was generous. It would not only cover the cost of the technique, but also leave enough for cultivation resources. However, now that the task is about to begin, he tells me, it's outside the city, and the place we're going to is Desolate Steel Slope. Desolate Steel Slope. Jiang Chan recalled his geography lessons. The location was north of Nanjiang City, about a 2-hour drive, and the ghouls there ranged from the 1st to the 2nd rank, which suited his current level. However, Jiang Chan did not rush to agree, but asked, what in Appos? The purpose of going to Desolate Steel Slope? I asked the boy, and he said the employer didn't and Appos. Tell him. And he wouldn't say the specific task until he met the employer. Tian Qian's voice revealed fear and anxiety, saying only that 3 people were needed, each with a reward of 180,000, and the employer would provide the city and Appos, corpse incense. Jiang Chan. The ghosts in Desolate Steel Slope are all above the 1st level. I and Appos, am only at the 5th level now, and I only have an E-level healing ghost. I and Appos, am scared. I don and Appos, dare to go. The boy is very angry. This task requires at least 3 people to accept it. I received a deposit of 30,000 yuan. He said I must go today, otherwise. Tian Qian began to sob. Jiang Chan. Is it okay if I transfer all the money to you? I don't want a penny. Can you come and help me? I know it's unreasonable to ask this now, but I really have no choice. Of all the people I know, you are the most powerful. If you are not willing to help me, he will drag me to Desolate Steel Slope. I don't know what to do. I'm just very scared, very scared. Jiang Chan thought for a moment, without saying anything else, and asked directly, when are you leaving the city? I'm going to the North Pass to gather now, and I'm leaving the city in half an hour. So urgent? Jiang Chan. Jiang Chan, are you willing to help me? If you are willing to help me this time, I will be willing to do anything for you in the future. Stop saying these useless words. I will send you my card number. You transfer the deposit over, and the final payment is mine. Okay. Tian Qian's voice immediately turned from sadness to joy. I will transfer it to you immediately. I don't want a penny, Jiang Chan. It and Appos, so good that you are willing to help me. I don and Appos, know how to thank you. Jiang Chan was too lazy to talk nonsense. So he sent his card number directly, and soon received a text message notification of 30,000 000 yuan being credited. Wait for me in the north of the city. After saying this, he hung up the phone directly, counted the demon-slaying knife, gold shavings bottle, substitute doll, and the green corpse incense he received before the training. These things were all in the sword tomb space, and there was nothing else to bring. So he immediately set off to the north of the city. On the way, he received another text message from Jiang Chan, in which she sent the names of the people traveling with her on this mission and the basic information she knew. 30 minutes later, Jiang Chan arrived at the North Pass on time. From a distance, he saw an off-road vehicle with thick mud, and two women and a man standing next to the car, one of whom was Jiang Chan with a worried face. There was also a middle-aged man with a bloated face sitting in the car, his hair as messy as a mane, his nose wrapped around the back of his head with gauze, and his eyes like a pair of foamy fish eyes. He put his elbow on the car window and swiped his phone, with a cigarette burning to the filter in his mouth, and a pile of cigarette butts thrown on the ground next to the car door. Jiang Chan immediately identified the target. Corresponding to the text message Jiang Chan sent him, the man in the car was the employer of this mission, Cheng Yi. The two fourth high school students standing next to Jiang Chan were named Zhang Hongyan and Yang Kai. You and Amp, Oppos, finally here. Jiang Chan. Seeing Jiang Chan appear, Jiang Chan immediately ran up excitedly. TCH, this is the helper you're looking for, Xiaoqian? I thought it would be some great god, but I've been waiting for a long time for this kind of stuff. It's really a waste of time. As soon as he saw Jiang Chan appear, Yang Kai, who was skinny, began to complain. While saying that, he pretended to support the frame of his glasses and squinted at Jiang Chan from head to toe. Then he turned his head and said to Cheng Yi in the car, "Hey, let's go directly. It's enough for the three of us to go with you. There and Oppos, there's no need for that kid behind. Jiang Chan is very powerful, Yang Kai. I survived the crying ghost incident in the second middle school because of him." Jiang Chan hurriedly explained. Cheng Yi, who was swiping his phone in the car, turned his fishy eyes towards Jiang Chan after hearing about the Oppos, crying ghost incident and Oppos, and a slight surprise appeared on his bloated face. What's so great about a blind cat running into a dead mouse? I can do it too. Yang Kai became more hostile to Jiang Chan after hearing Jiang Chan and Oppos' explanation and shouted in a strange tone. Besides, Cheng Yi and Oppos' mission was taken by me, and I and Oppos am not familiar with this guy. Why should I take him with me? Yang Kai, Don and Oppos, always be so self-righteous. The girl next to him, Zhang Hongyan, had clean features and a heroic spirit between her eyebrows. Her beautiful long hair was scattered behind her, and a red headband was tied around her right wrist. She spoke in an authentic dialect and said unhappily, Cheng Yi is the boss, and he didn't and Oppos say anything, so you and Oppos jumping around here. Am I wrong? Cheng Yi and Oppos' mission only needs 3 people, and we already have enough people. Why is he joining in the fun? I think he and Oppos' up to no good. Yang Kai's face was long and thin, and his body was also very long and thin. His mouth was sharp and his cheeks were thin, and he wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses on his nose, giving people a comical feeling of a monkey dressing up as a human. Taking him out of the city. Who knows what trouble he will cause us? Jiang Chan, you might as well give me your reward. I will protect you. I guarantee that I am much stronger than him. Okay. Because his nose was wrapped up, Cheng Ye's voice in the car was muffled. He threw the cigarette but out of the car window casually and said impatiently, waiting for a long time, it doesn't matter if there is one more of him. Get in the car quickly, don't delay my business. After speaking, he continued in a dialect reminiscent of Jiang Hongyan's, turning to Jiang Chan and stating clearly, if you wish to accompany me, I have no objections. However, let us be clear from the outset. Your participation is entirely voluntary. I shall not provide you with any monetary compensation. At most, I can offer you a bundle of incense once we leave the city. Chapter 68. The Mission at the Desolate Monument Slope. Begin. Master Cheng, I want to give all my bounty to Jiang Chan. Tang Qian spoke nervously. Master Chen glanced at both Tang Qian and Jiang Chan before retracting his gaze to start the engine. That is your affair. Do not involve me in it. At that moment, Jiang Hongyan noticed Tang Qian and Oppos' palpable fear and interjected, Master Cheng, since Xiao Qian has called someone, why not let her return? After all, the 3 of us are sufficient. That and Oppos' nonsense. That kid was summoned by this girl. It and Oppos' her personal matter. However, she has taken my advance payment. and she must accompany us. We can't have any misunderstandings later. Master Cheng flatly refused. Yang Kai quickly chimed in. You're being foolish, Hongyan. Xiao Qian possesses a healing spirit. What if we encounter an emergency? Otherwise, why would I go through all this trouble to bring her? Cough, cough. In any case, Xiao Qian must come with us. Master Cheng cleared his throat forcefully, spat out a thick phlegm out of the window, and grabbed his phone, saying, Stop wasting my time here. As previously agreed, upon meeting, you will pay the remaining 50,000. Just check if it's been received and get in the car. I have no time to play around with you kids today. The phones of Yang Kai, Jiang Hongyan, and Tain Qian buzzed in succession with SMS notifications. They pulled out their devices to check, and Tain Qian promptly transferred the entire 50,000 to Jiang Chan, whispering, Jiang Chan, I have sent it to you. The remaining 100,000 can only be collected after this mission. Jiang Chan also checked his phone and then turned to Master Cheng. Is it time to discuss what we are supposed to do on this trip out of the city? Get in the car, and I'll explain, Master Cheng replied. Tossing his phone onto the dashboard, taking a cigarette from his pack, lighting it, and observing that no one moved. He tilted his head and added, Why are you all dawdling? Do you think I'm taking you to sell you off in broad daylight? Yang Kai shot a disgruntled glare at Jiang Chan, deliberately bumping his shoulder as he moved forward. He put on a cordial demeanor towards the two girls, saying, Hongyan, Xiao Qian, allow me to help you in. As he spoke, he opened the car door and forcefully pushed the reluctant Tain Qian into the back seat of the SUV. When it was Jiang Hongyan and Appo's turn, this spirited girl evaded his advance with disdain, stepping forward 2 paces to Jiang Chan and saying, Apologies, classmate. Yang Kai is a bit foolish, don't mind him. We'll get in first. No worries, I seldom bother with foolish dogs, Jiang Chan replied with a smile, swaggering into the back seat that Yang Kai had opened, leaving the latter in disbelief. Jiang Hongyan followed suit. However, when Yang Kai attempted to squeeze in again, Jiang Hongyan slammed the door shut, her expression impassive as she stated, It's full in the back, you sit in the front. The SUV originally had 7 seats, but after modifications, there was only 1 row left, leaving Yang Kai displeased. Especially seeing Jiang Chan occupying the spot he had planned for himself. He immediately banged on the door, angrily yelling at Jiang Chan to get out. Boom. Master Cheng stomped on the gas pedal, and the powerful roar of the engine signified that his patience had reached its limit. Either get in or get lost. Yang Kai, startled by the shout, shrank his neck and shot Jiang Chan a resentful glare before reluctantly climbing into the passenger seat, his movements cautious, clearly intimidated by Master Cheng. With all 4 seated, the heavily modified SUV sped towards the city gate. The imposing gate loomed ahead like a fierce beast. And Jiang Chan noticed that the city guards had at least doubled their strength. Even the inspections were more stringent than the previous night. Remembering the ghost kings they had encountered outside the city and the unusual activity of numerous spirits, a silent dread loomed in his heart. The ghost tide this year might indeed arrive earlier than expected. After rigorous inspections, the SUV was finally allowed to pass. Onward to the desolate monument slope. Once outside the city gates, the scorching sun vanished, replaced by an oppressive, lifeless sky. A murky, cold fog enveloped them. But a thin layer of black smoke kept it at bay outside the vehicle. Inside, they carried a large block of black corpse incense. The road northward was already in ruins, with cracked crevices stretching in every direction, causing the vehicle to jolt violently. The sky and road ahead remained monotonously gray. Even with Master Cheng and Appo's headlights on, they could only illuminate a span of 10 meters. Beyond that lay an expanse shrouded in thick, ghostly fog. Occasionally, desiccated trees flashed by, alongside collapsed, dilapidated houses and wandering low-level spirits. As the SUV thundered past, the spirits emitted low growls directed at the rear of the vehicle. Master Cheng, Jiang Chan broke the silence within the vehicle. Now you ought to tell us what we are to do at the desolate monument slope. The SUV suspension groaned under the turbulence, while a foul odor mixed with the smoke wafting from the front. Master Cheng, with a half-burnt cigarette dangling from his mouth, glanced at the rearview mirror, observing the tense expressions of Jiang Chan and Jiang Hongyan, as well as the anxious Tain Qian and the trembling Yang Kai in the passenger seat. You and Appo's, we're just a bunch of kids, he muttered, expelling the cigarette but out the window, his throat emitting a sound reminiscent of bubbling swamp water. You really think you can take me on? Bang! The SUV collided with a wandering corpse spirit, the wheels grinding over it with a loud thud. Master Chung maintained one hand on the steering wheel while using the other to light another cigarette. The road ahead is long. If you want to hear a story, then sit tight. A thin wisp of smoke rose from the cigarette butt, floating and gradually dissipating within the jostling vehicle. The tightened nerves of Jiang Chan and the others relaxed slightly as they listened to Master Chung begin to recount the details of their mission. Chapter 69. The eerie experience of Master Chung. Before delving into the tale, allow me to introduce myself briefly. I have a profound passion for fishing, often referred to colloquially as a seasoned angler. Within my circle, I am affectionately known as Master Chung. Additionally, I am a mortuary master, albeit of rather mediocre skill, having stagnated at the second tier for over 40 years. I suspect I shall never surpass this level in my lifetime. I harbor no grand ambitions. I merely engage in a modest aquatic business with a friend, earning a modest living. While I do not amass great wealth, I find myself comfortably provided for. In my leisure, I occupy my time with card games, fishing, and the occasional foot soak. Essentially, I lead a life of simple contentment. For is not the essence of living to seek tranquility? My business partner, known in our circles as Old Chin, shares my profession as a mortuary master and shares my enthusiasm for fishing. Our friendship spans over 2 decades, and in our business dealings, I handle the internal affairs while he manages the external logistics. Just last week, he made a trip to Qianluo City and returned with intriguing news. He had discovered an abandoned reservoir north of Nanjing City, claiming it was teeming with fish that, inexplicably, had not succumbed to the haunting specter of ghostification. He proposed an excursion for some wild fishing. As you might have surmised, the reservoir's location lies at the desolate Baimu slope. At this juncture, Master Chung paused, drawing deeply on his cigarette, his swollen visage momentarily clouded by complex memories. How strange, Yang Kai mused, stroking his chin with a skeptical tone. The ghost fog affects all living creatures. If such a wild pond exists outside the city, it is implausible that the fish remain untouched by ghostification. No, there exists a possibility. Jiang Homian interjected gravely, uttering 2 words, anomaly. As previously noted, the ghost fog envelopes the globe. Every city has been established upon anomalies, including the surviving villages and towns, all of which are under the protection of these peculiar entities. The mysterious energy emitted by such anomalies forms a barrier akin to a protective shield, keeping the ghost fog at bay and safeguarding the living within from ghostification. The only conceivable explanation for the fish in that reservoir remaining unaffected is indeed the presence of an anomaly, Jiang Chan thought quietly. At this moment, the interest of the 4 was thoroughly piqued by Master Cheng's narrative, with Yang Kai impatiently urging him onward. What happened next? Please, do continue. Master Cheng's fish-like eyes narrowed, possibly disapproving of Yang Kai's eagerness, or perhaps for another reason entirely. His voice lowered, as if suppressing some tumultuous emotion. Upon hearing Old Chin mention the fishing spot outside the city, I felt an undeniable thrill. I consulted the map and found that Baimu Slope was not too far from Nanjing, merely 100 kilometers or so. Considering I am a second-tier, 5th-level mortuary master, accompanied by Old Chin, a second-tier, 3rd-level master, and recognizing that the malevolent spirits in that area were likely of the 1st to 2nd tier, I believed we could manage. Thus, I agreed to accompany him, even purchasing a new fishing rod for the occasion. We departed around 6 in the evening, with Old Chin at the wheel. Due to his unfamiliarity with the location, we meandered through Baimu Slope for over 2 hours. Coupled with delays, we arrived at our destination around 11:00 and amp, Oppos, clock at night. The reservoir lay atop a hill, necessitating passage through a chaotic thicket of dead trees, littered with dilapidated tombstones. The vehicle could not ascend beyond a certain point, so we disembarked, taking our equipment and trekking upwards. In retrospect, I felt an unsettling aura the moment we stepped out of the car. The hill resembled a collapsed tomb. It was a sight that sent shivers down my spine. However, having traveled so far, retreating was not an option. So, I followed Old Chin up the hill, clearing a few mindless spirits along the way. Though I had previously ventured outside the city for fishing, those trips involved visiting villages that had thrived post-disaster, safeguarded by anomalies. The water bodies in those villages were untainted, and we anglers often frequented such locations, some villages even establishing agritourism ventures. Digressing, I must emphasize that this trip marked our first genuine foray into wild fishing outside the city. Upon reaching the summit, we indeed found the reservoir Old Chin had described. Encircled by lifeless trees and scattered tombstones, devoid of any signs of human presence. Master Chung and Amp, Apos, gaze deepened, as if transported back to that fateful night. He continued, his voice low and deliberate, laced with an unnoticeable tension. The water level of the reservoir was quite high, leaving little room for footing. Old Sheen and I made our way along the bank, and it is important to note that the ghost fog at Baimu Slope appeared to dissipate as we approached the reservoir. The malevolent spirits lingered solely within the woods, not daring to venture closer, which was undoubtedly advantageous for us. After walking for about 10 minutes, we finally stumbled upon a backwater bend, the elevation here surpassing that of the surrounding areas, and we decided to set up our fishing spot. We prepared our equipment, attaching luminous floats before casting our lines. Both of us had brought along collapsible stools, during which we sat and indulged in smoking to pass the time. Aware that the area lacked internet connectivity, I had downloaded a couple of films in advance, while Old Sheen, ever the pretentious scholar, had brought along a complete set of ancient texts. We sat for over an hour, having completed one of my films, yet our fishing floats remained utterly motionless. I pondered whether I had not sufficiently baited the area, prompting me to add more bait. It was only then that I realized, each time I reeled in my line, the hook emerged empty. I began to suspect that perhaps the bait I had prepared was flawed. Had it disintegrated upon casting? I inquired about Old Sheen's progress. His bait, far superior to mine, had been sourced from Qianluo City, yet even it had disintegrated shortly after being cast. Master Cheng's voice grew increasingly subdued, and the atmosphere within the vehicle became progressively oppressive. Aside from his low, resonant tones, the only sound was the crunch of the wheels traversing the broken terrain. Another hour passed, still yielding no bites. At that point, I contemplated abandoning the endeavor. This location, while not exceedingly distant from Nanjing, was still over 100 kilometers away. The haunting resemblance of Baimu Slope to a massive grave, coupled with our fishing position atop what felt like a tomb, rendered the reservoir an ominous, inky void, an open grave. Inviting and foreboding. Chapter 70. The Wretched Stela Slope, the Goddess Temple. I called out to Old Sheen, suggesting that we should return home for the night, as it seemed the reservoir yielded no fish. However, Old Sheen was determined to continue fishing and proposed that we wait for another hour. If there were no bites by then, we would leave. He had already exhausted his bait and excused himself to retrieve more from the car. Approximately 10 minutes later, he returned, carrying a broken porcelain jar. I inquired about the strange object he held, which emitted a foul odor. He explained that upon checking his supplies in the car, he discovered there wasn't much bait left. Coincidentally, he had spotted a small earthen shrine by the roadside, resembling a goddess temple, where offerings of steamed buns, incense, and pig and Apos' head were laid out. He took some of these items to mix with his bait. I approached to inspect the broken jar, which indeed contained 2 spongy white buns and a small portion of putrid, maggot-infested pig's head, clearly left out for an extended period. The sight was somewhat nauseating, but my primary concern was whether this detritus would attract any fish. Old Sheen shredded the buns and rotten pig meat, mixing them with the bait before casting some into the water to create a feeding spot. I settled back down, resumed smoking, and checked my phone. Just as I was halfway through my cigarette, I heard a commotion on his side. I turned to see him vigorously yanking on his fishing rod, which arched dramatically. I extinguished my phone and hurried to grab the landing net. Before I could reach him, however, his fishing line snapped, leaving only a frayed end behind. Intrigued, I thought perhaps Old Sheen and Apos' bait had indeed worked, luring a large fish. I quickly took some of his bait and began my own fishing endeavor. However, what followed was the true beginning of the bizarre events. As Chung Yi recounted this tale, only a stub of his cigarette remained. Outside the vehicle, fog enveloped the surroundings, and he maneuvered the steering wheel to navigate past a dilapidated road sign, turning onto a mountain path. The branches of the trees grew denser and eerily silent. Chung Yi lit another cigarette, exhaling smoke to calm his nerves, and continued, stating that after employing Old Sheen and Apos' bait, everything changed. The moment the bait hit the water, it was barely half a minute before the float plunged, as if something below had swiftly consumed it, pulling fiercely downward. This peculiar situation persisted for quite some time, with both of us experiencing bites, yet we were unable to reel in any fish. The intervals between bites grew shorter. Initially, we had to wait after casting, but soon it became a matter of casting and immediately receiving a bite, as if the creatures beneath the surface were in a frenzy to snatch the bait. Eventually, Old Sheen's bait was entirely used up, and we had yet to catch a single fish. At this point, neither of us wanted to leave. my determination surged as well. After all, I had been fishing for over 20 years without encountering such a phenomenon. Old Sheen grabbed the broken porcelain jar and headed down the slope. Upon his return, he carried a half bag of bait, along with several rotten buns, incense, and a large, completely putrid pig and Apos' head. He combined these with the remaining bait from the goddess temple offerings and resumed fishing. I took a portion of the mixture, and before I could settle onto my stool, Old Sheen's rod plunged into the water, indicating a catch. The splash was significant, echoing as though something was struggling for its life beneath the surface. I saw Old Sheen rise, gripping the rod tightly, his entire body straining backward as he pulled. I thought to myself that the fish must weigh hundreds of pounds. I quickly snatched the landing net and dashed over to assist him. Cheng Yi's excitement quickened, his breath becoming more rapid, captivating the attention of the 4 passengers in the vehicle. He described how we were positioned atop a considerable earthen slope, with Old Sheen hauling back his rod. I slid down the slope with the landing net, and amid the splashes, I thought I glimpsed a hand, clutching the fishing line with a death grip. My mind momentarily froze as the water and Apos' surface was already shrouded in a ghostly mist, and the bubbling water obscured my view. Just then, Old Sheen lost his grip, stumbling forward as the porcelain jar toppled, spilling the remaining bait into the water. As the bait splashed down, numerous hands surged from beneath the surface. My heart raced. I was certain of what I saw. These were not fish, but hands. They were a sickly hue, each one frantically reaching for the bait floating atop the water. Terrified, I scrambled back up the slope. Old Sheen and Apos' fishing rod slipped from his grasp and fell into the water. He looked at me, bewildered, and questioned why I had not helped him land the fish. I was at a loss for words, either from fear or shock, and could only point shakily beneath the surface. As he leaned closer, he finally caught sight of what lay below, his face draining of color. At this point, Jiang Chan and the others could sense the dread laced in Cheng Yi's voice. His bloated face mirrored the pallor of Old Sheen's as he described the scene. Despite both of us being second-tier spiritual coffin masters, the sheer number of ghostly hands below was overwhelming, making my head spin. I sensed there were even more terrifying entities lurking beneath the reservoir, far beyond our capacity to confront. We gathered nothing and fled, sprinting back, only to realize we had lost our way upon entering the forest. As previously mentioned, the reservoir was encircled by a ring of dead trees. And no matter how Old Sheen and I navigated, we found ourselves turning in circles within that haunted grove. The miasma thickened, but fortunately, the specters within the forest were sparse and of a lower rank, allowing us to manage our escape. After what felt like an eternity of traversing, we finally spotted a slope that led upward. However, once we reached the top, something inexplicable occurred. Old Sheen suddenly stumbled, as though tripped by an unseen force, collapsing to his knees. His back remained rigid, but his head was unnaturally tilted upward, resembling a condemned man awaiting execution. I was leading the way, and upon hearing the commotion, I turned to assist him. To my astonishment, I found it impossible to pull him up. It was as if a malevolent force had pinned him down. I called his name, but he remained unresponsive. In that moment, I sensed something was amiss. For directly in front of the slope where Old Sheen knelt stood the very goddess temple he had mentioned. Chapter 71, Ascending the Slope. The Wild Spirits Approach. At that moment, the surrounding forest was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any sound, save for the rhythmic echo of my own breath and the thunderous beating of my heart. Abruptly, Old Sheen jerked his head up, startling me into releasing my grip. The off-road vehicle rolled over a stone, the modified chassis clanking loudly, as the ash from Cheng Yi's cigarette fell onto his trousers. He gripped the steering wheel with palpable tension, his bloated face quivering slightly, and an expression of indescribable fear surfaced in his bulging eyes. You must have twisted a towel before. The visage that Old Sheen raised resembled a towel wrung with excessive force, its color a sickly green. He then stood upright, shoving all 10 fingers into his mouth, beginning to suck on them fervently. The sounds he emitted were greedy, savoring each moment. As he devoured the flesh off his fingers, leaving behind bloody bones that mangled his mouth, yet he remained unsatisfied. My nose was nearly bitten off by him. Had I not fled swiftly, my life would have surely fallen into his grasp. The escalating sounds abruptly ceased, and Cheng Yi's cigarette burned down to its end. Jiang Chan, observing in the rearview mirror, noted a trickle of dark blood seeping from the gauze-wrapped nose beneath him. A brief silence enveloped the vehicle, interrupted only by the powerful roar of the engine and the vibrations of the chassis as it traversed over stones. What are we truly retrieving from the desolate monument slope? Jiang Chan inquired. Cheng Yi ejected the remnants of his cigarette as if discarding a nail. Old Qin's belongings. I have shared a bond with him for over 2 decades. He has met his demise this time, but I must return his possessions. I owe his wife and children an explanation. The ghostly mist had turned a shade of yellow. As the off-road vehicle navigated the final stretch of the mountain path, the 2.5-hour journey was nearing its end. Jiang Chan turned to glance out the window, inadvertently catching sight of a breathtaking view. Beside him, Jiang Hongyan straightened her posture, biting the red string tied around her wrist, and swiftly gathered her loose hair into a neat high ponytail, securing it with the red string. The tips of her hair brushed against Jiang Chan's face, tickling him with a delightful fragrance, her graceful movements accentuated by her fair neck and taut arms, exuding vitality and health. Gulp. Yang Kai in the front seat discreetly swallowed, his eyes wide as he observed the scene in the mirror, particularly fixating on Jiang Hongyan's poised figure. Suddenly, Cheng Yi slammed on the brakes, causing everyone to lurch forward. Get ready. The bulging eyes of Cheng Yi rolled in the rearview mirror as he opened a compartment beside him, retrieving exactly 4 sticks of black corpse incense, tossing one each to Yang Kai and Jiang Hongyan. Each of you gets one. If you ruin it, don't come looking for me. Among the 4 sticks of incense, one was meant for Cheng Yi himself. However, after tossing one to Jiang Chan, he removed a large stick from the vehicle and secured it around his waist, a somewhat comical sight that he seemed oblivious to, as he kicked the door open and jumped out first. The ghostly mist immediately poured into the vehicle, causing Yang Kai to shudder as he activated his incense. Jiang Hongyan and Tian Qian carefully donned their own as well. Noticing Jiang Chan stowing his incense away, Jiang Hongyan curiously asked, "Aren't you wearing one?" "I'm not accustomed to it," Jiang Chan replied. Yang Kai suddenly choked on his own saliva, his neck reddening as he erupted into a series of coughs. Jiang Hongyan shot him a look of disbelief and asked Jiang Chan again, "Aren't you afraid of being haunted? My innate ability renders me immune to ghostly mists." "Oh." Jiang Hongyan cast a surprised glance at Jiang Chan before opening the rear door and stepping out, with Tian Qian following closely behind, fear evident in her demeanor. In an instant, only Yang Kai remained in the vehicle, glaring at Jiang Chan's retreating figure as if he wished to bore a hole through his back. It was not until Cheng Yi impatiently called from outside that he hastily followed suit. As he exited, the yellow-gray ghost mist immediately enveloped him, a chill and putrid scent invading his nostrils. This was the desolate monument slope. Before Jiang Chan lay a towering mound, shrouded in yellow-gray mist, obscuring its true height. Cheng Yi had aptly described it. Enveloped in ghostly fog, it resembled a massive, ominous grave that eluded full visibility. Scattered across this mound were disordered grave mounds. Some had collapsed, revealing dark, gaping holes, while others were stacked haphazardly atop one another. The pale bones and murky ghostly flames were sparsely visible beneath the yellow-gray mist, not immediately apparent. "Don't dawdle. Help me retrieve the items swiftly so you can all receive the remaining payment," Cheng Yi urged, kicking the car door shut. From behind it emerged a massive, exquisite black coffin, from which a towering figure, a green-faced night demon, stepped forth, wielding a wolf-toothed club. Cheng Yi, too, brandished a club and commanded the green-faced night demon to lead the way as they commenced their ascent up the mound. "Stay close, if anything goes awry. I shall not be responsible," Cheng Yi warned, and the 4 of them followed suit. There were no paths on the desolate monument slope. Only grave mounds stacked upon one another and crumbling stone tombstones, leaning precariously and weathered by the passing years within the yellow-gray mist. Some tombstones bore dark red thorns. Cheng Yi guided Jiang Chan and the others carefully around the thorny patches, treading on the decayed ground littered with branches that crunched beneath their feet. The remnants of brittle twigs and weathered bones scattered about. As they gradually ascended, sparse dead trees began to emerge from the mist. Each tree was long deceased, leaving only blackened trunks and branches, resembling distorted human forms. Gazing through the yellow-gray mist, they appeared as grotesque specters. "No, those are spirits. Be cautious. The wild spirits are approaching," Cheng Yi cautioned, as his heavy voice faded, for crooked trees nearby began to shuffle toward them, their forms twisted into humanoid shapes, moving slowly but with long strides. Only upon closer inspection did they reveal themselves to be corpses fused with dead trees, their overall appearance gaunt and decayed, adorned with large, vibrant flowers blooming from their shoulders or other parts of their bodies, dripping with color and exuding a faint, peculiar fragrance. Spirit name, Panhu Ghost. Quality, E rank. Level, first stage. Information about the ghost materialized in Jiang Chan's vision, and the details flooded his mind. The compendium of ghosts records, Panhu died upon a tree. His descendants used long bamboo poles to retrieve the body, establishing a custom that persists in certain regions of the middle Yangtze River, where locals believe placing a corpse on a tree wrapped in rags or palm leaves facilitates reincarnation. Thus, the Panhu ghost emerged from this burial custom. Chapter 72. The Ghost of Jiang Hongyan. With a thunderous impact, Cheng Ye's green-faced yaksha advanced, wielding a massive wolf-toothed club that sent one of the Panhu ghosts crashing to the ground, shattering half of its body. Yet, astonishingly, the Panhu ghost emitted a grotesque screech and rose again, unfazed. It took several blows from the green-faced yaksha before it was finally reduced to fragments. Meanwhile, Cheng Ye was preoccupied as he charged towards another Panhu ghost, swinging his club with ferocity. At that moment, Jiang Chan's scissor ghost appeared, swiftly severing the head of the Panhu ghost. However, could it still move? The headless Panhu ghost showed little sign of distress, continuing to writhe, its corpse-like body fused with a tree trunk in retaliation. Jiang Chan was momentarily taken aback, but Cheng Ye was already aware of the futility and kept hammering away with his club, emphatically declaring that these wild spirits were quite stubborn. They needed to be pulverized to be defeated. At this juncture, two more Panhu ghosts approached. Young Kai, upon seeing this, let out a terrified shriek and hurriedly jumped behind a tombstone, while Tian Qian anxiously clutched Jiang Chan's clothing. Don't pull me. Jiang Chan was preparing to unleash Su Hua Ghost Luo to incinerate the foes, but another figure moved faster. With rapid footfalls echoing, Jiang Hongyan, her ponytail soaring high, brandished a crimson spear, swiftly piercing through the vibrant, grotesque flowers on the right shoulder and lower abdomen of one Panhu ghost. With a resounding thud, it collapsed. Simultaneously, another Panhu ghost met a similar fate at the hands of Jiang Hongyan's ghostly companion, a formidable ancient female general clad in armor, emanating a thick aura of bloodlust that dispersed the surrounding ghostly mist. Gun Ghost, Jing Lian. Quality, a grade. Level, first stage, second layer. Jiang Chan observed Jiang Hongyan and her ghostly companion with astonishment, his appraisal of her rising significantly. With a medium-grade purple coffin, first stage, second layer, and an A-grade gun-wielding ghost companion, her strength could easily place her among the elite in any prestigious institution. Furthermore, judging by the ferocity and precision of her strikes, it was evident she had diligently practiced marksmanship since childhood, her proficiency rivaling that of Ling Qinxian and Appo's swordsmanship. In stark contrast, Yang Kai, who was merely at the 7th layer with a D-grade earth statue ghost, had promptly hidden behind a tombstone at the sight of the Panhu ghosts, summoning his earth statue ghost to shield himself. Following this encounter with the spirits, Jiang Chan gained a clearer understanding of everyone's ghostly configurations and capabilities. Recalling Jiang Hongyan's earlier attack on the Panhu ghost, he inquired, "Are the grotesque flowers on these Panhu ghosts their weaknesses?" "Exactly." Jiang Hongyan nodded, explaining that she had discovered this during her practical training. Hearing their conversation, Cheng Ye swung his wolf-toothed club with renewed vigor, smashing the grotesque flower on the last Panhu ghost with 2 decisive strikes, rendering it immobile. Cheng Ye and Appo's bulging eyes turned towards Jiang Hongyan, a mix of surprise and irritation on his face. Damn it, how could the weakness of these ghostly creatures be so obvious? I struggled greatly against them earlier. With the knowledge of their weaknesses, he hoisted his massive club and pressed onward, leading the group of 5 back towards the summit of the desolate tombstone slope. As they progressed, more Panhu ghosts were drawn to them, but with the newfound understanding of their vulnerabilities, dealing with them became significantly easier. Both Cheng Ye's green-faced yaksha and Jiang Hongyan's gun ghost, Jing Lian, targeted the grotesque flowers, dispatching them with ease. Jiang Chan also sent his scissor ghost to sever the flowers, promptly receiving a system notification. Ding. You have slain one first stage, first layer Panhu ghost. Ghost God points 103. These Panhu ghosts were all below the 3rd layer of the first stage, and each ghost provided him with approximately 100 Ghost God points. If he defeated 12, he could restore Leiyin Luosha. With this thought, Jiang Chan felt a surge of exhilaration and urged his scissor ghost to race ahead of Cheng Yi and Jiang Homian to reap the rewards. This spectacle did not escape Yang Kai and Apos' notice, who grew increasingly irked by Jiang Chan and Apos' actions. Is there someone who has never received attention from girls? Why is he so eager to show off? Jiang Chan dismissed Yang Kai's snide remarks, focusing on collecting ghost god points as tangible gains. Yang Kai, ignored and feeling foolish, sulked silently, though he Kuden and Apos' shake off a peculiar itch on the outer side of his right forearm that intensified with scratching. Upon inspecting his arm, he noticed some faint red patches and speculated they were from brushing against the tombstone earlier. Grumbling to himself, he glanced toward the shattered tombstones. A yellow-gray mist enveloped the entire desolate tombstone slope, and as they ascended, the number of Pan-Hua ghosts increased. However, with Jiang Chan, Jiang Homian, and Cheng Yi leading the way, Yang Kai and Tian Qian had little to do. Yang Kai caught sight of a relatively intact tombstone with inscriptions, public name, Wen Yuan, Virtue, Zhao, residing in Heluo, born in the Jiaqing Bingchen, died in Guangzhou Jiaxin, raised under family teachings. In his youth, he traversed the waters. In the Wuzi year, his eyes grew dry from reading, and Yang Kai used the hand that had scratched his forearm to push up his glasses, rubbing his eyes vigorously. When he opened them again, his vision appeared slightly reddened, and the inscriptions on the tombstone blurred. The original name and dates had quietly transformed. Yang Kai, tomb. Seeing the altered inscription, Yang Kai and Apos' expression shifted dramatically as the epitaph continued to morph, his life details gradually substituted with his own, culminating in the date of death, being today. The most terrifying aspect was that a visage slowly emerged from the deteriorated tombstone. It was the very face of Yang Kai. Meanwhile, Jiang Chan and Jiang Homian followed Cheng Yi up the slope, all preoccupied with confronting the increasing number of Pan-Hua ghosts, oblivious to Yang Kai falling behind. Only Tian Qian, with a look of dread, realized someone was missing. Her fearful gaze scanned the surroundings, and suddenly, she heard a noise and turned to see a chilling scene unfold. The yellow-gray mist shrouded the desolate tombstone slope, where disordered graves undulated, and broken tombstones leaned precariously. Yang Kai, with vacant eyes, knelt before one tombstone, his head colliding forcefully against his own likeness etched upon it. Bang! Tian Qian. Alas! Tian Qian and Apos' terrified shriek immediately seized everyone and Apos' attention. A yellowish-gray spectral mist enveloped the desolate slope, swirling turbidly. Yang Kai knelt before a gravestone, his countenance rigid with cold, and began to bash his forehead against the portrait etched upon it. Thump! Blood splattered, forming a dark crimson bloom on the aged, decaying stone. Even more eerie, the inscription upon it began to morph, revealing an increasing amount of biographical information about Yang Kai. The portrait of Yang Kai, raised in relief on the gravestone, gradually stretched into a grotesque grin. Yang Kai, Jiang Homian cried out, instantly moving to pull him away and halt his self-inflicted assault on the tombstone. However, Jiang Chan seized her wrist. Dawn and Apos' touch him. As the words left her lips, the slender, scissors ghoul darted forward, knocking the dazed Yang Kai aside before he could continue his head bashing. It was then that Jiang Homian noticed the cluster of dark red thorns at the base of the tombstone, silently sprouting and crawling over Yang Kai's kneeling legs. Even as Yang Kai was kicked away, these uncanny thorns continued to advance upon him, their sharp barbs piercing his flesh, greedily imbibing his blood. Yang Kai, his eyes vacant, seemed oblivious to the pain. Numbly, he righted himself, crawling back on his knees to resume his self-destructive act. This one and Apos, do. That poor fool Yang Kai is surely bewitched. If we don't intervene, he's doomed. Jiang Homian exclaimed anxiously. Gripping her fiery red spear, she lunged forward, bringing it down with tremendous force upon the eerie gravestone. With a resounding crash, it shattered into fragments. Yang Kai convulsed as if electrocuted, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Dark red thorns gushed forth from beneath the ruined tombstone, swarming over him in a relentless tide. A flash of blade light erupted as Jiang Chan, wielding the ghost-cleaving blade, charged forward, severing the majority of the thorny tendrils and kicking Yang Kai clear. What exactly are these things? Jiang Homian questioned, bewildered. Rumble, rumble. The ground began to tremble. The base of the tombstone she had just shattered quivered, and from the decaying earth, a kneeling stone figure, its body hunched over, gradually emerged. It was headless, or rather, the tombstone had served as its head and face. It was not alone. The entire desolate slope began to convulse as if in an earthquake, the yellowish-gray spectral mist swirling and churning in tandem. One by one, the dilapidated, crumbling tombstones shook free from the earth, each one atop a kneeling stone effigy. The tombstones crowned their necks, acting as grotesque heads and faces. As Jiang Chan and the others gazed around in horror, they realized that the inscriptions on each tombstone were shifting, the previously fragmented epitaphs piecing together to form biographical details about each of them. At the same time, vast clusters of thorns erupted from the base of each stone figure, rapidly spreading into a dark red flood, their rustling, swarming sounds heralding their advance, threatening to engulf the group entirely. They and Appos, recoming. Jiang Chan. Tian Qian cried, nearly hysterical with fear. Jiang Hongyan, her face grim, gripped her spear. Just as she steeled herself to charge forward and carve a path through the encroaching thorns, a chilling, bone-deep aura descended upon them. She whirled to look at Jiang Chan, only to see a robust figure seated upon a brazier, leaping from the blood-red coffin behind Jiang Chan with a resounding thud. You've contracted 2 ghosts. Jiang Hongyan exclaimed in astonishment. A muffled boom shook the ground as Jiang Chan, without a word, commanded the bearded fire demon to launch a firebomb. Boom. Emerald flames erupted amidst the dark red thorns, quickly spreading into a conflagration, clearing a space and halting the encroaching tide. Such potent fire attribute specter. Jiang Hongyan praised. Its aura rivals that of my own Jing and I. It must be of A-grade quality. A-grade. Bearded fire demon, Jiang Chan replied, inwardly relieved. Thankfully. Its flames are anathema to these things. This, bearded fire demon, was an upgraded version of the explosive flame ghoul, proving even more potent than Jiang Chan had anticipated. The emerald fireballs detonated in rapid succession, the spreading flames keeping the dark red thorns at bay, thus resolving their immediate crisis. Speaking of which, what in the world are these accursed thorns? Jiang Hongyan wondered aloud. And these steels. As she glanced at the anthropomorphic steels, her vision began to blur. The fragmented characters on the stone seemed to coalesce into the characters Jiang, Hong, and Mian, and a human face began to emerge from the grayish-brown surface. Don't look. Jiang Chan immediately warned. Jiang Hongyan's consciousness snapped back, a cold sweat breaking out on her back. These are all soul-reaping steels. Ghost compendium records. During the literary inquisition of the Ming Jiajing era, the Ministry of Justice inscribed the crimes of 800 scholars on steels and melted their bodies to cast statues, forming a steel forest to serve as a warning. In the late Qing dynasty, villagers erected stone statues as road guardians, but those who touched the steels developed intractable, paritic lesions. Within 3 days, they all perished by smashing their heads against the steels, and the names and dates of death of the deceased were newly added to the steels. As the complete forms of the faces on the steels became visible, the information about the soul-reaping steels immediately surfaced in Jiang Chan's mind. With a grave expression, she cautioned, "Do not touch these steel faces, nor look at the inscriptions. The words are the life memories of those who died unjustly. Once you look at them, the inscriptions will be replaced with your own information. Once your complete birth and death dates are formed, your demise is imminent." Jiang Chan and Appos' warning filled Jiang Hongyan and Tian Qian with dread. Such crucial information should have been shared by Master Cheng from the outset. Could it be that he himself was unaware? Thinking this, Jiang Hongyan turned her head, and her brow furrowed. "Where is Master Cheng?" Jiang Chan and Tian Qian were taken aback. Looking around, they saw only the yellowish-gray spectral mist enveloping the desolate, grave-like slope, the kneeling statues of sinners scattered haphazardly, each bearing a broken, decaying steel on its neck, and the dark red thorns surging across the ground, only to be held back by the bearded fire demon and Appos' emerald flames. There was no sign of Master Cheng. When we returned to save Yang Kai, Master Cheng seems to have disappeared, Tian Qian said nervously. Could we have become separated? Jiang Hongyan asked uncertainly. We all returned to save Yang Kai. Perhaps Master Cheng was scattered by those Panu ghosts on his own? Jiang Chan did not answer, instead turning her gaze towards the 2 women, a look of grave concern spreading across her face. Belatedly, Jiang Hongyan and Tian Qian followed her gaze, and their pupils contracted in horror. Driven by an eerie wind, the yellowish-gray spectral mist revealed Yang Kai, who had been lying unconscious on the ground, now sitting cross-legged in a lotus position, like a bodhisattva. Viscous blood oozed from his shattered forehead. His eyes were closed, his lips curved in a smile, his hands forming a mudra. The wounds inflicted by the thorns oozed dark red pus, and large patches of dark red lichen, vaguely resembling a woman's face, had erupted on his lacerated forearms. An eerie, unsettling aura descended upon them. Chapter 74, The Shadowed Grave. Forbidden Entry. Jiang Chan, what has happened to Yang Kai? Jiang Chan retreated in fear, recalling the harrowing ghostly events she and Jiang Chan had experienced, where classmates had turned eerily after merely being touched. At that moment, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, eyes closed, resembling a sinister bodhisattva, with crimson blood streaming from a gash on his forehead, cascading down his face in a grotesque manner, compounded by a chilling smile at the corner of his mouth, sending shivers down Jiang Chan and Appo's spine. This must be related to the thorny brambles unearthed beneath the gravestone. Jiang Chan covered her mouth and nose, frowning slightly as she scrutinized Yang Kai, who was oozing pus from gaping wounds inflicted by the thorns, emitting a repugnant stench. In some of the larger lacerations, clusters of dark red thorns had taken root, greedily siphoning his life essence. This fool is going to perish here. Xiao Qian, don't you have a healing spirit? Why not try and see if you can save him? Jiang Hongmian urged Tian Qin hastily. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chan and Appo's gaze shifted to Tian Qin, recalling how she had hidden behind them throughout their journey, nearly forgetting that she possessed a healing spirit. I will try, but I cannot guarantee success. Tian Qin spoke nervously as she summoned her superior Black Coffin. The spirit coffin lacked the formidable presence of Jiang Hongmian or Jiang Chan's coffins. From within emerged a damp, ghostly green corpse. As if it had languished at the bottom of a pond for a century, its body rotting and overgrown with moss and aquatic plants. Water corpse. Tian Qin and Appo's SE-grade ghost pet. A wave of nauseating, damp odor wafted through the air as water corpse, under Tian Qin and Appo's command, approached Yang Kai, who remained seated. It tore off a chunk of decaying flesh from its own body and shoved it into Yang Kai and Appo's smiling mouth. Jiang Chan felt her stomach churn, exclaiming, "Your healing spirit is so crude." Tian Qin blushed slightly, biting her lip in embarrassment, aware of the awkwardness of the situation, but this was simply how her spirit operated. She suppressed her disgust and continued to command, water corpse, to force more rotten flesh into Yang Kai and Appo's mouth. A dull green hue began to spread from Yang Kai and Appo's face to the rest of his body, the gash on his forehead visibly healing. While the color of the pus-filled wounds deepened, the brambles embedded in his flesh began to wilt and rot as if poisoned. It's working. Tian Qin's face brightened, urging, water corpse, to continue feeding Yang Kai. However, as one piece was shoved in, Yang Kai abruptly retched and expelled it, then doubled over in a violent bout of vomiting. "Oh, you woke up so quickly." Jiang Chan looked at Tian Qin and Appo's grotesque water corpse in surprise. Despite its unpalatable appearance, its efficacy was indeed remarkable. It acted faster than even one AI. Yang Kai, after heaving for a while, regained consciousness, though still appearing lethargic. His memory was fragmented, leaving him clueless about his recent ordeal, only aware of the foul stench and taste in his mouth. "What? Did you feed me?" he questioned angrily between retches. Tian Qin lowered her head in embarrassment, retracting, water corpse, back into the spirit coffin. "You foolish boy. If it weren't for Xiao Qian, you would have long been done for. How can you blame others for what they fed you? That was something that saved your life." Jiang Hongmian turned away, refusing to engage further, and asked Jiang Chan, "What shall we do next? Should we look for Chengyi? We should search for him. It would be troublesome to return without his vehicle. This desolate grave slope is vast. Where should we look?" "The reservoir." Jiang Chan replied swiftly. "Chengyi must have gone to the reservoir to retrieve his partner's belongings. He will likely be at the place he visited before. We should proceed upward. If he has an Appo's encountered misfortune, we should be able to find him." "All right, I'll follow your lead." After a brief discussion of their plan, Jiang Chan instructed Fire Ghost Luo to clear the path, leading Jiang Hongmian and the others further up the desolate grave slope. The yellow-gray ghost mist swirled around them, obscuring the summit of the grave slope, revealing only the hunched figures of gravestone figures, kneeling and leaning askew amidst the undulating mounds of desolate graves, countless in number, possibly hundreds or even thousands. To prevent Yang Kai from making another foolish mistake, Jiang Chan sternly warned him not to look at or touch the inscriptions on the stones. Startled by her commanding presence, Yang Kai nodded vigorously, as if pecking at grains, signaling his understanding. With a resounding thud, the robust, fire ghost luo advanced, igniting the dark red thorns upon contact, producing vast flames of dark green that burned not with the heat of ordinary fire, but with a chilling, bone-piercing coldness. Regrettably, these strange thorns yielded no ghostly points. They were scattered abundantly across the desolate grave slope. Even a single one like the corpse curtain worm would have been a boon, leaving Jiang Chan feeling a sense of loss. As they ascended the desolate grave slope, they encountered few Pan-Hu ghosts, but numerous corpses were visible, their bodies marred by violent strikes, evident from the wounds and techniques that could only belong to Cheng Yi's Wolf Fang Club. If they quickened their pace, they should be able to catch up with him. Approximately 20 minutes later, amidst the murky yellow mist, a blurry grove emerged, tightening the expressions on their faces. Jiang Chan paused to discern the surroundings, then announced, "It's not a Pan-Hu ghost, it and Appos, a real forest. That nearly gave me a heart attack." Yang Kai exclaimed, patting his thin chest in relief. His spirit had revived somewhat, and he inquired of Tian Qian about Cheng Yi and Appos' whereabouts, and what had transpired. Cheng Yi mentioned that there is a patch of woods surrounding the reservoir. If we traverse through it, we should see him. Jiang Hongmian added, "Do not let your guard down. We cannot predict what lies within." Jiang Chan cautioned, allowing Fire Ghost Luo to lead the way while the other three followed closely. A chill wind swept from the grove, sending shivers down their spines. As they stepped into the forest, the stone figures diminished, yet the yellow-gray mist thickened. Unlike the gnarled trees of the hanging corpse ghost forest, the trees here stood tall and slender, their bark peeling away to reveal ghostly white trunks branching out above. As Jiang Chan and her companions tread upon the thick layer of decaying matter, they continued their ascent. Once their figures were fully engulfed by the ghostly fog, a heavy footstep emerged from the shadows, halting at the forest entrance. He did not gaze upon the blood-like symbols seeping from the surrounding gravestones, which appeared to be curses in their own right. Instead, he watched as Jiang Chan and her group disappeared into the forest before turning to walk toward a nearby low-rise. Had Jiang Chan and her companions been present, they would have immediately recognized the rotund figure ascending the slope as Cheng Yi. A blind black crow fluttered down from a branch, landing on a gravestone, its sharp beak pecking at the blood letters seeping from the stone. Shadowed Grave. Forbidden Entry. Chapter 75. The Abandoned Temple at the Reservoir Center. Did you hear that sound? Tian Qian asked anxiously, leaning closer to Jiang Chan. Is someone calling for help? Jiang Hongmian tightened her grip on the long gun, her valiant face turned forward. A murky, yellow-gray mist swirled through the straight and sparse forest, and a faint, familiar voice emerged from the depths of the fog. It's Elder Cheng's voice. Yang Kai exclaimed, his expression brightening. He must be in danger. We need to hurry and rescue him. If we offer him a reward now, he will surely accept. With that, he rushed toward the source of the cries. A glint of coldness flashed in Jiang Chan and Appos' eyes as he followed suit, with Jiang Hongmian and Tian Qian. The soil in the forest was thick with humus, soft and foul-smelling underfoot, crackling with each step. As they drew closer, the cries grew louder and clearer, undoubtedly Elder Cheng and Appos' voice. After crossing a dirt embankment, they finally beheld a gigantic black-blue clamshell, nearly 2 meters in diameter, resting in a pit filled with stagnant, decaying water and rotten branches. A blue hand emerged from the shell, desperately reaching for something, the voice within pleading for rescue. Upon sighting the clamshell, information flashed before Jiang Chan and Appos' eyes. However, seeing Yang Kai pretending to approach, he merely scoffed through his nose, withholding his words. "Oh, ISN and Appos, this Elder Cheng?" Yang Kai circled the clamshell, feigning concern. "How did you get yourself stuck in there? Pearl hunting? Help me. Please save me. You really ought to be more careful. Fortunately, we came in time. Help. Get me out." Elder Cheng and Appos' voice grew increasingly frantic, and the blue hand grasped harder. "Just wait. Don't panic. Let me see." Yang Kai squatted in front of the clamshell, tilting his head to peer through the gap, intending to set the stage for a hefty demand. When suddenly the hand lunged out and seized his arm. The clamshell snapped open, yanking him inside. Bang! The shell closed. "Yang Kai." Tian Qian gasped, her body trembling in fear. "Help! Save me!" Yang Kai and Appos' terrified cries immediately drowned out Elder Cheng and Appos' pleas from within the clam. Well, what a coincidence. The crimson long gun dragged across the foul ground, gathering strength before leaping high and crashing down. Bang! The putrid water splashed everywhere as the blue-black clam shell shattered, revealing a blue-skinned demon that tightened its grip around Jiang Kai's throat. The gun's tip struck like a serpent, swiftly piercing the demon and Appo's head, loosening its grasp. Jiang Kai scrambled out, rolling and crawling from the shell. He stumbled into the filthy, stagnant water but paid it no mind. His face pale as he clawed his way back, terrified that the creature would drag him back. Finally returning, he found Jiang Chan watching him with a cold smirk. Anger surged within him, and he snapped, "What are you laughing at? Are you happy to see me get caught by that monster? You want me dead, Dawn and Appos. To you? Your life or death has little bearing on me. Just don't burden me," Jiang Chan retorted coldly. As his words faded, Jiang Homian's furious voice rang out, "Jiang Kai, you absolute fool. You're just a nuisance, thinking you can act so recklessly in the dead of night. Do you truly believe a living soul would suddenly appear in such a place? Just look at that hand's color and style, and you still rushed forward. You've made quite the spectacle." Fuming, Jiang Homian and Appos' outburst left Jiang Kai speechless, his face flushed. Just then, another cry for help echoed from the fog. But this time it was Jiang Kai's voice. "Someone else needs you, hurry," Jiang Chan said with a cruel smile. Watching as Jiang Kai shuddered and instinctively shrank back behind the others. "You should remember this lesson. If you act recklessly again, you can only rely on your own luck." Jiang Chan tossed a remark at Jiang Kai before striding toward the source of the cries. Soon, they encountered another foul pit, where a blue-black clamshell lay. A blue hand reaching out as the anxious voice of Jiang Kai emanated from within. Without hesitation, Jiang Chan commanded the scissor demon to strike. It struggled to slice through the shell, so he switched to Fire Demon Luo, tossing a fireball. Boom! Dark green flames erupted, and the cries grew sharp and piercing. "Ding! You have burned one night demon in the shell, first tier, third level, ghost points 133. Having seen the clamshell earlier, Jiang Chan had already received a system alert. The ghost records documented a malevolent custom from the late Ming dynasty in southern Fujian, where debtors were sacrificed to the clam god in hopes of obtaining a giant pearl. The night demon in the shell originated from this practice, mimicking voices it had heard to lure the living, dragging them into the shell to suffocate. Ghost points gained from this were higher than from the Panhu demon, yet the shell proved too tough. My scissor demon was still below the first tier and struggled to break through. With this thought, a sense of urgency arose within Jiang Chan. As his level increased, so too must the level of his ghostly companions. Otherwise, he would find himself in a bind. With 1008 ghost points currently, 2 more kills would suffice to restore the Thunder in Rakshasa. Just then, a desperate cry broke through the air, this time belonging to Jiang Homian. Jiang Chan and Appos' eyes lit up, and he immediately hurried toward the next cry for help. Before long, the third night demon in the shell appeared, but Jiang Chan and Appos' gaze sharpened. Fixating ahead, the trio following him halted in their tracks. Is this the reservoir Elder Qing mentioned? By sheer happenstance, they had arrived at the edge of the forest, where the view opened up dramatically to reveal a foreboding stretch of dark water, instilling an unsettling sense of dread. With a fireball from Fire Demon Luo, he dispatched the clam-shell demon, leading Jiang Homian and the others toward the reservoir. Upon reaching the water and Appos' edge, the yellow-gray mist indeed thinned, shifting to a murky green, drifting hazily above the dark surface. Under the shroud of mist, the vastness of the water remained obscured. Peering into the depths revealed nothing but darkness, a chilling breeze wafting from the surface, sending shivers down their spines. "What is that?" Tianqian asked, her voice trembling as she pointed. Amidst the ghostly mist, a crumbling earthen temple could be discerned, isolated upon the water. There were no paths or bridges to cross. The temple, no larger than a modest farmhouse, had a red and a white paper lantern hanging on either side. The lanterns remained unlit. Yet, in the shadowy water below, their reflections shone brightly. Chapter 76. The strange object beneath the water. A desolate grove, with its skeletal, ash-white trees, encircled the depths of the dark reservoir. A murky, drifting mist formed a boundary here. Behind them lay a yellow-gray haze, while ahead, the water was shrouded in a ghostly, damp emerald fog. A somber wind swept across the water's surface, carrying with it a bone-chilling scent of decay. Jiang Chan and her companions stood at the edge of the reservoir, watching the spectral mist swirl above the water. In the dimness, the expanse of the reservoir remained obscured, only vaguely revealing a small earthen shrine nestled within the mist. Jiang Chan, do you see something in the water? Tian Qian's voice trembled with fear. Is that a woman's reflection? 2 lanterns, one red and one white, hung on either side of the shrine, dimly concealed in the fog, their flickering light casting faint reflections on the water's surface. The lantern's hues merged into 2 ethereal glows, one white, one red. The shrine's entrance appeared as a shadowy abyss, a gaping maw lurking just beneath the surface, and an indistinct silhouette of a woman was mirrored in the water. It was possible to discern her ancient attire as she delicately stepped into the shrine's open door, disappearing into the enveloping darkness. Yet, the shrine itself remained tightly shut, devoid of any presence. An eerie chill crept through the stillness, and what sent shivers down Jiang Chan and her companions was the soft, haunting melody that drifted from the depths after the woman's figure had vanished. Panic on the water. Desolation below, please send my sorrow to my parents. Do not hang from the beam. Do not hang from the beam, who knows my unresolved grievances? Most despised is the fickle lover. It was only when the uncanny singing, along with the woman and Apos' reflection, faded entirely that Yang Kai shuddered, mustering his courage to voice. You all saw that, right? I'm not imagining things. What was that? The sense of dread enveloped them like an intricate web spun from the threads of a funeral shroud, leaving Yang Kai's question unanswered, but instinctively. They all stepped back from the water and Apos' edge. We Shuden and Apos' linger here. Since we are already at the reservoir and Apos' edge, let us move forward. We should be able to find what Chengyi mentioned. Perhaps he and Apos' already waiting for us, urged Jiang Hongyan. But, which way should we go? Tian Qian asked, perplexed. The left side is a bit higher, Jiang Chan observed, glancing at both sides. Let us search to the left. Chengyi mentioned they were at a higher point in a backwater bay. The others nodded in agreement and promptly made their way along the left side of the reservoir. Though the eerie reflection they had just witnessed kept them at a distance from the water, the thought of the multitude of hands lurking beneath the surface, as Chengyi had warned, heightened Jiang Chan and Jiang Hongyan's vigilance. After walking alongside the water for over 10 minutes without hearing any cries for help or encountering any more of the clam ghosts, they instead spotted several pale, round shapes floating upon the dark surface. These ghastly, swollen eggs resembled the distended belly of a drowned pregnant woman, drifting silently amidst the ghostly mist. Floating egg ghost. Jiang Chan's mind registered the term. It was akin to the July infant, another type of water ghost. However, while July infant referred to a dead baby that had drowned, floating egg ghost represented a failed birth, a life lost beneath the waves. According to Chengyi, they had found a backwater bay after walking for over 10 minutes. Yet they had been walking for nearly 20 minutes now without locating anything. Why haven't we found it yet? Yang Kai grumbled, displeased with Jiang Chan and Apos' choice of direction. If we had gone right, we might have found it by now. Shut your mouth, you fool. Every time you speak, it infuriates me. Jiang Hongyan retorted. Right now, you and Apos are the least useful among us. Yet you dare to blame the one who's been the most helpful. At least I want to lead us astray in uncertain situations. Yang Kai shot back defiantly. Not lead us astray. You've been the loudest the entire way. Jiang Hongyan and Apos' sharp words reddened Yang Kai's face. He had failed to contribute, yet continued to criticize. From now on, don't ask me to join you on missions. I fear not a godlike opponent, but a pig-like teammate. Jiang Chan merely cast Yang Kai a withering look, saying nothing, but the intensity of her gaze sent a shiver down his spine. More effective than 100 of Jiang Hongyan's rebukes. Is that a backwater bay ahead? Do you see something? Tian Qian suddenly exclaimed with delight, her voice tinged with hope. Could that be where Chengyi and the others set up camp? Jiang Chan followed her gaze and indeed spotted a backwater bay, where several backpacks of various sizes lay abandoned, but Chengyi was nowhere to be seen. Let us go take a look, she whispered, urging the group to hasten toward the site. However, upon arrival, Jiang Chan immediately sensed something was amiss. She surveyed the surroundings and remarked, this backwater bay isn't elevated as Chengyi described. Instead, it and Apos' lower than the surrounding terrain, making it easier to access the water. Jiang Hongyan and Apos' gaze fell upon 2 low wooden stakes deeply embedded in the ground, with broken lengths of rope and several planks dragged into the water. Was there once a bridge here? Looking out across the water from this bay, the shrine loomed closer, perhaps the nearest point to the structure hidden within the mist. How strange. Even if this location is closest, it seems too low to have been used for bridge pilings, Jiang Chan mused, unless it was meant to connect to something beneath the water. Why are you all fussing over that broken bridge? Before Cheng-Yi arrives, let us see if there's anything good in his bags. Yang Kai interjected eagerly, rushing to open the backpacks scattered on the ground. With a swift motion, he unzipped the first bag, and a glint of gold immediately caught everyone's attention. Gold, a gold dust bottle. Yang Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he unveiled a bottle the size of a human head filled with gold dust. He hurriedly opened the other bags. However, no second gold dust bottle appeared. Instead, he found an assortment of diving gear and oxygen tanks. Didn't Cheng-Yi say he came fishing with friends? Why are there no fishing rods? Tian Qian crouched to rummage through the bags, an uneasy feeling creeping into her heart. We might have been deceived, Jiang Chan stated calmly as she approached the water's edge, noting the muddy footprints leading away. These tracks are definitely more than 2 people. There are 4. Jiang Chan chimed in, crouching to assess the contents of the bags. They prepared 4 sets of diving gear. As she held up an oxygen tank, her expression turned grave as she gazed toward the dark waters, where the dilapidated shrine sat silently, shrouded in ghostly green mist. Its entrance illuminated by the faint glow of the 2 lanterns above. Do you remember? Cheng-Yi subtly mentioned that there were strange objects beneath the water. Their true purpose might be to seek out those very objects. Chapter 77. The scheme of Master Cheng. However, why have these diving equipment never been used? Tian Qian inquired, glancing around in trepidation. And where are they? Perhaps something unexpected occurred during the process? Only Master Cheng managed to escape. Jiang Chan speculated. Is it possible that this mission was merely a ruse to have us retrieve this golden vial for him? Yang Kai interjected abruptly. He struggled to lift the human head-sized golden vial, a covetous glimmer crossing his features as he exclaimed, he must be mistaken. Does he expect me to return such a substantial piece of gold to him? He can dream on. As Yang Kai's words echoed, a flash of a blade cut through the air, severing his left pinky finger. The heavy golden vial thudded against the soft ground. Thud. Yang Kai gasped sharply, stumbling back and collapsing onto the ground, staring at his bleeding hand, and suddenly emitted a wailing cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Jiang Chan coldly sheathed the ghost-slaying blade, offering Yang Kai not a single glance as he stepped forward to pry open the lid of the golden vial, only to find it empty, indicating that Master Cheng had yet to acquire that extraordinary artifact, and he would undoubtedly return. You and Appos, VE gone mad, Jiang Chan. How dare you? Yang Kai and Appos' frantic roar was abruptly silenced. The sharp tip of the ghost-slaying blade pressed against his throat, a trickle of blood seeping forth. His face turned ashen as he swallowed hard, a foul, murky substance oozing from beneath his trousers. Utter another word, and I assure you, the next strike will relocate your head. Understand? Jiang Chan and Appos' indifferent words pierced through the tension. Jiang Chan and Tian Qian observed this scene unfold, yet none dared to intervene. Yang Kai, paralyzed in fear, could barely muster a breath as he met Jiang Chan and Appos' chilling gaze. Terror gripped him, causing his body to tremble. He hastily nodded several times in acquiescence. Jiang Chan, in the presence of the others, stored the golden vial into the sword-ruined space and withdrew the ghost-slaying blade from Yang Kai and Appos' throat. The latter immediately resumed his pitiful wailing, rolling on the ground in agony. Did you just say Master Cheng will return? If I interpret you correctly, he intends to come here to retrieve the artifact from beneath the water? Jiang Chan approached Jiang Chan, refraining from mentioning the golden vial. He must know that once we discover this vial, we would immediately sense something amiss. Why would he go to such lengths to lure us here? Jiang Chan had been contemplating this very question. In response to Jiang Chan's inquiry, he posed another. Have you considered why Master Cheng required 3 people for this task? Even if he genuinely sought assistance to retrieve something, it wouldn't necessitate including someone like Yang Kai, who would only become a liability in times of danger. Jiang Chan quickly grasped the implication, exclaiming, you mean the excuse of searching for an item is entirely fabricated? He simply aimed to deceive 3 low-tier spirit coffin masters to the ruined tablet slope, ideally keeping all 3 within his control. But why specifically 3? What purpose does it serve to bring us here? Jiang Chan glanced at the 4 sets of diving equipment he had retrieved from his bag, then shifted his gaze toward the earthen temple shrouded in ghostly mist. The red and white lanterns flanking the temple door stood silent. Yet their reflections cast dim halos in the water. He steadied his breath and spoke. The artifact. The artifact? Jiang Hongyan echoed. I suspect that Master Cheng and his 3 companions came to seize this artifact beneath the water, but something unforeseen must have transpired to claim it. Perhaps at least 3 individuals are required to meet certain conditions, such as a sacrifice? So, Master Cheng lured us here as potential offerings for him to obtain the artifact? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chan grew increasingly fearful. As her voice trailed off, the corpse-repelling incense enveloping her began to dissipate, and the surrounding ghostly mist gradually encroached upon her body. Not only Jiang Chan, but Jiang Hongyan and the writhing Yang Kai also felt their protective incense rapidly fade, sending them into a state of panic. What is happening? Jiang Hongyan, uncharacteristically flustered, exclaimed. The efficacy of the black-grade corpse-repelling incense lasts for 3 hours. We and Appos, VE only used it for just over an hour. Why is it failing? Ruined Tablet Slope lay over 100 kilometers from Nanjing City, and without Jiang Chan's immunity to the ghostly mist, losing the protection of the incense in such a place would spell doom, leaving them to be assimilated by the mist. Jiang Chan immediately retrieved the corpse-repelling incense that Master Cheng had given him from the sword-ruined space, infusing it with spiritual energy. Yet it merely emitted a foul-smelling smoke with no further reaction. The incense he provided us was tampered with. As Jiang Hongyan and the others felt their incense fail one after another, Jiang Chan wasted no time. He drew another piece of blue-grade corpse-repelling incense from the sword-ruined space, the very one he had received during his training in Ghost Village, infusing it with spiritual energy. A faint azure smoke enveloped him, creating a thin veil that shielded him from the ghostly mist. You possess a blue-grade corpse-repelling incense? Hope ignited in the eyes of Jiang Hongyan and the others. Even Yang Kai, who was rolling on the ground, hurriedly crawled closer to Jiang Chan. Jiang Chan considered the trio approaching him. He had accepted Tian Qian and Appos' invitation, received her reward, and thus felt a moral obligation to provide her with some protection. However, glancing at the eagerly yearning Yang Kai, he ultimately entrusted the incense to Jiang Hongyan, stating, I have no use for this. You should stay with her. This was evidently directed at Tian Qian. Tian Qian bore no grievances. She understood that even if Jiang Chan had given her the incense, she might not possess the strength to safeguard it. Let us depart this accursed place swiftly, lest we fall prey to that old schemer and Appos' sacrificial intentions, Jiang Chan urged. Jiang Hongyan sincerely thanked Jiang Chan, carefully securing the incense, and the group began their return journey. However, just as they re-entered the forest, a forceful sucking sound emanated from the ghostly mist ahead. Hiss! The yellow-gray mist billowed in the wind, the gnarled, gray-white trees stretching endlessly within the fog, obscuring any sense of boundary. Jiang Chan and his companions halted their steps, each fixating warily on the front. Thud! Thud! A rigid cadence of footsteps drew nearer, and from the yellow-gray mist emerged a tall, gaunt figure of a man, his face twisted grotesquely, resembling a towel wrung tightly. Dark and menacing. As he approached Jiang Chan and the others, he thrust his 10 fingers into his mouth, sucking greedily and emitting sounds of unrestrained delight. The flesh on his hands had long been devoured, exposing bloodied finger bones, with saliva streaming down his chin, creating a ghastly and horrendous sight. He was the one Master Cheng spoke of. Old Qin. Chapter 78. The 3 offerings and the 5 immortals summon the soul. A ghostly haze of yellowish gray enveloped the forest as Jiang Chan and his companions gazed upon the tall, gaunt figure approaching them. Instantly, their minds recalled the business partner mentioned in Cheng Yi's tales. Old Qin, his visage twisted grotesquely, dark and sinister, with 10 bloodied fingers lodged in his mouth, emitting a rancid stench as he advanced towards them with a stiff gait. The distance between them rapidly diminished to within 10 meters, and at that moment, Old Qin seemed to discover a delectable treat. He withdrew his gory fingers from his mouth, his jaw dislocating as it widened to an alarming extent, capable of devouring a head whole. Suddenly, he lunged forward with terrifying speed, creating an overwhelming sense of dread that sent chills down their spines. Tian Qian, paralyzed with fear, let out a piercing scream. Second tier, triple fold. Jiang Chan's heart raced as he summoned the fire demon to confront the threat, but its cumbersome nature rendered it unable to keep pace with Old Qin. Several fireballs were hurled, all missing their target. instead igniting the surrounding earth and dead trees into a conflagration of deep green flames. So swift. In astonishment, Jiang Chan immediately retreated, the massive blood coffin vibrating ominously. Without hesitation, he unleashed Bloodthirsty Hair Demon and Scissor Ghost. Strands of crimson hair intertwined within the forest, ensnaring Old Qin in place, while two grotesque legs spread wide, resembling a colossal pair of black scissors. Snap! Nearby, several dead trees splintered, yet Old Qin evaded the attack, breaking free from the crimson strands. I shall take action. A series of rapid footsteps surged past Jiang Chan. The blazing red spear dragged along the ground as Jiang Hongmian and Amp, Apos, ponytail swayed high behind her. With an agile leap, she brought the spear down with tremendous force upon Old Qin and Amp, Apos' left shoulder. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed, and Old Qin and Apos' shoulder collapsed, but simultaneously, a second spear pierced through his back, emerging from his chest. That was Jiang Hongmian and Apos' spear spirit, the striking salamander. Yet, Old Qin remained unfazed, completely unaffected. Alarm bells rang in Jiang Hongmian's mind as she attempted to thrust again, only to have her spear seized. A tremendous force propelling her forward. At that moment, a dark purple crescent sliced through the yellowish-gray mist, striking Old Qin's arm with a precise angle. Boom! A brilliant burst of purple lightning erupted, severing the arm. Ghostly technique. Thunder Moon Slash. The crackling lightning coursed along the spear, sending a jolt through Jiang Hongmian and Apos' body, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. In her shock, she turned to see Jiang Chan charging towards her, his long blade crackling with fierce lightning. His tall figure surged forward like a great crane skimming the water, and in an instant, he pierced through Old Qin and Amp, Apos' form. Crane ascending to the heavens. Altered. Old Qin and Amp, Apos' body was instantly torn apart by the brilliant purple lightning, but that wasn't Amp, Apos' the end. The fire demon promptly launched another fireball, and with a resounding explosion, the deep green flames erupted once more. Ding! You have slain a second-tier, triple-fold ghost slave. Ghostly points 380. Jiang Chan sheathed his blade, suppressing the residual lightning. Old Qin's level was second-tier, triple-fold, a considerable leap above his own. Fortunately, he had already transformed into a ghost slave, retaining only instinctual killing responses. And the contract with his ghostly pets had been dissolved. Otherwise, facing a second-tier Grand Spirit Coffin Master would have necessitated a hidden trump card. However, risk and reward are proportional. Slaying a second-tier, triple-fold ghost slave resulted in an impressive yield of 380 ghostly points, an unprecedented single transaction profit. Jiang Chan and Apos' expression shifted to one of exhilaration. Scissor Ghost, Bloodthirsty Hair Demon, and Ascending Mist were all too low in level, proving ineffective against someone like Old Qin unless their ranks were elevated, which required a substantial expenditure of ghostly points. The fire demon had leveled up, yet its sluggishness hindered its effectiveness. As for Blood Sovereign Xidagarba, it could only serve as a last resort. It was time to deploy Thunder Shadow Rakshasa, an S-class combatant. For when they encountered Chengyi, a confrontation might be inevitable. As thoughts raced through his mind, Jiang Chan checked the repair conditions for Thunder Shadow Rakshasa, 1,200 ghostly points. That was now within reach. Commence repairs. Ding. Current ghostly points, 1521, consuming 1,200 ghostly points. Initiating repair of Thunder Shadow Rakshasa's injuries. Repair in progress. Jiang Hongmian took a considerable time to suppress the numbness coursing through her body, yet her heart felt as if a massive stone had been cast into it. Initially, she believed Jiang Chan had contracted 2 ghosts, a level of prowess that would stand out in any high school in Nanjing City. However, in the face of that second-tier, triple-fold ghost slave, how many spirits had Jiang Chan utilized? 1 B-grade scissor ghost, 1 A-grade fire-type ghost, 1 hair demon of at least B-grade quality, and the formidable lightning attribute he had just unleashed. That presence was at least S-class. Jiang Hongmian felt a chill. In comparison, Jiang Chan and Amp, Apos' ability to slay Old Qin, a second-tier, triple-fold ghost slave, no longer seemed as difficult to accept. Just a few days had passed since the awakening ritual, and Jiang Chan had already contracted for ghostly pets. Moreover, each of them boasted impressive quality, with not a single one being subpar. including a high-quality A grade and a remarkably rare S grade. It was utterly unbelievable. Most individuals at this juncture had yet to grasp even a single ghostly pet, while he had acquired 4. In both this and previous cohorts, Jiang Hongyuan had never heard of any spirit coffin master managing to contract for ghostly pets before the grand examination. Even the so-called prodigies from the main city could scarcely reach such heights. At that moment, Jiang Hongyuan suddenly understood why Jiang Chan had initially been so terrified, yet had shown such trust in Jiang Chan upon seeing him. No wonder Jiang Chan claimed that without Jiang Chan, she would never have survived the ghostly wailing incident at the second high school. Indeed, Jiang Chan and Apos' strength was truly commendable. In stark contrast, Yang Kai appeared utterly lackluster. Jiang Hongyuan felt a pang in her heart. Glancing back to see Yang Kai cowering behind a grave mound like a wretched dog, his head buried deep, with his backside trembling in the open. The sight was infuriating. Call. Several blind black crows took flight, startled by the footsteps, fluttering away from the entrance of a dilapidated shrine, where a fox statue clad in a judge and Apos' garb knelt, its paint chipped and faded. It faced forward, hands clasped together, as if in prayer to the murky heavens. The yellowish-gray ghostly mist thickened around the area, and heavy footsteps approached the shrine. It was Cheng Yi. He stepped before the fox judge's statue, drew a sharp folding knife, and without hesitation, slashed across his right palm. Drip! Vivid crimson blood welled forth, cascading down onto the fox judge and Apos' upturned face, as he mumbled incantations, 3 offerings as sacrifice. 5 immortals summoned the soul, devoutly offering blood, honoring the feast. Thick, viscous blood dripped down, streaming across the fox judge and Apos' visage. As Cheng Yi and Apos' incantations echoed, its eyes suddenly flickered with life, and an indescribable, eerie aura began to awaken from the decaying shrine behind it. Then, the entire desolate forest seemed to come alive, as the yellow-gray mist swirled and undulated. The mounds of graves, the scattered tombstones, and the peculiar statues of Buddha began to emit a rustling sound. Suddenly, the blind black crows perched upon the branches unfurled their wings in unison, unleashing a terrifying and piercing shriek towards the ghostly mist that enveloped the yellow-gray sky. Call. Chapter 79. The Desolate Altar and the Fox Corpse Performer's Ding. The Thunderine Rakshasa has been restored. Remaining spirit points, 321. Jiang Chan sheathed his Scissor Ghost, Bloodthirsty Heim, and Fire Ghost Luo. Emerging from the blood coffin behind him was a towering figure, cloaked in a dark blue hue reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. Its shattered upper body had transformed into a sinewy Rakshasa form, while its severed lower half had regenerated into a formidable serpentine body. It glided forth from the blood coffin, crackling with purple lightning, exuding an imposing presence that caused the surrounding ghostly mist to roil and boil away. An S rank. Truly an S rank. Jiang Hongyuan and Apos' gaze sharpened, her breath quickening as she fixated on the formidable figure before her. Despite her earlier suspicions of Jiang Chan possessing an S-rank ghost pet, witnessing it in the flesh sent ripples of astonishment across her countenance. Tian Xian and Apos' pale face was illuminated by flickering lightning, and under the terrifying pressure of the Thunderine Rakshasa, she instinctively stumbled back a couple of steps. When had Jiang Chan contracted such a fearsome ghost pet? Yang Kai, hiding behind a mound, exaggeratedly plopped down onto the ground, his eyes wide as he stared at the mighty figure of thunder, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. He shakily extended a finger, stuttering incoherently, unable to articulate a single complete thought. Ghost pet, Thunderine Rakshasa. Quality, S rank. Level, 1st stage, 5th tier. Ghost skill, Thunder Moon Slash. Jiang Chan surveyed the impressive creature that had emerged from the blood coffin, recognizing that the might of an S rank was no trifling matter. However, after experiencing the oppressive force of the blood sovereign Ksitigarbha and sword prison ghost lord, the presence of this Thunderine Rakshasa felt relatively mundane, clearly not on the same tier as an SSS rank. Noticing the astonished expressions on Jiang Hongyuan and her companions, a peculiar thought flitted through Jiang Chan and Apos' mind. If an S rank could instill such fear, what would happen if I unleashed an SSS rank? Let us be off. Old Chung might be lurking about, plotting something. We must hasten our departure from this cursed place, Jiang Chan declared. promptly instructing the Thunder Een Rakshasa to lead the way as they quickened their pace along the path they had come. Jiang Hongyan and the others gathered their composure and hurried to follow. After approximately 10 minutes of swift movement, the yellow-gray mist enveloped the forest, yet the exit remained elusive. At this moment, everyone sensed that something was amiss. It had taken them over 10 minutes to traverse from the forest to the reservoir. At their current pace, they ought to have emerged by now. Jiang Hongyan quietly gripped her spear, remarking, "And Amp, Oppos, have you noticed? The ghost mist seems to be thickening, and Amp, Oppos, it must be that old Chung is up to something," Jiang Chan replied, his expression growing serious. The yellow-gray mist thickened silently, severely obstructing visibility, reducing their range to a mere 5 meters. A familiar sense of foreboding stirred within Jiang Chan, though he hoped it was merely his imagination. "Jiang Chan, do you not feel that this forest bears a striking resemblance to the second school, where no matter how we wander, we cannot escape?" Tianqian, trembling in fear, edged closer to Jiang Hongyan, seeking refuge within the protective aura of the corpse incense. "Are we trapped in the Een ruins again?" Even Tianqian sensed the growing unease. Jiang Chan and Amp, Oppos' anxiety deepened. "The Een ruins, the land of ghostly healing," Jiang Hongyan said, her complexion growing pale. "If this forest truly is the Een ruins, we are ensnared within a realm dominated by spirits, entirely severed from reality. Do not panic. This Een ruins is not as potent as the one inhabited by wailing ghosts. It may not be fully formed yet. Let us press onward," Jiang Chan encouraged. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when the dense ghost mist began to writhe violently, the yellow-gray murk boiling like a cauldron. From within the fog came the sound of flapping wings, accompanied by a series of chilling caws that sent shivers down their spines. Jiang Chan and Jiang Hongyan immediately tensed, while Tianqian fearfully pointed ahead, her voice quavering. "What is that?" Following her, they beheld a gradual slope obscured by the murky mist, where a desolate and dilapidated altar stood. Gazing through the murky haze, they saw a stone statue of a fox-headed judge kneeling at the altar and Oppos' entrance, its hands raised in a gesture of worship, facing their direction. Its upturned visage emitted a chilling and terrifying wail that sent shivers through all present. "Damn!" Jiang Chan instinctively recoiled at the sound, while Tianqian, having previously experienced the wailing ghosts, turned ghostly pale. "Is that the temple old Qing spoke of?" Jiang Hongyan felt a surge of dread, though she was puzzled, as it appeared more akin to a wild deity and Oppos' altar. At that moment, the specifics of temple or altar were irrelevant. There was undoubtedly something amiss within. "We must flee," Jiang Chan growled, immediately leading the charge in the opposite direction. The entity within that altar possessed a terror that far surpassed the wailing ghosts, far beyond their capacity to confront. Jiang Hongyan and her companions quickly responded, sprinting after Jiang Chan in a frantic dash. The yellow murky mist churned violently through the forest, the surrounding dead trees rustling ominously. Not only were the trees trembling, but the mounds of graves and crumbling tombstones also quivered, along with the grotesque, moss-covered statues of deities. Everything visible within their line of sight vibrated with a disquieting energy. The withered trunks, obscured by the yellowish mist, crackled with movement, as black serpents writhed around each tree, slithering down with their cold tongues flicking in the air. The forest floor was littered with collapsed graves, revealing the stark whiteness of human bones and skeletons. At this moment, wisps of grayish-white hair began to emerge from every dilapidated grave, followed by enormous gray rats burrowing forth. Beneath the leaning tombstones and the bizarre statues, rounded white hedgehogs emerged, each burrowing hole revealing nests crafted from sharp spines and human finger bones. These creatures descended from the trees, emerged from the graves and tombstones, rapidly converging into a dense swarm within the forest. The yellow murky mist boiled as these chilling entities formed a tidal wave, all surging toward the desolate altar. What sent further chills down Jiang Chan and his companions was that after running a considerable distance, they suddenly found themselves confronting the altar once more, which sat ominously atop the earth slope. The kneeling fox judge statue had vanished, revealing a dark, crumbling entrance leading to a clearing in the forest, where a decaying and worm-eaten stage had been erected. Oh, how the silver pond blooms with lotus flowers, their subtle fragrance wafting to the water palace mists. It is not the fragrance of lotus, but a grand plum tree. Spring fragrance, I have a wish. What wish do you have, dear miss? I wish to be covered by a green grave adorned with beautiful plums. Oh, what great fortune! The clamor of gongs and drums gradually crescendoed, as the tattered lanterns hanging above the stage ignited with crimson flames. Two figures clad in oversized, faded theatrical robes hurried onto the stage, resembling two legless and blind fox corpses. Chapter 80. Phantom Hands on the Path. A bridge of 100 coffins, the murky, ghostly mist flowed like viscous sap through the forest, where withered, gray-white branches of dead trees hung with faded, decayed prayer flags. Each flag bore embroidered lines of inverted theatrical verses, the characters long since devoured into a multitude of holes by insects. Some of the flags dripped with viscous fluid, a foul saliva that fell from the gaping jaws of serpents coiled upon them. What a beautiful day, yet how unfortunate, whose courtyard enjoys such delightful moments. Swallows return to find a myriad of blossoms, but when the flowers fall, spring departs, and they fly away. Oh no, miss, why do you lament so? Look. The sky is splendid. Alas, how can one not be moved by the scenery before them? On a decayed stage, a limping fox corpse clad in a water-blue theatrical robe stood alongside a blind fox corpse in a delicate pink attire, their oversized, faded garments ill-fitting as they mimicked human gestures and sang. To the left, a group of enormous gray rats beat their drum skins with fervor, while to the right, every wooden beam was entwined with green-skinned serpents, using their rotting tails to strike the decayed wood, producing a clattering sound. What in the world are those? Jiang Chan exclaimed, his pupils dilating in terror as his lips quivered. The eerie melodies hung in the air, sending chills down every spine, and Jiang Chan quickly changed direction, urging the others to flee. His sole thought was to escape this haunted realm. However, after sprinting a distance, they found themselves confronted by the ghostly mist yet again, revealing an earthen mound, the desolate shrine, and the stage. Damn it, this way. Jiang Chan tried several routes, but to no avail. No matter where they ran, they would ultimately be obstructed by the wild shrine. Do you not feel that the dilapidated temple is drawing closer? Jiang Chan whimpered, on the verge of tears. The last time she faced such terror was back in school, and now she regretted ever believing Yang Kai and Appo's ghostly tales. Jiang Chan and Appo's expression grew grim as he halted, realizing that despite their frantic escape, they were inching closer to the dilapidated shrine. What was once a distant view through the murky, ghostly mist now revealed the shrine's weathered doorframe and the grotesque, painted figures of fox heads and serpent bodies. On either side of the shrine's entrance hung dim yellow lanterns made of human skin, the roof tiles shattered and decayed, while faint claw marks were visible on the windows. A foul stench wafted from the yawning doorway, emanating a terrifying aura. What lay within? Through the thick, murky mist, shadows of women adorned in ancient garments hung lifelessly from the beams, while a pool of thick, sanguine blood collected on the ground, containing human eyeballs and pale serpent eggs. With the eye of the true king, Jiang Chan could barely discern, and at the heart of the shrine sat a weathered, painted statue of a goddess, locking eyes with him in a disturbingly eerie smile. A chilling sensation enveloped him, as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over his head, and his heart nearly leaped from his chest, every hair on his body standing on end. What manner of ghastly entity lurked within? A swarm of dark serpents, alongside gray rats and white hedgehogs, rustled forth from the mist-cloaked forest, converging beneath the decaying stage, as if cheering for the performance of the two fox corpses. Spring fragrance. Oh, spring fragrance. Alas, where has she gone? As the ghostly mist swirled above the stage, the limping fox corpse silently exited, leaving behind only the blind fox corpse, adorned with a theatrical crown. Half of its face was fused with decaying flesh, while the other side revealed a skeletal visage, from which a cold, serpentine tongue flicked out. It swayed its water sleeves, clumsily mimicking human movements, leaving behind repulsive bloodstains on the wooden boards, from which clusters of gray rat whiskers emerged, as fat gray rats licked hungrily at the blood-soaked planks. Suddenly, a sharp note from a swana pierced the air, and the drum beats from the rat-skin drums and the rattling of serpent bones quickened. 8 yellow rat werewolves appeared, lifting a paper palanquin towards the stage. And as the curtains were drawn, a third fox corpse in a pale green robe emerged, notably lacking a tail. A vow of 3 lifetimes. Sleeping before the peony, meeting in the willow pavilion. Greetings, my lady, I bow before you, yet why do you veil your face and turn away? Refusing to respond. Oh dear, The blind fox corpse was interrupted mid-verse by a piercing scream, startling Jiang Chan, who had been holding his breath. He turned sharply, only to see a dark, patterned serpent slithering from behind Yang Kai and Appo's shirt, its head emerging from the collar, flicking its tongue. The performance on stage ceased, and the two fox corpses stared eerily in their direction. The murky, ghostly mist swirled, the temperature plummeting to freezing, and the once bustling dead forest fell into an eerie silence, while Jiang Chan and his companions felt their hearts pounding as if they might escape their chests. Suddenly, the yellow-gray mist extended to the edge of the forest, leading to a vast, dark water body, where ghostly green mist floated above the surface, revealing a small earthen temple submerged within. The heavy footsteps halted at the water and Appo's edge. Changyi glanced indifferently at the overturned backpacks on the ground, his gaze fixated on the dark water and Appo's surface reflecting the temple and Appo's shadow, particularly the red and white lanterns mirrored in the depths. The dead forest behind him buzzed with activity, while from the still water below, a hand slowly surfaced, dark, menacing, followed by another, then a third. More and more dark arms emerged from the depths, clawing desperately at the surface. Next, a narrow crimson child's coffin began to rise, followed by another, and another, one after another. The small red coffins were gripped by the dark arms, floating up from the murky depths, extending towards the earthen temple shrouded in mist. Each crimson coffin was adorned with damp, yellow talismans, gradually forming a swaying, precarious bridge of child coffins upon the dark waters. Taking a deep breath, Changyi stepped forward, placing his foot on the first trembling crimson coffin, flanked by the grasping dark arms. Stealing his expression, he focused intently ahead, towards the temple concealed in the ghostly mist, and carefully advanced across the coffin bridge. Chapter 81. The Fox-Skin Bow. Huang Xian raises the palanquin with a swift motion. Jiang Hongyan thrust her spear, piercing through the collar of Yang Kai and sending a snake flying aside. However, her expression soured significantly, and Jiang Chan tightened her grip on the ghost-slaying blade, wishing she could cleave Yang Kai in two right then and there. Startled by Yang Kai and Appo's earlier scream, the eerie singing abruptly ceased, and the two decayed fox corpses clad in pale green and rosy theatrical robes turned their heads in unison. They then emitted a cacophony of piercing laughter, and the densely packed swarm of snakes, mice, and hedgehogs below seemed to receive a command, launching a frenzied assault towards Jiang Chan and her companions. Damn it, Jiang Chan growled, as the blood coffin behind her trembled. Su Hua Gui Luo burst forth with a resounding thud, launching a fireball. Boom. Dark green flames erupted among the serpents, their charred scent mingling with their frenzied hissing, sending shockwaves through everyone's nerves. Meanwhile, Lei Luo Sha swiftly executed the Thunder Moon Slash, brilliant violet lightning exploding among the gray-furred mice and white hedgehogs, taking down dozens with a single strike. Ding! You have slain 47 5 Immortals snake puppets, gaining 47 ghost points. You have slain 38 5 Immortals mouse puppets, gaining 38 ghost points. You have slain. A series of notifications echoed in Jiang Chan and Appo's mind, perhaps the only good news amidst the chaos. These mice, hedgehogs, and snakes were all 5 immortal puppets. Each one slain yielded a ghost point, and within mere breaths, Jiang Chan and Appo's ghost points surged past 1,000. Gazing around, the murky ghost fog swirled ominously, and the madly thrumming 5 immortal puppets continued to swarm from all directions, numbering in the tens of thousands. Yet, Jiang Chan could not find joy in this scene. Maintaining an A-rank ghost pet, Su Hua Gui Luo, alongside an S-rank ghost pet, Lei Luo Sha, her spiritual energy was depleting at an alarming rate, while her ghost points rose in stark contrast. At this terrifying rate of consumption, her spiritual energy would be exhausted in, at most, 10 minutes. Jiang Chan's expression grew increasingly grave. Fortunately, Jiang Hongyan was directing her A-rank spear ghost, alleviating some of the pressure. Tian Qian, too, was suppressing her fear, releasing her E-rank healing ghost to take down some stragglers. In stark contrast, Yang Kai merely released his Earth Idol ghost, wrapping himself tightly within it, cowering behind the others. Jiang Chan was infuriated. Yang Kai, you fool. Command your ghost to fight those snakes. I can barely manage 2 ghosts by myself. Jiang Chan scolded. I and Appo's "Ve been afraid of snakes since I was little. Don't call on me. Don't call on me." Yang Kai stammered, shaking his head vigorously. "How is it that I keep crossing paths with such a coward?" Jiang Hongyan felt utterly disillusioned with Yang Kai, no longer wishing to waste words on him. Instead, she urgently turned to Jiang Chan and asked, "What should we do, Jiang Chan? This isn't a solution. There are too many of them, and we can't kill them all. If we don't break out now, we'll be done for once our spiritual energy runs out. It's futile." Tian Qian, her face pale and voice quivering, lamented. "This is the Yin ruins. We cannot escape." Jiang Hongyan bit her lip at these words, realizing the truth. No matter which direction they ran, they would ultimately be blocked by the desolate altar, and running would only bring them closer to it, likely leading to a swifter demise. The murky yellow ghost fog churned like boiling soup, and peering into the gaping entrance of the desolate altar revealed something stirring within. A foul stench and eerie aura began to swell, radiating rapidly from the crumbling altar, as ghostly mist flowed between branches and the hanging banners swayed violently. The lanterns at the altar and the stage flickered erratically, alternating between red and green. Suddenly, a yellow weasel played a shrill swona, and the rat-skin drums and snakebone clappers on either side of the stage joined in. The two fox corpses, once clad in oversized theatrical robes, vanished. They now knelt reverently at the entrance of the desolate altar, one on each side, bowing deeply. 8 yellow weasels stood upright, bearing a paper palanquin that halted before the desolate altar, while a third fox corpse respectfully bent forward. Extending a decayed claw from beneath its robe to lift the palanquin's curtain, the fox corpses bowed, and the yellow weasels raised the palanquin. The figure within the altar was about to emerge. "Think of something, Jiang Chan. You managed to bring me out of the crying ghost and Oppos, Essene ruins. Surely you have a plan for this situation as well, right?" Tian Qian cried, her face a mask of fear and despair. I don't and Oppos, want to die here." Jiang Chan gritted her teeth, calculating her remaining spiritual energy, while sensing the terrifying aura rapidly rising from within the altar. A thick, bloody scent wafted from the dim entrance. The corpses hanging above swayed silently, and a foul-smelling figure was nearing the entrance. "Damn it, Cheng Yi." Jiang Chan had sensed Cheng Ye's evasiveness from the beginning, maintaining a thread of vigilance towards him. Yet, she never imagined she would fall into his trap. They could not allow her to emerge from within. Immediate action was imperative. Jiang Chan and Oppos' expression twisted in fury as she recalled the method of escape from the crying ghost and Oppos' ruins. There were 2 women here. Named Shanggung. Burn them. Damn. What was I thinking? That ghost bride truly is insidious. It felt as if she had implanted a mark within me, compelling me to recall her bizarre method in such circumstances. Thank goodness she didn't follow me out, or I would inevitably end up in her clutches. Shaking off the ghost bride's sinister method, Jiang Chan's mind began to churn anew, and she quickly seized upon a fresh line of thought. Cheng Yi was once trapped in this forest, but managed to escape. He must have a way out. If we find him, perhaps we can leave. But where do we search for Cheng Yi? Tian Qian queried, her voice laced with sorrow. Before she could finish, Jiang Hongyan blurted out, "The reservoir." Jiang Chan added without hesitation, "He has gone to great lengths to use us as sacrifices for that figure within the altar. This must be his condition to obtain the artifact beneath the reservoir. He will undoubtedly go there. But we have no way to traverse this forest." Tian Qian suddenly paled, her voice trembling. All their problems reverted to square one. Jiang Chan fell silent. To reach the reservoir, they would have to traverse the dead woods. Yet they were already ensnared in this Yin ruins. Any direction they took would ultimately lead them back to the desolate altar. A wave of negativity permeated the group, and silence enveloped them. Only Tian Qian's stifled sobs broke the quiet, alongside the rumbling sounds of the ghost pets resisting the surging tide of 5 immortal puppets amidst the murky yellow ghost fog. Jiang Chan felt her spiritual energy nearing its end. She turned her fierce gaze towards the altar and immediately spotted the figure of the 5 immortal mistress. Half emerging from the entrance, she flashed Jiang Chan a pale, decayed smile. Chapter 82. Returning to the reservoir, emerging from the doorway was a grotesque figure. A patchwork of numerous human and animal bones stitched together, with the seams revealing crimson threads soaked in cadaveric fluid and rusted nails. In one decaying claw, it clutched a shamanic banner crafted from the hide of the 5 immortals, while other claws grasped various ritualistic implements. Above its head were sewn 5 terrifying visages, corresponding to the 5 immortals: fox, willow, white, gray, and yellow. Below its neck, serpentine scales of a dark hue sprouted, and 5 distinct tails, those of a serpent, a rat, a fox, a hedgehog, and a yellow weasel, trailed behind it. Its body, heavily decayed, emitted a horrific stench, with some areas exposing the underlying bones and jagged iron nails. As it squeezed through the wild ritual's entrance, it revealed a grotesque smile from all 5 faces directed at Jiang Chan. Upon recognizing the true form of this entity, Jiang Chan's mind was instantly flooded with information. The new compilation of ghost records stated, during the reign of Emperor Wanli of the Ming dynasty, the Jurchen shaman Wuchali employed blood burial to stitch the living 5 immortals with deceased warriors, creating corpse soldiers to combat the Han army. This marked the earliest origins of the 5 immortals lady, then known as Amp, Apos, Maolin Tai Sui, and Amp, Apos. In the 42nd year of the Qing dynasty, the Amp, Apos, records of Ninguda and Amp, Apos, described a woman draped in 5-colored silk, her face concealed by animal hide, who emerged from the mist, bringing forth a plague known as the Amp, Apos, 5 calamities and Amp, Apos. Those afflicted would first develop a fox-like odor, Fox Immortal's curse, followed by yellow spots, Yellow Immortal's hex, then festering sores oozing white pus, White Immortal's retribution, culminating in a rat-like screech, loss of teeth, and withering hair, Gray Immortal and Amp, Apos, S response, until their flesh turned to putrid liquid and their bones coiled like serpents in demise, Willow Immortal's wrath. During those years of natural disaster, countless succumbed to the plague, with only those who offered 5 sacrificial beasts or were blood relatives spared. It was then that her name evolved into 5 Immortals Lady, or Mother of Human and Beast Offerings. As the 5 Immortals Lady gradually emerged from the wild ritual and Apos' doorway, a powerful stench of decay and an ominous aura surged forth, causing the surrounding murky yellow ghost mist to churn violently. On the stage, the fox corpse sang loudly, while below, the gray rat beat a drum. The dark, rotting snake bones struck the decayed beams of the stage, creating a cacophony. The ghostly mist transformed the once silent dead woods into a scene of chaos. A standing yellow weasel sounded a shrill swona, wild dogs and crows barked in unison, and from the surrounding graves, skeletal figures comprised of both human and animal remains emerged, clad in decaying armor. The bizarrely shaped stone carvings of Buddhas began to writhe ominously. The crisis escalated rapidly. Even Jiang Hongmian could not conceal her despair at this moment, feeling utterly helpless. Tian Qian and Amp, Apos' face had turned ashen, her teeth clenched tightly as she stifled her sobs. Yang Kai trembled, desperately attempting to retreat behind the others, convinced they were doomed. This was it. They were truly finished. No. There must be a way, Jiang Chan observed as the decaying soldiers drew closer, the 5 Immortals Lady pushing further from the doorway. His eyes gleamed crimson as he mentally reviewed all his strategies and possessions. Immunity to Ghost Mist, Sword Technique, Crane Soars to the Sky, 100-armed Celestial Charge, Substitute Doll, Gold Dust Bottle, Blood Monarch, Earth Store. Now, while his spiritual energy had not yet been entirely depleted, unleashing the SSS-level Blood Monarch Earth Store to confront her might offer a slim chance of survival. A frenzied thought surged through his mind, determination swiftly replacing his earlier despair. Damn it, he would fight. It was better than waiting here to die. As Jiang Chan prepared to summon the enormous Blood Coffin, a swaying sedan chair suddenly darted into his peripheral vision. Reflexively, he turned to see 4 paper figures adorned with rouge and melon hats, hoisting a human skin palanquin, bouncing rapidly through the murky yellow ghost mist. The curtain of the sedan was lifted, revealing a pale-faced scholar, a sudden sight that brought a surge of unexpected joy to Jiang Chan and Apos' previously resolute expression. A scholar ghost? In the thick yellow mist, the figure inside the bobbing sedan was unmistakably that of the white-faced scholar, suspected to be the Fortune Ghost celestial official. He had never anticipated encountering it again at such a critical moment. There is a way out. Quickly follow. Excitement surged in Jiang Chan and Apos' eyes as he unhesitatingly sheathed his cumbersome fire ghost banner, commanding the Thunder Shadow Rakshasa to carve a path through the encroaching tide of the 5 Immortals and Apos' soldiers, hastening after the human-skin sedan that had vanished into the ghost mist. Jiang Hongmian and the others, unaware of what Jiang Chan meant by the scholar ghost, were equally puzzled by his sudden elation. However, there was no time for questions. They had no other options, as they were about to face the terrifying five immortals lady emerging from the wild ritual. The yellowish ghost mist swirled thickly as Jiang Chan and Apos, gaze fixated on the sedan ahead, pushing himself to keep up, darting through the ghostly woods shrouded in mist. The ground was littered with snakes, rats, and hedgehogs, alongside the approaching armored corpses, all forcefully repelled by the Thunder Shadow Rakshasa. Jiang Hongyan and Tian Qian followed closely behind Jiang Chan, while Yang Kai lagged behind, desperately shouting, "Wait for me. Don't leave me behind." He stumbled and rolled, struggling to keep pace, losing the protective aura of the corpse incense as he fell behind Jiang Hongyan. The thick yellow mist began to invade his body. The quartet dashed swiftly through the murky yellow mist, disappearing from sight, while behind them, the five immortals lady finally stepped out from the wild ritual entrance. Her foot resting upon a decayed sign reading and Apos, "Five corpses cave and Apos." She tilted her head back, all five terrifying mouths gaping wide, emitting a bone-chilling shriek. The thick, viscous ghost mist recoiled violently from her terrifying presence, while the countless snake, rat, hedgehog, and weasel corpse soldiers screamed in frenzy. However, none of this concerned Jiang Chan anymore. Following closely behind the human-skin sedan, within 10 minutes, he and Jiang Hongyan and Apos' group had escaped the woods. Yet, they had not entirely fled this haunted domain, but had instead returned to the reservoir. Indeed, had it vanished once more? Jiang Chan halted, panting heavily, his heart pounding fiercely within his chest as he scanned the reservoir's edge, finding no trace of the sedan or the scholar ghost. Once again saved? As he caught his breath, his gaze swept across the dark, murky water, and his expression froze, his pupils contracting sharply. The yellowish ghost mist and the chilling screams had been left behind in the dead woods. Before him lay the dark water's surface, shrouded in a heavy layer of ghostly green mist, a series of crimson child coffins, one after another. The crookedly floating coffins formed a bridge across the dark water, leading towards a solitary earthen shrine obscured by the ghost mist. And beneath the coffins, grotesque, dark arms emerged, clawing from the depths, each striving to pull everything into the abyss below. Chapter 83, Treading on the Shadow Coffins. Crossing the reservoir, how could there be so many small coffins? And so many hands? Jiang Hongyan and her companions were overwhelmed by the sight that unfolded before them in the water. Each crimson coffin was adorned with brass nails at its corners, and the surface was plastered with damp yellow talismans, seemingly intended to suppress something terrifying within. Yet, with the passage of countless years, the once gleaming nails had succumbed to rust, and most of the talismans had rotted away, leaving them tattered and incomplete. A ghostly green mist enveloped the dark waters, and sinister, bluish-black arms emerged from the depths, thrashing desperately, sending chills down their spines and deterring any approach. So, this is what Master Cheng offered as a sacrifice in exchange for our lives. Jiang Chan and Apos' gaze followed the line of coffins floating on the surface until it landed on the silent, desolate earthen temple shrouded in mist, and he uttered a strange word. "Bridge. That old scoundrel." Jiang Hongyan angrily raised her spear, her face a mask of fury. "He must have already crossed over. We should immediately pursue him. You all go ahead. I absolutely refuse to go." Yang Kai retreated a couple of steps, his face pale with dread. However, devoid of the protective charm of Jiang Hongyan, he had no choice but to stubbornly approach her. Jiang Hongyan furrowed her brows in disdain. "Fool, do as you wish. No one will stop you. Master Cheng likely holds the key to escaping this cursed place. We must catch up to him quickly. Once he obtains the strange artifact and departs, we will be left helpless." Jiang Chan dismissed Yang Kai with a glance, turning to the water's edge. Taking a deep breath, he stepped onto the first narrow coffin, then placed his other foot upon it. With a splash, the crimson coffin sank under his weight, cold. Dark water surged up, soaking his shoes and trousers, the bone-chilling water seeping into his skin and creeping up his spine. Jiang Chan spread his arms to steady himself, while the bluish-black arms thrashed around him, some colliding with the coffin and producing dull thuds, causing the already unstable coffin to rock even more. The fetid water vapor, stirred by the thrashing arms, invaded his nostrils with the stench of decay, making it feel as though his breath had frozen, chilling his blood. Jiang Chan shivered, steadying himself, then stepped toward the second coffin. We need to keep up. Jiang Hongmian cast a concerned glance at Jiang Chan. Are you all right? Jiang Chan was paralyzed with fear, yet she understood that her only chance of survival lay in sticking close to Jiang Chan. With a pale face, she shook her head. I'm fine. Stay close to me, Jiang Hongmian said, easily stepping onto the first coffin, her movements graceful and assured, the charm at her waist swaying slightly. She turned to Jiang Chan, extending a hand. Come on. Thank you, Hongmian. Encouraged by Jiang Hongmian, Jiang Chan cautiously placed her foot onto the first coffin. Yet she still struggled to conquer her fear, especially upon witnessing the terrifying arms reaching out from either side. As she mustered the courage to step forward, the coffin wobbled violently, and she lost her balance, teetering toward the water. A powerful force immediately surged from Jiang Hongmian and Appo's grip, yanking her back and stabilizing the floating coffin beneath them. With one hand supporting Jiang Chan, Jiang Hongmian effortlessly leaped onto the second coffin. Come, lean on me. Jiang Chan's heart raced, her pale cheeks glistening with cold sweat as she marveled at Jiang Hongmian's nimble movements. When I was younger, my father made me practice stances every day, squatting, balancing on the edge of a bucket, and finally, balancing on the edge of a dustpan while practicing with my spear. This is nothing. Just follow my steps, and I will guide you across. Jiang Hongmian sought to distract Jiang Chan from her fears, and obediently, Jiang Chan focused solely on Jiang Hongmian and Appo's graceful steps, moving in sync with her. Though still clumsy, Jiang Hongmian was always there to steady her. This scene did not escape Jiang Chan and Appo's notice, and he found himself surprised by Jiang Hongmian and Appo's capabilities. While he struggled to maintain his balance alone, she managed to guide another person effortlessly, quickly catching up to him. Don't leave me behind. Yang Kai watched as Jiang Chan and the others gradually distanced themselves, feeling panic set in. The eerie forest behind him swirled with yellow mist, piercing shrieks echoing, heightening his already frayed nerves. He was terrified of the floating coffins. Just the sight of the hands reaching from the depths made his heart tremble. Yet, the crucial element was the charm. With Jiang Hongmian leading the way, Yang Kai found himself vulnerable to the encroaching mist. If Jiang Chan and the others found a way to escape, he would surely perish alone. Wait for me. Please, wait for me. Finally, gritting his teeth, he opted to follow. His movements were even clumsier than Jiang Chan's, and with fear gripping him, he hurriedly stepped onto the first floating coffin. His foot slipped, and he nearly fell into the water. Help me. Please come help me. Yang Kai stumbled and crashed onto the crimson coffin, his left hand landing on a sticky substance, half-rotted talisman paper tangled with strands of hair. Caught in the gaps of the decaying coffin was a child's corpse, its eye sockets and skull pierced by brass nails. Frightened, his eyes widened and his body shuddered, unaware that the rusted nails had cut into his palm. Blood dripped into the dark waters below, and the surrounding bluish-black arms converged upon him, clawing, slapping, and battering. He felt as if he were a plank in a tsunami, about to be swept away. In a moment of terror, he scrambled toward the second coffin. With a splash, the crimson coffin sank suddenly, and Yang Kai crouched low, clinging tightly to the coffin. Before he could regain his balance, the surrounding arms reached for him again, terror gripping his heart as he rolled and crawled, desperately trying to catch up to the others. Jiang Chan, Jiang Hongmian, and Jiang Chan paid no heed to Yang Kai, none of them showing any intention of waiting. The ghostly green mist drifted languidly, shrouding the dark reservoir with an unknown depth. Only the series of crimson child coffins floated precariously on the surface, extending toward the desolate earthen temple submerged below. After crossing several coffins, Jiang Chan gradually found his footing. Though not as light on his feet as Jiang Hongmian, he was no longer as clumsy as at the outset. He moved steadily at the front, seemingly oblivious to the terrifying arms thrashing around him. With Jiang Hongmian's assistance, Jiang Chan also began to adapt to the rhythm and swaying of the coffins, the two of them trailing Jiang Chan at a measured pace. Yang Kai, soaked to the bone, struggled to keep up, using all four limbs to crawl forward, blood flowing steadily from the cut in his palm, attracting the relentless grasp of the bluish-black arms. Whether it was from the chill or sheer terror, his complexion turned a ghastly white, trembling incessantly, unable to pause for even a breath. The four individuals, each in their own manner, gradually traversed halfway across the floating coffin bridge. Ahead, the earthen temple in the ghostly mist grew increasingly distinct, and an indistinct scent of burnt incense wafted toward them. mingling with the fetid humidity and the stench of decaying corpses. They were almost past it, just as Jiang Chan was silently bolstering his courage. A sorrowful childish voice suddenly floated into his ears. "Father, Nuan is in so much pain, father," as the voice echoed. A pair of heavy, icy little hands encircled Jiang Chan's calf from behind, and in that instant, he felt every hair on his back stand on end. Chapter 84. Entering the Locking In Temple. "Father, my little one is in great pain." A pair of frigid little hands suddenly clutched at his calf, sending a shiver down Jiang Chan and Appo's spine, almost causing him to lose his composure. He quickly steadied the floating coffin and looked down, seeing nothing on his calf. Yet the weight of the constricting grip felt achingly real, penetrating to the bone. "Jiang Chan, why have you stopped?" Jiang Hongyan sensed something was amiss. Jiang Chan remained silent, refraining from making any sudden moves or turning back to look. Based on his experience with the ghost embrace lantern, turning around at such a moment typically triggered some unforeseen consequence. He forced himself to calm down and glanced into the water. Shadowy, dark arms stirred the murky, blood-like water, and amidst the blur, a pale child's reflection emerged, clinging to his leg. Gasp! He took a deep breath, steeling himself to ignore the apparition and cautiously continued to move forward. "Father, why won't you respond to me? You don't want me anymore, do you?" The grip around his calf grew increasingly heavy and cold, and the weeping child and Appo's voice became more pitiful. However, nothing further occurred. Jiang Chan sighed in relief, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. "I have no wife, so where did you come from, you plump little girl? If you seek a father, go find the one behind me." Convinced that this ghostly child possessed only this minimal means, Jiang Chan deliberately ignored the haunting cries, pressing onward despite the chilling weight clinging to his leg. The ghostly green mist drifted slowly, a damp, fishy breeze wafting over the water's surface. The crimson child coffin swayed erratically, floating upon the dark, frigid waters, while sinister, shadowy arms reached out and collided within. Jiang Chan gathered his courage and crossed 3 or 4 more floating coffins, the haunting weeping gradually receding, and the cold grip on his calf dissipating. Just as he felt a sense of relief, a terrified scream erupted behind him from Tian Xian, who shut her eyes in panic and cried out, "There's a ghost! It's holding onto my leg. Don't look back!" Jiang Chan immediately warned. "And don't respond. Just act as if nothing happened and keep moving forward. It will let go on its own after a while." Tian Xian clutched Jiang Hongyan and Appo's hand tightly, her pale face streaming with tears as she trembled uncontrollably. Feeling the icy grip on her leg, it called me and Appo's, mother and Appo's. Realizing why Jiang Chan had suddenly halted, Jiang Hongyan comforted Tian Xian. "Don't be afraid. Just listen to Jiang Chan and ignore it. Stay close to me and keep walking. We'll be there soon." Okay. Tian Xian clung tightly to Jiang Hongyan's hand, her timid steps becoming shaky with fear and tension. Fortunately, Jiang Hongyan protected her closely, though her tears flowed even more freely, uncertain whether it was from the terror of the ghostly child or the realization of being a burden. After a while, the chilling grip and the weeping sound finally faded, leaving her nearly collapsing against Jiang Hongyan in relief, almost overwhelmed with emotion. Yet soon after, Yang Kai's cries pierced the air, filled with despair. "Don't cling to me. I'm not your father. Help, Jiang Chan. Save me. A little ghost insists on calling me father. I don't want to be her father. Help." No one paid heed to Yang Kai's distress. As they safely passed the last few floating coffins, finally, ascending the earthen temple in the midst of the reservoir. Before their eyes lay brick walls, curved eaves, lanterns, and wooden doors. The ghostly green mist, thick with a foul stench, clung to the stone platform in front of the temple, causing everything to feel damp and grimy. Jiang Chan stepped onto it, instantly feeling the heavy, cold mist seep into his body, reminiscent of trudging through a swamp. Upon reaching the steps, he observed that the temple door was fashioned from 2 simple wooden planks, warped and decayed from age. A draft of chilling wind escaped from the gaps, carrying the scent of burnt incense and paper offerings, sending chills down their spines. A tattered wooden plaque hung above the entrance, with damp, moldy yellow silk draped from it. The words "Locking In Temple" were inscribed in ink, distorted by the cloying mist, while the frayed edges of the silk dripped tiny beads of water, resembling bloodstains in their eerie crimson hue. "Where's that old tortoise, Cheng Yi?" Jiang Hongyan stepped forward, swinging her spear, causing the decrepit door to crash inward, revealing a pitch-black void, yet no one was inside. No one. Be cautious. Don't be careless, Jiang Chan cautioned, gripping his ghost-slaying blade tightly, stepping into the damp threshold first. The heavy scent of mildew and burned offerings assaulted his senses, both unpleasant and slightly suffocating. The Lockingine temple was not large. Everything was soaked in a heavy mist, as though it had been submerged at the bottom of the reservoir for years. Upon entering, Jiang Chan immediately spotted the offering table and shrine, along with a plaque that read, "All wishes granted." The drapes and banners on either side were all damp and heavy. The offering table was riddled with holes, and on the faded, mildew-stained embroidered cloth, a pattern of an infant riding a carp could be discerned. Strangely, the scales of the fish had been stripped away, leaving a multitude of holes, while the thick mist swirled within. At the back of the shrine stood a damaged clay statue, wrapped in a red silk cloth soaked by the mist, revealing half of a grayish-blue face. The features, which should have conveyed compassion, contorted into a sinister smile due to the swelling caused by the moisture, with cracked lips revealing soil, bone fragments, nails, and hair. An eerie little temple, every corner exuding a sense of the uncanny, sending shivers down Jiang Chan's spine. What is this? Jiang Hongyan suddenly turned her gaze towards the offering table, noticing two earthen bowls, each filled with decayed offerings that resembled the brains of two infants. An incense burner lay inverted between them, wisps of faint smoke rising from beneath, merging into the heavy mist, barely noticeable in the dim temple. Jiang Chan extended his ghost-slaying blade, flipping the inverted incense burner, revealing a gray-furred rat, its head severed at the neck, 3 incense sticks protruding from its body. 3 incense sticks, one wrapped in fox fur, another in weasel fur, and the last in snake skin. The smoke they emitted carried an indescribable, peculiar odor that made his head spin and his heart feel constricted, leaving him quite uncomfortable. No wonder I felt suffocated upon entering. It must be this causing the disturbance. Jiang Chan refrained from recklessly destroying the incense sticks, covering his mouth and nose while narrowing his eyes. These sticks have only burned halfway. Cheng Yi must have been here. He is certainly nearby. But the temple is so small. Where could he possibly hide? Tian Qian, trembling near Jiang Hongyan, spoke fearfully. When we came over, the diving equipment was still at the return bay. He couldn't have just dived down, could he? Just then, a gust of cold wind swept through, pushing the mist into the temple, causing the damp embroidered drapes to sway, while a rustling sound emerged from beneath the offering table. The group instinctively pulled away from one another. Jiang Hongyan delicately lifted the embroidered curtain with her long spear, revealing 2 paper effigies of young boys and girls kneeling beneath the offering table. The paper skin had decayed, exposing the bamboo framework within. Nestled between the 2 figures was a bronze basin adorned with crimson talismans. Chapter 85. The Corpse Beneath the Water and the Ancient Town. Startling oneself, Jiang Chan and his companions simultaneously exhaled a sigh of relief. The copper basin, adorned with vermilion-painted symbols, bore a striking resemblance to the talismans affixed to the children's coffins. Inside the basin lay a pool of inky black water, into which dripped the blood from the headless gray rat on the offering table. Drip, drip. Upon closer inspection, the basin contained remnants of burned wish papers, soaked in ghostly mist and vapor, forming a stagnant pool at the bottom. The ashes of burnt paper and unconsumed fragments floated within, emitting an odd odor of charred paper and mildew. Jiang Chan cautiously extracted several remnants of paper with his ghost-slaying blade. The writing was markedly illegible, yet the content was largely uniform, pleading for mercy, to release the soul of the child from the coffin. Drip, drip. Blood continued to trickle from the neck of the headless gray rat, seeping through the cracks of the offering table into the copper basin below, enveloping the small temple in an inexplicable, eerie atmosphere. The dilapidated clay statue of the Bodhisattva in the shrine appeared increasingly grotesque and terrifying. Let us not complicate matters. Our primary task is to locate Master Cheng. Jiang Chan scanned the temple's interior decisively before retreating, with Jiang Hongyan and Tian Qian following suit without lingering. The trio exited the locked shadow temple, circling around its perimeter twice, yet they could find no trace of Master Cheng. Just as they pondered whether he had indeed plunged into the water to retrieve the peculiar object, Yang Kai, in a clumsy scramble, emerged across the children's coffin bridge. Surprisingly, this fool had not been dragged down by the spectral hands. Jiang Hongyan was somewhat taken aback, yet her expression shifted to one of distaste as she watched Yang Kai collapse at her feet. He lay there in a disheveled heap, devoid of the strength to utter a single word. Having been long exposed to the ghostly mist, his body bore patches of moldy greenish corpse-like stains, emanating a faint odor of decay. His damp hair fell out in clumps, resembling water weeds, giving him a ghastly appearance. He lay motionless, gasping for breath, and had it not been for the rise and fall of his chest, he would have resembled a corpse that had just emerged from the depths. Jiang Chan's gaze followed the trail Yang Kai had left as he crawled towards the water, but it was drawn to something that held his attention. The ghostly green mist enveloped the dark water's surface, reflecting the desolate and eerie locked shadow temple, with a solitary red lantern hanging at the entrance, casting a faint glow in the water. The lantern. It was illuminated. Jiang Chan glanced up. The lantern at the temple entrance was unlit. Yet that was not the crux of the matter. The crucial point was that there was only one lantern remaining. Initially, 2 lanterns, one red and one white, had hung at the entrance, but now only the red lantern remained. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Chan took down the remaining red lantern, yet he perceived no abnormalities. He attempted to bring it to the water and Oppo's edge to observe its reflection. It glowed. The outer covering of the red lantern resembled a layer of fetal membrane, while the wick appeared to be a dried blue umbilical cord. As he brought the lantern closer to the water and Oppo's surface, it ignited with a ghostly flame, exuding a bizarre aura. More accurately, it seemed as though the lantern reflected in the water had ignited the one in his grasp, or perhaps they had merged in some incomprehensible manner. He could not articulate it clearly. In any case, the lantern in his hand shone brightly, while the reflection in the water faded away. The umbilical wick released a pungent, acrid odor as the ghostly flame illuminated the membrane, casting a dim, murky red hue. This red glow enveloped Jiang Chan and Oppo's body, forming scales of patterns upon him, and then, stranger occurrences unfolded. The eerie red patterns spread across his collarbone like ripples, causing an itch on either side of his neck, which then split open without pain or blood, manifesting several gaping openings. Dark cyan veins extended along his neck, resembling fish gills, and his breathing began to alter peculiarly. Was this truly the way to enter the water? Clearly, the lantern was an extraordinary object, though the location and method of its use may be confined to this very reservoir. As Jiang Chan felt the new breathing apertures on either side of his neck, his gaze burned with intensity towards the submerged, ghostly waters shrouded in mist. No wonder Master Chung had not taken any diving equipment. It was likely that such items would be utterly useless submerged. Jiang Hongmian and Tian Qian gazed at Jiang Chan in disbelief, astonished by the peculiar changes occurring upon him. Yet Jiang Chan had no intention of wasting time explaining. The lantern would extinguish once the wick burned out, and with it, the transformations on his body would vanish. Before that, he needed to find Master Chung. No, he must obtain the means to escape this cursed burial site from Master Chung, then eliminate him. Wait here. I shall descend to find him. With that, Jiang Chan stepped toward the water, prompting Jiang Hongyan to call out behind him, Jiang Chan. Be careful. Understood. Jiang Chan grasped the red lantern and steadily descended step by step. The moment his feet touched the water, a bone-chilling cold surged through him. As if 1,000 icy needles pierced his pores, the water infused with centuries-old malice. The red glow illuminated Jiang Chan's figure and the surrounding area, causing the dark, greenish arms reaching out from the water to withdraw. Thus, he proceeded, lantern in hand, descending deeper into the water, the ghostly green mist enveloping the murky depths. The frigid water gradually rising past his knees, waist, chest, and finally to his head. At the entrance of the locked shadow temple, Jiang Hongmian and the others anxiously observed the dim red glow, which gradually faded into the dense mist and dark waters until it was entirely obscured. The lantern did not extinguish. Jiang Chan gradually reached the water's bottom, the lantern completely submerged yet neither extinguished nor floating upwards, remaining silently in his grasp, casting an eerie red light in the somber depths. The cold, dead water pressed in from all sides, its icy touch akin to countless ice needles piercing through his skin. The lantern and Oppo's glow forming scale-like patterns upon him, shielding him from the immense weight and chill of the water while allowing his eyes to remain open beneath the surface. The gill-like openings on either side of his neck breathed in the frigid water, as if countless shards of ice-infused bone fragments were burrowing into his bloodstream. Jiang Chan sensed something peculiar. His mouth and nose were sealed, pausing his breath, yet he could still detect the strong, rancid odor of decaying corpses from the depths. What lay beneath this water? Activating the eye of the true king, Jiang Chan and Appo's pupils glimmered with a faint golden light, as if a thick silk curtain had parted before him, enabling a hazy view extending 7 or 8 meters. Amidst the indistinct gloom, he beheld what appeared to be columns standing on the water and Appo's floor. No, they were not columns. They were all submerged corpses. Jiang Chan and Appo's heart raced in alarm. How could there be so many corpses lying beneath? His blurred vision swept across the scene, revealing countless bodies standing like pillars on the riverbed, each one a testament to a tragic end. Men, women, the young and the old, tall and short, and of every shape and size. Some had long hair floating like aquatic weeds in the dark water. Others maintained expressions of struggle and agony, as if frozen in their final moments, while some bore horrific, twisted faces that seemed poised to spring forth at any moment. Each corpse was tethered with rusted chains. Jiang Chan and Appo's heart thumped wildly as he navigated through the dense cluster of submerged corpses, the dim red light illuminating only a radius of 2 meters around him. Beyond that, he could only speculate how many more such bodies were anchored to the bottom, silent as the grave. What he beheld upon the water and Appo's surface were those very arms. Some of them, dragging long chains beneath the corpses, struggled desperately to ascend. But upon sensing the intruder, Jiang Chan, they hastened back towards the chains at their feet, converging from all directions. Rusted iron links trailed through the murky depths, while ghastly, dark-hued arms remained barred from the crimson light. A growing sense of dread enveloped Jiang Chan. He could scarcely fathom the catastrophic outcome should the lantern in his grasp extinguish beneath the water. He must hasten to locate Master Chung and return to the shore. The submerged corpses loomed like pillars in the obsidian depths, a dim red glow traversing through the suffocating darkness. After approximately 15 minutes, the silt beneath his feet gradually solidified, revealing stone slabs. He had emerged from the realm of standing corpses. The arms and chains that had encircled the crimson light dissipated entirely. Before him now stood a gray-white stone archway, beyond which lay a desolate ancient town. White Temple Town. Chapter 86. A candle in the mouth. Incense in the eyes. A ghostly green mist enveloped the dark waters, with crimson children's coffins bobbing on the surface, forming a floating bridge. Tian Xian and Zhang Hongmian awaited Jiang Chan at the entrance of the locked-in temple, ignoring Yang Kai, who lay motionless on the ground like a dead dog. What is that, Sister Hongmian? Tian Xian's gaze suddenly shifted to a certain spot, prompting Zhang Hongmian to follow. There, half submerged in the water, lay a stone with faint inscriptions. Let and Appo's, let's go take a look. Zhang Hongmian immediately took her long spear and approached. Is that a boundary marker? The carvings on the stone were worn and indistinct due to the water and wind. In, Sha, Shun, corpse, lake. Tian Qian hesitantly read the inscriptions, her face paling in terror. This was no reservoir. It was a corpse lake. Jiang Chan. Could he be in danger? A deep concern shadowed Jiang Hongmian's features as both women anxiously gazed into the depths of the cold, still waters, where only the chilling winds stirred the ghostly green mist above the silent surface. Is there an ancient town beneath this water? Jiang Chan was taken aback by the scene before him. Traversing through a field of submerged corpses, he was met with a stone archway, adorned with a string of red lanterns on one side and white lanterns on the other, each casting a ghostly glow, their long tassels swaying gently. The gray-white stone pillars were carved with scale patterns, and the plaque atop bore the archaic characters by Miao Town. As Jiang Chan approached with his lantern, he noticed that the tassels beneath the red and white lanterns were woven from women and Appo's hair, tinged with an eerie green hue. The sight rendered the town beyond the archway increasingly sinister. The peculiar object he sought was most likely hidden within this town, and Cheng Yi must be inside. Steeling himself, Jiang Chan stepped under the archway and entered the submerged ghost town, which had languished in the water for countless years. Passing through the arch, he found himself on a main street paved with uneven bluestone slabs. Flanking the street were gray brick houses with wooden beams and columns, most of which were single-storied but featured some two-story eaves, reminiscent of the market towns deep in the Miao and Yi Mountains. The street twisted and turned, the cobblestones uneven. On the left, every household hung red lanterns adorned with the golden character, while on the right, white lanterns bore the black character. Most unsettling of all, the doorways on both sides stood wide open, revealing a thick darkness within, where a woman stood, a woman preparing to hang herself. A chill ran down Jiang Chan and Appo's spine. He held his lantern aloft, its red glow illuminating the surrounding bluestone as he halted in shock before an open shop door on the left. The lanterns featuring the character cast a dim red light upon a woman clad in a bright red wedding gown, her red embroidered shoes placed upon a long wooden bench. Remaining eerily still, a red silk neck piece dangled from the decaying door frame, aligning perfectly with her slightly raised neck. Her hands rested on her abdomen, her nails painted a deep crimson, her pale face turned toward the street, lips dark red, with a dimple of vermilion on either side. Her mouth was agape, holding a red candle of auspiciousness between her teeth, and in her eye sockets were 3 sticks of incense, though the joyous candle was unlit. The incense in her eyes released a faint blue smoke, twisting like little serpents in the dark water. Jiang Chan fought to suppress his horror and turned to the right, where another shop bore 2 white lanterns at its entrance, casting a ghostly pallor upon another woman preparing to hang herself, dressed in white mourning garb. Her black cloth shoes were similarly perched upon a long wooden bench, hands folded over her abdomen, nails and lips painted black, with a plain neckpiece hanging from the door frame, also directed at her slightly raised neck. Her pale face faced the street, cheeks painted white, holding a white offering candle between her teeth, with 3 burning sticks of incense in her eyes as well. This ghastly scene was not limited to just these 2 doorways. Jiang Chan continued forward, discovering that every household's entrance featured a woman preparing to hang herself, spanning all ages from young girls of 5 or 6 to elderly women in their 80s or 90s. What had transpired in this town? The cobbled street was not straight. It twisted and branched into alleys, the slate roofs darkened and heavy from years submerged in water, as if they might drip ink. The left side of the street was illuminated by the lantern's dim red glow, while the right side was cloaked in the ominous light of the lanterns. Jiang Chan clutched his lantern and proceeded along the divided street. Every shop was shrouded in thick darkness, and at each entrance stood a woman, girl, or elderly matron preparing to hang herself, clad in red wedding garments or white mourning clothes, each standing motionless on old wooden benches, facing Jiang Chan as he walked by, imposing an unspoken psychological pressure upon him. He could clearly see their red embroidered shoes or black cloth shoes, the crimson or black polish on their nails, and the neck pieces dangling before them. Yet, what horrified Jiang Chan the most were the candles held in their mouths and the burning incense lodged in their eyes. What extraordinary object could lie here, compelling Xingyi to take such perilous risks to acquire it? Filled with suspicion and dread, Jiang Chan warily treaded forward along the street, carefully alert to any lurking dangers. After nearly 20 minutes traversing the slick bluestone, he finally reached the end of the main street. Before him stood a circular 3-story building, its stature markedly higher than the other structures. Jiang Chan speculated it might be the residence of the town mayor or perhaps the grand estate of a wealthy individual. Ascending the wide staircase, he approached the entrance flanked by 2 stone figures, each adorned with a red and white string of lanterns, their tassels woven from hair. Jiang Chan passed through the doorway and found himself in a circular courtyard, quickly dismissing his earlier conjectures. This did not resemble a wealthy estate. It appeared to be a place for town meetings, constructed of black tiles and gray bricks with wooden beams and pillars. This circular 3-story structure bore a resemblance to Hakatalu. A scene from a film flashed in Jiang Chan and Appo's mind, of a large fish soaring within a circular earth building. However, within this meeting hall, there were no fish, only strings of red and white lanterns clearly demarcating the entrances. Each doorway, just like those on the street, held a woman poised on a long bench, ready to hang, one in a joyous attire, the other in mourning garb. Each held a candle in their mouth, incense in their eyes. Utilizing the eye of the true king, Jiang Chan surveyed the 3-story meeting hall, his gaze ultimately returning to the center of the circular courtyard, where an octagonal ancestral hall sat. The door was ajar, and the eerie aura within was more potent than anywhere else in the town. An extraordinary object. Chapter 87. Kill the Old Master. The strange object is in hand. The lantern in Jiang Chan and Appo's hand cast a circle of crimson light upon the bluestone tiles. He paused at the half-open door of the ancestral hall, activating the eye of the true king to gaze inside. There, within the hall, on the left side, lay an exquisite red wedding coffin, while on the right stood a white funeral sedan. Before the wedding coffin were offerings and 2 wedding candles. Jiang Chan and Apos. S attention was immediately drawn to those two candles. They were thicker than any red candle he had previously seen, comparable to a child, and Apos' arm, adorned with golden phoenix designs, exuding a festive but eerie aura. Jiang Chan and Apos' heart raced with certainty. A strange object. Simultaneously, system information flashed before his eyes. Strange object, wedding candle. Within the candlelight, all malevolent spirits disperse. Jiang Chan's gaze tightened as he turned his attention to the white sedan on the right, which also bore offerings, and a single black candle that similarly emitted an uncanny aura. Strange object, ghost candle. Igniting it may summon nearby spirits. Wedding candle, ghost candle. Observing the hall's two objects with diametrically opposed effects, Jiang Chan's heart quickened. However, why was there only one ghost candle when there were two wedding candles? No, Jiang Chan's gaze shifted to the offerings before the sedan. There were indeed two ghost candles. One had already been taken. A new question arose in his mind. Why would one forego the protective wedding candle in favor of taking a ghost candle? Was there some sort of restriction? After a brief contemplation, a massive blood coffin materialized behind Jiang Chan, causing the dark waters to tremble. The tall and slender scissor ghost emerged from the blood coffin, obediently ascending the steps at Jiang Chan's command, bowing its head and directly entering through the ancestral hall's doorway. Nothing happened. Was that oldie not inside? Jiang Chan narrowed his eyes, then released the fire ghost to remain behind while he drew his ghost-slaying sword, cautiously ascending the steps while shielding the lantern. Step! Step! The soles of his shoes made no sound as they treaded upon the slick steps, and pushing open the half-ajar wooden door produced no noise either. All sounds were swallowed by the dark waters. As Jiang Chan entered the ancestral hall, he meticulously scanned the surroundings, finding no other souls or spirits. Only a sudden chill emanating from the wedding coffin and the sedan, as if something within was watching him. Jiang Chan and Apos' heart began to race, and his spine prickled. He glanced at the two candles before the wedding coffin, then lifted his gaze to focus on the coffin, slowly approaching. With the lantern in his left hand and the ghost-slaying sword sheathed, he reached out to grasp one of the wedding candles. Sizzle! The lantern in his hand flared suddenly, the wick burning down a portion, nearly 1/4. Jiang Chan swiftly stored that wedding candle in the sword-ruined space and immediately reached for the second. Sizzle! The wick burned down again. What startled Jiang Chan was the sound emanating from within the wedding coffin, the terrifying sensation intensifying as if the contents within were angered by his actions. Jiang Chan and Apos' expression tightened. He dared not linger and decisively retracted the second wedding candle, rushing towards the right sedan to retrieve the ghost candle. But a bizarre occurrence transpired. The black candle, radiating an eerie aura, stood just a step away, yet no matter how he reached, he could not grasp it. It felt as though the white realm was repelling his hand holding the red lantern, causing the red stains illuminated by the lantern on his body to sting. In an instant, Jiang Chan comprehended another matter. It was no wonder that old Master Cheng only took one ghost candle. He was holding the white lantern at the gate of the Shadow-Locked Temple. It was not that he refrained from taking the two wedding candles, but rather that he could not reach them. Realizing this, Jiang Chan had to abandon the idea of seizing the ghost candle. Instead, his approach towards the white sedan with the red lantern had awakened whatever lay within. A wrathful and terrifying aura, more dreadful than that of the wedding coffin, surged from the pale sedan, causing the countless spirit tablets within the hall to tremble violently. Jiang Chan felt a shiver run down his spine. How could he dare to stay? He immediately retreated with the scissor ghost. However, just as he stepped beyond the threshold of the ancestral hall, a massive wolf-toothed club came crashing down from above, aimed directly at his head, causing his pupils to constrict. Thud. A dull thud reverberated through the waters. Jiang Chan transformed into a swirling mass of emerald flames, reassembling 20 meters away. Ghost technique. Fire ghost transformation. Replaced at the entrance of the ancestral hall was the towering figure of the fire ghost. With unhesitating command from Jiang Chan, it unleashed a thunderous explosion beneath the deep waters, creating an emerald mushroom cloud. The ambushing specter was sent tumbling, and the ancestral hall itself collapsed under the force, dislodging a bloated figure from above, none other than old Master Cheng. One of his legs was shattered, and the white lantern in his hand was destroyed. Without the protection of that strange object, hundreds of tons of frigid, stagnant water surged towards him. The fish scale markings on his body and the gills on either side of his neck rapidly vanished. The fetid liquid, mixed with ice shards, choked him. making him feel as if his lungs might burst, his fish-like eyes nearly popping from their sockets. At that moment, a massive pair of pitch-black scissors sliced through the water. And old Master Chung heard a crisp snap. In such depths, he should not have been able to hear it, yet his vision rolled back, revealing his own headless body lying on the ground. In his final moments, old Master Chung could not comprehend how Jiang Chan had evaded the lethal strike of the blue-faced night demon. How could a mere second-tier spirit Coffin Master fall in such a manner to a mere novice? Snap! The pitch-black scissors opened and closed silently once more, harvesting the gravely injured blue-faced night demon. Another shadow swiftly darted into the darkness. That was Chung and Amp, Appo's second spirit. Moments ago, he had concealed himself in the shadows behind the ancestral hall using its abilities. Ding! You have slain one second-tier blue-faced night demon. Ghost God points 390. What a close call. Jiang Chan and Appo's taut nerves relaxed momentarily, but before he could catch his breath, a terrifying aura suddenly surged forth from ahead. He hastily looked, only to see the octagonal ancestral hall utterly collapse under the explosion of the fire ghost. The white sedan seemingly enraged, vibrating violently, as if whatever lay within sought to break free. Not only that, but the women standing in the doorways of the three-story round building, as well as those lining the streets outside, all had red or white candles clamped in their mouths, which blazed with tiny flames, and the incense sticks in their eyes emitted thin, snake-like wisps of smoke. This underwater ancient town was undergoing some extremely terrifying transformation. Jiang Chan dared not linger for even a moment, retracting his two ghost companions and sprinting away. Just as he had taken 2 steps, he abruptly turned back, rushing to the headless corpse of old Master Ching, swiftly retrieving an eerie black candle from his body. Just as suspected, he promptly stored the ghost candle in the sword-ruined space, gripping the lantern and dashing towards the doorway. However, as he stepped through the entrance, the ghastly pale sedan moved of its own accord, propelled by an unfathomably terrifying aura, charging after him. A surge of terror coursed through Jiang Chan and Appo's heart as he fled with an urgency that felt life-threatening. Suddenly, he heard an ominous and peculiar thud. Just as he was about to burst through the doorway, his peripheral vision caught a fleeting glimpse of the joyously adorned coffin, which had toppled the funeral sedan and now lay precariously atop it. The dark crimson lid of the coffin flipped open, and from within emerged a figure clad in a vibrant red wedding robe, adorned with a pair of mandarin ducks, rushing directly towards his back. The moment Jiang Chan recognized that familiar silhouette, his heart skipped a beat in sheer shock. The Ghostly Bride, Chapter 88, Encountering the Ghost Bride Again. My name is Chung Yi. I have my sights set on a peculiar object located beneath the depths of a corpse-restraining lake. However, that place is fraught with peril. I encountered terrifying events even in the surrounding woods, resulting in the demise of 3 companions. Yet, I did not leave empty-handed. I discovered the true method of entering the water, as well as how to acquire the crucial tools for the descent. After utilizing my survival techniques to escape, I immediately sought out 3 human sacrifices, no 4. As I added one more on a whim. Another person mentioned that this lad might possess some abilities, though he is merely a novice student, hardly a threat. Bringing him along could serve other purposes. With the blood sacrifice of 3 victims, the floating coffin emerged as I had anticipated. After presenting those students to the 5 immortal ladies, the ghostly hands and floating coffins once again rose from the depths. This time, I successfully reached the shadow-locked temple underwater, and soon I found the essential tool for my descent. The endless corpses at the lake's bottom sent chills down my spine, and the ancient town submerged for centuries astonished me even more. I speculated that the peculiar object lay within this old town, my emotions a mix of exhilaration and anxiety, for I feared the presence of some malevolent spirit lurking within. I steeled myself and ventured into the town, initially finding no significant evil spirits. Instead, I encountered numerous voluptuous female ghosts, each clad in red and white. Standing on either side, gazing at me with candles thicker than my arm, their eyes adorned with incense. How utterly bizarre. I soon arrived at the ancestral hall of this submerged ancient town, where I finally discovered the peculiar object. For candles, particularly the red one on the left, seemed capable of warding off 100 ghosts. I was eager to seize it, but alas, the candles remained firmly in place, as if the red domain repelled my white lantern. If only I had brought the red lantern with me. I had to abandon my initial plan of taking all 4 candles at once and decided to retrieve the 2 black candles first. intending to return for the red lantern later. I surmised that the black candles might attract ghosts. Undoubtedly, the 2 red candles held greater practical value than the black ones. I must return. I successfully acquired the first black candle, but the lantern's wick extinguished a portion of its flame in an instant. The time spent descending had already consumed much of the remaining wick, which was now halved. Panic gripped my heart. If the lantern extinguished in the depths, my fate would be sealed. After careful consideration, I resolved to forego the second black candle. Its value paled in comparison to the red ones. With the experience gained from my first descent, I could save considerable time on the second trip, and the remaining wick would suffice for retrieving 2 red candles. As I prepared to leave, I spotted a specialty shop, the very place I sought for skate shoes. But wait, I noticed that boy, holding the red lantern from the entrance of the shadow-locked temple. How did he escape the grasp of the 5 immortal ladies? Had he followed me down here? Surprise coursed through me, quickly replaced by elation. I had been dreading the hassle of a round trip, and he had brought the red lantern to me. Indeed, bringing him along had proven to be a wise decision. I was uncertain how much wick remained in his lantern, but I sensed something uncanny within the ancestral hall. Merely being there for a short while made me feel as though something was watching me. I quickly devised a plan. Once he entered and retrieved the red candle, I would seize it from him. This lad proved to be more cautious than I had anticipated. Fortunately, my second ghostly companion granted me the ability of concealment. I hid in the shadow to the left of the hall's ceiling, remaining undiscovered, watching him enter and then exit. This was my chance. The red candle was mine. I was doomed. I could not comprehend how he had evaded my strike. I was certain of my aim. I could hardly believe I was to meet my end here, beneath the water. The dark red figure of the bride in joyous attire swiftly entered Jiang Chan and Appo's body. He barely had time to register the sudden warmth at the back of his neck before Cheng Ye's eerie voice reverberated in his mind. This familiar sensation yanked Jiang Chan and Appo's memories back to the realm of wailing ghosts. He could hardly fathom that within this submerged ancient town, a ghost bride in a joyous robe also existed. For a fleeting moment, he hesitated, unable to resolve to eliminate this ghost bride. Instead, he gritted his teeth and dashed up the cobblestone street toward the entrance of the archway, as terrifying ghostly energy surged from the circular assembly hall behind him. Surely, the red coffin could not contain whatever lay within for long. Once it emerged, I would have no chance to escape. The street, paved with slick blue bricks, was lined with shops adorned in stark red and white. At this moment, every woman standing at the door began to stir slowly. Under the glow of their respective red and white lanterns, they elevated themselves onto their toes, threading their necks through the nooses hanging from the door frames. Their long wooden benches toppled beneath them. In eerie silence, they and Appo's, hanged and Appo's, themselves at the entrances as the red or white candles in their mouths ignited tiny flames, and the incense in their eyes released ethereal blue smoke, twisting like serpents beneath the water. The entire street, no, the entire White Temple town was enacting this bizarre hanging scene at every household, as the women clad in joyous or funeral attire toppled their benches. The thick, impenetrable darkness began to seep from the doorways and windows, swiftly spreading into the street. Jiang Chan's heart raced in his chest, and he quickened his pace, frantically running with the lantern in hand. The viscous darkness oozed from the doorways, rapidly engulfing the red and white lanterns on either side of the street, plunging everything into suffocating silence, including the figures of the hanging women. Jiang Chan pushed through the archway, glancing back in terror to see the blue-tiled wooden beams, the dimly lit red and white street, all swallowed by that terrifying darkness. I nearly became trapped within. The gray-white stone archway stood stark against the inky abyss of the water. The ancient town behind it vanished, leaving only a thick, terrifying darkness. At that moment, the surrounding circle of red light visibly began to contract. Jiang Chan glanced at the lantern, which had barely a sliver of wick remaining, and his heart jolted. He hurriedly retraced his steps. The frigid water flowed silently, and the red lanterns hanging on the left side of the archway, alongside the white ones on the right, gradually extinguished, their hair-like tassels swaying gently. Above the archway, the ancient characters spelling and Appo's, White Temple Town and Appo's, suddenly bore the imprint of a bloody hand, as if a hand had slapped against it. Dark red blood trickled down the gray-white stone plaque in horrifying streaks. Chapter 89. Escape from the White Temple Town. Jiang Chan had been submerged for nearly an hour. Why hadn't he resurfaced yet? Tian Qian gazed anxiously at the dark, murky waters. uncertain of what transpired beneath the surface. The ghostly mist enveloping the area thickened ominously, almost viscous enough to drip, as more and more dark. Twisted arms began to rise from the depths. Initially confined to the edges of the child's coffin floating bridge, these arms gradually spread across the entire surface, creating a horrifying sight of grotesque limbs clawing desperately upwards. Something dire must have occurred below. Jiang Hongyan's expression was grave as she uttered, "I hope nothing has happened to Jiang Chan." Just then, a mocking laugh emerged from nearby. "He has been down there for so long. It's clear he must have been claimed by the spirits." Yang Kai, having lain there for some time, gradually regained his senses, though his body was marred by patches of moldy green corpse marks that exuded an air of death. His hair hung in damp, disheveled clumps, making him appear both filthy and disheveled, and his voice was grating, rendering him utterly unappealing. "In my opinion, we should leave immediately, Hongyan. It's been so long. That 5 immortal lady in the woods has likely departed by now. Perhaps we can find our way out. If we remain here waiting, once your corpse incense burns out, we'll all perish." Tian Qian felt a wave of panic wash over her. Though Yang Kai's words were unpalatable, he spoke a grain of truth. They were waiting aimlessly for Jiang Chan, with no certainty of his return. If something had indeed happened to him, could they even hope to escape? "What is stopping us?" she retorted. "Shao Qian, don't underestimate Jiang Chan. He is merely pretending. I just hadn't had the opportunity to showcase my abilities earlier. Trust me, with my Earth Golem providing defense and Hongyan's gun spirit for offense. If you heal us, the 3 of us can easily find our way out." Yang Kai, drenched and chilled by the wind, sidled up to Tian Qian, his chest thumping as he spoke. However, she instinctively retreated towards Jiang Hongyan, murmuring, "Jiang Chan is my classmate, my most formidable friend. Although I'm unsure if he regards me as a friend, he has saved me countless times. I believe he will definitely return, and I trust he will take me back. I don't trust you." As her voice dwindled, the last words escaped her lips as she deliberately averted her gaze from Yang Kai's furious stare. "I'm offering to help you out. And you don't trust me? If Jiang Chan were as capable as you claim, he would have surfaced long ago. Fine. I don't wish to waste my breath on a coward like you." Yang Kai snapped, shifting his focus back to Jiang Hongyan. "Hongyan, surely you aren't as timid as Tian Qian? The corpse incense can only provide protection for 5 hours, and we've already burned through 3. If we hurry down the slope and take Qingyi's car, we might just make it back to the city." Jiang Hongyan merely frowned in disgust at Yang Kai's incessant chatter. "If you wish to leave, then do so. No one is stopping you. I will wait for Jiang Chan. You two are utterly stubborn." Yang Kai's face, marred by corpse marks, contorted with anger and a hint of concealed jealousy. "Fine. If you refuse to listen, wait for Jiang Chan and share your fate. Hand over the corpse incense. I'll return on my own." Seeing Yang Kai's audacious hand reaching out, Jiang Hongyan nearly laughed in disbelief. She had never encountered such shamelessness. Gripping her long gun tightly, she prepared to teach this impertinent fool a lesson when Tian Qian suddenly exclaimed, "He*s back. Hongyan, look, is that Jiang Chan?" Jiang Hongyan quickly turned her head, following Tian Qian's pointing finger. The dense ghostly mist cloaked the dark waters, and a series of ghastly arms emerged, thrashing desperately. A faint red glow began to pierce through the heavy fog, revealing a figure sprinting across the shadowy lake, the terrifying arms recoiling as if burned by fire, retreating from the circle of red light. Yet, that circle of red was visibly shrinking, the oppressive mist, dark waters, and those grotesque arms converging upon the diminishing glow, closing in on the figure within. "Jiang Chan, it's Jiang Chan." A surge of joy and exhilaration welled within Jiang Hongyan. But as she beheld the flickering lantern light in Jiang Chan's grasp, rapidly waning against the encroaching horror, her heart tensed anew. Her grip on the long gun tightening as she felt as if she herself were facing the terrifying scenario. "Run faster, run faster." Tian Qian's face was pale, her heart pounding in her throat, her fists clenched instinctively, as if her strength could lend Jiang Chan swiftness. Splashing through the icy lake, Jiang Chan's legs felt numb, like wooden posts, supported solely by sheer will as he pressed onward. The dilapidated Yin-Lok temple lay ahead. Jiang Hongyan and Tian Qian awaited him. Only this final stretch remained. At that moment, the lantern wick in his hand extinguished completely, the dim red glow rapidly diminishing, and with it, the mottled patterns on his body and the gills at his neck faded away. The water beneath him turned frigid, akin to the icy depths of the abyss. As the ghastly arms surged forward, propelled by the dense mist, like an army charging forth. Just before those arms could seize him, Jiang Chan suddenly leapt into the air, akin to a majestic crane taking flight. Crane ascending to the sky. With a resounding splash, he landed heavily behind Jiang Hongyan and the others, collapsing onto the ground. Utterly spent, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. He had run from White Temple Town without pausing to catch his breath. Thankfully, he had made it. "How are you, Jiang Chan?" Jiang Hongyan rushed forward, concern etched on her face. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just catching my breath." Hearing this, the tension in Jiang Hongyan and Tian Qian's hearts finally eased. "What about Chengyi?" Jiang Chan inquired. At that moment, Yang Kai scrutinized the collapsed Jiang Chan with a sardonic gaze, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Weren't you supposed to go down and capture him? Surely you didn't let him escape?" "Dead." "Dead?" Yang Kai's expression faltered, and he exclaimed, "What about the strange object? Didn't he see it?" "I don't believe you." Yang Kai's demeanor shifted to skepticism. "You were down there for so long, yet you didn't capture him or retrieve anything. Who exactly are you fooling?"